Chapter 201, Resting at the shallow beach while lending Gu worms 5 days ago, Fang Yuan rebirthed at Qingmao Mountain. Back then, he worked together with Bai Ningbing in the Blood Barrier, and after his slaughter he obtained much post-battle loot. But these Gu worms all had injuries in them. For the past 5 days, Fang Yuan had been floating around Jiang Mountain, so they lacked food and all died consecutively. For healing Gu worms, Fang Yuan always lacked one, and he did not find one he liked either. A pity my Gu worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise, I would not be injured to this extent. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. But Fang Yuan laughed, don't be too pessimistic, not everything needs Gu worms to be resolved. Oh? Bai Ningbing looked over with a questioning gaze. He saw Fang Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence, shooting something out of his mouth as a red light appeared. A flower Gu resembling a lantern, rotating on its own and floating in midair. It was the Tusita flower. Fang Yuan willed and the Tusita flower glowed in red as several objects flew out of it while wrapped in bright red light. There were bandages, medicine cans, and small medicine bottles. Small medicine bottles contain powder that can disinfect and diminish inflammation, you just need to use a little. In the medicine cans, there is medicine paste that can stop bleeding and form clots. You should know how to use a bandage, right? Fang Yuan, on saying so, split these items into 2 and gave a portion to Bai Ningbing. These are all methods used by mortals, but I did learn about them in the academy. Bai Ningbing received them, pouting, you sure planned ahead. Saying so, she then opened the large medicine can and a disgusting smell rushed up into her nose, causing her to jump back and scream, why is it so smelly? Fang Yuan laughed, not replying. He took off his shirt, pouring the powder from the small medicine can, causing his wounds to feel a sharp burning pain like fire. Next he opened the big medicine can, where inside was the mud-like medicine paste that was a blackish green and smelled horrible. But Fang Yuan was used to it in his previous life, not even flinching. He took out a handful of blackish green paste and spread it on his wounds, his actions being extremely refined. Next, he used the bandage and wrapped it many layers over the wound, quickly taking care of his injury. Because of the medicine paste, the injury area felt a cooling sensation, quickly replacing the fiery pain felt earlier. Your paste is quite useful. On one side, Bai Ningbing was still taking care of her injury as she gasped. Her robe was torn, and after applying the medicine, her breasts and nipples were almost exposed, but she did not have any reaction to it. While using the medicine, she even sighed, thinking about it now, if only we had a healing Gu, that would be great. Fang Yuan took a look at her before activating the Tusita flower and taking out 2 sets of clothes. He had prepared sufficiently, having intended to leave the village in the first place, so he bought many sets of clothing. Plus Bai Ningbing and his age were quite close together, as they had similar body size, his clothes suited her well too. Take this. He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothing, and chuckled, feeling slightly shocked, to think you prepared to this extent. Precaution averts perils on the safe side, Fang Yuan replied casually, taking off his remaining clothes and even his drenched socks, into new sets. Immediately, with new clothing, he felt much better. Bai Ningbing also changed her clothes, throwing the torn white robe on the beach. But her expression was not looking good, for although they were out of danger at the moment, after changing clothes and bandaging her injuries she also noticed the changes to her body. What do you plan to do from now? When are you returning the Yanggu to me? She walked up, frowning as she asked. Fang Yuan picked up the black robe and socks that he changed out of. Didn't I say it before, we are going to Bai Gu Mountain now. As for that Yanggu, at least wait until I am rank 3 first. Bai Ningbing frowned even more tightly, her pitch getting higher, I have to wait until you are rank 3. She had never thought that one day, she would get into such an awkward state. A proper man, transformed into a woman. After the crisis of life and death was over, this strange sensation entered her mind. If possible, she did not want to endure it for even a second more. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not speaking. He walked to the side of the river and used the water to wash his clothing. Although there were holes on his black robe, it could still be fixed, unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe. He did not know how long he would need to stay in the wilderness, so he could not afford to waste the clothing. Bai Ningbing was a smart person, and Fang Yuan's silence made her realize her true predicament. Right now, she had rank 3 cultivation but not a single gu worm. Even if she had, she could not do anything to Fang Yuan. The yang gu was refined already by Fang Yuan, so as long as he willed it, it could instantly detonate itself. The yin-yang rotation gu was a pair, and if it was destroyed, Bai Ningbing would never be able to return into being a male. Looking at Fang Yuan's back view, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. To think that she, the Bai clan genius, had gotten into such a state, manipulated by others. This feeling caused the arrogant and prideful Bai Ningbing to feel extremely unhappy. Now we do not have a healing gu, so if we get into danger, what can we do? The problem is not just that, but I do not have a single gu worm with me. I have no fighting strength. No, I have to capture some wild gu worms and refine them, otherwise I won't even have any strength to protect myself. Bai Ningbing was rambling on when her stomach suddenly started growling. Damn. She held her stomach, feeling a strong sense of hunger. Hey, guy who is washing clothes, take out some jerky, I'm starving. While floating in the raft for 5 days, they relied on Fang Yuan's jerky as food. Although the jerky was tough, with the texture of wood when chewed on, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fang Yuan stood up, using his hands to wring the water off the black robe, shrugging it around before answering Bai Ningbing. Why are you so anxious? Hold this. Bai Ningbing frowned, taking the black robe in reluctance. Fang Yuan called out the tusset of flour again, taking out a bag of jerky. Bai Ningbing grabbed it immediately, chewing on the tough meat. She chewed until her jaws hurt, but she was extremely satisfied. Fang Yuan looked at her, smiling. When did this Bai clan genius ever starve before? Thinking of his previous life, he knew exactly how she felt. Bai Ningbing ate another piece of jerky, licking her dry lips. This reduces hunger, but is way too tough. Sigh, having meat to eat, it is already a huge blessing. Fang Yuan's smile became even more intense, for under Bai Ningbing's astonished gaze, he took out an iron pot. You even brought a pot? That's great. We can use water to cook the dried meat. We can just take water from the river, but we need firewood to start a fire, so we'll have to chop down some wood. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around, feeling troubled. They were at a shallow beach, with one side being water and the other being a tall cliff. On top of the cliff was dense vegetation, but there was not a single piece of wood on the beach itself. Bai Ningbing wanted wood, so she would need to climb up the cliff and chop the trees. If this was back when she still had her gu worms, it would be a piece of cake, easily done. But now that she had nothing, wanting to climb up this slippery cliff was too tough. Bai Ningbing felt troubled secretly, but at this moment Fang Yuan took out some coal stones. Coal stones were better than wood, and Bai Ningbing was naturally surprised when she saw this. Soon after, Fang Yuan took out some kerosene and flint as well as a metal rack. Soon, he set it up. On seeing this, Bai Ningbing became serious, her blue eyes staring at Fang Yuan. Your preparations are way too much. Did you already have had thoughts of leaving Qingmao Mountain long ago? Fang Yuan's preparation was overboard. With him bringing even these things, the smart Bai Ningbing found something amiss obviously. What do you think? Fang Yuan smiled, not answering her, but pointing to the metal pot. You can go get some water now. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's attitude was annoying her. She took some water, while Fang Yuan had already started a fire. First he got the water to boil in the pot, then he threw a bag of jerky inside. Soon after, the smell of fragrant meat could be felt. Bai Ningbing sniffed, subconsciously licking her lips. Fang Yuan took out his chopsticks and ladle, and started having a feast with Bai Ningbing. The cooked meat was soft and could be easily swallowed with a few bites, while the boiling meat soup caused the two to feel warm on the inside. The only problem was that this river water had some sand in it, giving a gritty texture when eating. But under such situations, having such treatment was already nothing to be displeased about. I'm not that full yet, let's cook another half bag of meat. Bai Ningbing was not satisfied yet, saying as she touched her tummy. Fang Yuan immediately rejected, no more, we have to conserve our food. Why so stingy? See this forest behind us? How many wild animals could there be? Bai Ningbing said in displeasure. Fang Yuan gave her a stare. Of course I know there's animals in there, but that also means wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you take care of now? What if we meet a beast group? What if we get ambushed by wild goo worms? Even if we kill the wild beasts, if their meat have poison, can we eat it? Can you differentiate between poisonous goo worms? Bai Ningbing stood dumbfounded, unable to retort. Fang Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was the Bai clan genius, so she naturally was full of utter arrogance, thus this was enough already. If he continued lecturing her, she would hit her limit. He sat down cross-legged, taking down the pan and hanging his black robe on the metal rack, using the residue heat from the coal stone to dry it. Fang Yuan continued, it's getting late. Let's stay here for tonight and continue exploring the forest tomorrow. I specially chose this area with cliff on 3 sides, so there would be little wild beasts that can reach us, thus this is relatively safer. But we cannot be complacent, let's keep watch in intervals. This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fang Yuan willed, and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and sky canopy goo. These 2 goo worms, I'll lend them to you for the time being. Get familiar with them, Fang Yuan said. He was only a rank 1 initial stage cultivation, so it was near impossible for him to use a rank 3 goo worm. Even with a great recovery speed and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could not display the true power of a rank 3 goo worm. He might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received the goo worm, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. Between goo masters, goo worms could be lent. In the goo worms, a goo master's will resides. As long as the master acknowledges it, others can also communicate with the goo worm and use their powers. Of course, it is not as convenient as a goo worm one refines personally. Also, as long as the original owner wills it and changes his mind, the others would immediately lose their ability to command the goo worm. But even so, goo masters rarely lent their goo worms to others. Although they were forced by the situation, Fang Yuan's actions were extremely unrestrained and this caused Bai Ningbing to become alert. Chapter 202, Crocodile Killing Intent, A Young Girl's Sorrowful Call, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bai Ningbing mumbled with a complex expression as she stroked the dark golden carapace of this rank 3 goo. She had suffered quite a lot due to this chainsaw golden centipede during her battle with Fang Yuan. Who would have thought that there would be a time where Fang Yuan himself would lend it to her? The way Fang Yuan used the chainsaw golden centipede had left a lasting impression on her. Bai Ningbing immediately copied Fang Yuan's method and waved the chainsaw golden centipede like a greatsword. From time to time, she willed the chainsaw golden centipede to lengthen or shorten, waving it around like a whip. The silver blades of the chainsaw rotated and cut through the air, producing a strange distortion of the light. Sky canopy goo. She put the sky canopy goo in her aperture, and inwardly poured white silver primeval essence on it with her brows raised. Immediately, her body was covered with an armor of white light. Fate really works mysteriously. To think, there would be a day where I would be using your goo, she sighed while looking towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, he was sitting cross-legged beside the warm coal with his eyes closed. His attention was on his aperture, where the full primeval sea of an A-grade aptitude appeared in front of him. 90%. His aptitude had only been just over 40%, and now it had increased by more than double. Although my cultivation has dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, with my years of hard work wasted, it is still all worth it. Fang Yuan was satisfied. In a goo master's cultivation journey, there were 3 most important things: aptitude, resources, and goo worms. None of these 3 aspects could be lacking. Previously, Fang Yuan only had C-grade aptitude and had to resort to all kinds of means of resources and goo worms to try to make up for the deficiency in his aptitude. Those years spent in Qingmao Mountain had been quite difficult and exhausting. His cultivation speed had been pretty good, but that was the result of him exhausting all the means available to him and taking high risks. If his aptitude had been a grade at that time, he would have faced a completely different scene and be able to easily reach rank 3. Such a twist of fate. I now have an A-grade aptitude, but don't have the safe environment to grow up like in the village. Additionally, the resources and the goo worms I have now can't compare to before. Fang Yuan was now wandering outside his home ground, and with his weak cultivation he could face mortal dangers at any moment. This situation naturally couldn't compare with the safe and stable environment back at Qingmao Mountain. And of course, there would be no stable trading areas to exchange for mutual benefits. Fortunately, with the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the greatest problem that is resources is resolved, so at least there will be no worries before I reach rank 3. Fang Yuan looked through his 90% green copper primeval sea, where a blue and white lotus had taken roots in the depths of his aperture. Its petals were healthy and plump, giving off a holy and immortal aura. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was a rank 3 and had an enormous potential for development. Just to refine it, Fei Hou Clan's foundation spirit spring had to be wasted. It was equivalent to a miniature portable spirit spring, and back when Fang Yuan still had rank 3 cultivation, it continuously recovered Fang Yuan's primeval essence, giving him the recovery speed of AB grade aptitude. Rank 3 cultivation possessed white-silver primeval essence. Fang Yuan was now only a rank 1 initial stage with green copper primeval essence. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus in his aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was raised to an extreme rate. If I only use rank 1 goo, my primeval essence recovery speed would be shocking and almost inexhaustible. Using 1 or 2 rank 2 goo worms might cause the primeval sea to decrease, but the recovery speed would continuously balance it, causing it to be relatively stable. Using a rank 3 goo will exhaust the primeval essence very rapidly, and the consumption would far surpass the recovery speed. My primeval sea would be thoroughly dry within few moments, Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. After all, he now only possessed green copper primeval essence, and that too was the initial stage jade green primeval essence. The quality was far too low. Other than Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Fang Yuan still had other goo. First of all was his vital goo, Spring Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 goo was numbered 7 in the list of mysterious goo. Once it turned into one's vital goo, it could no longer be taken out of the aperture and was now residing in the middle of the aperture. After going through another rebirth, its aura was no longer the same, its bright yellow-green light was completely gone and now looked dispirited and extremely weak. It was concealing its figure, and as time flowed, it silently absorbed time from the river of time and began another round of convalescence. Fang Yuan comprehended inwardly, I absolutely can't use Spring-Autumn Cicada within a short period of time. In such a dangerous state, if I used it, it would be absorbed by the river of time and I would just be throwing away my life by self-detonating. Without the pressure from Spring-Autumn Cicada, other goo worms could freely let out their instincts. 4 kinds of light flashed around the rank 2-4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body as it swam around the surface of the primeval sea, enjoying the moment. The carp fossil-like hidden scales goo calmly laid on the bottom of the sea, letting the primeval sea water cleanse its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head was soaring in the air above the sea, it was the plunder goo. And similarly, spiraling with it and having a fun time was the white armored yang goo of the yin-yang rotation goo. Rank 4 blood skull goo was lying deep in the sea, bright red blood light occasionally flashing on its surface. As for the other goo worms, blood moon goo had turned into a red crescent imprint on Fang Yuan's palm, earth communication ear grass goo had turned into one of Fang Yuan's ears and wouldn't normally show up, the tussoda flower resided on Fang Yuan's tongue as a tattoo. Sky canopy goo and chainsaw golden centipede were lent to Bai Bing. Calculating the numbers, Fang Yuan possessed a total of 12 goo worms. This was a truly big number. Generally speaking, it was normal for a low-level goo master to have 2 or 3 goo. When one reached rank 4 or 5, they would raise this number to 4 or 5. Even divine investigator Tai Shuelong only raised about 7 goo. Do not be fooled by Gu First Head or Lord Skycrane, both were special cases and were old monsters with centuries of accumulation. The amount of Gu worms possessed by Fang Yuan was 3 to 4 times more than normal Gu masters. More numbers meant huge economical burden on the Gu masters along with the pressure of managing and raising them. Fang Yuan may have chosen his Gu carefully with most of them being easy to raise, but with the limited goods and resources in the Tusset of Flower now, Fang Yuan was under a huge burden. Facing the brunt of this burden was the 4 flavors liquor worm as its food was fine liquors. There was a lot of wine stored in the Tusset of Flower, but it would only be able to support the 4 flavors liquor worm for half a year. I need to find new source of liquors within these 6 months, or I have no choice but to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back to liquor worm. Next was the plunder Gu. Plunder Gu's food was difficult to find and the amount of the food stored for it in the Tusset of Flower could only last for 5 months. Then, it was the Earth Communication Eargrass. Earth Communication Eargrass's food was ginseng roots, but thankfully there were a lot of it in the Tusset of Flower, enough to support it for a year. As for the Blood Skull Gu and Blood Moon Gu, both required blood which needed to be thawed out properly. And for the Yin-Yang Rotation Gu, if they were intact and formed a complete Taiji light sphere, they would be self-sufficient in feeding on the transformation of the Yin and Yang Qi. However, only Yang Gu was left now. Fang Yuan would need to take out some time to release it and let it absorb the Yang Qi in the air. Raising this Yang Gu was very important. Only with the Yang Gu could Fang Yuan suppress Bai Bing, gaining a cheap bodyguard and a guarantee for survival. This signified that Fang Yuan couldn't casually enter mountain and underground caves. If by any chance were he to be trapped in a special situation where Yang Qi wasn't available, the Yang Gu would die from starvation, and at that time, Bai Bing in all his fury and despair would become the greatest enemy to Fang Yuan. All in all, Fang Yuan was in an awkward situation now. He had a lot of high-ranked Gu in his possession, rank 3, rank 4, and even a rank 6 Gu. But the unfortunate thing was that he only had rank 1 cultivation at the moment. To him now, using the high-ranked Gu was quite troublesome and inconvenient. The more crucial point was that he seriously lacked Gu with healing and movement abilities. Now what I need to do is gather some wild Gu worms and resolve these issues. If only I get lucky and come across a suitable Gu. Being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish groups could be considered my good luck. But there is no way I could be so lucky every time. After Fang Yuan sorted out his thoughts, he slowly opened his eyes with a grave expression. When he had just opened his eyes, he saw Bai Bing walking over with a white eggshell on his hand. Look at this. I was just trying out the chainsaw golden centipede and drilled the ground, but to think there is an egg hidden under this beach. Too bad it was smashed by chainsaw golden centipede, Bai Bing said. This egg was the size of half of a wash basin, and the white eggshell was thoroughly smashed and only some yolk remained in it. Fang Yuan only took a glance at this eggshell before his expression turned tense. This is bad, this is the egg of a 6-foot crocodile. Is this beach a breeding ground for the 6-footed crocodiles? He quickly stood up. Quick, use the chainsaw golden centipede and check if there are more of such eggs in this beach. Bai Bing's gaze shook and pointed behind Fang Yuan. It's too late, look. Fang Yuan turned around and saw hundreds of dead logs floating towards the beach from the river. The dead logs came ashore and revealed their true forms. They were all enormous crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth and 3 pairs of feet. Right now, their bloodshot eyes were tightly staring at Bai Bing. 6-legged crocodile groups. Bai Bing subconsciously loosened her hand under the glares of the crocodiles. The white eggshell fell onto the sand, smashing further in the process, and what little yolk left in it seeped into the sand. Hiss! The 6-legged crocodiles hissed in rage before charging forward on their 6 legs towards the 2 youths. At the same time, in Qingmao Mountain, in the former site of Guyu village, snow covered everything and glaciers had formed everywhere. A group of people were standing on the snow like iron nails nailed into this white world. Father. Tai Ruanan kneeled down on the snow and shouted out her father's name with tears flowing down her face. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Shueleng had an intense battle with the Guyu first head, but when he was at death's door, he kept his daughter's safety in mind and sent out the mountain giant puppet Gu and Iron Fist grappling Gu. The mountain giant puppet Gu formed into a copper mask and covered Tai Ruanan's face, protecting her. The iron fist grappling Gu turned into a giant hand, taking her away from the mess at Qingmao Mountain. However, these two had already been infected by the blood frenzy Gu and had turned into a pool of blood not long after completing their tasks. Tai Ruanan rushed back to Qingmao Mountain in a crazed state, but on the way, she was besieged by a group of beasts. In the moment of her great danger, Tai family's reinforcements had arrived. They had come because of Tai Shueleng. Tai Shueleng always executed matters earnestly. Just to be safe, he had sent a letter for reinforcements to their clan. Tai Ruanan was able to rush here with the help of the reinforcements. However, the scene that appeared before her was a mountain filled with ice and snow where all the living beings were frozen, and there were no traces of her father. She and the Tai family reinforcements searched for several days and nights, before finally accepting the cruel reality. Divine Investigator had fallen, her father had died. Father! Tai Ruanan cried out with a hoarse voice filled with extreme sorrow like the wail of the wild goose. Chapter 203, each with their own objectives. Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of a man of the Tai family. Lady Ruanan, my condolences, a young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy grounds, Tai Ruanan kneeled as her crying voice became weaker, her shoulders shivering and her fists tightly clenched as the snow melted in her hands into water. The young Gu master frowned, continuing, throughout the past few days, we have scoured the entire battlefield. We saw some traces left behind, and it seems there were a few that managed to escape this battlefield. Divine Investigator's letter talked about the Blood Sea inheritance. I'm worried that the demonic Gu master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance might be among these survivors. When Tai Ruanan heard this, she stopped crying. She stood up from the icy ground as the freezing winds blew, her haggard face showing determination. The feud of killing my father is greater than anything. Whoever the killer is, I will definitely find out the truth. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but when she spoke, her gaze and tone became very determined. The young Gu master sighed, investigations definitely have to be done. Our Tai family people cannot die with injustice. But Lady Ruanan, you don't have to go. Before coming here, the clan leader already informed us to bring you back to the village safely. Tai Ruanan stared with wide-opened eyes. What, don't think of chasing me away. The young Gu master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky, there were several clouds floating. Tai Ruanan was about to argue some more, but suddenly her iris shrunk. You. Before she finished, her eyes closed and she laid on the snow softly, falling asleep. Guai. The young Gu master called. Here. I order your group to escort Lady Ruanan back safely. Yes. Guai hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me? I have to follow the Yellow Dragon River and chase after them, the young Gu master laughed arrogantly. The waters from the Yellow Dragon River raged on and winds blew as several hundred six-legged crocodiles ascended the beach, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a strong pressure in her heart. If it was before, this crocodile group was nothing to her. One iceblade storm and they would be finished. But now, she only had the Sky Canopy Gu and Chainsaw Golden Centipede, while also lacking the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Her blue irises quickly swept the environment as Bai Ningbing scolded, what a great place you chose. With three sides as cliffs, how can we escape? Why so frantic? It's only 100 beast group, not 1,001, otherwise we would be dead meat. 100 beast group means we still have a chance of survival, we can kill them all. Fang Yuan quickly kept his clothes, racks, metal pots and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan was extremely confident, causing Bai Ningbing's heart to feel slightly at ease. What are you staring at? Go kill them. Fang Yuan swept his gaze at her, urging, why else did I lend you Gu worms? Don't forget I have the Yang Gu. Bastard. Bai Ningbing stared in rage, her heart burning as she cursed. No one knew if she was scolding the six-legged crocodiles, Fang Yuan, or both. But no matter what, she held the chainsaw golden centipede and rushed up. Buzz buzz buzz. Razors rotated violently as the aggressiveness of a rank 3 goo worm appeared, causing the six-legged crocodile to halt in their steps. A group of ugly maggots. Bai Ningbing chuckled, rushing up and slashing. A six-legged crocodile was hit on its stomach, crying out as sparks flew, cut into two by the razors. Fresh blood spewed on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes, as she felt the stimulation of blood, and intention of battle appeared on her face. Swish swish swish. Chainsaw golden centipede hacked and slashed, like a tornado passing through. 20 or so six-legged crocodiles died in succession. The situation became better instantly, but Fang Yuan's expression grew dim, shouting loudly, "Avoid the six-legged crocodile's back, and attack their stomach." Ha ha ha, what an aggressive goo worm, much better than the iceblade goo. I like it. Bai Ningbing ignored him and laughed loudly. Even though she turned into a woman and was a jade beauty like an ice fairy, the moment she battled her male instincts would cause her to turn into a battle maniac. But eventually, her attacks started to become slower, and weaker. What's happening? Earlier, I could slash a six-legged crocodile in half, but now even after 3 hits, I can only severely injure it. Bai Ningbing raised the chainsaw golden centipede and looked, only to see that the razors were dented, and the sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart, immediately thinking of Fang Yuan's advice, clicking her tongue. A large six-legged crocodile rushed up to her and leapt. It opened its large, bloody mouth, covering Bai Ningbing with its shadow. You are looking for death. Bai Ningbing moved her tiny body, raising the chainsaw golden centipede and slashing at the six-legged crocodile's belly. Pew! After a light noise, the six-legged crocodile's belly was cut open, forming a severe injury. This unlucky six-legged crocodile was still in the air as a large amount of blood poured out from its wound, and its intestines fell out. With a plop, it landed on the beach, dyeing the sand red. Its body twitched a few times before it stopped moving completely. It was completely dead. So easy? Seeing such effectiveness, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in shock. Six-legged crocodile's back was tough as armor, but comparatively its belly was very soft. The white belly was their weakness. With 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was clear of such information. But Bai Ningbing was born on Qingmao Mountain, never being outside and only had narrow education, thus she did not know much. Hell! The crocodiles cried out. After tens of crocodiles were killed, the wild beasts were infuriated and started to turn wild under the threat of death. Countless red eyes stared at Bai Ningbing in hatred. Wild beasts had limited intelligence. The lightning lichen had human intelligence, but it was an exception among the many species of wild beasts. These wild beasts would always treat the most dangerous enemies as the biggest threat, and the first to eliminate. As for Fang Yuan, who stayed at the back, they ignored him. Come. Bai Ningbing moved forward instead. She was not someone stubborn, and after that hit, she immediately changed her tactics. The centipede tail stabbed onto the beach as its body shrunk, then expanded and slashed at the field with the razors. Six-legged crocodile's stomach were easily slashed, as blood and intestines spewed. Crocodiles after crocodiles fell as Bai Ningbing killed as she wished. At the rate this is going, the crocodile group will be nothing to be afraid of. What truly threatens me is not these beast groups, but Fang Yuan. As the situation turned better, Bai Ningbing considered in her heart, having second thoughts. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be restrained, and she had to obey Fang Yuan. But he was the Bai clan genius, thus there was great arrogance in his heart. How could he resign himself to this? If I slaughter Fang Yuan, will I be able to get that Yanggu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with coldness as a thought appeared in her mind. But once this thought emerged, it was rejected. She understood Fang Yuan like she understood herself. With Fang Yuan's personality, which was tough as steel, along with his ruthless methods and meticulous thoughts, if he really was going to die, he would destroy the Yanggu 100% of the time. There were no other possibilities. Moreover, I do not have a goo worm at all. Sky canopy goo, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own goo worms. Fang Yuan's lips curled, staring at the battlefield. Bai Ningbing's movements became slower while her eyes turned more shiny, and he saw all of it. Towards her little thoughts, Fang Yuan was crystal clear. He did not find it strange, he understood Bai Ningbing's predicament, he would have had the same thoughts if he was in that situation. They were both arrogant fellows, how could they submit to others and be another's puppet? But, situations surpass men, so what if it's a genius? He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan was confident, with such a strong bargaining chip in his hand, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly trapped in a net. It was natural to struggle at first, but eventually she would land in his palms, understanding the situation and becoming tamed, turning into a useful pawn piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodiles laid on this beach. Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, sweating profusely as her attacks slowed down. Out of stamina. Strength was always her weakness. When fighting Fang Yuan back then, many times did she have the disadvantage due to the strength of two boars. Now that she fought for an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, they did not sleep for almost 5 days when floating on the bamboo raft, and even after the rest, it was too short to recover. What caused her to be even more frustrated were those 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens moved along, causing her to feel very uncomfortable. Fang Yuan, are you not helping? She breathed roughly, calling. Saying so, she dodged the attack of a 6-legged crocodile narrowly, pressing on her weak knees and standing up. Fang Yuan said coldly, once I help, I will attract the attack of many 6-legged crocodiles. You want me to die? If I die, you will never get the Yanggu. 3 6-legged crocodiles approached and Bai Ningbing had no choice but to retreat. She was tired to the point of fainting as her stamina reached its limits, and she saw darkness in front of her. The chainsaw golden centipede appeared even more heavy, constantly dragging her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth, Fang Yuan, if I die, can you live? Rest assured, I am behind you. Fang Yuan rested his back on the cliff, as he willed and a blood moon goo flew out of his palm, flying towards Bai Ningbing. Take it, and use it well. Blood moon goo originated from moonlight goo, so Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. With just a few uses, she got used to it and the bright red moonblade stabilized the situation. But good situations did not last, and although Bai Ningbing regained her footing, her primeval essence was starting to become insufficient. Chapter 204, Carapace Goo and Crocodile Strength Goo. Ordinary Rank 3 Goo Masters, to deal with beast groups, they have to employ kiting tactics. Using primeval stones to recover their primeval essence, Bai Ningbing's method of facing them head-on and lasting until now, was already outstanding. If a Goo Master's primeval essence runs dry, their battle strength will drop down to rock bottom. Bai Ningbing started to look back at the cliff behind her, wondering if there was a way to escape. When she saw Fang Yuan's casual expression while he was leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage, scolding, Fang Yuan, I fight at the front lines, yet you watch the show behind me? Fang Yuan snorted, the former Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, the grand Bai Ningbing, can't even deal with 100 beast group? Bai Ningbing was exasperated, if you have the guts, then you go and fight. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, if I had rank 3 cultivation, it is enough to eliminate all these 6-legged crocodiles, why would I need you? Bai Ningbing breathed loudly, smoke coming out of her pores. Fang Yuan said seriously, Bai Ningbing, I can tell you're used to fighting without restraint. You are a former Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, but now that you are a grade with 90%, if you still keep fighting like that your primeval essence will definitely be insufficient. An outstanding Goo Master will use their primeval essence in the most efficient way, never wasting a drop. From now on, battle according to my instructions. Your fighting method is too crude, you have to be more meticulous now. Huh? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, my battle method isn't meticulous enough? Do you know how many times the clan leader and elders praised me, for being the #1 skillful fighter in Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of scrubs? Listen closely. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly 3 times, but Fang Yuan continued talking. His voice entered Bai Ningbing's ears. At first she was indifferent, but eventually, her expression changed. It went from disdain to seriousness, and finally, turning grave. Fang Yuan's words hit the nail right on the head. There was profound meaning in every word, perfectly describing her inability. This was the collection of his 500 years of life, the essence left behind through the accumulation of time. How could it not let this youngster, naive and innocent, be extremely shocked? Fang Yuan lived for 500 years, so he was as sly as a fox. His experience was something not even first-gen Guyu or Sky Crane Lord could match with. These 2 old geezers lived for almost 1,000 years, but most of their life was spent in deep sleep, retaining that last breath of theirs. Their true living phase was merely 200 to 300 years at most. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing upon hearing Fang Yuan's advice, would merely take it as a joke. She was a proud arrogant genius, even if she was shocked, she would not follow suit. But now, facing the crocodile's pressure, her body could not help but execute what he said, and it showed an immediately effect. 6-legged crocodiles continued to die, but her situation improved by leaps and bounds. Her primeval essence and stamina were depleted, but once she started using them carefully and reduced her meaningless attacks while increasing her attack effectiveness, it caused her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover amidst battle. 15 minutes later, after at least half the pack of 6-legged crocodiles were injured and over 200 corpses on the ground, they finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Soon after, a large body appeared from under the water. It had 2 rows of sharp blade-like teeth. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected Bai Ningbing's body as it emitted a cold-killing intent. This was the 6-legged crocodile king. 100-beast king level, Grand Crocodile King. Different from other 6-legged crocodiles, this crocodile king was larger like a yak, and it did not stand on 6 legs, but only moved with its 2 hind legs. It walked like humans, with a back as thick as a bear, and a scaly tail dragging a line across the beach. The other 4 feet that were free, were in a claw shape. Resembling 4 arms, they were thick and the muscles were tough as rocks. Bai Ningbing could not help but laugh bitterly. If she was fighting this 100-beast king alone, she could win. But now that she had undergone an intense battle and there was little primeval essence and stamina left in her, she could not deal with this 100-beast king who was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fang Yuan's voice came from behind her, "Catch." A blue and white light entered her aperture, turning into a lotus and rooting deep into her aperture sea. Immediately, her primeval sea level started rising. Bai Ningbing was surprised and overjoyed. "What goo is this?" "Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus," Fang Yuan said. "So this is the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. No wonder first-gen Guyu wanted it." Bai Ningbing sighed again, then scolded, "You have such a goo, why didn't you lend it to me earlier?" Fang Yuan chuckled, talking while minding his own business. "Thankfully this is only a 100-beast king. Remember, its weakness is that white skin near the chest." Saying so, his body faded like ripples on the water surface, and he slowly vanished. He activated the stealth scale goo. "Scheming and cunning," Bai Ningbing scolded, before focusing her gaze on the Grand Crocodile King. Only to see that on its chest, there was indeed a white skin, but it was only face-sized, and was protected by its 4 limbs. How could she strike that area easily? "Hell!" the Grand Crocodile King growled, before rushing at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only rely on herself and roll around desperately, evading the hits and flicking her wrist at the same time. Chainsaw Golden Centipede smashed on the Grand Crocodile King's back. Sparks flew as the Chainsaw Golden Centipede was rebounded, almost causing Bai Ningbing to trip from the impact. There was a white scratch on the Grand Crocodile King's back armor, but other than that it was unfazed. "Hell!" It swung its tail, and winds flew. Bai Ningbing only saw a black whip approaching, thick, large and long. She could not evade it, so she was only able to activate the sky canopy goo. With a bang, she was sent flying, landing tens of meters away. Afterwards, she slammed on the tough sturdy cliff walls. Bai Ningbing was in so much pain until she drew a deep breath. Sky Canopy Gu is a rank 3 Gu, having great defense, but it could not reduce the force from impacts. Bam bam bam. The Grand Crocodile King's thick strong legs left a strong imprint on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone, seeing the Grand Crocodile King's attack. She did not move. The Grand Crocodile King came crashing with its imposing aura, flashing its claws. If it was any other person, they would be scared shitless or run away in fear, but Bai Ningbing was after all Bai Ningbing, possessing an iron will. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Seeing the Grand Crocodile King was near, at the final moment, Bai Ningbing leapt. Bam! She narrowly evaded the Grand Crocodile King, and the latter crashed into the cliff walls, as large amount of debris fell and buried it. A beast is a beast after all. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, about to chase after it, but suddenly thought of something and stopped. The next moment, the Grand Crocodile King's tail swept and sent the debris flying all over the place. Bai Ningbing observed silently, and a moment later the Crocodile King finally got free. It was in a desperate state. Half its teeth were broken and blood flowed out of its nostrils, its golden pupils also turned red. It growled furiously at the sky and lowered its body, rushing towards Bai Ningbing at an even faster speed. Bai Ningbing retreated, smiling as she dodged. Bam! With a huge bang, the cliff walls collapsed, and smoke flew everywhere. An hour later, the injured Grand Crocodile King covered its white skin in futile, as blood continued to ooze out of its wounds. Soon after, it plopped on the ground, on the beach that was completely wrecked by the battle. This blood moon goo is pretty useful, huh? With that bleeding effect, I can kill that Grand Crocodile King so easily. Bai Ningbing looked at the red moon insignia, thinking in her mind. After the Crocodile King died, the remaining 106-legged crocodiles lost their drive and morale, escaping into the river one by one. Finally over. Bai Ningbing shook the chainsaw golden centipede on her hand away, sitting on the beach in exhaustion. Fang Yuan's figure came out of the shade, squatting at the Crocodile King's corpse and searching. Found it. When he took back his hand, there was 1 gu in each of his palms. Bai Ningbing, seeing this, breathed heavily in anger. She fought so intensely with the Crocodile King, finally killing it and chasing the crocodile group away. But the unscathed Fang Yuan came out to collect the battle rewards instead. Fang Yuan took a close look. These 2 gu, one was almost dying, but still struggling. It had a turtle shell, around palm size, but its protruding surface was covered in crocodile scales. The Carapace gu. Another was uninjured, but was not moving at all, letting Fang Yuan squish it with his fingers. The Crocodile strength gu. It was very small, smaller than a finger. It was like a mini crocodile, with head, body, and tail, but did not have any legs. Both the Carapace gu and the Crocodile strength gu were rank 2 gu worms. Normally, 100 Beast Kings have rank 2 gu living in them. In the 1000 Beast King, there was rank 3, and in the Myriad Beast King there was rank 4. As I expected. Fang Yuan, seeing the 2 gu, did not feel strange. He was experienced, and after observing the battle, he had seen through the Crocodile King's abilities. Immediately, he leaked a little of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and refined these 2 gu with his primeval essence instantly. The Carapace gu flew to Fang Yuan's back, forming a large-scale insignia, like a tattoo. It extended from Fang Yuan's shoulder to his waist, covering his entire back. As with the name, it was a gu that could enhance the defense of a gu master's back. Crocodile strength gu turned into a dim yellow light, entering Fang Yuan's aperture. It was similar to the black and white boar gu, able to increase the gu master's strength permanently, by the strength of a crocodile. It had high market value, normally a precious gu worm without any available in the market. This again, instantly refining a gu worm. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing could not continue but be furious, as her pupils dilated to pin size. When she fought Fang Yuan earlier, she found this secret. Back at the clan, she searched the records and checked up on some assistance-type gu that can achieve this effect. But at this moment, as she witnessed the scene again, she felt that the truth might be different. This guy has so many trump cards. Sky Canopy Gu, Blood Moon Gu and Chainsaw Golden Centipede aside, but even the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. His battle tactics are also completely superior to the clan's teachings. Also, what Gu did he use earlier? Thinking of this, a cold chill went down by Ningbing's spine. Chapter 205, Sleeping in the Treetop Roar. The sky was getting darker as the river surged and ebbed. At dusk, the beach was colored red with crocodile blood, and hundreds of six-legged crocodile corpses were lying all around two youths. From beside one particular gigantic crocodile corpse, Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He did not have any thoughts of fleeing when the six-legged crocodile groups had attacked. Although he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, he had Bai Ningbing who was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. Her cultivation base added with his rank 3 Gu worms, were more than enough to annihilate 100 beast group. On one hand, he was in need of an external force like the six-legged crocodile groups to oppress Bai Ningbing and also take the chance to train her. On another hand, he also needed to find suitable Gu worms for himself. I might only be at rank 1 initial stage, but with my great aptitude and Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my primeval essence recovery speed is fast enough to let me use rank 2 Gu worms. But what a pity that both the Crocodile Strength Gu and Carapace Gu aren't really ideal for me, Fang Yuan sighed as he pondered in his mind. Sky Canopy Gu was a rank 3 defensive Gu which he lent to Bai Ningbing. Now, he needed a suitable defensive Gu for himself. However, the Carapace Gu's defensive area was too small in that it could only defend his back. And even though Crocodile Strength Gu was a precious Gu, Fang Yuan already had the strength of 2 boars, strengthening further would instead harm him. Below rank 6, Gu masters only possessed a mortal body which had a limit in how much it could endure and couldn't be strengthened continuously. Fang Yuan already used the black and white boar Gu to remodel his body and increase his fundamental strength. Using the Crocodile Strength Gu would surpass what his body could endure and would only harm him. That is to say, unless he found other Gu worms which could supplement for the Crocodile Strength Gu, he would be committing a suicidal act by using it. In the inheritance inside Bai Gu Mountain, there is a Jade Bone Gu which can increase the strength of the Gu master's bones. After using this Gu, there would be no problem in using the Crocodile Strength Gu. However, there is still quite a distance from Bai Gu Mountain and it will take at least 10-15 days. Fang Yuan gazed at southeast direction, then he willed and summoned the Crocodile Strength Gu. He gave the Crocodile Strength Gu to Bai Ningbing, and at the same time, called back the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Use this Crocodile Strength Gu, it will let you gain the strength of a crocodile. The process will be a bit tough, but it should be done after you repeatedly activate it for a month, Fang Yuan instructed. Bai Ningbing nodded, she was inwardly happy. With the Crocodile Strength Gu, she could make up for her weak strength. She had looked for such a Gu back when she was in Bai Clan, but she had no luck in finding such Gu. To think that she unexpectedly found the Gu which she had always wanted out in the wild. Dangers lurked everywhere when Gu masters journeyed outside, but at the same time, there were plenty of opportunities. Let's go, the blood odor here is too concentrated and will definitely attract the wild beasts. The cliff is also almost collapsed, it will be dangerous to camp here. Bai Ningbing approved of Fang Yuan's proposal. But before leaving, Fang Yuan gathered as much of the crocodile blood and flesh as he could and stored them in the tusita flour. Crocodile Strength Gu's food was crocodile flesh. And the fresh crocodile blood could be used to feed the Blood Skull Gu and Blood Moon Gu. The sun had already completely disappeared into the horizon and the night fell. Numerous stars could be vaguely seen in the sky. The cliff had collapsed by the Grand Crocodile King's attack, becoming easier to climb. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing climbed the cliff, a dense jungle welcomed them. The jungle seemed to continue on and on, touching the shadows of the faraway mountains. Furthermore, the depths of the jungle were covered in deep darkness, concealing unknown dangers and beasts. Chichihuhao. A series of odd noises sounding like the cries of birds or the howling of the apes, resounded in the two youths' ears. The two glanced at each other, realizing that the dangers lurked everywhere in the jungle. More so during the night time, where there were scarce light, the jungle became more dangerous than during daytime. They had no other choices, however. Let's go, Fang Yuan hinted at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing grinded her teeth, but she had no choice other than to drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening a path for Fang Yuan. The trees in this jungle were at least 4 meters tall. And being close the river, the air was filled with moisture and the soil was much softer than normal soil. Under this warm and moist atmosphere, moss grew wildly, spreading over the ground, rocks, and tree trunks. The darkness deepened and the chillness increased as the deeper they went into the jungle. Fang Yuan was still in a better condition. Bai Ningbing, however, shivered from cold. She had just engaged in an intense battle, and her whole body was soaked with sweat. Right now, as the chill invaded her body, she naturally felt much more cold. Hey, how about making a fire and warming ourselves first? Bai Ningbing spoke while scouting in front. Her voice echoed within the jungle, making the quietness of the jungle even more prominent. Warm ourselves? Haha. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't you feel that this jungle is too quiet? Let's stop and check the trees in front. Bai Ningbing slowed down her steps and concentrated. The trees in front of them were short and thick, with twisted roots that spread over on the ground. The ends of the branches all grew out into vines like green pythons, either coiling around each other or dropping down into the ground. The tip of the vines were like Venus flytrap or like mussels with open shells, quietly waiting for the prey. Beast trap tree. Bai Ningbing thought of what he had learned in the academy and recognized this tree. This tree was carnivorous, and the ends of its branches had softened down to become vines with only 2 leaves on the ends. The leaves were wide and big, and would normally remain open like a giant open mouth. However, once a prey walks close, the vines would shoot like a snake and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey. Afterward, the tree would secrete acidic liquid and melt down the prey over the course of tens of days or even months, before absorbing it. Bai Ningbing counted the amount of beast trap trees in front of him. There were at least 30 to 40. There were some distance between each trees, upon which grew ordinary trees. This is the area of beast trap trees. No wonder it was so quiet with no signs of any living creatures. But it isn't a problem, I can forcefully open up a path with a rank 3 Gu, Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. We need a safe campsite right now, and from how I see it, this area of beast trap trees looks pretty good. We might not necessarily find a safer place to spend the night in this dense jungle if we charge through this area. Bai Ningbing couldn't help opening up her eyes wide when she heard what was said. In this place? These beast trap trees are safer? Fang Yuan glanced at her, but didn't explain. Instead he turned around and walked back through the way they had come. Bai Ningbing grinded her teeth. Yang Gu was with Fang Yuan, so she had no choice but to follow Fang Yuan back to the beach. Fang Yuan chose 2 sturdy crocodile corpses and opened up their cut bellies. He removed the internal organs and cleaned it thoroughly before dragging the corpses back to the jungle. You are actually thinking of? Bai Ningbing was smart, and as she saw this, she already could vaguely guess Fang Yuan's motive. She couldn't help but be amazed by Fang Yuan's creativity. Humans are above all creatures, having unbound wisdom, thinking up odd ways to survive is normal. We will sleep inside these today, Fang Yuan said, and after explaining what to do, he entered inside a crocodile belly. The next moment, he rolled inside and got closer to a beast trap tree in the 6-legged crocodile's body. Swish! The nearest vine pounced, as swift as the wind. The huge open 2 leaves swallowed the whole crocodile corpse in one bite and then firmly closed together. Following next, the vines twisted and gently supported the heavy leaves to the treetop. Go to sleep, we still need to continue on our journey tomorrow. The leaves on the treetop shook for a moment before Fang Yuan's voice traveled out. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck on the spot, watching this scene with open mouth. She came to her senses only after a long while. The darkness completely enveloped the land, and the night wind gently blew and passed through the jungle, producing sounds like that of a sob. Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth, and just like how Fang Yuan demonstrated, she drilled into the crocodile belly and rolled towards a beast trap tree. Almost immediately, she felt the attack of an external force, causing the whole crocodile body to shake for a while. After the shaking, she sensed herself slowly rising up. Finally, the force lifting her stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying inside the crocodile's belly, and the crocodile belly was lying flat inside the leaves. She gazed outside and her sight passed through the small crack in the closed leaves, landing upon the many stars in the sky. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and the stars were shining brightly like mischievous kids winking at her. The sky is filled with stars, our luck is good, the weather is going to be good tomorrow. Fang Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply, she moved her body to get into a more comfortable position. However, she still felt cold due to the ice-cold crocodile body. At this moment, she got a whiff of a fragrant scent. Bai Ningbing wasn't surprised as Fang Yuan had already explained this to her. This was the acidic liquid being released by the beast trap tree. However, this acidic liquid would need at least 3 months to melt the crocodile body. Hence, hiding inside the crocodile body was very safe for the moment. Oh right, I better use the crocodile strength goo first and then sleep. Bai Ningbing thought inwardly, but her eyelids seemed to be as heavy as a mountain, gradually shutting close. The next moment, she was in a deep sleep. She was too tired. First it was continuously drifting for 5 days and 5 nights, then it was the intense battle with the crocodile groups. And in the battle, she had surpassed her physical limits and unearthed a part of her potential. Maybe it was because she had turned into a female, the pressure from Fang Yuan intentionally or otherwise, it made her exhausted in both body and mind. Fang Yuan, however, wasn't asleep. From within the crocodile body, he called out the tusset of flour and took out some cotton clothes and cloak. He then divided these into 2 parts, one part for a cushion under his body, another part for covering his body. Although he tossed around, this layer of preparation immediately brought him some warmth. Under the cage of the leaves, the crocodile body changed into a pleasant hotbed. Fang Yuan still had some energy left. He closed his eyes and fell into meditation, using his primeval essence to nurture his aperture. He might have no liquor worm to upgrade his primeval essence, but with the assistance of heavenly essence treasure lotus and his great aptitude, the amount of time he could nurture his aperture increased by a great amount. The primeval sea was turbulent, rising and falling as its waves cleansed the aperture walls. Every time the primeval essence was consumed, it would be immediately replenished. Even continuing to nurture the aperture for a whole night wouldn't be able to exhaust the primeval essence. However, Fang Yuan did not do such a thing, for nurturing the aperture couldn't replace sleep. He stopped cultivating after midnight and went to sleep. He was a light sleeper and was able to hear the vague sounds of the wind and the howling of beasts in his sleep. Many wild beasts were attracted to the odor of the blood in the beach and trudged through the jungle towards it. And when they passed through this area of trees, they were captured by the beast trap trees. Chapter 206, Becoming the Leader. The sun hung brightly in the blue skies and white clouds. Sunlight shone on the land as Yellow Dragon River flowed, with a dense forest beside the river, forming an ocean of greenery. On the beast trap tree's crown, vines hung as 8 or 9 leaves formed a cage, like a gathering of seashells standing tall. Suddenly among one of the cages, there was intense shaking. Pew! A bright red moon blade shot out from there, tearing the leaves apart. A young girl in light-colored clothing, shrouded in a white-colored armor on her body, emerged from the leaf cage. She was agile, her feet landing on some branches on the trees, moving quickly as she jumped down, eventually landing safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. Throughout the process, the beast trap tree did not move, as if it was dead. Bai Ningbing looked at this beast trap tree, thinking of what Fang Yuan had said to her the previous night. Towards any prey that escaped, the beast trap tree will not attack further. Because any prey that can escape, is not something the tree can deal with. Even without intelligence, the instinct of the beast trap tree can allow it to adapt and survive better in the wild. Achoo! Bai Ningbing could not help but sneeze. As she rubbed her nose, she observed the surrounding and checked out her location. In this beast-trapped forest, most leaf cages were hanging high up in the tree crown like shiny green seashells. It seems that the blood smell on the beach has attracted many wild beasts. The beast trap tree had a great harvest last night, Bai Ningbing thought in her heart as she stretched her limbs, cracking her neck. She had an uncomfortable sleep last night. The crocodile's corpse was hard and tough. Coupled with the cold night, although she was extremely tired, she was woken up by the cold several times. Thus, with huge eye bags, she was in a bad condition mentally. But after cultivating for a while, her stamina had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she was standing in an area with sunlight, using the sunlight to dispel the coldness in her body. Bai Ningbing, let me out. A voice was heard, none other than Fang Yuan. He did not need to use the earth-hearing communication grass to notice the commotion. Bai Ningbing glanced at another beast trap tree. On this tree crown, the leaf cage that had captured Fang Yuan was still at the same spot. She laughed inwardly, not replying, instead closing her eyes and resting while bathing in the sunlight, delaying on purpose. 15 minutes later, she shot out a blood-colored moonblade, cutting the vines apart. The seashell-like leaves scattered on the ground as they tore and dispersed. Bai Ningbing slowly walked over, using another blood moonblade, cutting the leaves as Fang Yuan moved his way out of the cage. What's with the delay? I woke up ages ago, and even managed to cultivate for a while. Fang Yuan's face was gleaming, looking extremely refreshed. The clothes and cloak that he took out last night had already been kept. Bai Ningbing snorted. Fang Yuan's current situation was beyond her expectations. She had thought that Fang Yuan would be like her, not being able to sleep while feeling hungry and cold. Thus she delayed his release, trying to torture him. But to think that his condition was at its peak. It's getting late, we have to start moving. Let's eat first. Fang Yuan shot out the 2 seed of flour, taking out the coal stone, iron rack, iron pot, water bottle and dried biscuits etc. He moved quickly, cooking a pot of meat stew in a short while. Next he searched around, finding a large number of mushrooms under the cover of the beast trap tree. These tree shrooms were long, dry and thin, looking dark purple or black. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan as he put these into the pan, questioning, wild vegetation cannot be eaten without caution, they might be poisonous. Yup, you're right. Fang Yuan nodded. Then don't eat. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, if you get poisoned, I do not have a healing goo worm. Fang Yuan indifferently took out a ladle, drinking a huge mouthful of meat soup under Bai Ningbing's close watch. Bai Ningbing snorted. Only until Fang Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of soup did she assure herself that there was no danger in the soup. After drinking from the ladle, her eyes shone. Compared to yesterday, this stew had a much fresher and sweeter flavor. She directed her gaze towards the tree shrooms in the soup. Evidently, the difference was due to these mushrooms. She could not help but look at Fang Yuan as he sat on a rock, drinking soup with his head lowered as he ate the dry biscuits, full of vigor. Although their sleeping condition was the same, Bai Ningbing compared it to her own pathetic state and felt a trace of admiration towards Fang Yuan in her heart, no matter how much she denied it. Of course, if she knew that Fang Yuan had secretly taken out his cloak and clothes to keep warm, then she would have had a different feeling altogether. Fang Yuan felt her gaze landing on him. But he did not raise his head, only smiling lightly, pretending he did not notice it and continued eating. Ever since Qingmao Mountain where Bai Ningbing resolutely saved him, Fang Yuan felt that pure demonic nature in her. Demons are crazy, impervious to reason, adamantly walking on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature gave Fang Yuan some ideas on how to make use of her. But this person, Bai Ningbing, was also complex. On one hand, she was too tender. After getting new life and solving the problem of the northern dark eye soul physique, she did not want to give up anymore, enjoying life and not resolving to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature made her pursue excitement, thus having a completely unrestrained personality. She did not fear death, and if death was exciting enough, she would chase after it. Such a person is like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, carrying an unrestrained nature, and whose wildness was untamable. She had her own path, her own ambitions and aspirations. Bai Ningbing had not fully grown into a demon lord, she was merely a demon child now. But this true demon will never change her path, and her direction cannot be altered, and she definitely will not submit to anyone. True demons are only loyal to themselves, moving in the darkness alone, walking their own paths. True demons will admire other people, but they will never submit. A true demon is the lord of their own, the supreme existence. Fang Yuan understood Bai Ningbing because Fang Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting does not mean she couldn't be subdued. While not able to change her path, it does not mean she cannot be used. If Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he would not need her. But with only rank 1 initial stage now, Bai Ningbing's value was great. Of course, wanting to subdue her and make use of her, some efforts needed to be put in. Bai Ningbing was smart and arrogant, and could not be forced. Only through some small matters, or external influence to exert pressure on her, can she slowly be tamed. Secretly taking out clothes to keep warm, was not because Fang Yuan is petty. Earlier Bai Ningbing purposely delayed the time, and Fang Yuan did not pursue it, it is not because he is magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing, I need to spend a lot of time. But I'm in no rush, let's take it slow, I need time to recover my cultivation. After the two ate, it was near noon already. On the ground, there were footprints of wild beasts all over. The two continued moving, as Bai Ningbing paved the way towards the southeast direction. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier there were only beast trap trees around 3 to 4 meters tall, but gradually, they became 5 to 6 meters tall, and at times there were 7 to 8 meter tall king trees, like a crane among a flock of chicken. Of course there were also dying tree branches that had fallen onto the ground, filled with green moss. Or at some areas, there were budding leaves, or broken wood, split apart by lightning, showing the fury of the heavens. These great beings grew in close proximity in this area, shrouding the heavens. The deeper one went, the colder it got. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lustrous tree leaves, and only a tiny ray could penetrate, creating large shadows in the forest. The wind blew, and the tree leaves made a swish sound, as shadows moved like shattered gold. In the forest, not all was peaceful. At times, there would be deer, foxes, rabbits, and other animals moving around. Most were birds, all sorts of birds, either in groups of 3s or 5s, or a large flock flying in the sky. Others stood on tree branches as they sang out in harmony. Sometimes, there would be the roaring of tigers from far away. The two moved and stopped, relying on the earth-hearing communication grass to avoid many dangers. But some areas could not be avoided, thus Bai Ningbing's battle strength was needed to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation is already sufficient to deal with problems in the wild. Night descended again, and Fang Yuan found a safe camping spot, it was a stone hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired, falling asleep immediately even on the rough sharp rocks. On the second day when she woke up, her body ached all over and even her head could not rotate properly, having gotten a stiff neck. Her sneezing also became more frequent, it was obvious she caught a cold. Fang Yuan took all these into consideration as they continued on their journey. They moved extremely slowly, because there was no movement-type Gu to travel. Previously, Fang Yuan used the thousandly earthwolf spider and Bai Ningbing used the white form immortal snake Gu. Both were mobile Gu that were rank 5. Unfortunately one died and the other escaped. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry, his cultivation was weak and he needed time to cultivate. Every time there was a break when they traveled in the day, even during rest he would grab every second to cultivate. At night, he would cultivate into late night. A few days later, Bai Ningbing got sick, catching a cold. Her head hurt and her battle strength fell rapidly, also getting a fever. Fang Yuan had to stop and use the medicine in the tusita flower on her, as well as some medical paste to apply on her body. Although they were burning on the skin, they helped to remove the chill in her body. Only after resting for 6 days did Bai Ningbing recover. This illness was a huge lesson to her. During the period, she was drowsy and barely had any strength in her body, not even able to apply the paste herself. It was Fang Yuan who helped her. If not for Fang Yuan, I'd be in a critical position this time. After Bai Ningbing recovered, she sighed inwardly. Not matter how much she did not want to agree with it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was tough and was very aggressive. But after this matter, she became much quieter, often keeping silent. At times, she could go for half a day without speaking. The less she spoke, the more Fang Yuan led and his authority rose. This way, he slowly became the leader among the two. Chapter 207, Xian Yuan Divine Pheasant. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing grew thinner, but her body radiated a strong elite aura. Her concentration was better, and her blue eyes shone with brilliance as she observed around. Undeniably, she had adjusted to this primal life, and learnt much from this experience. Fang Yuan knew, although Bai Ningbing was solemn, it does not mean she admitted defeat. Her heart was motivated to learn seriously and try hard to adapt. At times, she would refute some of Fang Yuan's ideas, and although they were still rather shallow, she had gone past her initial naivety. Fang Yuan could feel Bai Ningbing improving by the day. But this situation was not unexpected. To subdue Bai Ningbing, it was not easy. Any true demon would have the spirits to resist greatly. Under the blazing sun, the two hid in the shaded forest as they carefully observed the mountain valley. In the valley, there was a huge crocodile, sleeping peacefully. A lava crocodile. The size of 3 elephants placed together. Its body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick strong legs support its humongous body. A crocodile tail glowed in a metallic luster as it reached almost 10 meters tall. Most importantly, on its back there are 2 lumps, like 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 columns of black smoke rose from the lumps, varying in intensity. This lava crocodile is a 1,000-beast king. To eliminate it, the risk is too great. Bai Ningbing stared with wariness. On a 1,000-beast king, there are rank 3 wild gu worms. Together with the beast king's strong body physique, even rank 3 peak stage gu masters would have difficulty finding victory in a 1v1. Great risks, greater rewards. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. Crocodile strength gu needs crocodile meat to feed on. We have less than half left now. Let's test out this crocodile's strength first. Fang Yuan said. Lava crocodile lived underground in groups. Only the beast king have the strength to get to the surface and breathe in fresh air, enjoying the sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, standing up. After getting the crocodile strength gu, she had been using it. Now her strength was greatly increased, but there was still a distance from the strength of one crocodile. The increment was not completely done yet. The lava crocodile was asleep, but when Bai Ningbing got around 50 steps away from it, it opened its red golden eyes. Plop! It supported its body as it turned its head, 2 gushes of hot air coming out from its nose. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn, activating the canopy gu, but still feeling a strong feeling of heated air gushing at her face. She did not take out the chainsaw golden centipede, but shot out the blood moonblade. The rank 3 moonblade hit the back of the lava crocodile, shaving off some scales and succeeded in angering the lava crocodile king. It aimed accurately at Bai Ningbing, opening its huge mouth and shooting out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a stone mill. Bai Ningbing did not dare to take it head-on, and dodged. Bam! Lava fireball drew an arc in the sky, landing on the mountain rocks. In an explosion, shards of mountain rocks flew apart as the flames burnt. A small-sized mushroom cloud floated into the sky before dissipating. At the explosion area, a huge crater was created, and inside fresh lava was still flowing as they slowly cooled down. Rank 3 lava explosion gu. Fang Yuan, seeing this, concluded in his heart. Few minutes later, Fang Yuan threw down a rope from above the cliff, and pulled Bai Ningbing up. Lava crocodile king growled several times, but did not give chase. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figure vanished as it continued to lay on the ground, enjoying its sunbath once again. This is because Bai Ningbing's attacks were merely probing. The lava crocodile king did not find her a threat, only thinking that she was an intruding wild beast, thus chasing her away. This is a lava crocodile king, with 3 gu worms inside it. 1 lava explosion goo, 1 flame stomach goo, and 1 accumulating ash goo. All 3 are rank 3 goo worms. Covering attack, defense, and healing, all 3 basic aspects are assured. Leaving the valley, Fang Yuan concluded what he observed. Bai Ningbing frowned deeply. She herself had probed earlier, and knew that to kill this crocodile king, it was extremely difficult and was near impossible. Never mind that lava explosion goo, even the flame stomach goo's defense cannot be broken by blood moon goo. Only the chainsaw golden centipede can do it when it gets close. But if we really did that to destroy the flame stomach, the centipede would be crippled as well. These days, after using it to kill enemies, the razors were already in bad shape. Plus, even if we break the defenses, there is still the accumulating ash goo that can heal the crocodile king. Its stamina is definitely greater than both of us combined. In a battle of attrition we would definitely lose. Most importantly, it can burrow underground and go back to its nest. We cannot stop it from leaving. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Your analysis is right, but I want to kill it even more now. Since ash goo that eats ashes is food, it is easy to feed. It is also very suitable as our healing goo worm. Although the goo worm is good, we need to live to enjoy it. Although you have the yang goo, don't think of manipulating me, ordering me to risk my life in such a combat, Bai Ningbing snorted. We cannot fight it head-on, but we can use intelligence. Never mind about other wild beasts, but this lava crocodile king, we can use it to attract other beast kings and cause them to fight among themselves, and then reap the rewards from it, Fang Yuan said as he did not wish to give up due to difficulty. Creating a miracle out of the impossible, it was his favorite thing to do. If it was any other wild beast, unless they just migrated and arrived, they would have their respective territories. Among themselves, they would know each other's existence and would not cause any infighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. It normally lived underground, and sometimes came to the surface to breathe fresh air. Like the fish deep in the sea, jumping out of the surface of the water. Their existence was not known by other beast kings, they are like illegal immigrants. Unless it was a beast king like the lightning lichen, most did not have high intelligence. Once a beast king is lured over, they would feel threatened by one another and begin an intense battle. Once they both got injured, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to rob the owner when his house is on fire. Fang Yuan's words caused Bai Ningbing's eyes to shine. She nodded. We do not have a movement-type goo, thus this plan is risky. But compared to fighting the lava crocodile king head-on, we have greater hopes of success. We can give this a try. Like human society, among wild beasts, they each have their own territories. Stronger beast kings led beast groups and occupied areas with abundant resources. Just like how a human clan would occupy a spirit spring. Among forces, they would have interactions, and as long as they ventured into other areas, they would have some findings. The next 5 days, Bai and Fang used the lava crocodile as the focal point as they searched around. The northwest direction which they came from did not need more scouting. Looping around the valley, towards the southeast direction, they found a white ape gang. The leader was an old white ape, 1,000 beast king. A white ape's speed was fast, and if it was lured, the two would definitely get caught up and be surrounded. Thus, they had to give up their plans here. At the southwest direction, it was a rotting swamp. The smell was overbearing. This is the world of the poison. The poisonous snake lay below the roots of the tree, as fist-sized poisonous bees flew around in groups, and large spiders' webs had black spiders around the size of a face. From the center of the swamp, there was frog screeching. Fang Yuan deduced that it was a healing goo that was the lord of this swamp, poison-swallowing toad. It was rank 4, having a small body and fed on poison as food. If a goo master is poisoned, activating it to absorb the poison would result in a healing effect. Its speed was bad, but entering the deep parts of the swamp and luring it out is harder. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have any healing goo. If they were bitten by a poisonous creature, it would result in much trouble. Furthermore, finding a tiny poison-swallowing frog in a large swamp was extremely difficult. The two finally moved towards the northeast direction, finding a beehive as huge as a house. Inside there was a large number of a terrifying insect group, the frenzy needlebee. These bees were even greater trouble. Frenzy needlebee, once becoming a Gu, had the ability to penetrate all things. That is to say, even with Bai Ningbing's sky canopy Gu protection, it would be pierced by the rank 3 frenzy needles. The winds howled in the night. Winds blew into the mountain caves as the campfire flickered in response. This was a small mound, and a cave was found inside. This cave did not have an optimum location. First, it did not face against the wind, thus winds blew into the cave and caused it to be very moist. Next, the top was not covered, like a well, as the stars in the skies could be seen. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were solemn, sitting around the fire. Fang Yuan was expressionless while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. These few days we explored the surroundings completely. Although your idea is great, we have no suitable targets. It seems we can only give up on the lava crocodile king. Plans are made by men, but success is decided by the heavens. We have insufficient strength, thus we can only rely on luck for some things. Never mind, I still wanted to raise the crocodile strength Gu, but it seems we cannot kill the lava crocodile king. Tomorrow we will set off, and continued towards Bai Gu mountain. Fang Yuan nodded helplessly. But at this time, suddenly from the outside, the lava crocodile king's furious growls could be heard. What happened? It is that lava crocodile king. The two made eye contact as they left the cave, looking towards a faraway place. Only to see that in the valley, rainbow colors were shining as the flames burnt brightly, giving off an imposing aura. In the brilliant rainbow light, a pheasant as large as a mountain showed its body. Its crown shone like gold, erecting highly. The feathers on its body shone in all colors, changing all the time and giving an out-of-this-world brilliance. Oh no, it is the Shan Yuan divine pheasant, a myriad beast king-level bird. The lava crocodile king is done for, Fang Yuan said immediately. Shan Yuan divine pheasant? Bai Ningbing was perturbed. This is a lone traveling myriad beast king, able to fly in the skies, only landing to find food. Divine pheasant is low in numbers, they have all sorts of rainbow goo in their bodies. Once they battle, the skies would be filled with rainbow lights, shining in 5 to 7 different lights. Sigh, we can't get the lava crocodile king anymore. Let's hurry in, this divine pheasant is extremely sharp-eyed like an eagle. If it finds us and comes for the killing, we would be in great trouble. Saying so, Fang Yuan retreated into the cave. Bai Ningbing bit her lips as she followed closely behind. Chapter 208, Escape. An hour later, the lava crocodile king cried out one last time before it went silent. Soon after, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan heard the sound of the Shan Yuan divine pheasant pecking its food. But Shan Yuan divine pheasant's appetite was huge, and one lava crocodile king could not satisfy its hunger. This night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the lava crocodile king's cries, they heard the white ape screaming, the poison-swallowing toad screech, and the fluttering of the bee groups. Most importantly, there was the Shan Yuan divine pheasant's loud cry. Only until evening did the Shan Yuan divine pheasant fly into the skies, drawing a rainbow behind its path. Seeing the trail of the rainbow disappearing in the sky, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing finally dared to walk out of the cave. The two came to the original valley. The valley was completely wrecked, half destroyed. The lava crocodile king laid belly side up on the ground, as dead as it could be. Its stomach was pried open by the Shan Yuan divine pheasant, and the flesh and intestines within were all eaten. Only its remaining skeleton, held together by the dark red crocodile skin, was left. The two searched for a while. They soon found a red glass fragment. This was the remains of the flame stomach goo. Evidently, the lava crocodile king activated the flame stomach goo for defense, but it was forcefully defeated by the Shan Yuan divine pheasant, causing the flame stomach goo to be destroyed. As for the other two goo, lava explosion and accumulating ash goo, they were nowhere to be found. This was nothing strange. Once the host dies, the goo worms inhabiting the wild beasts' bodies will leave and roam around like they've lost their homes. Accumulating ash goo was a very ideal healing goo, perfect for Fang Yuan's situation. But things did not go according to one's will most of the time. Not obtaining the accumulating ash goo was within Fang Yuan's expectations. But, they did not return empty-handed. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant ate most of the corpse, but left behind some scraps that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing could take. After working for an afternoon, they finally cut out all the meat and stored it in the tusita flour. These crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile strength goo for 3 months. Let's explore other areas. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came to the territory of the white apes. The dense forest earlier had white ape groups playing and swinging around. But now everywhere there was broken trees, with white ape limbs in the mix. Some old, crippled or young apes defended the corpses of their kin as they cried out loud, the entire forest covered in an atmosphere of sadness and devastation. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant had caused a catastrophe to this 1,000-beast group the night before. Right now only 200 or 300 were left, and the last few hundred beast king white apes were all injured. Bai Ningbing stared with shining eyes. Right now the white ape group is at their weakest. Shall we attack? Fang Yuan stopped her. Not that he pitied these white apes, but knew that in a way, they were even more dangerous now. An army burning with righteous indignation is bound to win. Don't mess with these white apes. Once you do, they'll attack in rage, relentlessly attacking until we're dead. Those few hundred beast kings, although they are injured, it is not something you can deal with alone. Bai Ningbing, hearing so, looked at Fang Yuan before giving up on her plan to attack. The two moved towards the southwest area, towards the rotten swamp. The swamp had turned into a completely different site, ravaged by the Xian Yuan divine pheasant. Their living environment had been greatly destroyed, and the swamp's major forces were redistributed. Although the Xian Yuan divine pheasant left, the swamp was not in peace. All sorts of poisonous beings were killing each other, in chaos. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the fringe of the swamp. In only a while, they saw 3 battles occurring. One sight was of 2 brightly colored poisonous snakes battling, until one was swallowed by the other. But not long after, a crab-sized scorpion came and stabbed the poisonous snake to death. The second battle was between a poison powder moth and an eerie blue toad. When battle ensued, the toad stretched its tongue and swallowed the moth. A moment later, the moth died of suffocation in the toad's mouth, but the toad was also poisoned to death by the powder. The third battle was between a face-sized black spider, coming out from the mud. Its body was covered in ants. After a while the ants won, and completely devoured the spider. Seeing such a chaotic scene, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing left immediately. Finally they came to the nest of the frenzy needlebee group. The house-like beehive had collapsed completely. The surroundings was quiet. Not a single frenzy needlebee was left. The two got closer. Immediately, the fragrant smell of sesame entered Bai Ningbing's nose as she sniffed. What smell is that? The smell of the beehive. Frenzy needlebee do not create honey, but their hives are a great goo refinement material. At the same time, it is a kind of food that humans can consume directly. Fang Yuan said so, stretching his arm into the beehive. Crack. The beehive fragments were dark yellow color. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, biting and crushing it in a few bites, swallowing it. The beehive tasted like biscuits on earth, fragrant and crispy. But undeniably, this naturally produced food was much more delicious than biscuits. It carried a light sweetness, not oily at all, but instead having a refreshing flavor. Good taste. Bai Ningbing also took a piece to eat, and after consuming it, she felt her mouth salivating. The sweet flavor caused her frowning eyebrows to ease subconsciously. Our salted meat and dry biscuits are finishing. We should collect some beehives and store it in your tusita flour, Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his expression slightly worried. I have the same thought, but we have to move quickly. You're worried that the blood smell of the lava crocodile king as well as the white ape's corpse will attract new wild beasts? Rest easy, there is no wind today. Wild beasts will not be attracted over, at least not in the meantime. During this period, we can collect to our heart's content. Bai Ningbing laughed. Fang Yuan shook his head, about to speak when suddenly his expression changed. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of bees buzzing and flying entered their ears. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky immediately, only to see a thick cloud formed by numerous frenzy needle bees, attacking towards them. The frenzy needle beehive, although destroyed by Fang Yuan divine pheasant, and the most delicious piece of the beehive at the center was eaten, the frenzy needle bees were not reduced much in numbers. Frenzy needle bees could not cause damage to the Fang Yuan divine pheasant, so after the latter ate enough, it did not waste extra energy in exterminating these insignificant things. Frenzy needle bee group's house was destroyed, and because they had low intelligence, they started attacking the Fang Yuan divine pheasant. But once the Fang Yuan divine pheasant flew high into the sky, they no longer had the strength to pursue them, and were unable to continue chasing, thus they could only return to their hive and reconstruct their houses. Afterwards, they saw two youngsters standing in their house eating their hive. Under this situation, what hesitation was there? The fury towards the Fang Yuan divine pheasant earlier, was completely transferred to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At once, numerous frenzy needle bees flapped their wings and rained down on the two. Bai Ningbing was stunned. "Why are you still not running?" Fang Yuan turned around and left, taking huge strides. Being reminded like this, Bai Ningbing immediately turned around and chased after Fang Yuan. The frenzy needle bee group was behind them, relentlessly chasing. Fang Yuan ran in front while Bai Ningbing fell behind. They did not have a movement type Gu, thus Bai Ningbing was quickly caught by the bee group. Chink chink chink. Bai Ningbing activated the sky canopy Gu, and a white armor appeared but flickered immediately, receiving almost 1,000 attacks in just a moment. Frenzy needle bees needle were tough as steel, extremely sturdy. Together with their high-speed flying, it was no inferior to a needle rain attack. Large numbers cause a qualitative change. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence continued to reduce. The bee group's attacks are not to be underestimated. What was more troubling was that some of the frenzy needle bees had become Gu. Rank 3 frenzy needle bee Gu had piercing ability, so even the sky canopy Gu could not defend against it. Bai Ningbing's back was quickly pierced and she bled, causing her to grunt in pain, while her running speed broke her usual limits due to the stimulation. Bai Ningbing had never thought she could run so quickly on her own. With her speed, it looked like mountain rocks and trees came flying at her, and she had to concentrate with all her mind to dodge them. If she was tripped by anything, the bees would surround her at the first opportunity. Under such an attack, she was dead meat. With Bai Ningbing behind him tanking the pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. He activated his primeval essence, injecting them into his Carapace Gu at his back. The skin on his back became uneven, slightly bulging and becoming a tough and thick crocodile skin armor. Ordinary frenzy needle bees could not penetrate the crocodile skin armor, and the few bee Gu were attracted by Bai Ningbing. After running for another 15 minutes, the bees still chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were panting as their speed started to reduce. "There's hope, there's a lake in front." As the situation turned dire, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. Trees became less densely packed as a blue-white light appeared, expanding within the greenery. The two rushed out of the forest, and a lake was seen. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, and with a plop, he jumped into the lake. Bai Ningbing followed closely behind. Swish swish swish. Frenzy needle bees were bent on getting them, diving into the water as well. Bai Ningbing's white armor shook intensely, as she received a large number of attacks. As the intense pain hit her, she bit her lips and paddled with her hands, swimming towards the deeper parts of the water. A moment later, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing emerged from the opposite shore. The smell of the beehive on their bodies had been washed away, and when looking back at their original spot, there were large numbers of frenzy needle bees indignantly flying about, attacking the water out of frustration. Although the frenzy needle bees were small, they were resilient. Even if they fell into the lake, as long as it was not too deep, they would resurface. Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed, still feeling the lingering fear from earlier. Her expression was ugly. Be it the Fang Yuan divine pheasant, or white ape group, or even the frenzy needle bee group, none of them were those she could deal with. If last night she was found by the Fang Yuan divine pheasant, she would become its meal. Rank 3 cultivation in this cruel world of nature was the bottom of the hierarchy. I've had enough. When will we reach Bai Gu mountain? Shush, be quiet. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He half squatted as his finger touched the remains of a fire that had been put out earlier. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned deeply. Undeniably, these were traces left behind by humans. Chapter 209, Encountering a demonic Gu master. The lake water was still, reflecting the clear blue sky and white clouds. Even after losing the frenzy needle bee's chase, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's mood were solemn. Because in front of them, there was traces left behind that signified this area was once used by people to start a fire and cook meat. Earth communication air grass. Fang Yuan willed and roots grew out of his ear. As they extended into the ground and dug their way in, Fang Yuan's hearing became many times stronger. After listening for a while, his expression loosened up, as there was no one ambushing in the vicinity. Soon after, he went to the remains of the fire and touched the ashes, not letting go of any evidence that he could find. The fire was started half a month ago. The other party is alone and should not be nearby. After a while, Fang Yuan concluded from his findings. Alone? Gu masters from a clan have to travel in fives. It seems this person is a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing frowned as she sighed. If it was a Gu master from a clan, they would be righteous Gu masters, and there is hope of interaction. If it was a demonic Gu master, once they meet a battle is assured. This situation is not because righteous people are kind, while demonic people are evil. But because when one is alone, they would display their true nature. There are no restraints in the wild, thus they act without reservation. Righteous Gu masters move in groups. When they handle matters, they will think about the opinions of the people with them, thus they would act more closely to society's norm. Demonic Gu masters often moved alone, and were very vigilant, having a strong instinct towards danger. Without anyone to rely on, they would always act to determine and ensure their own safety. This was not good news to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. When meeting righteous clan-based Gu masters, they could avoid battle. But if they met a demonic Gu master, there would definitely fight, unless they displayed sufficient strength that would cause the demonic Gu master to shrink in fear and suspicion. Unfortunately, Gu masters that could roam around these wilderness alone have around rank 4 cultivation, and special methods of their own. How many weaklings would there be? For Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one was a new rank 3 while the other was rank 1 initial stage. Without sufficient Gu worms to cover all grounds, even when they traveled in the woods, it was full of danger and every step was a difficult gamble. If they encountered a demonic Gu master, they will most likely be done for. Thankfully we discovered the traces of this campfire, so from now on we should not blinding rush our journey, but recuperate and at least mend our current wounds back to full health, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing nodded. After being reminded, she also felt her back hurting. Fang Yuan summoned the tusita flower, taking out bandages and medicine, giving a large portion to Bai Ningbing. Although the Carapace Gu's defensive area was small, usually being useless, this time it helped Fang Yuan by a lot. And because Bai Ningbing attracted most of the firepower, Fang Yuan barely had any injuries. He quickly handled his wounds, and rushed over to help Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took off her upper shirt. Numerous fingertip-sized holes filled her back, causing fear to whoever who saw it. Frenzy Needle Bee is rank 3, large in numbers and also having penetrating abilities, it countered the Sky Canopy Gu. But Bai Ningbing also used the Ice Muscles Gu before, so with 2 layers of defense, her life was saved. TSK. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, breathing in deeply as she endured the pain of cleaning the wound. Soon after, the injury was bandaged. Fang Yuan placed the empty medicine cans and the last remaining bandage into the tusita flower. We have little medication items left, the same with bandages. Even though we have been thrifty and even reused the bandages when we could, it seems we really need to find a healing Gu as soon as possible. Fang Yuan stood up with a solemn expression. Medication is an expendable item, and was difficult to make, and takes time to collect. If they had a healing Gu, not only would the effect be better, it also used primeval essence that can be naturally recovered. With this comparison, the superior one stood out easily. But an ideal goo worm is too hard to find. The truth is, within this half a month, they encountered many chances, but they either had insufficient strength, or it was an inappropriate environment, lacking proper preparations to capture the goo. We have to get a healing goo. But before that, I have a problem here, Bai Ningbing suddenly said. What problem? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing was naked above and she turned over and pointed to her chest. These two lumps of meat, they are in the way. When I run they will jump all over the place, and even in battle they are a burden. I want to slice them off, but I'm worried the injury would be too severe. Without a healing goo worm, I might get into even more trouble. She was the Bai clan genius, focused on cultivation. She barely knew anything outside of it, thus having even less concern towards females. Even though Bai Ningbing had turned into a girl, she had lived as a guy for her entire life, thus she didn't care in her mind and did not treat this body as anything sacred. After all, she knew that the Yanggu in Fang Yuan's possession could give her back the body of a male anyway. Thus, Bai Ningbing had never thought of herself as a girl. Fang Yuan stared at her emotionlessly. There will be too many problems with slicing them off, you can wrap them up. Wrap what? Bai Ningbing asked. Use the bandage to wrap around your bosom and treat them like an injury. Then they will be fixed in place, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's expression was helpless and anguished, sighing, "Sigh, that's the best I can do now." The sun gradually sank as the night sky descended. There were streams of wild beasts coming to the lake to drink water, and the two did not dare to stay there for long. Fang Yuan found a naturally formed cave at a nearby steep cliff. Although it was slightly cramped, it was safe. After clearing the birds living within it, the place became their temporary residence. Few days later, Bai Ningbing's injuries recovered mostly. The two continued on their journey, towards Bai Gu Mountain. But considering that mysterious demonic goo master, on this trip Fang Yuan was extra cautious, constantly stopping and using the earth communication ear grass to check the surroundings. On the second day of their journey, their cautiousness reaped them good rewards. He found burnt wood under a tree, evidently caused by the demonic goo master. On the third day, they examined traces of an intense battle near a stream. The corpse of a large green python lay there, the meat fully eaten by wild beasts, leaving behind only a skeleton. The ground was full of its scales, and the stream even moved in a new path, after many trees were broken and chopped down. Fang Yuan observed for a while, his tone relaxing, that demonic goo master once fought an intense battle here with the green python. This is a 100-beast king green python. To undergo such a fight, it seems that this demonic goo master also has rank 3 cultivation. But even so, Fang Yuan did not want to meet with this demonic goo master. He would rather deal with unintelligent wild beasts or goo masters. Goo masters have intelligence, and would use every bit of strength wisely. A rank 3 demonic goo master has much greater threat to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing compared to the frenzy needlebee. But things do not go according to wishes, and on the afternoon of that day, the two found traces of the demonic goo master once again. This demonic goo master is injured. There is some flesh that was cut away, on the ground here, so it seems the goo master got poisoned, Fang Yuan said. On Earth, there are no poisonous pythons. But in here, they were extremely common. Upon hearing so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone brightly. Undeniably this was good news. The weaker the demonic goo master, the more advantageous it is for them. For the next few days, the trace left behind by the demonic goo master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan deduced that they were getting closer towards the injured demonic goo master. Be extra careful, I can deduce that this goo master's injury is getting more severe, and the green python's poison has severely infected her body. But because of this, a demonic goo master's attitude would easily become more extreme, Fang Yuan reminded Bai Ningbing. Battle would definitely be handled by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation is useless. The greatest advantage now was that the enemy was out in the open, while Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were hidden. The two moved with even more vigilance than before. They moved even more slowly, and moved with less distance than before. Eventually, on one afternoon, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, keeping the roots coming out of his ears. I found that demonic Gu master. That person is in that cave, at their last breath. Just earlier, he heard the sound of human breathing in that cave. Strike while the enemy is weak. Bai Ningbing aspired to battle, revealing ruthlessness in her eyes. But she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Be patient. We do not need to strike. With this situation, in just a few days she will die of poison. I see. Bai Ningbing's killing intent reduced. But at this time, the two outside, why bother hiding? I've already found you. A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this, it was clear that the demonic Gu master was female. Fang Yuan's expression changed, immediately retreating. Don't you want my primeval stones, my Gu worms? The voice came from the cave again. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved even more quickly. Although the other party was weak, her tone was firm. There was definitely some traps put in place that allowed her to be fearless. Moreover, no one is foolish enough to risk it out with a dying person. Leaving after coming here? Hee, there's no such easy way out, you shall all stay. Suddenly, a body came out of the cave. All up to you. Fang Yuan's body flickered, hiding his presence. Bai Ningbing clicked her tongue, activating the sky canopy Gu and summoning the chainsaw golden centipede, engaging the enemy. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic Gu master was suppressed. She was a middle-aged woman without shoes, having large feet and thick black fur growing on her soles. Her face and limbs had a peculiar green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a moment, the demonic female Gu master gradually could not contest. Suddenly, she stepped the ground firmly and jumped back into the cave. Bai Ningbing chased after relentlessly. Don't chase her. Fang Yuan suddenly reminded, but did not make it in time. Bam! A loud explosion occurred right under Bai Ningbing's feet as her entire body was blown away. Chapter 210, Plotting rocks and fragments flew, as smoke rose into the air. Bai Ningbing was sent flying to the ground, but with a jump, she stood up again. She had the protection of the sky canopy Gu and was uninjured, but the sky canopy Gu in her aperture took the impact, her white armor fading by at least 30%. What the fuck? Bai Ningbing cursed, concentrating and looking over. The explosion site had turned into a 2 to 3 meter crater. Inside the cave, the demonic female Gu master laughed smugly. Good. Even if I didn't kill you this time, come at me again if you have the guts, little woman. Humph, Bai Ningbing snorted. Although she was furious, she was not an impulsive person. During the earlier explosion, although the sky canopy Gu protected her, if she took a few more hits, the sky canopy Gu would have been destroyed. What was that earlier? An explosion suddenly burst from the ground, so if I left the ground, would I be able to avoid such an attack? Bai Ningbing thought in her heart. She was not stupid, although naive and pure in some areas, and her battle instincts and wits were still at genius level. I do not have a flying Gu, and if I leap I am bound to touch the ground. No, I do not have to attack. This person's words earlier was trying to incite me to attack, hee. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing laughed darkly. Do you think you are safe if you hide in the cave? I just have to camp here, you will come out eventually. Ha, then wait all you want. I have prepared a large amount of food, and you are vulnerable to the weather outside, so let's see who will outlast the other. The demonic female Gu master retorted. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, for the longer they dragged, the more beneficial it was for her. Because this demonic female Gu master was poisoned by the green python, she would get weaker as time passed. But at this time, Fang Yuan cupped his fist at the demonic female Gu master. We met by coincidence in the wild, we are purely passing by. Sigh, making things difficult for you, is the same as making life hard for ourselves. I hope we do not meet again. Farewell. Saying so, he turned around and left. Go where? She is only a rank 3 Gu master. As long as we grasp that explosion method, we are assured to win. Bai Ningbing frowned. Fang Yuan snorted, you are also rank 3, but I am rank 1. Let's hurry on the journey, stop creating so much troubles. Better safe than sorry. Bai Ningbing was stunned, but quickly understood Fang Yuan was acting. Although she did not know what he was planning, with her understanding of him, she decided to cooperate with him, pretending to be angry. You are always so cowardly, sigh, never mind, I'll spare your life. She looked at the demonic female Gu master deeply, not hiding her killing intent. Soon after, she followed Fang Yuan into the woods, out of the demonic female Gu master's field of vision. After they got enough distance, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. That explosion technique of hers is not a problem. When she fought me earlier, she did not use it. Only when she stepped into the cave and I got into range did the explosion occur. I'm guessing she buried the Gu ahead of time, and cannot move it. We can lure a group of wild beasts and use them to test out her traps. These words fully displayed Bai Ningbing's talent for battle. But Fang Yuan laughed, asking instead, then what comes next? Bai Ningbing was stunned. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes shining brightly. According to what you said, luring a group of wild beasts to test her traps, so what? Forcing her into a dead end. Once she knows she has no chance to survive, she will risk her life to battle, at least bringing one of us with her. Even if we survive, we will suffer losses. Plus, even if we defeat her, she will carry the thought of not leaving anything valuable to us, and destroy all her Gu worms. For a Gu master to destroy his own Gu worms, it only takes a thought. We have no method to prevent it, so after we kill her, we won't get any Gu worms. What benefit is there to us? Bai Ningbing frowned. Earlier, they had guarded against this demonic Gu master, afraid of getting ambushed by her. It was to protect themselves. But once they found out that she was not too strong, their intentions changed completely. It was to kill this weakened demonic Gu master, and take her Gu worms, strengthening themselves. Wild Gu worms were of all types, but those with suitable ranks and were easy to feed were few. A Gu master's Gu worms were all carefully selected, considering all aspects. If they can be obtained, it would be much better than capturing wild Gu worms. But very few people can obtain Gu worms after killing their enemies. Other than dying in battle, Gu masters just need one thought to order the Gu worm to destroy itself. Many of those defeated have enough time to react, and would not leave their Gu worms to the mortal enemies that kill them. It would not be hard to kill this demonic Gu master. But to take all her Gu worms, it would be difficult. Don't you have a plunder Gu? Bai Ningbing asked. One plunder Gu can have little effect. Dealing with wild beasts is still fine, but against Gu masters, to succeed we need to fulfill harsh conditions. Fang Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something, worried. If we leave like this and end up allowing her to escape easily, what would we do then? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, saying confidently, in the short period, she will not escape. Righteous Gu masters, either clan or sect-based, would receive a degree of nurturing, and had higher quality. Conversely, demonic Gu masters were often uneven in quality. Some were traders of the righteous path, thus these people have been trained and have Gu master foundations. However, some were farmers or hunters that obtained a chance to awaken their aperture, obtaining some inheritance and were considered half-baked. This demonic female Gu master has a rough accent and poor fighting tactics. She does not have enough survival experience either. Everywhere she goes, she leaves behind traces, and even after getting injured, she does not conceal the blood traces. I see that her body is tough and healthy, having large hands and feet. She is most likely a farmer, only lucky to have gotten an inheritance. Fang Yuan continued analyzing. That explosion earlier should be a rank 2 grass Gu that she buried in advance, called the charred thunder potato. No matter who steps on it, an explosion will occur. A farmer peasant, how much knowledge can she have? Getting python poison and being unable to cure it, with her worsening injuries, she feels frightened and unsafe, thus she subconsciously planted many charred thunder potatoes in front of the cave. If we force her, she might do some extreme things. But if we leave on purpose, she will have a breather and temporarily relax her emotions. She might even suspect whether or not did we truly leave. There are dangers outside, and she might encounter us. Meanwhile, those charred thunder potatoes give her the greatest assurance. Thus in this short period, she is not going to leave. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, listening quietly. As much as she denied it, she had to agree with Fang Yuan's analysis. What he said made sense, almost like he could see the events before him. She could not compare to him. You analyzed well, but she has poison on her, there is no way to drag. She will eventually leave the cave, Bai Ningbing retorted. Fang Yuan nodded, pointing at his right ear, thus, we have to surveil her. His earth communication ear grass Gu, although only rank 2, had much greater range than most rank 3 Gu worms. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Your decision has problems too. Activating the earth communication ear grass requires continuous primeval essence expenditure. Even if you have the heavenly essence treasure lotus and can recover primeval essence quickly, one person's effort is ultimately limited. You have to rest and sleep, you can't be checking on her all the time, right? Facing this suspicion, Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. How come you're becoming stupid? There is one of her and 2 of us. Gu worms could be lent, so they could use the earth communication ear grass Gu interchangeably, in intervals. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, shame flashing across her eyes. Fuck. Such a simple issue, how could I not think of it? She gritted her teeth, begrudging her own lowly mistake. Fang Yuan laughed secretly. The root of the matter was that Bai Ningbing did not want Fang Yuan to suppress her, thus she subconsciously wanted to retort Fang Yuan as much as she could, instead causing her to lose her bearings instead. Fang Yuan was happy to see such retorts, for each time Bai Ningbing failed, it would cause her to be subdued further. This submission is negligible, but it was a subtle influence, and even Bai Ningbing herself could not detect it. One day when she finally realizes it, she would already be under Fang Yuan's rule. To Fang Yuan, this demonic female Gu master was only one target, while Bai Ningbing was the second target. Chen Shuihua was shell-shocked. She was originally a farmer, and one day when plowing the fields, she fell into a cave. In the cave, she found a corpse, and became a Gu master after receiving the inheritance out of the blue. Gu master. Chen Shuihua never thought that one day she would become one of the esteemed Lord Gu masters herself. But after a short happiness, disaster ensued. A mountain leopard as large as a buffalo assaulted her village with green winds surrounding its body. The entire village was wiped out, and she was chased by the mountain leopard, but managed to escape due to her Gu worms. After roaming the wilderness for half a year, her Gu worms died out one by one, and finally, she encountered a large python. Although she killed it, she was also poisoned as a result. And today, she met 2 Gu masters. This was the 3rd time she met Gu masters. The first 2 taught her a painful lesson, letting her learn how to protect herself. But she was still a half-baked Gu master, severely lacking foundations. Thinking of the earlier battle, she panicked. She was not the girl's match. Luckily, she had buried many charred thunder potatoes earlier. And thankfully, the male was meek and cowardly, choosing to leave. Chen Shuihua saw their bodies vanish into the forest and breathed a sigh of relief. But she was not certain that they had truly left. Her investigative Gu worm could allow her to see everything within 350 steps. The clarity was as if they are right in front of her. But she did not have X-ray vision. I'll wait a few days, I'll go out after 3 days, Chen Shuihua thought to herself. At this point, she had already learned to be vigilant and patient. Chapter 211, Rode high in the sky, the winds roared. Die! Lord Skycrane screamed, using his remaining strength to turn into a white light, crashing towards first-generation Guyu. You're too naive to think of killing me. Blood White opened his mouth, his fangs exposed, as he charged ahead. Bam! A large explosion occurred, the impact pushing the 2 away by a long distance. Both were injured. As long as the mountain remains, water continues to flow. Junior brother, remember today's grudge, I will repay it someday. First generation Gu Yu laughed loudly, activating his bat wings, trying to fly away. Suddenly a huge shadow appeared in the sky. He raised his head, only to see that heavily injured Iron Beak Flying Crane King. Not dead? Damn it. First Gen Gu Yu's expression changed. Being intercepted by the Iron Beak Flying Crane King, Lord Sky Crane caught up and unleashed a pincer attack. Eventually, the Flying Crane King's corpse fell to the ground, while Blood White was completely destroyed. Lord Sky Crane grabbed first generation Gu Yu's head, floating in midair. After his gaze was scattered for a while, he finally regained his concentration. He raised his head and laughed 3 times, and then started crying. After venting his emotions, he flew towards Qingmao Mountain, but was suppressed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation, forcing him to use the life burial Jade Gu. After he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched around, but only found Fang Jing, who was at his dying breath from under the ice. The images on the wall showed this scene truthfully. What happened next will be skipped. It is the scenery along the path Lord Sky Crane traveled. Immortal Crane Sect is one of the oldest sects in the Middle Continent. In practice, when a person in the sect goes out for an emergency mission, they would bring along a Gu worm that will record the process. Regardless of whether the mission succeeds, the Gu Master will return to the mountain and report the results, and the sect will evaluate the assessment based on the events that were recorded. Lord Sky Crane, although a sect elder, was also not freed from this rule. However, he was too senior in authority and barely any Gu Masters had the qualification to assess him in the sect, not even the current Immortal Crane Sect leader could. But at this point, the elderly sitting in front of Lord Sky Crane was not an ordinary person. Supreme Elder He Feng Yang, rank 6 Gu Master, titled Winged Crane Flying Immortal. He was wearing a white robe with a black belt, sitting on a futon with wide sleeves. His face looked like a youngster, smooth as jade. His eyebrows were green and long, extending to his waist. His eerie dark eyes stared at the scene in the wall, and then slowly retracted his gaze. Lord Sky Crane stood beside him politely, not even daring to breathe loudly. Truthfully speaking, Lord Sky Crane had been asleep for almost 1,000 years, and the Crane Immortal was still his junior. However, seniority was not determined by age, but by strength. Lord Sky Crane was rank 5, and although he was only a rank away from He Feng Yang, this distance was like an entire world apart, the difference between heaven and earth. Rank 5 are mortals, rank 6 are immortals. Lord Sky Crane. He Feng Yang spoke slowly, his voice as soothing as the calm river water. I am here. Lord Sky Crane quickly replied. Although you killed our sect's traitor this time, you did not manage to retrieve the Blood Skull Gu. Instead, you were suppressed and toyed around by 2 juniors. In the room, He Feng Yang's voice reverbed. Lord Sky Crane's head was hung even lower, showing signs of shame. However, one of them is the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. No surprise you got suppressed. What's fortunate is that you tried to make amendments later. Let me ask you, the young man that you brought back, is he really the twin of the young man in the video? He Feng Yang asked. I've already investigated, it is so. The one that escaped is his older brother Fang Yuan, the one captured is the younger brother Fang Jing. What's stranger is, these 2 are not on good terms. When I showed him the video of his brother slaughtering their clansmen, he hated his brother so much he would kill him on the spot. Lord Sky Crane laughed eerily. He Feng Yang nodded. It seems you have a plan, but do you have enough time? Lord Sky Crane's expression changed, his face turning solemn. Supreme Elder is right. My lifespan is at its limit, I am about to die, with only a few days left to live. Even the life burial Jade Gu cannot change my fate. His situation can only be resolved by finding a lifespan Gu, to solve the root problem. But lifespan Gu is hard to find, there are a few in Immortal Crane Sect, but they are not for him. They are held in the hands of the sect leader and some supreme elders. Thus, I have given up my lifetime saving and Gu worms earlier, to exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I brought Fang Jing into our sect, and made him my pupil. Afterwards I will teach him, and refine the bloodkin worm. I will then incite him to kill his brother, and retrieve the blood skull Gu for our immortal crane sect. Lord Sky Crane said. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. It sounds like you are confident of your plans. But, will that Fang Jing really be manipulated by you? Although he had good talent, he is after all a kid. After I die, and store my soul in the spirit incubating flea, I will accompany him to grow, and advise him in cultivation. The road has already been paved for him, all he has to do is to walk. Saying so, Lord Sky Crane kneeled on the ground, begging, please give me another chance, Supreme Elder. Feng Yuan was solemn, before saying, never mind, this might be your last attempt anyway. Thank you, Elder, thank you, Elder. Lord Sky Crane was overjoyed. Go, I await your good news. Within 20 years, I will attain success. Lord Sky Crane was excited and his tone was trembling, as he made his way out. Southern borders, Wanqing Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall thick black rock walls, extended thousands of li. Tai Clan City was built at the upper half of the mountain, many rock houses, steel towers, lined up and extended to the mountain peak. The sunlight shone down on people who moved about in the city, carriages, horses, and crowds, showing off a scene of prosperity. Clan Leader Pavilion is situated at the mountain peak, heavily defended, and have little people moving around. Patrolling groups take turns and the Gu masters are all vigilant, with not a hint of slack. On top of the Clan Leader Pavilion, 2 people were standing. A middle-aged man with a face cold as steel, with some warmth in his eyes. Beside him was a young girl, having a sad but determined gaze. It was Tai Ruanan. You've only been back for a few days, right? This is the 19th time you are asking me. I am extremely upset by your father's death. You lost your mother early, and now your father too, but you must remember, you have me, your uncle. You are my niece, I will not put you in danger. Tai Clan Leader sighed. Tai Ruanan's eyes were shining, staring straight at Tai Clan Leader. Uncle, do you know? Although father passed away, I feel happy for him amidst my sadness. Father has spent his life eliminating evil, punishing crime. He did it, even with his injuries he did not back down. He walked on his path and finished it with resolution. And now, it is time for me to do the same. Tai Clan Leader was stunned. This moment, he could see Tai Xiaoling's shadow in Tai Ruanan. So similar, these eyes, this gaze. In his recollection, he seemed to have returned to his younger days, with Tai Xiaoling by his side, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying with determination, I will bring down all crime in this world, and fill the world with justice and love. Locking all demonic Gu masters in the demon suppression tower, even if I have to fill it up. The oath back then was still echoing in his ears. But his friend is no longer around. Seeing the 2 images overlap, Tai Clan Leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the adamant Tai Ruanan with an admiring, loving, worried, and encouraging gaze. The path that you chose is not an easy one. Tai Ruanan did not answer, but looked at the mountain peak. On Wanqing Mountain's peak area, there is a majestic steel tower. Its aura was overwhelming, like it is holding up the heavens, stepping on the mountains. The white clouds surround it like a mist, causing others to see it in a foggy image, adding a hint of mystery to the tower. This tower is not only famous in the southern borders, but also famous all over the world, even in Middle Continent many people know of it. Demon Suppression Tower. The tower itself is over 300 meters tall, with almost 100 floors. It was designed to be rustic and ancient, overflowing with righteousness. Since it was built, hundreds, thousands, and even 10,000 demonic Gu masters have been imprisoned by Tai Clan. Even Tai Clan Leader was not sure. It was the symbol of righteousness, the pride of the Tai Gu masters. It is also the resting place for many demonic cultivators, leaving behind their anguish, regret, indignance, and remorse. Demonic Gu masters pale when talking about it, and righteous Gu masters dance in pride when speaking of it. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth, her tone determined, like she was talking to Tai Clan Leader, and also herself. Wanqing Mountain Peak has a demon suppression tower. My heart also has a demon suppression tower. This path, father could not finish walking on it, I will walk it for him. I can't hold on much longer. Qin Shui Hua felt her head spinning, feeling sick and wanting to vomit at times. But she had nothing to vomit, and her body felt weak, as a sense of lethargy hit her. Her plan was hold on for 3 days, but a day had passed and she knew she was too optimistic. The danger the python poison caused her was worsening. She knew she was being forced into a dead end, she needed to find a healing goo worm as soon as possible. God damn it, if not for those 2 bastards, I might have caught a wild goo and cured my poison already. She felt uneasy. After getting poisoned, she had been trying to find a healing goo, but amidst the large forest, filled with danger, she did not have any catching methods and have no made any progress. Bai Ningbing raised her dagger, cutting towards her right ear. Hold it. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, grabbing Bai Ningbing's limb. The sharp knife was only a millimeter away from her right ear. To use the earth-hearing ear grass, one needed to cut off their right ear and replace it. It was just a ear, nothing much, especially compared to the rewards. Bai Ningbing did not feel any hesitation. Demonic cultivators were ruthless in nature, ruthless to others, and even more to themselves. Only people like who can give up what is needed and can have a great achievement. No need to do so, she's out. Fang Yuan said, starting to move. He used the earth-hearing ear grass, following Qin Shui Hua from far away. Not long later, he heard fighting noises. The 2 moved closely with the dense shrubs, following behind secretly, only to see this demonic female goo master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, their eyes shone with excitement. Qin Shui Hua's situation was disastrous, her battle strength was lower than ordinary by a large margin. This twin-headed boar is a 100-beast king, having a defensive goo. This is a battle of attrition, we can take advantage of them. She really buried the charred thunder potato goo. A bit strange, this goo master fought for so long, why isn't her primeval essence running out? It seems she has some support goo like the heavenly essence treasure lotus, or fish bubble goo etc. After another short while, Fang Yuan saw that the time was right, and called the stealth scales goo, handing it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing understood and nodded in agreement, hiding her body and getting closer secretly. Bam! Another explosion occurred, the twin-headed boar stepped on another charred thunder potato goo. This time, it fell for good, never getting up again. It laid on the ground, continuing to struggle as its stomach was blown open. Its intestines started to flow out as its blood oozed out. This damn boar, what a thick skin. Only after so many explosions did it die. Qin Shui Hua breathed roughly, leaning against a tree, seeing darkness ahead of her. This battle drained her last remaining energy, as extremely fatigue hit her. The fear in her heart sustained her, preventing her from just fainting immediately. No, I have to hurry back to the cave, if I collapse in the wild, it will be too dangerous. She was about to move, when she felt wind by her ears. Strange, how can there be wind? This was the last question in her lifetime. Bai Ningbing patiently got closer, and struck like lightning. She used the boar's death, to cause the demonic female goo master to let down her guard, then killed her in one strike. Qin Shui Hua's brain was smashed by the chainsaw golden centipede, as her headless body plopped on the ground. We did it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Qin Shui Hua's aperture, slightly disappointed, there's only 3 goo in the aperture. Goo worms that were refined by goo masters were slightly rigid, not as witty as wild goo worms. The demonic female goo master was dead. Her aperture started to get dark, as the 3 goo worms remained inside. But this was no problem for Fang Yuan. Plunder goo. He willed, easily retrieving these 3 goo. They were, 1 rice bag grass goo, 1 iron thorn thistle goo, and a charred thunderbean mother goo. These were not all. Fang Yuan searched around, and found a hairy leg goo in the demonic female goo master, a jumping grass goo. Lastly he found a bookworm in her smashed brain matter. Unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Bai Ningbing's attack earlier. This bookworm has to be the inheritance item, the information inside helped her to learn many things about Gu masters. It should have some secret recipes, etc. Fang Yuan said in pity. Never mind the bookworm, there's no healing Gu in this demonic Gu master? Bai Ningbing was greatly disappointed. Fang Yuan was solemn, not speaking. He expected her to not have a healing Gu already, since she was poisoned, and if she had a healing Gu, even if it could not remove the poison, she would not be in such a bad state. What he felt weird was, in the battle earlier, this demonic Gu master's performance was weird. Especially in terms of primeval essence, her recovery speed surpassed a grade, in par with the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not a 10 extreme physique, only having a grade talent, and among these Gu worms, none could help recover primeval essence. So this is how the breasts are tied. At this time, Bai Ningbing unfolded the demonic female Gu master's breast wraps. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixated on the silver triangle tattoo on the corpse's breasts. The third watch Gu. Fang Yuan was surprised. Third watch, 1, Gu, what's that? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. This Gu is rank 5, able to accelerate time by 3 times. It is gone after 1 use, an expenditure type Gu. Once used on a Gu master, it will form a silver triangle tattoo on their chest. Soon after, Fang Yuan explained in detail. Third watch Gu, when used on a Gu master, caused their time to flow 3 times as fast. The river of time, flowing at its pace, measured at a singular speed. To normal people, a day is a day. But to the third watch Gu's user, a day is akin to 3 days condensed into 1. Chen Shuihua, who had the third watch Gu, experienced rapid cultivation growth. When others used 1 day to nurture their aperture, she used 3. The difference in speed is evidently seen. There is another advantage, that is primeval essence recovery. On her, the river of time flows faster, 3 times of normal people. Thus, her primeval essence recover is also 3 times. This is also why, in the battle earlier, her recovery was something that caught Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing by surprise. But everything has 2 sides, good and bad. With such a great effect, the third watch Gu has an equivalent weakness. The worst was, it expended lifespan. When time flows 3 times as fast, her lifespan shrinks in proportion, reduced to 1/3 of the original. Chen Shuihua only got her inheritance for less than a year, but to her it was almost 3 years. Also, any injuries or illnesses that required time to aggravate, would intensify on her. The green python's poison needed time to infiltrate her body, and worsen. When others get poisoned, they experience the worsening of poison at a daily rate. But to her, it was 3 days' worth of worsening every day. This is also why the poison affected her so greatly. To be given this third watch Gu, it seems this woman's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, it had gone to waste, falling in the hands of such a person. Bai Ningbing snorted, looking at the headless corpse in disdain. In the long run, the third watch Gu's danger is huge, shrinking the Gu master's life to 1/3. But the truth is, this Gu is very useful to a demonic Gu master. Demonic Gu masters fight alone, without any clan or sect support. They also have to guard against the gamed attack of the righteous faction, and thus put survival as their priority. Only living is important, everything else can be discarded. The higher their cultivation, the greater their chances to survive. Third watch Gu can condense a Gu master's life, displaying their full potential at once, like the sakura blossoms, or fireworks, short-lived but brilliance. But without the third watch Gu, the sakura's buds won't grow in time, and would have been uprooted already. This is nothing strange, those who use the third watch Gu are all courageous and forward-looking people. But this woman had a different personality, weak and meek, like dragging and have no courage to move ahead. Thus she ended up like this, it is life. Fang Yuan gave the corpse a final look, before concluding. Bai Ningbing's expression was ugly. Without a healing Gu, what outcome would they face? This demonic female Gu master was the best example. Would this be her future as well? Fang Yuan laughed instead, patting her shoulders, consoling, the paths in this world are carved out by humans. Everyone has their own paths, no matter how wide others' path is, it might not suit you. We are both walking on our own paths, what is there to worry? Hearing so, Bai Ningbing's expression froze, before lightening up, nodding, you are right. Fang Yuan squinted, gazing at the dense forest ahead. After killing this demonic goo master, and obtaining her goo worms, his strength increased tremendously. But he knows that he lacked a healing goo, and did not place his hopes in his luck. From now on, he might get a healing goo, or be like this demonic female goo master, not getting anything even until death. Or the next moment, he might get trampled by wild beasts and die, ending his ambitions. But so what? Stepping on his path, and continuing forward, that is all there is to do. 1. Third watch, meaning the third shift in night patrol. Back. Chapter 212, Monkey Brain Delicacy. Swish 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 in the aperture, waves of primeval essence ebb and flow, rushing towards the surrounding aperture walls. The sea was jade green, crashing continuously. It was rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. Rank 1 goo masters have green copper primeval essence, initial stage being jade, middle stage is pale green, upper stage is dark green and peak stage is black green. The surrounding aperture walls were shining brightly, under the attack of the jade green waves. His foundation was slowly built up. Afterwards, the white light burst, and dimmed. White light condensed with each other, forming a waterish light ripple. At this point, the aperture light wall turned into a water wall. Finally, from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage. A light excitement emerged in Fang Yuan's heart. Initial stage aperture walls are light walls, middle stage is water walls. Once the water walls are created, it means Fang Yuan was back to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since we killed that demonic female goo master. During this period, I've been cultivating non-stop, not wasting a single minute. It is no wonder I advanced to middle stage. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity I do not have the liquor worm on me, otherwise my cultivation would be even faster. Liquor worm can cause a goo master's primeval essence to be refined into 1 small realm higher. Using it to assist in cultivation, can achieve a greater result with less effort. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first goo worm he got was the liquor worm. After that, he purchased a second one and refined the 2 into the 4-flavor liquor worm. A pity though, was that the 4-flavor liquor worm only works on rank 2 goo masters, being useless to the current Fang Yuan. The truth is, Fang Yuan had gotten 3 liquor worms in Qingmao Mountain. The third was from Gu Yao Li's body. This liquor worm was kept in Fang Yuan's hands, but after the Tai father and daughter came, to prevent himself from getting exposed, and being worried about Tai Xiaolin's investigative methods, he destroyed the liquor worm along with his other loots. After it happened, whether it was the right move or not, since Fang Yuan did it, he had no regrets. Even though now, if he had kept the liquor worm, it would be used to him, but at least, during that time, it did not allow the Tai father and daughter to investigate the matter on Gu Yao Lu. If I reverse refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, I can get the rank 1 liquor worm, but there are many requirements to reverse refine. I cannot fulfill the conditions. Goo masters nurture goo, use goo, refine goo. For refining goo, it is split into fusion and reverse refinement. Fusion is to turn low-rank goo worms into a higher rank. Reverse is the opposite. To reverse refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, there are many ways. Using the prodigal son goo, will obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worms. Using the revert goo, only 1 liquor worm is obtained. The butterfly transformation goo will get the Irichi butterfly. Using the unpredictable goo, what goo is obtained will be unknown, possibly something new altogether. For Fang Yuan, the best case was the prodigal son goo. But prodigal goo was rarer than the liquor worm, and was hard to obtain. Best case scenario was revert goo. Using revert goo, although he will lose a liquor worm, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to do it. Retaining the 4-flavor liquor worm, and wait for rank 2 cultivation, that is under a safe environment. Now that Fang Yuan was in danger all the time, everything he does has to be for survival. The higher his cultivation rose, higher the chances to live. Cheep 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 outside the cave, monkey screeches and footsteps could be heard. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, he was familiar with the owner of the footsteps. As expected, not long after, Bai Ningbing appeared. Her entire body was covered in a layer of thorn clothing. This special clothing is completely made of green vines and black sharp thorns, giving Bai Ningbing defense and also used for attacking purposes. To those fighting barehanded, these thorns that were as sturdy as steel would leave a lasting impression on them. This thistle shirt was formed by the iron thorn thistle Gu. After killing the demonic female Gu master, Bai Ningbing wanted this rank 3 grass Gu, requesting for it and refining it as her life-bound Gu. So troublesome. Every time I leave and return, I have to be so careful of those charred thunder potatoes. Can't you bury less of them? She said as she begrudged, staring at the ground below her, jumping around as she avoided some pitfalls. Better to be safe than sorry. Fang Yuan replied lightly, turning his gaze towards Bai Ningbing's waist. On her waist was a string of monkeys. These monkeys were tiny, the largest was merely arm length. They had round heads, and thick black monkey hair, smooth and shiny. What was most prominent was the tree leaves growing on their waists. These green leaves formed a circle, linked together around the monkey's hip bone and butt, like a grass skirt. These were the grass skirt monkeys. The grass skirt monkeys were delicious, being the source of food for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing these days. These captured grass skirt monkeys were aware of their outcomes, struggling intensely but to no avail. The entire cave reverbed with their cries and horrified screams. It was lunchtime. Grill them, I am a little hungry. Bai Ningbing rubbed her tummy, throwing the tied grass skirt monkeys on the ground. Let me prepare them first, you can grill them later. Your grilled meat tastes much better than mine. She squatted down, about to kill them. Fang Yuan stopped her, let me teach you a new eating method. Afterwards, he moved his finger, and a Gu flew out of Bai Ningbing's aperture with a bloody light. The blood light landed on Fang Yuan's palm, turning into a blood moon insignia. It was blood moon Gu. Fang Yuan's palm started to glow with red light. Although the blood moon Gu was rank 3, Fang Yuan was not using it to attack, thus he could still barely control it. Bai Ningbing did not know his intentions, her blue eyes staring intensely. Only to see Fang Yuan stretching his hand, raising a grass skirt monkey. He grabbed its neck, causing its head to be unable to move. Soon after, the palm shining with red light landed on the monkey's head, and circled one round. Back then, he used the moonlight Gu to open the gambling rocks, now he used the blood moon Gu to cut the monkey's head. After one round, Fang Yuan's primeval essence hit rock bottom. As the red light vanished from his palm, Fang Yuan smiled as he grabbed the monkey's head, pulling it, and opened its skull. The white monkey brain was revealed from within. The grass skirt monkey struggled profusely, screaming in utter pain, its shrill screams echoed in the cave. But Fang Yuan has the strength of 2 boars, his arms like steel, not moving at all. The grass skirt monkey's limbs were tender and did not have claws, unable to harm Fang Yuan at all even if it tried. Have a taste of this fresh monkey brain. Saying so, Fang Yuan handed a spoon to Bai Ningbing. Like this, raw? Bai Ningbing, looking at the white brain with some blood traces, hesitated. Fang Yuan smiled, demonstrating. He placed the spoon into the monkey brain, scooping and placing it into his mouth. As he swallowed, the brain flowed down his throat. At that moment, the grass skirt monkey's screams intensified, its body spazzing like it was electrocuted. Bai Ningbing tried too, scooping the monkey brain and placing it into her mouth. At once, a fragrant grass smell spread from her tongue, without a tint of blood. Like the texture of bean curd, with just a little strength, the entire monkey brain melts in your mouth, with a little sweetness, giving a refreshing taste, in the entire mouth. Her throat gulped, swallowing this monkey brain. Her blue eyes shone with bright light, crystal clear, as the fairy-like face showed an enjoying expression. So incredibly delicious! The young girl exclaimed. Only this grass skirt monkey can have such a taste. Their brain is a natural delicacy. Fang Yuan said as he scooped another into his mouth. He advanced to middle stage, and it calls for a mini celebration. This monkey brain is a good reward. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, moving faster than before, swallowing the second mouthful. This grass skirt monkey whose skull was cut open, after a temporary madness, was at death's door. Its bright jewel-like eyes had already turned dim. Other grass skirt monkeys, seeing their companion's state, struggling like crazy trying to escape. Under the restraint of the ropes, their struggles were futile, only allowing them to roll around on the ground. Eating this monkey brain feels like eating ice cream on earth. The two worked together and very quickly finished this monkey brain. One more, one more. Bai Ningbing did not have enough, licking her lips and waving the spoon, demanding. Fang Yuan's primeval essence had recovered to 90% already. He did the same thing and cut open another skull. At once, the two continued their meal, satisfied. In the cave, the echoes of the screaming grass skirt monkeys were shrill and painfully heard. After eating the monkey brains, they grilled the monkey meat. The monkey meat of the grass skirt monkey were fresh and succulent, especially their breast meat. The entire taste was like fish grilled on bamboo leaves. Rice bag grass. Fang Yuan willed, and a green light shot out of his aperture. The light landed on the ground, growing green buds. In a few breaths' time, the bud grew into leaves, and the leaves expanded, turning into vines. The vines extended, and after covering 10 meters, a few branches grew large leaves. These leaves looked like buckets. Firstly, only a finger could fit. But eventually, it became fist size, bowl size, and finally ripe. Bai Ningbing meticulously plucked a leaf. Opening the leaves at the top, rice could be seen inside. Large plump kernels, perfectly white. Bai Ningbing raised her head and opened her mouth, pouring a mouthful of rice into her mouth. After chewing, she ate some monkey meat to add some flavor. Eating till full is satisfaction. She exclaimed. How are those grass skirt monkeys? Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing's mind came back. No issue if we do not enter that forest deeply. But once we do, 3 monkey kings show up. The wine you want to get is at the most central area of the forest. It will not be easy to obtain. Chapter 213, Pitfall. In this world, humans weren't the only ones who knew how to brew wines. The earliest records of wine came from the legend of Renzu. Renzu's 2 eyes turned into his eldest son Verdant Great Sun and daughter Desolate Ancient Moon. Verdant Great Sun was always with Desolate Ancient Moon, and this close association created feelings towards his own sister. However, Desolate Ancient Moon refused his wooing. Verdant Great Sun was annoyed because of this, and knew he needed some help, thus he asked the Wisdom Gu. At first, the Wisdom Gu ignored him and avoided him as much as it could. But Verdant Great Sun kept on persevering, and the Wisdom Gu couldn't endure this annoyance anymore, so it told him away. In the east dwells a group of honey peach monkeys. Drink the wine brewed by them and come find me. Thus, Verdant Great Sun went to the east and drank the wine. The wine brewed by the honey peach monkeys was fruit wine. And ever since Verdant Great Sun drank the wine and returned, his face had a rosy flush. He smacked his lips as he recalled the taste. So, wine is sweet. The Wisdom Gu smiled and said, in the west lies a group of psychic monkeys. Go taste the wine brewed by them. The wine brewed by psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant Great Sun went to the west and drank the wine. Since then, his tongue had a yellowish-brown hue to it. He recalled the taste with a bitter expression. So, wine can also be bitter. Wisdom Gu said to him again, wine is both bitter and sweet, love is the same and human lives are even more so. At the north dwells a group of Vedra monkeys. They also brew wine, go taste it. The Vedra monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant Great Sun enjoyed this wine very much, and drank till he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was really to his taste, and wanted to drink even more after getting drunk. He drank from the bowl at first before trying to drink it directly from the wine jar. Finally, he started throwing up. The wine started showing its effects, making him feel an unbearable pain. He felt the insides of his body was on fire, as if lava was flowing through them. It's too hot. He screamed. All the fire flowed in reverse towards his head and his hair started burning. From then on, his hair burned endlessly like fire. When Verdant Great Sun woke up, he saw the Wisdom Gu looking at him. "What did you think of the strong wine?" the Wisdom Gu asked. Verdant Great Sun heaved a sigh. "I understand now. No matter how good the wine is, you will vomit it out if you drink too much. Everything should be taken with moderation." The Wisdom Gu laughed out loudly. "In the north dwells a group of skywater monkeys. Their wine is also quite good, go taste it." Skywater Monkey's wine was clear wine and was completely opposite of the strong wine. Verdant Great Sun lightly tasted the wine, and the moment he did so, he completely forgot all his worries and felt like he was floating in the air, with a hazy and intoxicated look in his eyes. The Wisdom Gu again asked him about his experience. He lightly waved his hands. "Having known the joys of wine, I will not pass it on to those who are sober." The Wisdom Gu chuckled and left quietly. Thus, humans weren't the first species to brew wine, rather it was the monkeys who were ahead of the humans. Ordinary monkey groups all knew how to brew wine. The wines were different from one monkey group to another, with all kinds of taste. However, humans collectively called the wine brewed by the monkeys as monkey wine. Fang Yuan had chosen this cave to rest because he sensed the sign of the breakthrough in his cultivation and stopped at this cave to concentrate on breaking through the bottleneck. Another reason was for the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the Gu worms, the more food they consumed and at the same time, the period for their feeding increased. Fang Yuan had made sufficient preparations, but there was a limit to the storage capacity of the tusita flour. After the consumption in this whole journey, there was some space cleared up which would be more than enough to store some monkey wine. Wine had other uses as well, disinfecting the wounds and warming the body. The reverse refinement of 4 flavors liquor worm also required wine as an auxiliary ingredient. Even if the conditions for the reverse refinement weren't met, having wine as a backup food for the 4 flavors liquor worm was good enough. However, getting the monkey wine wasn't easy. This grass skirt monkey groups were 100 beasts group, but their scale was close to that of the 1000 beasts group, and had 300 beast monkey kings. Monkeys were a united bunch and faced their enemies in groups. Bai Ningbing might be a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but she was alone and trying to brute force her way through, would only lead to disaster. And although Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 1 middle stage, the amount of help his advancement could give was next to nothing in this situation. However, Fang Yuan was determined to get the monkey wine and Bai Ningbing was worried about this. "So, we need to use our brains, follow me." Fang Yuan stood up and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. He carefully stepped on the ground, avoiding the buried charred thunder potato, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave were lush trees, bright sunlight, with the bird songs and fragrance of flowers in the air. In moments, the two neared the territory of the monkey groups. Fang Yuan carefully observed and finally chose a sloped area. He surveyed the area from the higher grounds before nodding his head in satisfaction. He stepped around on the ground and said, "Let's dig here." After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, this sloped area that faced the sun was dug out by the two, with a depth of 30 feet and a diameter of 50 feet. Charred thunder potato mother Gu. Fang Yuan crouched on the bottom of this pit, and summoned the Gu with a thought. This Gu resembled a potato, with uneven surface and tiny little holes all over it. Regardless of its appearance, it was a genuine rank 3 Gu. "My primeval essence won't be enough, I will lend it to you." Fang Yuan handed the charred thunder potato mother Gu to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing held the Gu and poured her primeval essence to it. Soon, green sprouts sprouted out from those tiny little holes in the potato mother Gu's surface. The sprouts grew rapidly, blossomed and bore fruit. After several breaths of time, the finger-thick dark green fruit was fully matured. The sprout withered and came falling down with the fruit on Bai Ningbing's hands. Fang Yuan took these dark green fruits and carefully filtered through them, removing the bad, dead or empty shells. After the selection, there were less than 1/3 of the fruits left. These fruits were the charred thunder potato Gu, a rank 2 Gu. Once they were buried in the ground, they grew with the help of the fertility of the soil, and as long as any living being stepped near it, the vibration would cause the charred thunder potato goo to self-detonate. Fang Yuan held one of the fruits and refined it instantly. As he pinched it in between his fingers, he poured his green copper primeval essence towards it. The charred thunder potato goo started giving off a faint green light and slowly hovered up. With a shift of his mind, the charred thunder potato goo quickly drilled into the ground. Fang Yuan deliberately buried it deep on the ground, stopping only when the potato goo was buried an arm's length into the ground. The primeval sea in his aperture rapidly decreased as the surrounding fertility of the soil gathered towards the charred thunder potato goo. In Fang Yuan's perception, this tiny grass goo instantly grew up to a fist-sized potato. This was a matured charred thunder potato goo which could explode with even a slight vibration. Bai Gu marveled at this scene. Looks like that demonic path female goo master buried the charred thunder potato goo near the surface of the earth, making it easy to self-detonate. The way you buried it, it should not explode even if I step above it, right? Naturally. Fang Yuan replied and continued on his work. Bai Ning's mouth twitched. Fang Yuan didn't reply her properly, and with her proud demeanor, she didn't question anymore, but rather concentrated her gaze and began to ponder upon it herself. After being with Fang Yuan for such a long time, she knew Fang Yuan never made useless moves. Fang Yuan stood up only after burying this layer of the pit. He wiped the sweat on his forehead before calling Bai Ning to bury the pit together. But after just covering the pit for a bit, when the bottom of the pit was raised by 15 feet, Fang Yuan ordered to stop, then he continued burying another charred thunder potato goo. Bai Ning immediately realized Fang Yuan's plan upon seeing this. So it was like that. Charred thunder potato goo is only a rank 2 goo and self-detonation of just 1 has a limited power. By burying them like this, once they explode, even 1,000 beast kings might not get off easy. But how will you lure those 3 monkey kings here? Charred thunder potato goo was a offensive goo, but it couldn't be moved, which greatly lowered its practical value. How difficult can that be? At the opportune time, we will just capture 2 to 3 young grass skirt monkeys and taste their brains here. At that time, their miserable screeches will definitely attract the furious monkey groups. It will only be ordinary monkey groups at first which you will be able to block and fend off. Then it should be those 3 monkey kings. Fang Yuan replied while burying the grass goo. Bai Ning couldn't help nodding her head. Wild beasts were wild beasts, possessing limited intelligence. Fang Yuan's plan might be very rough, but it was absolutely practical. As long as we kill the 3 monkey kings, getting the monkey wine will be as easy as a pie. Of course, it will be even better if we can take the goo worms on those monkey kings. Bai Ning mulled over it. Following this, they spent the whole afternoon in this pit. Bai Ning produced the charred thunder potato goo continuously, after which Fang Yuan would personally bury them into the ground, and then the 2 would bury that layer of soil. After 1 layer of soil was another layer of soil, till the pit was filled to the surface. The 2 were drenched in sweat. Fortunately, Fang Yuan possessed the strength of 2 boars and Bai Ning had also fully cultivated the strength of 1 crocodile. However, the next day, Fang Yuan wasn't showing any signs of stopping and continued to dig out another pit. Bai Ning was puzzled by it. Fang Yuan replied, just 1 pit isn't enough of a guarantee, there should always be backup plans. Being a bit more prepared is always a good thing. Like this, in the following 3 days, Bai Ning finally became aware of Fang Yuan's close to perverted cautiousness. They had dug no less than 5 pits and buried great numbers of charred thunder potato goo. Naturally, the scale of the first pit was the greatest. Due to all these preparations, the grass skirt monkey plan went by extremely smoothly. The monkey groups were all defeated with just 2 pitfalls. Out of the 3 monkey kings, 2 died and 1 was injured. The injured monkey king escaped with the remaining monkey groups. The dead monkey kings were blasted to pieces, the goo worms on them didn't survive. Fang Yuan stored great amounts of monkey wine till the tusita flour couldn't store anymore. The amount of wine was enough to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. There wouldn't be a problem in feeding the liquor worm for at least 2 years. And if they came across a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for good price. Before we go on, we need to clean the battlefield and fill up the 2 exploded pits. Is there a necessity for such cautiousness? Bai Ningbing felt pain whenever she thought of the pitfalls. Now, Fang Yuan glanced at her before saying one sentence which made Bai Ningbing obediently work. Did you forget how we chased that demonic path female Gu master? It was by relying on the tracks left by the demonic path female Gu master on her way. Those pitfalls that you dug, don't end up burying yourself with it. Chapter 214, Boom. Bai Gu Mountain, I am finally here. Fang Yuan sighed as he stared at the white mountain from a slope. Bai Ningbing was beside him, standing silently. The 2 were in rags with tiredness showing all over their faces. Just earlier, they had escaped from the steel rage boar's family of 5. Steel rage boars were a peculiar beast group, having small numbers and moved around in families of less than 10 members. But any mature steel rage boars were at least 100 beast king. In the family of 5 that was chasing after Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, Grandpa Boar was 1,000 beast king, while Daddy Boar and Mother Boar were 100 beast kings, and even their son and daughter had rank 1 Gu worms in them. It has been 5 days since they stole the monkey wine. After a long and arduous journey, Bai Gu Mountain was finally in reach. The southern border was full of mountains. Ordinary hills were not called mountains. Only when they were at least 10,000 feet can they be qualified to be called a mountain. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope, staring at the faraway mountain. This was her first time seeing Bai Gu Mountain. There were many hills surrounding the Qingmao Mountain. But this Bai Gu Mountain was like a solitary general, rising high above the ground while the surroundings were flat, and the scenery around it was deathly white. This white was not the snow-like white, but more of a bone-white color. Bai Gu Mountain, as the name implied, every rock on the mountain were made of bones. People called it bone rocks. Bai Gu Mountain was not an absolute dead area. There were many special vegetation and large numbers of bone beasts living here. At the same time there were many bone-type wild Gu worms. Bai Ningbing looked and looked, frowning. Any tall mountain and long river were the condensation ground of primeval essence. Bai Gu Mountain was uninhabited, a completely wild mountain. There were many wild beasts, Gu worms, and fatal plants. This is such a dangerous place, yet Fang Yuan insists on entering the mountain. What intentions does he have? Or rather, what thing was there that deeply attracted him? Fang Yuan was flipping through his memories at this moment. Bai Gu Mountain was still a wild mountain now, without any human inhabitants. But this situation will change completely 10 years later. A large-size village will move their base here and develop. This clan was named Bai, the Bai village. In the future, with Bai Gu Mountain as their center, they would become the overlord of the surrounding 1,000 miles of land. What Fang Yuan remembers most clearly is not the rise of the Bai village's power, because in this world, a single person's strength can be above a group's. Rather, he was thinking of a pair of twins in the Bai village. Bai Xing and Bai Hua. This pair of siblings discovered a cave by accident during a test at Bai Gu Mountain's back area, when they were 18. In this cave, they activated an inheritance. It was a complete inheritance of a rank 4 righteous Gu master. This Gu master's name was unknown, only his title was left behind, Fleshbone Lord. Bai Xing and Bai Hua benefited greatly from this, and became the twin stars of the righteous path after getting the inheritance. 100 years later, they both rose to rank 5, taking over Bai village. The strength of 2 rank 5 Gu masters pushed the clan's strength to an apex. The Gu worms in a complete inheritance would cover all 6 aspects of attack, healing, defense, movement, storage and investigation. After getting this inheritance, I will be able to hold my own and have the ability to advance or retreat. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing escaped from Qingmao Mountain, their Gu worms were not well rounded because of their low cultivation. They were like a boat moving against the tides, moving up the cliff. With just a little bad luck, they would be in danger. After a tough struggle, their chance came, and they killed a heavily injured demonic female Gu master. By taking her Gu, which included the rice bag Gu and jumping grass Gu, they could barely get by. But they still had weaknesses. Not only due to the lack of healing Gu, but also because of their low cultivation. Even if Fang Yuan advanced to rank 1 middle stage, so what? Green copper primeval essence was still green copper primeval essence. What he was relying on now was his A-grade talent and the heavenly essence treasure lotus recovery speed to sustain his consumption. But to be strict, his battle strength was negligible. If not for Bai Bing, he might have died to the crocodiles during the battle in the beach. He was able to get this far due to Bai Bing. But relying on others could never compare to relying on oneself. If I can get the Bai Gu mountain inheritance, many problems would be easily resolved. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Firstly, it was the jade bones Gu. With this Gu, the bones in his body would cast away the brittleness of mortal bones, and become more firm and tougher. His current body can only sustain the strength of 2 boars, but after he used the jade bones Gu, he would be able to add the strength of a crocodile on top of this. After that was a healing Gu. Fang Yuan remembered this inheritance has a very famous rank 3 healing Gu, flesh white bones. In his previous life, it was received by Bai Hua, causing her to become a famous healing Gu master. Finally, it was the one Fang Yuan ranked as the most important, Bone Flesh Unity Gu. This Gu was the Bone Flesh Lord's innovation, the only one in the world. This Gu's incredible usage riled up many large forces in the southern borders, in his previous life. If Gu worms were to be classified according to their use, they could be divided into 7 categories. Attack, defense, healing, investigation, storage, movement and cultivation. Liquor worm, for flavor liquor worm, man-beast burial Gu, relic Gu, or heavenly essence treasure lotus, they were all under cultivation category. And this bone flesh unity Gu was a mystical Gu under the cultivation category. Similar to Yin Yang rotation Gu, it was a pair of Gu, used on 2 Gu masters. It could let the 2 Gu masters undergo dual cultivation, 1, and advance their cultivation together, getting greater effects with less effort. If I can obtain the bone flesh unity Gu, with Bai Bing's help, I can advance my cultivation quickly. My cultivation will be shocking after I reach rank 3 stage. Especially in early stages, its effects will be even better than the liquor worm. I must get it no matter what. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Bing through the corner of his eyes. Bai Bing realized nothing, still staring at Bai Gu mountain. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. When they were about to move out, a few silhouettes suddenly flew towards them. Eh? Righteous Gu masters. Both Fang Yuan and Bai Bing were taken aback. A total of 4 Gu masters were approaching them. When they were 100 steps away, they landed on the ground and moved towards Fang Yuan and Bai Bing. The leader was an old Gu master, giving off a rank 3 aura while the remaining 3 were all rank 2. Their uniform were the same and their movements were in synergy, showing the signs of an elite group. How can we encounter righteous Gu masters in this desolate mountain range? Gu masters and wild beasts are completely different, even though I am rank 3 peak stage. With the chainsaw golden centipede's razors dulled and Fang Yuan as a burden, I might not be their match. We're in trouble now. The 4 Gu masters got closer amidst Fang Yuan and Bai Bing's bitter sighs. Dusk. The last few rays of the sun were like blood, and crows screeched as they flew back to their nests. Tai Ao Tian walked in the center of the group with a cold expression. There were 8 people in their group when they had set out of Qingmao Mountain, each were an expert of the clan. But now only 3 of his group remained. Tai Ao Tian's heart bled when he thought of the sacrifices. The losses were too severe. This was way out of his expectations. The losses were not because their cultivations were insufficient, but because their luck was too bad. After finding out Fang Yuan and Bai Bing's traces, they started to move along Huanglong River. But Huanglong River flowed too rapidly, leaving behind barely any traces. Even if they used Gu worms and had investigative experts, they still deviated from the path. With no choice, they had to move against the current, spending a lot of time before discovering Fang Yuan and Bai Bing's raft. However, troubles came soon after. They encountered a large number of 6-legged crocodiles and were attacked. To be honest, they were pretty unlucky. This beach was the breeding ground of the 6-legged crocodiles, and after it was destroyed, the six-legged crocodiles that dominated the area were wiped out. Beast groups were also split up into different forces. After the original owner died, this place became free for all, and many surrounding groups of six-legged crocodiles competed for it. Just when they were about to take control of this area, Tai Clan's group arrived on the shore. What thing dares to invade our territory? This land belongs to us six-legged crocodiles. Snatching territory from us, you're asking for it. The territorial concept of wild beasts was not to be trifled with. Thus, a huge battle broke out, and under the united attacks of 2 groups of 1,000 beast groups and 3 groups of 100 beast groups, the Tai clan group lost 2 members and were forced to escape. Fang Yuan's methods of removing traces were very experienced. Thus, their investigations did not make much progress. With the help of Gu worms, they eventually found out the direction Fang Yuan was headed to. But then, a colorful nightmare descended. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant descended from the sky, staring at them and thinking of them as food. Even now, the entire escape process was deeply buried in Tai Aotian's heart. The image of the Xian Yuan divine pheasant became his nightmare, waking him up from his sleep every night. Xian Yuan divine pheasant took away 3 of his companions' lives. Among them were their most professional investigative Gu master, and even a rank 3 defensive Gu master. Truly insane losses. Right now, the Gu master in charge of investigation was a half-baked one. Even with such a loss, Tai Aotian did not think of giving up. He was the 4th young master of Tai clan, with a great aptitude and carried the hopes and dreams of the clan since young. He cultivated intensely, inheriting the iron will personality of the Tai clansman. Reinforcing Tai Shueleng and his daughter was his first mission out of the village. But he only managed to save Tai Ruanan, and the divine investigator was sacrificed. This was a great contrast to his original intention. However, if he caught the demonic bastard that got the Blood Sea inheritance and take revenge for Tai Shueleng, it would be a great success. Such a merit would turn into his asset when vying for the clan leader position in the future, getting him more support from the clansmen. He was not worried about the strength of the demonic bastards. In the process of chasing them, they had discovered from the traces that the 2 had limited battle strength, or maybe they had suffered some injuries, only having the collective strength of 1 rank 3 Gu master. Even though I lost many companions, I am a rank 3 Gu master, and so is Tai Dao Ku. With 2 other rank 2 Gu masters to assist, our strength dominates those 2. Once we capture the demonic bastards, the loss of manpower will turn into proof of my iron will and never give up traits. Tai Aotian's eyes shone with determination. 4th young master, we have found some traces ahead, it seems the direction we are heading is not wrong. At this moment, the investigative Gu master reported. Oh? Quickly bring me there. After the time taken to drink a cup of tea, 2 holes were dug open, revealing corpses of a large number of grass skirt monkey. These grass skirt monkeys have died for less than a week, it seems we are catching up to those 2. Tai Daoku said in joy. Tai Aotian breathed in deeply, his mood was suddenly lifted. Finally, we're nearing the end. He clenched his fists, walking forward excitedly. He stared at the beautiful sky, the night lights shone on his young face, reflecting brightly in his eyes. All his patience and efforts were not in vain, he was finally getting the results. Although the sun is setting, I can see hopes and the future from it. He sighed in his heart, suddenly having the mood to ascend this slope, and enjoy this beautiful moment. The few Gu masters near him gazed at him with admiration. 4th young master is indeed 4th young master. On this journey, we had thought of giving up, but 4th young master persevered alone, and now he is about to get the fruits of his labor. In 4th young master, I can see the clan's hopes, and a bright future ahead. I swear I will only follow 4th young master in this life. They stared in daze at Tai Aotian ascending the slope. They could almost see the scene where one day, Tai Aotian ascends to the position of the clan leader. But at the next moment, an intense explosion occurred. Boom! 1. Not what you are thinking of. Back. Chapter 215, Fang Yuan sheds tears. Bai Xing was already 68 years old. He should have retired already at this age. However, Bai clan was in a rough situation these few years, and as an important clan elder and the uncle of the clan leader, he who had always been working hard and doing his best couldn't abandon the clan. Now, during this crucial moment of his clan's fate, he undertook the orders to leave the mountain, but during the journey, he accidentally sensed the aura of 2 Gu masters. Were they demonic Gu masters? This trip was very important to Bai clan and there could be no mistakes. Thus, he immediately led his group and approached the source of the aura. 2 youngsters? He was shocked when he saw Fang Yuan and Bai Bing. His gaze paused on Bai Bing first. Bai Bing looked frosty and her blue eyes gave off cold light as she stared fearlessly at Bai Xing, revealing her rank 3 aura. So young and already a rank 3, a genius. Not only Bai Xing, the other 3 in his group also had such thoughts after seeing Bai Bing. At once, 4 pairs of eyes were fixated on Bai Bing. Bai Bing had transformed into a girl, her beautiful features gave off a cool aura, causing her to appear like a snow fairy. Her pearl-like brilliance that couldn't be concealed by her tattered clothes, portrayed her firm personality, causing others to love yet pity her. Compared to her, Fang Yuan's presence was much dimmer. He had an ordinary look, with cultivation of merely rank 1, many gazes swept through him and went back to Bai Bing. Fang Yuan liked this, the less attention he receives, the better. Bai Xing, however, was different, his gaze quickly turned towards Fang Yuan. Bai Bing was protecting Fang Yuan and her stance showed that she would not give up without a fight. And Fang Yuan had a calm look, even though he was hiding behind her. To be closely protected by this young genius girl, this young man seems to be the leader of the 2, who is he? Bai Xing was after all very experienced, his discerning skills were very accurate. He had thought they were 2 demonic Gu masters, but now his heart wavered. Seeing Bai Bing and Fang Yuan's appearance, as well as their righteous Gu masters' clothing, they seemed more like young masters in distress. If they are demonic Gu masters, just kill them. But if they are young masters from other clans, we have to watch out. If we cause the forces behind them to take revenge on our Bai clan, Bai Xing, will become the clan sinner. But thankfully our side is stronger than them, thus the situation is under control. Bai Xing was still thinking, when Fang Yuan suddenly took a step forward. He cupped his fists. I am Guyu Fangjing, young master of Qingmao Mountain's Guyu clan, my respects to senior. Qingmao Mountain? Guyu clan young master? The people were bewildered. Bai Bing was also shocked, but she lowered her head so as to cover her gaze from giving them off. She knew that Fang Yuan was starting to cook up a story again. The enemy was stronger than them, thus they had to rely on wits to get out of their predicament. She clearly understood the situation, the rapport they had built up these few days caused her to move one small step back towards Fang Yuan's side. She continued staring at them angrily, like a close bodyguard who was not afraid of dying. Young lad, you are lying. Qingmao Mountain has long been destroyed, you think I don't know that? Bai Xing shouted with a cold expression. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, waving his hands, exactly because Qingmao Mountain is destroyed, I ended up here. Could I be so presumptuous as to ask for senior's name? Bai Xing hesitated, but a young man beside him quickly spoke, then listen closely, we are the elites of Bai clan and this is our Bai clan's number 1 elder, also my uncle, Lord Bai Xing. Bai Xing really wanted to strangle this nephew to death. This secret operation by Bai clan this time, was on a large scale, but their true intentions were unknown to those who were not higher ups. Thus, these people were completely in the dark. On the surface they were out hunting to temper the young master's bravery. But their true motive was to find the spirit spring in Bai Gu Mountain, and start their wild beasts extermination operation. But there's no way they can guess it. Bai Xing calmed down as he looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Bing. As expected, it was Bai clan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He had already guessed the situation from these 4 Gu masters' appearance. Bai clan's spirit spring was drying out, they needed to find a new one and relocate their clan. The act of relocating a clan was very important, and many preparatory work went into it, and secrecy was also one of them. Otherwise, once the enemy forces found out, they could disrupt their plans and cause the entire Bai clan to fall into danger of getting wiped out. What Fang Yuan had not expected was the Bai clan leader planning so far ahead, starting the preparations 10 years earlier, sending these clansmen to Bai Gu Mountain occasionally to carry out their scouting. There were indeed reasons beyond luck in Bai clan's eventual prosperity. The appearance of Bai clan Gu masters was a surprise to Fang Yuan, and this would have a great impact on his following actions. On the surface, however, Fang Yuan smiled and cupped his fists. "Oh, so you are from Bai clan, a fellow clan from righteous faction, nice to meet all of you." He then turned to Bai Ningbing and said, "Ningbing, stay down, we are safe. Bai clan does not have demonic Gu masters." Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard Fang Yuan speak in such a gentle manner. She held in her disgust, and withdrew her battle intent, taking another step back while still remaining silent. This act caused the 4 opposing Gu masters to sigh in relief. After all, she was a rank 3 Gu master. So her name is Ningbing. Bai Mo Xing's nephew repeated the name in his heart, his expression slightly dazed. Bai Mo Xing narrowed his eyes and probed, "It sounds like Junior Guyu has met some demonic Gu masters along the way?" "Yes, my heart still palpitates when I think about it." Fang Yuan patted his chest with fear in his eyes, but luckily, the clan leader and a few clan elders came in time, and killed that rank 3 Gu master. Clan leader and elders. Bai Mo Xing's heart jumped as he quickly followed up, "Don't tell me your clan leader and elders are nearby?" Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing, "We got lost from the main team." Bai Mo Xing's heart eased. But Fang Yuan's next sentence caused him to be alert again, "But I believe that before long, we will regroup again. Because our destination this time is Bai Gu Mountain." Bai Mo Xing was nervous. "Bai Gu Mountain? Why are you all coming to Bai Gu Mountain?" "This." Fang Yuan hesitated and didn't speak up. Bai Mo Xing snorted while a bad feeling emerged in his heart. Now that Qingmao Mountain was destroyed, what would the remains of the Guyu clan do? Obviously finding a new location and rebuild their home. Don't tell me they chose Bai Gu Mountain too? Damn it. In an instant, Bai Mo Xing's heart surged with killing intent. If his guess was correct, then Qingmao Mountain's main team was his Bai clan's enemy. But he soon contained his killing intent. He was old and was no longer as impulsive as back when he was young. When an elder handled matters, stability was their main priority. He calmed down and thought about it. Even if he killed these 2 immediately, it might not salvage the situation. Killing these 2 would not stop the remaining Qingmao Mountain inhabitants from coming, it would instead worsen the situation, creating foes even before they met. These enemies had no foundation here but were powerful. Didn't you hear what the Guyu young master said? The main team had the clan leader and several elders. The most troublesome part was these people wouldn't hesitate to fight to death if the situation became desperate. Furthermore, even if he attacked now, that girl called Ningbing was a true rank 3 Gu master. His side would still have casualties, although they were stronger. Finally, such an important matter should not be decided by him. The clan leader was not far away, why not ask her for instructions? Bai Mo Xing decided to stabilize the situation with Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing first as he thought of this. He started smiling and said enthusiastically, "This is really a coincidence, Junior, our Bai clan's main team is just nearby. We are holding an annual hunting event, as half the landlord, we invite you to come and be a guest. Please allow us to host you." "This?" Fang Yuan hesitated purposely. "Come, our Bai clan's grilled lamb leg is top tier." Bai Mo Xing's nephew also began to persuade, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan touched his tummy, showing a conflicted expression, a bit of hesitation but also yearning. Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone and laughed loudly, "Junior, don't hesitate, anymore, and you are not giving me face." Only then did Fang Yuan bow, "Then I shall impose upon your clan." A banquet was held inside a spacious tent. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took a seat next to each other. A few clan elders sat opposite each other, and in the head seat was the Bai clan leader. The tent's roof was opened, allowing them to see the blue sky. And in the center was a lamb being grilled, its fragrance extending throughout the entire tent. Come, lamb leg is the most tender. Guests from afar, please have a taste. Bai clan leader said with enthusiasm. She was a middle-aged woman, and under her indication, the servants grilling the lamb, cut the lamb leg and offered it to Fang Yuan. Soon after, they cut off the other leg and placed it in front of Bai Ningbing in a silver plate. The lamb leg was still sizzling hot. Fang Yuan took a bite. He could taste the crispy fragrant skin and the tender juicy meat. If it had been marinated with some honey or some cumin powder, it would have been even tastier. Indeed a delicacy, no less than the grass skirt monkey's brains. Even Bai Ningbing was full of praises. Our guest's happiness is our utmost pleasure. Ha ha ha. Bai Xing laughed. Fang Yuan ate and ate, when suddenly, his tears started flowing out. Everyone was shocked. Bai clan leader asked, Junior Fang Jing, why are you crying? The taste is truly divine, but thinking of the last few days where I and Ningbing could barely survive, going through one danger after another, and thinking of our clansmen suffering in the wild without food to eat, I can't help but feel heartache. Please forgive me, Bai clan leader. Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fist. The few clan elders glanced at each other and sighed. Bai clan leader asked, my clan feels deep sympathy towards Gu clan's disaster. Junior, can you tell me what in the world happened at Qingmao Mountain? Chapter 216, Green Copper Relic. Gu, the once lively Qingmao Mountain had turned into a world of ice and snow. Such a change had long attracted the attention and investigations of nearby forces. In these few months, news of Qingmao Mountain being destroyed had gradually spread far. I don't dare to recall, every time I think of it, it feels so painful. Fang Yuan sat down, his face full of grief. Servants, bring the wine. Seeing Fang Yuan unwilling to speak, Bai clan leader did not pursue the matter, but ordered her servants to bring 2 vats of wine. Bai Ningbing was indifferent, she never drank wine, only water. Fang Yuan opened the seal immediately, gulping and drinking a mouthful as his tears fell once again. Bai clan leader was stunned. Junior, why are you crying again? Your clan's wine is intoxicating, but it makes me recall our green bamboo wine and of those days when I drank on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan wiped his tears as he said. The clan elder's sighs became even louder, and many started consoling Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's encounter caused them to feel a sense of resonance. After all, Bai clan's spirit spring was starting to dry out, and if they couldn't find a new spirit spring, Gu clan's sorry state would be their Bai clan's future. Bai clan leader consoled him once more, only then did Fang Yuan stop crying. Who would not feel pain when their home is destroyed? I can understand Junior's feelings. But as long as people remain, there is hope. Junior, don't grieve. I believe that in a few days, you will be reunited with your clansmen. Bai Xing probed. Fang Yuan acted as if he was unaware, wiping his tears and answering casually, yeah, it should be in a few days. Hearing this reply, Bai Xing and Bai clan leader glanced at each other. After the banquet, Bai clan leader called Bai Xing and entered a secret discussion. Clan leader, the situation is bad. Gu village was destroyed. Why did these remaining people come to Bai Gu Mountain? It is likely that they want to snatch this territory. Should we strike first instead? Bai Xing was worried. He. Bai clan's female leader laughed lightly instead. Bai Xing was bewildered. Why is clan leader laughing? The female clan leader squinted and explained, don't be rash, Elder Xing, this situation has boon and bane. As long as we operate this well, we can save much effort. Bai Xing started to ponder the clan leader's words deeply. That's right. Bai clan's spirit spring was running dry after so many years of usage. They needed to find a new spirit spring as soon as possible, and this time they were searching for a suitable spring on Bai Gu Mountain under the cover of hunting. Bai clan's main group had just arrived and could not find anything yet. But if Gu clan's remnants were coming to Bai Gu Mountain, they had to know some intel. It could even be deduced that Guyu clan definitely held information on that spirit spring. Bai clan leader saw Bai Mo Xing's expression change and continued, "Looks like you got it. Actually, any large mountain is a gathering of primeval essence, and thus a spirit spring will be there. But to find the spirit spring's specific location, it is not easy and requires a lot of manpower and resources. There are Fang, Liao and Fan clan around our Bai clan, they are all strong clans with equal power. If the matter about our Bai clan spirit spring running dry gets out, they will take advantage of the situation and attack our weakness, thus we decided earlier that we have to secretly find the spirit spring's location under the guise of a hunting competition. But by doing this, we are greatly restricted and have to expend even greater manpower and resources in searching for the spirit spring." Bai clan leader was full of worries, but could not express her helplessness. Bai Mo Xing continued, "Thus, clan leader wants to obtain information about the spirit spring from Guyu clan?" "That's right." Bai clan leader nodded, her eyes shining brightly. "Guyu clan's leader and elders won't be easy to deal with, but with those two youngsters in our control? This is a godsend opportunity." Bai Mo Xing frowned, "But, I see that those two are not stupid. That lass is obviously one of those iron-willed stubborn type, while that young lad, although weak, was unfazed in dangerous situations, being calm at all encounters. The first time we met, even when he was surrounded by us, he did not show a hint of panic. It will not be easy if we want them to divulge information." Bai clan leader chuckled, "If he did not have such composure, how would he be a clan's young master? These two young masters are very outstanding, but if they weren't, I would be doubting their identities." Bai Mo Xing continued, "Thus, you have to think twice, clan leader. If we interrogate them forcefully, they might not submit to us. With the traces they left behind, Guyu clan will be here soon. These are the type of desperate people with nothing to lose, except their lives." Bai clan leader waved her hand, "That is not a worry, clan elder, I have a plan." "Oh? This old one shall listen." Bai clan leader said it softly while Bai Mo Xing's old eyes kept on getting brighter. After Bai clan leader finished, Bai Mo Xing could not help but praise, "This is a good plan. I saw that Guyu Fangjing is very attached to his clan, he even cried twice for his clan in the banquet. He is after all a youngster, clan leader. This plan that you came up with is like placing honey in front of a young bear or placing a carrot before a young rabbit. There will be no issues getting him hooked." Fang Yuan opened a corner of the tent's cover. It was night time already, but Bai clan's temporary camp was well lit. The tents were placed perfectly in order, with iron racks and torches at every certain distance, and patrolling Gu master groups all night round. "Young Master Fangjing, what is the matter?" Fang Yuan had just opened the cover, and the two guards at the door immediately walked over. Fang Yuan burped out some wine. "I drank a lot of wine at the banquet, is there anywhere I can relieve myself?" "Young master, right this way. You are our esteemed guest, the clan leader has arranged a special spot for you, no further than 30 steps away." One of the guards immediately said. "Give me a direction, I do not like anyone near me when I pee." Fang Yuan rejected. "I do not dare to disobey young master, the wooden lavatory is right there." The guard pointed towards it, bowed and left. Fang Yuan got to the wooden lavatory, and after peeing, he pretended to be drowsy and walked in an opposite direction. He was not even 20 steps out when a few patrolling Gu masters came over. "Esteemed guest, that is the wrong direction, your tent is over there." "Is that so? I remembered it was there." Fang Yuan burped. "Esteemed guest, this way please." Bai clan Gu master smiled hypocritically, with a forceful tone. Fang Yuan was brought back to the tent again. In the tent, the lights were turned on. There were 2 beds on eastern and western side in the tent. Bai Ningbing was sitting on her bed and cultivating, using primeval essence to nurture her aperture. Hearing Fang Yuan enter, she opened her eyes, inquiring with her gaze. Fang Yuan glanced at her, before falling down on the bed. "Ningbing, sleep early. You were exhausted these few days. Don't worry, we will join up with our clansmen in few days." His words slurred at the end, and eventually he closed his eyes, snoring, evidently falling asleep. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. She knew Fang Yuan was acting, purposely saying that as a precaution against any surveillance-type goo worms. He had gone out earlier to pee, but returned so early, which meant the area was tightly secured and it was impossible for them to escape quietly in dark. She couldn't help but be worried. Although she was at rank 3 peak stage, her goo worms were not optimal, causing her battle strength to be insufficient. While in this camp, Bai clan leader was at rank 4, and there are 5 to 6 clan elders, and a lot of rank 2 goo masters. To be meat on somebody's chopping board. That was the current situation. Although Bai clan was a righteous faction, people die for fortune and birds die for food, once the benefits exceeded the risk, they would definitely commit murder in secret. Bai Ningbing knew the goo worms in Fang Yuan's possession were all extremely rare. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull Goo, once exposed, would definitely attract the greed of Bai clan goo masters. The reason they did not act yet was because Fang Yuan used the threat of the non-existent Guyu clansmen to temporarily lie to them. A few days later, when they do not see Guyu clansmen arrive, they would be suspicious. By then, Fang Yuan and her would be at a tight spot. How do I get out of this predicament? Bai Ningbing frowned, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already turned around, his back facing her, and he seemed to have really slept from the sound of his relaxed breathing. You sure take it easy. Bai Ningbing snorted, feeling anxious and helpless in her heart. The next day. It was a bright sunny day. There were 3 loud drum beats which signified the Bai clan leader summoning the clansmen. Our Bai clan annual hunting competition starts from today and will continue for the next 7 days. It is time for you to display your strength. According to our rules, those who get a decent ranking will be heavily rewarded. Next, feel free to display all your bravery and strength. Bai clan leader waved her hand, and the village gates opened. The goo masters were eager to start the competition, rushing out impatiently. Not long later, they entered the forest from their respective positions, vanishing into the wilderness. The crowded camp had become more spacious and empty. Junior Fangjing, did you sleep well last night? Bai clan leader turned around, asking Fang Yuan with a smile. Fang Yuan cupped his fist, thank you clan leader for the hospitality. Last night I fell asleep immediately after lying down, and it was morning already when I woke up. Ha ha ha. Bai clan leader smiled, patting Fang Yuan's shoulders, giving off a kind and affectionate feeling. Does Junior want to enter our clan's hunting competition? Let us see the valor of a Guyu clansman. Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression, rejecting, I am ashamed. Junior was heavily injured not too long ago, and my cultivation fell from rank 3. Thankfully I was saved by the clan, but now I only have rank 1 middle stage cultivation. Even without Fang Yuan mentioning it, his rank 1 aura was clear to the eyes. No worries Junior. As our clan's esteemed guest, you will definitely be well treated. How about this, as long as Junior can hunt an adult black bear, this green copper relic goo will be your reward. Bai clan leader clapped her hand, and a goo master beside her opened his palm, as a finger-sized round ball-shaped goo emerged. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but showed an earnest expression, then this Junior shall take up the invitation. Chapter 217, Giving Others a Hold on Oneself. Howl. In the forest, a plump black bear as large as 2 meters was standing on its 2 legs. It growled towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, but the two were indifferent, causing the black bear to become furious. It landed on all 4s and pounced towards the 2 youngsters. Do not be fooled by the bear's clumsy looks, its running speed was, in fact, very fast, twice the speed of ordinary humans. Seeing the black bear nearing 50 steps from him, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile as if he had achieved his target. Bam! With a loud bang, soil was sent flying. The black bear cried out pitifully, its advancement came to a stop as if it had suffered a blow to the head. Overcome by anger due to suffering such an absurd attack, it quickly changed to another direction and rushed towards Fang Yuan once again. But after only stepping out for 10 steps, the ground exploded again. Hell! The black bear's chest was blown to a bloody mess, its eyes turned red as its rage reached a tipping point, rushing forward once again. A wild beast after all, lacking in intelligence. Fang Yuan sighed as he retreated. The black bear chased relentlessly, but there would be an explosion every few steps it took. After rushing for another few dozen steps, the black bear's body was full of injuries with none of its fur intact. It was limping as its four limbs were crippled, there was no longer the fearsomeness of before. Its anger had subsided, and the instinct for survival kicked in. Even though Fang Yuan was standing no further than 20 steps away, it chose to retreat. But Fang Yuan had already anticipated its retreating path, and dug a deep hole on the path, burying at least 5 charred thunder potato goo in there. Boom! With a loud explosion, the battle ended. At the same time, in the tent, wisps of smoke hovered in the air. In the smoke, images flashed, as they portrayed the process of Fang Yuan's battle in real time. Elder Mo Xing, what do you think? Bai clan leader spoke after the battle ended. Only she and Bai Mo Xing were inside the tent. If I am not wrong, this Gu clan young master is using the charred thunder potato goo? This goo is an expendable type, absorbing energy from the ground to grow, and explodes after impacted with vibrations. Among rank 2 goo worms, it has strong attacking power, but this goo is severely weakened on Bai Gu Mountain. Bai Gu Mountain has no soil, and even the mountain rocks are made of bones. The charred thunder potato goo cannot be planted. Bai Mo Xing continued evaluating. Bai clan leader shook her head. You analyzed well, but that's not the point. Did you not notice, Fang Jing did everything by himself, from burying the charred thunder potato goo to the end of the battle. He has a rank 3 bodyguard but chose to use the rank 2 charred thunder potato goo himself through a tedious process. Every time he buries a seed, he has to use primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, but he insists on doing it himself. What does that say? Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone. I understand, this Fang Jing is an upright person, not one of those who like to scheme and skive. He agreed to enter the hunting competition, thus no matter how hard it is, he will not use outside forces to cheat. Scheming and skiving characters have weak will, while upright characters are indomitable. If we want to find out the location of the spirit spring from these two people, the best way is to do so is indirectly, by using our wits. My confidence in last night's plans have increased again. Bai clan leader smiled. Luckily I was able to accomplish my goals. After half an incense was burnt through, Fang Yuan placed a torn bear skin in front of the Bai clan leader. In such a short time, Junior managed to kill an adult black bear, as expected of Gu clan's young master. Bai clan leader's face showed a trace of shock, which immediately turned into a smile. Junior might as well go back to rest, the green copper relic Gu will be sent over shortly. Thank you clan leader, this Junior will take his leave. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved out of the central tent and back to their tent. Soon after, a Gu master brought over the green copper relic Gu. Fang Yuan took it, and immediately used it on the spot, raising his cultivation from middle to upper stage. Gu master's small realms were easy to break through and was just a matter of efforts and time. Big realms, however, needed aptitude to break through. Relic Gu, Stone Aperture Gu along with many other Gu worms could reduce the time needed by Gu master to raise their cultivation. As for rank 1 upper stage, it is still rank 1. This small growth could not change or affect the situation at all. At night, Bai clan leader organized a banquet again, inviting Fang and Bai. Bai clan's tradition was to hold banquets every day during the hunting competition. Large bonfire banquets were held in the open areas. As for the small banquet in the central tent, only the first few ranked participants would be invited. But because Fang and Bai had different identities, they still remained on the guest seats. Come, let me introduce to Junior our clan's rising star. You youngsters should interact with each other. During the banquet, Bai Mo Xing started the conversation. There were 4 youngsters in the tent, 2 males and 2 females, all were rank 3 Gu masters. One of the guys was Bai Mo Xing's nephew, Bai Mo Ting. He had a slim body and was ranked 3rd in today's hunting. Among the 2 girls, one was called Bai Chao Shui who looked very careless, but was ranked 4th. The other was called Bai Lian. She had white skin and thick eyebrows which gave her a fresh aura. she was the most beautiful girl in Bai clan. The two girls sat opposite each other, forming a stark contrast. Bai Zhanlai greets the two esteemed guests. A young male Gu master took the initiative and stole the words out of Bai Emoxing's mouth. He was muscular and his manners contained arrogance along with strong battle intent. Looking at Fang and Bai, he first paused at Fang Yuan before showing a smile of disdain. Next his gaze was locked onto Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was like a snow fairy with her silver hair and blue eyes, surpassing Bai Lian in terms of beauty. More importantly, she was at rank 3 peak stage, attracting Bai Zhanlai's attention. He snorted, "It seems that your Guyu clan has strong women and weak men?" Bai Ningbing was like an ice block, showing no reaction. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold and slightly ugly. Bai clan leader interrupted, "This is the #1 youth expert in our clan, Junior, don't blame him for his inconsiderate words." "Of course not." Fang Yuan moved his lips, facing Bai clan leader, "Brother Zhanlai is a dragon among men, I am deeply amazed." His tone was complex, and his expression was perfectly displayed, some tolerance due to being under others' roof, the helplessness of his own weak cultivation and some indignant pride of a youngster. Even Bai Ningbing was taken by surprise. Bai Zhanlai snorted, while Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He knew the Bai clan situation, but Bai clan did not know his true trump cards. The situation might seem dire for him, but he had a strong grasp on the advantage he had: information. How to make good use of this advantage, that is the key to getting out of our predicament. Green copper relic Gu is a good sign, showing that Bai clan is worried about the non-existent Guyu clan remnants. They do not want to do it by force, but instead trick and manipulate us. Is this Bai Zhanlai the next chess piece? Now that I think about it, his tone earlier was too forceful. If he really is the Bai clan's next move, there will be some problems. I might as well give my handle to them, and expose my weakness. If he allowed the Bai clan to set up traps this casually, Fang Yuan would no doubt fall into a more passive situation. Instead, he might as well give others a hold on himself, and expose some fake weaknesses, to gain some initiative. Thinking so, Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the tent, a ploy brewing in his scheming mind. He looked at Bai Lian, opposite him. After staring for a while, Bai Lian seemed to have noticed his gaze, but Fang Yuan turned his head over, seemingly observing something else. As the banquet continued, Fang Yuan took peeks at Bai Lian from time to time, but avoided eye contact with her. When the banquet was almost over, Fang Yuan peeked more often. This situation was easily noticed by the Bai clan leader, and some clan elders. The clan elders showed some amusement in their eyes. It was a common thing for youths to get infatuated. Bai Lian was the beauty of Bai clan, it was natural for her to attract the attention of Guyu clan young master. After the banquet was over, Bai Emoxing excitedly went to see the clan leader. "Clan leader, did you see what happened during the banquet?" Bai clan leader smiled, "Let me plan a bit more." The night passed by silently. During the second day of the hunting competition, Bai clan leader called Fang Yuan again, telling him to hunt a earthhorn rhino. Fang Yuan reenacted the same method, using the charred thunder potato Gu and blasting the earthhorn rhino, bringing back its horn. Bai clan leader praised him and rewarded him with a clearing heat Gu. Clearing heat Gu was like an armored worm fossil, with a half-transparent jade rock texture. He felt a cool air passing on to him when he held it in his hand. This Gu was a rank 2 healing Gu, used to cure poison. Fang Yuan had finally fixed his greatest weakness after getting this Gu. During the campfire banquet that night. "This is my son and daughter. Bai Xing, Bai Hua, stand up and toast this brother," Bai clan leader said. A pair of twins stood up, raising their cups like an adult, saying together, "Bai Xing, Bai Hua, toasts Guyu young master." They bowed slightly with a solemn expression, showing their good upbringing. There was no hint of any childishness. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned and sized up this pair of siblings attentively. According to his previous life, these two kids would be the famous righteous twin stars, their fame would last a long period of time. Both cultivated to rank 5 and expanded the Bai clan village to an unprecedented height. At the same time, they were the inheritors of the Bai Gu mountain inheritance, and Bai Xing even became the Bai clan leader eventually. In a clan, the clan leader position was usually inherited by the clan leader's own children. But for Guyu village, where the clan leader does not have children, they would choose an outstanding youngster from their pure bloodline descendants. People have a growing process. Bai Xing and Bai Hua might be grand heroes in the future, but now they were still too young, not even students yet. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and concentrated on Bai Lian again. The banquet continued. During the period, Fang Yuan continued to peek on Bai Lian, as Bai Zhanlai continued to find problems, his tone haughtier than before. Bai Mo Xing's nephew Bai Mo Ting was instead peeking at Bai Ningbing. Chapter 218, Performing a great show on the third day, Bai clan leader called for Fang Yuan again and gifted him many primeval stones in the name of hunting. During the banquet, apart from stealing glances at Bai Lian, Fang Yuan took the initiative to toast to Bai clan leader with a sincere and grateful expression. Bai clan leader didn't speak but was inwardly very satisfied. This night, Bai Lian visited Fang Yuan on her own accord. Her friend had been poisoned and clearing heat goo would be very effective on it. However, clearing heat goo was rare, thus she came to Fang Yuan to borrow it. Can't endure it anymore, huh? Fang Yuan sneered inwardly while lending the clearing heat goo without any objection. Bai Lian seemed to be very grateful for this. Fang Yuan then took the initiative to enthusiastically chat with her. The two started becoming closer and their relation rapidly improved. The fifth day, at the banquet, Bai clan leader suddenly asked, Junior, is your Guyu clan thinking of settling down in Bai Gu mountain? Fang Yuan immediately stood up. He tried to appear composed, but couldn't conceal the panic in his eyes. Bai Gu mountain lies close to Bai village, we could say it your esteemed clan's territory. How could we dare to encroach upon it? Bai clan leader smiled inwardly. She became more certain that the Guyu clan's objective was Bai Gu mountain. However, she hypocritically said, Junior might not be fully aware of the complicated situation here. The pressure on our Bai clan is very big. It would be great if Guyu clan could stay here at Bai Gu mountain as our clan's ally. Fang Yuan promptly denied. Bai Mo Xing also persuaded. Fang Yuan seemed to be moved but he did not yield. After the banquet, Bai Lian also came over to indirectly talk about it. Fang Yuan's expression became complicated, but he still didn't admit it. This kid, his mouth is very tight. After the banquet, in the tent, Bai Mo Xing gritted his teeth and sighed. This is the demeanor of the young master of a clan, I am not surprised. We just have to raise the heat. Bai clan leader's gaze was pensive. The next day, dawn. Fang Yuan was still sleeping, when he was woken up by quarreling noises from outside the tent. He walked outside the tent to take a look, only to see Bai Zhanlai aggressively pulling Bai Lian's hands. Bai Zhanlai, I told you many times to stop bothering me. Love can't be forced. Bai Lian swung off Bai Zhanlai's hand and said with an icy expression, I still have things to do, take your leave. Today's hunting competition is about to begin, what things do you have to do? Or are you going to look for that gigolo from Guyu village? Bai Zhanlai furiously roared. Say whatever you want. Young Master Fang Jing is very kind and even lent the clearing heat goo when I asked for it. If it was not for his help, could Bai Xingjing recover so quickly? Lian can you not be so simple-minded? Clearing heat goo, haha, the way I see it he is just thinking to get intimate with you. Don't tell me you didn't sense his glances? Bai Zhanlai worriedly said. Bai Lian glared, Bai Zhanlai, enough is enough. Ah, young Master Fang Jing. As the two quarreled, they saw Fang Yuan who was standing outside the tent. Fang Yuan looked a little embarrassed and his gaze showed some worry as he said to Bai Lian, so it was Lady Bai Lian. Please come in if you have something to say. You lad. Bai Zhanlai turned furious and seemed about to find trouble for Fang Yuan, but was stopped by Bai Lian halfway through. Bai Zhanlai, what do you think you are doing? Are you crazy? This is our clan's esteemed guest. What esteemed guest, he is no more than a stray dog. Bai Zhanlai spat in contempt as he pointed at Fang Yuan, kid, if you have guts then let's have a real contest. the loser will have to stop bothering Lian. Humph, I am only a rank 1 whereas you are a rank 3 and you have the nerve to say this. Could it be the Grand Bai clan has no fairness? Fang Yuan's expression turned ugly. In this world, there has never been fairness, there are only strong and weak. You are a coward if you don't dare to compete. So it turns out the Guyu clan produces cowards, ha ha ha. Bai Zhanlai threw his head back and laughed, the sound attracting many people. What's going on? Bai Xing hurried over at this moment. Bai Lian explained everything to him. Bai Xing immediately criticized Bai Zhanlai. Stop fooling around, you actually dared to be rude to the esteemed guest. Bai Zhanlai raised his head, he didn't dare to take up my challenge, he is not a warrior. Since he is not a warrior, why should I be courteous to him? You. Bai Xing stared in fury. Bai Lian said, anyone who accepts such challenge would be an idiot. Young Master Fang Zheng's cultivation has fallen because of injuries. If he was at his peak state, you might not be his opponent. A young lady was saying such things towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Jing was really here, his heart would have been completely filled with appreciation. Fang Yuan, however, sneered, such a good performance. I will compete with you in place of young Master Fang Jing. Bai Lian continued. Bai Zhanlai gasped with rage, why are you sticking out for him, besides on what basis are you representing him? He is only a gigolo, a spineless coward, I alone can win 10 of him. I won't compete with you. Kid, if you have guts then stand up. Not even saying anything, are you still a man? If you want to compete, then let's compete, who is afraid of whom? Fang Yuan seemed to have been spurred on by the remarks, as he straightened his neck and said in an impulsive manner. Lord Elder, did you hear it? He agreed. Bai Zhanlai immediately shouted out with glee all over his face. Bai Xing furrowed his brows, one should always be brave enough to receive challenges. Junior Fang Jing, we all see your bravery, but you are our clan's esteemed guest, how will we explain to Guyu clan if there are any mishaps? And your cultivations are not at the same level, so the challenge loses its fairness. Lord Elder is correct, Junior was thoughtless. Fang Yuan deliberately hesitated. Seeing Fang Yuan seemingly about to withdraw, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian quickly communicated with their gazes. Bai Zhanlai continued to speak, provoking Fang Yuan's anger and spurring him on. Bai Lian bit her lips, before walking in front of Fang Yuan. She opened her watery big eyes and spoke softly, young Master Fang Jing, if I may be so bold to ask a favor. Oh, what request? I really wish young master would accept this challenge and help me get rid of Bai Zhanlai's persistence. I really can't endure his harassment. Bai Lian said with eyes filled with tears. A young girl was imploring a boy like this, to drive away a nasty pursuer. Especially if this boy also had good feelings about this young girl. Tell me, which boy could refuse? Thereupon, Fang Yuan immediately patted his chest and agreed, not to worry Lady Bai Lian, your affairs are my affairs, I will give it my all. Fang Yuan paused before speaking with some hesitation, it is just that my cultivation is weaker than his at the moment. Just in case I lost. Please be at ease young master, I have a plan already. Bai Lian's smile was like the blooming of a daffodil. She turned around and said to Bai Xing, Lord Elder, young Master Fang Jing might have agreed to the contest, but if we really were to continue with the duel, we might injure our harmony and it also wouldn't be fair. I have a proposal, the hunting competition is ongoing currently, how about we take this chance to divide them into 5-person group and compete with the hunting accomplishments? Yes, it is a good proposal. Bai Xing felt his beard and slightly nodded, okay, you will choose your own teams. But to be fair, the cultivation level of your teams must be proportionate. Bai Zhanlai snorted in annoyance. Yes. Bai Lian promptly bowed in happiness. After an hour, the two sides set off. On Fang Yuan's side, there were rank 3 Bai Ningbing, Bai Lian and 2 other female Gu masters with a similar age to Bai Lian, both all having rank 2 cultivation. Among them was Bai Xingjing who was very grateful to Fang Yuan. She was the one who was poisoned and had been cured by Fang Yuan's clearing heat Gu. The group was harmonious, and although Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation, he was the core of the group. Young master, you don't need to worry, we have already gotten detailed information on the locations of the more precious preys. You only need to follow us. Bai Xingjing was responsible for scouting, and she was quite lively. The group followed her, and sure enough, they were able to kill many unique prey. Fang Yuan didn't have to exert himself and the whole thing felt like he was going on an excursion rather than hunting. Young Master Fang Jing, I heard others saying your Guyu clan is migrating to Bai Gu Mountain, is that true? Bai Xingjing seemed to have asked casually when they were returning from their rewarding hunt. Those talks are all baseless. Fang Yuan smiled. Young master, you are gentle and refined, an upright gentleman, much better than that Bai Zhan Lai. Sigh, if you could stay at Bai Gu Mountain then we could meet each other more often in future. Bai Xingjing continued. Fang Yuan laughed and secretly glanced at Bai Lian who was walking alongside him. Bai Lian seemed to be worried, settling down and establishing the village is not an easy thing. The most important condition is to find a spirit spring. However, the primeval energy around the spirit spring is very dense, so there will definitely be beasts pack or formidable wild goo worms living near it. To establish the village, the very first exploration group will have to go through intense battles, either killing beast packs or the wild goo worms. This process will definitely be accompanied by bloodbath and sacrifices. Upon saying so, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, there are many bone goo living in Bai Gu Mountain. These bone goo have tough physique and are difficult to deal with. There are also no soil in Bai Gu Mountain, the ground is all made of bones and stones. It is not impossible to establish a village and survive on this mountain, but the price to pay is very high. Oh, is it so? Fang Yuan's smile contained a trace of reluctance and his gaze seemed to reveal deep worry. Then, he pretended to act nonchalant, asking, I am quite interested in Bai Gu Mountain. Bai Lian, your clan could be said to be half the owner, could you tell me what dangers are on this mountain? Bai Lian smiled, then please listen, young master. She exaggeratedly spoke while secretly activating the anxiety accumulation goo inside her aperture. This goo worked as quietly as the spring breeze and would silently influence everyone within 10 steps of it. It aggravated people's thoughts and increased their worries. Fang Yuan's smiling expression gradually faded and the worries in his eyes became more visible. Young Master Fang Jing doesn't need to worry, we will definitely win against Bai Zhan Lai this time. Bai Xingjing intentionally eased Fang Yuan's worries. Fang Yuan nodded and after replying few sentences, he appeared absent-minded. Following, he kept on asking many questions. They were all about Bai Gu Mountain, especially about certain areas in the back of the mountain. Bai Lian patiently answered all his questions. This scene was playing in real time in the camp. The fish has taken the bait. Bai clan leader showed a smug smile, back of the mountain. She started looking at the map on the table. Chapter 219, Entering Bai Gu Mountain. After a short period of time, Bai clan leader took her gaze off the map, giving up. Bai Gu Mountain was huge, even though the range was restricted to the back mountain, it was still a long way to pinpointing the exact location. That Guyu lad, he is on guard against our Bai clan and would not ask for the direction directly. It seems that to find out the location of the spirit spring, we will need to buck up. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, evaluating. Once they obtained the location of the spirit spring, Bai clan would hold a thorough investigation. But if the spirit springs surrounding beast groups isn't a lot, and the price for killing them isn't huge, I will strike directly. After all, we have the initiative to act first. But if the surrounding wild beasts and goo worms are too many, we will provide support and reinforce Guyu clan, making them bear the brunt of the attacks, while we wait for the opportunity to reap the rewards afterwards. If we do this well, we might even absorb the remnants of Guyu clan. He he he. Thinking of the great plan, Bai clan leader laughed out. She had no idea now, that the so-called Guyu remnants were just a big fat lie. In fact, Fang Yuan obtained even more valuable information from Bai Lian. The righteous inheritance was at the back mountain of Bai Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not fake the information. However, there were many bone beasts at the back mountain, and even more goo worms dominating the area, it would be tough and full of obstacles to claim the area as a clan territory. He knew from Bai Lian's words that there were some exaggeration. Relying on his 500 years of experience, he filtered the exaggerated parts and obtained one truth: if he and Bai Ningbing worked together to get to the inheritance ground, it would take at least half a year. The situation on Bai Gu Mountain was not like the woods. There were large numbers of wild beast groups, and many ferocious beasts and dangerous goo worms lurked. Many areas needed to be avoided and some places even needed to be steered clear of. Once back at the village, it was like what Bai Xingjing said: their battle results were superior to Bai Zhanlai. After a day of circulation, this competition was widely known. The five walked in the campgrounds, receiving much attention. Senior Bai Lian won today. That is just Lord Bai Zhanlai being unlucky. You know, hunting relies on luck too. If you do not encounter rare prey, so what if you have strength? Those two, are they the ones from Gu clan? Who is that girl? So beautiful, not any less than Bai Lian's beauty. I heard this Gu clan young master is interested in Lord Bai Lian, truly a lame toad trying to eat swan meat. According to my observations, this person's nature is flawed. Having one beside him already, yet craving another, no wonder Lord Bai Zhanlai was furious. Everyone can tell Lord Bai Zhanlai is interested in Senior Bai Lian. After all, I heard they were childhood friends. Sigh, unfortunately the feeling isn't mutual. Many whispers and secret talks were undergoing, as people lowered their heads. Fang Yuan looked like he was gloomy. Even though he won, he did not show any joy on his face. Only until at night, at the central tent, as another campfire banquet was held. The twins, Bai Xing and Bai Hua, toasted to Fang Yuan before being brought away. In the tent, many new faces emerged. Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai's competition caused them to leave the ordinary hunting competition. Thus, the spots they used to hold were freed now, causing many youngsters in the Bai clan to step up. These two males were evidently closer to Bai Zhanlai. One stared at Fang Yuan angrily during the banquet while the other was apathetic. Junior, it has been so many days, where are your clansmen? At the banquet, Bai clan leader asked. Fang Yuan showed some worry. According to my calculations, it should be these few days. Sigh, maybe they encountered some trouble, but with their strength, there should be no problems. Bai clan leader nodded. What she was concerned with was Fang Yuan. After spending so much effort and establishing this stage. At this point where progress was being made, and success was around the corner, she did not want the Guyu remnants to appear and thwart the entire plot. What she did not know was, her worry was unnecessary. In this world, only two Guyu remained, Fang Yuan and Fang Jing. No worries, Junior, I have sent people to scout around. I believe that not long later, you will hear news of your clansmen. After reacting, Bai clan leader consoled Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly thanked her, as Bai Ningbing frowned. The situation was getting more critical. The longer they dragged, the worse it was for them. Now was still fine, using excuses to answer them. After all, in the wild, encountering unexpected troubles is normal. But after they dragged it out, Bai clan would be suspicious, and may even find out the truth behind their lies. But these days, they continued to hunt in the wild, and Bai Ningbing did not dare to do anything. She knew that there were Bai clan Gu masters invigilating the entire process, hiding at a corner. They lacked a strong movement Gu, and with the complex forest terrain, it limited their speed. In Bai Ningbing's perspective, the situation was worsening by the day. They seemed to have fallen deep into the quicksand, sinking deeper as time passed. At this rate they would be thoroughly consumed. What exactly are you planning? Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan. She understood Fang Yuan. He was not the type of person to wait and die. But because of her little life experiences, she could not think of a way to break out of the situation. In this environment, she could not discuss openly with Fang Yuan either. The pressure in Bai Ningbing's heart was intensifying. Another day passed. Fang Yuan's group was narrowly beating Bai Zhanlai's group in terms of results. At the banquet, Bai clan leader called Bai Mo Xing for another secret discussion. Clan leader tapped on the table with her finger. This cannot go on, although today during the hunting, Bai Lian continued to talk about the dangers of Bai Gu Mountain. I could feel Fang Jing wavering, but time waits for no one. Once the Guyu group shows up, Fang Jing would have found his pillar of support, and our efforts would have been in vain. Time is not on our side. Bai clan leader's side, unable to hide her worry. What she did not know was, Bai Ningbing was more worried than her. Time was even more precious for Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Emoxing pondered for a while. Clan leader, the way I see it, it is not realistic to expect Fang Jing to trust us in the short run and give us the location of the spirit spring. I have an idea here, but we still need to continue manipulating and intensifying his pressure. Oh? Speak. Bai Emoxing whispered softly. Bai clan leader nodded slightly. You are right, that Fang Jing is very anxious, probably worried that his clan would suffer too much losses from fighting for the spirit spring. Doesn't he want information on the area near the spirit spring? He definitely wants it, but is wary of us. Moreover, their cultivation is weak too. Your idea seems good. Subconsciously, the female clan leader felt that this method was inappropriate, but now that they had no better plans they could only try this. Thus, on the third day of the duel, Bai Zhanlai accidentally caught a wild swimming dragon butterfly during hunting, and the entire camp was in a commotion. Bai Lian showed a grim expression. The situation is looking bad. Swimming dragon butterfly Gu, rank 3 and very precious. Bai Zhanlai's score is way ahead of us. We can only take a risky move to have a chance to win. I am very clear of the forest's terrain. We can only go into Bai Gu Mountain to hunt, and kill bone beasts or capture wild bone Gu. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her heart jumped. Bai Gu Mountain, isn't that the best way to break out of their predicament? Haha, to think that an opportunity would arrive like this. Although Bai Gu Mountain was dangerous, it was the best way to escape Bai clan. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is too dangerous, Lady Bai Lian, we have limited strength, forget it. Bai Ningbing stared with wide-opened eyes, wanting to strangle Fang Yuan so badly. Bai Lian laughed instead. No worries, young master. I have a plan. I have a good relationship with Bai Xing and Bai Hua. We can coax them into joining the hunt tomorrow. They have no cultivation, thus they are not considered reinforcements for us. But they have Gu masters hiding around protecting them from danger. If we enter Bai Gu Mountain, and encounter danger, how can they not help? We will not take the wild beasts they kill, but only hunt our own. The beast groups are bound to have the old, sickly, and weak. The wild beasts on Bai Gu Mountain are way more valuable. Fang Yuan was shocked. To think that Bai clan is doing this, all just to prevent my suspicion. As he thought so in his heart, he said instead, great idea. Lady Bai Lian is truly pure-hearted, I am very amazed. No, I am flattered. Bai Lian smiled shyly, but smugness flashed across her eyes. The next day. At dusk, in the central tent, Bai clan leader stared at the rainbow smoke in the air tightly. In the smoke, an image appeared. In the image, there were 7 people. Other than Fang Yuan, Bai Lian and the 3, there were also 2 children, the Bai clan young masters. It seems Bai Gu Mountain is very peaceful. We've moved for so long, and not encountered any trouble. In the image, Bai Xingjing spoke. Bai clan leader snorted out of anger. To protect them, she sent out a large number of Gu masters to pave the way, not leaving behind a single elder, all protecting them in secret. The reason Fang Yuan's group was having such an easy time, and encountering sporadic wild beasts, was because they were purposely left behind by the Bai clan Gu masters. In this 6 hours, Bai clan had sacrificed tens of outstanding Gu masters, and even 3 elders were injured. Among them, 2 were severely injured, falling unconscious and were on the way back to camp. But this was still Bai Gu Mountain's foot. The more they ascended, the more danger lurked. Don't see how easily Fang Yuan and the others traveled. This was all due to the other Gu masters' sacrifice of life and blood. Especially Bai Gu Mountain, no one lived there, and it was a wild beast territory. To pave the way and explore, the price to pay was huge. Fang Yuan continued to ascend, and with Bai Lian's guidance, they arrived at Bai Gu Back Mountain. We have limited information, I do not know where to continue going. The sky is getting dark, maybe we should get back. Bai Lian purposely said. Since we're here, we might as well explore. Fang Yuan said instead. He looked around, trying to discern, like he was trying to find something. He started to lead them, according to his memories, he knew the inheritance ground was close by. Hey, can you at least try to pretend? Beside him, Bai Ningbing saw this and was screaming in her heart. Fang Yuan's behavior was already out of character. Bai Ningbing looked around worriedly, but what was strange was, be it Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing or the others, it seemed they could not tell anything, letting Fang Yuan search in silence. Good, this is it. It seems this place is very close to the spirit spring. In the tent, the clan leader said agitatedly. Fang Jing, you are still too young. Eh? They entered the cave, is the spirit spring inside the cave? The image flashed, showing the insides of the cave. Right when Bai clan leader was getting confused, someone reported from the outside, reporting to clan leader, an investigative Gu master is back, bringing a Thai clan Gu master, they have important news to report. Chapter 220, turns out they were demonic scoundrels. Important information? Bai clan leader frowned, what could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it's not an emergency, let them wait first. She instructed before turning her gaze back to the smoke image. The image showing the situation in the cave, Fang Yuan and the group moved deeper into the cave, till they reached the end. This cave wasn't big. Bai clan leader was disappointed as she did not see the spirit spring, there was no way it could be in a place like this. It seems that we still need some time to find the spirit spring. Bai clan leader muttered. She swung her sleeves and kept the smoke back in, before saying towards the outside of the tent, call them in. The tent flap was opened, a fierce and vigorous investigative Gu master walked in and bowed, this subordinate greets Lord Clan Leader, I have an important news to report. There was a trace of anxiety in his voice. You captured a Thai clan Gu master. Bai clan leader frowned slightly. Thai clan was a huge powerhouse which not even 10 Bai clans could match. There would be huge trouble if the matter was not handled properly. Bai clan leader was blaming the subordinate in her heart, this Thai clan Gu master was like a bomb, he should have killed him secretly in the woods. Bringing him back to the clan would leave behind evidence and cause complications. This subordinate had received a mission, and while investigating the directions of the Guyu remnants, I accidentally found a heavily injured Gu master. I was suspicious at first, thinking he was a Guyu clansman. But after healing him, he claimed to be a Thai clan Gu master. And he told me a shocking news. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans were completely wiped out. A mysterious demonic Gu master managed to escape from the disaster, and the Thai clan mobilized their Gu masters to pursue these demonic Gu masters. The investigative Gu master reported. What did you say? Bai clan leader was surprised, her heart jumped, and she started frowning. At this instance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's images flashed in her mind. Are these 2 youngsters demonic Gu masters? They didn't look like it. Especially when she thought about Fang Yuan's crying image at the banquet, how can such a person be a demonic Gu master? How can you be sure this person is a Thai clan Gu master? Bai clan leader asked again. This is the Thai clan token I got from his body. And his Gu worms are also Thai clan's characteristic Gu worms. The investigative Gu master said while handing over a metal token. Bai clan leader received the token, she felt a cold sensation from the token. It was indeed the Thai clan token, but there is also a possibility that this person killed the Thai clan Gu master and took the token as their loot. Maybe this person is trying to mislead us, he might just be the demonic Gu master the Thai clan is pursuing. Bai clan leader thought of a possibility. In order to live, demonic Gu masters obviously have to lie about their identity. The Bai clan leader had too deep of a preconceived perception. But no matter what, she would have to confirm it herself. She squinted and said, bring that captive here. Move. Soon, the tent was opened and a Gu master was brought over. It was Tai Dao Ku, his hair was a mess and his face pale as he walked towards the Bai clan leader. "Kneel down." The Gu master behind kicked, and this strong-willed man grunted, kneeling on the ground. But he strongly resisted and tried to remain standing. "Stay still." Two Gu masters behind him held each of his arms, forced him down. Tai Dao Ku struggling was to no avail. He shouted, "I, Tai Dao Ku, will kneel to the heavens and earth, will kneel to my parents, will kneel to the clan leader, but do not humiliate me, or I'd rather die." "Oh, great acting." Bai clan leader's eyebrows raised, but she just sneered and interrogated, "Speak, you are a demonic Gu master, how did you kill the Tai clan Gu master and obtain this token?" Tai Dao Ku was stunned, before spitting out some bloody phlegm, "Spit. I am Tai Dao Ku of the Grand Tai clan, my name and surname will never change. Now that I've landed in your hands, do whatever you wish to me, but trying to frame me like this, isn't it too hypocritical?" The phlegm did not land on Bai clan leader, as it hit an invisible wall in midair and fell on the ground. Bai clan leader's expression turned ugly. Tai Dao Ku laughed coldly, "Our Tai clan is an expert in pursuing and investigation. Bai clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this, hee, you better decimate my corpse, and pray you are not found out. If not, hee, you shall face the wrath and revenge of our entire Tai clan." Bai clan leader sneered, "You keep claiming to be a Tai clan Gu master, but I've seen many Tai clan Gu masters, those who are below rank 5 would move in large numbers, and are extremely spirited, and iron-willed. Not only are you traveling alone, just look at your state, you should act better if you want to pass off as a Tai clan Gu master." Tai Dao Ku's cold sneering froze. Bai clan leader's words triggered the most painful memory in his heart. Back when they left Qingmao Mountain, all 9 of them were high-spirited, but now only he was left, and that too as a prisoner. Sadness. Especially when he thought about how Tai Ao Tian died, the huge regret and pity intensified his pain. Tai Ao Tian was the Tai clan's 4th young master, with superior talent and a determined nature. There were many expectations placed on him since young. He was a strong competitor for the clan leader position, and was the future hope of the Tai clan. The intellect and talent he displayed made Tai Dao Ku see the future of the Tai clan in his hands. But when that overwhelming explosion occurred, everything ended. It was too abrupt. Tai Ao Tian, who was in the middle of the explosion, didn't even have time to activate his defensive Gu before he was blown to bits. A generation's genius, the star of the future, died in such an obscure way. Not only Tai Ao Tian, some others were affected as well and died in the explosion along with countless Gu worms. There were only 2 people alive, both heavily injured. Tai Ku Dao was one of them. Back then he was at the back of the team, and because his skin had turned into bronze skin by his Gu worm, he preserved his life. Another injured person had lost half his body, and in a short while, fell into a coma, eventually dying after resuscitation failed. Tai Dao Ku cried as he buried his clansmen. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were in pieces. Tai Ao Tian was the most pathetic, only a palm-sized piece of flesh was left of him. He carried his extreme pain and grief, and built a tomb, cutting a huge rock and moving it there as a marking. Next, he investigated the explosion site. With his experience, he concluded it was the charred thunder potato Gu. Almost 100 charred thunder potatoes, buried together. Without a doubt, this was a huge, devious, ruthless, and extremely evil trap. Who would do such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Dao Ku thought about it hard, and felt that Fang and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know their names or the exact info, but he understood that this culprit was most likely the demonic Gu master they had been chasing. Too despicable. Too vicious. Tai Dao Ku flew into a rage, his hatred as deep as the sea. Revenge, he must get revenge, and bring this demonic Gu master to justice. Tai Dao Ku could no longer return to Tai clan. He was responsible to get to the end of the 4th young master's death. Furthermore, if he returned empty-handed like this, it would be a huge disgrace to his character. He had to continue the chase. His life had suddenly turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill the demonic Gu master of Qingmao Mountain to vent his anger. Even if he could not, he wanted to give his all. Revenge! Revenge! He shouted. He would not stop until he killed Fang and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not receive proper healing, and in a few days, he suffered from a high fever and terrible headache. He also encountered beast groups' attack, and barely managed to escape through the river. But without proper supplies, he still fainted in the end. When he was awake, he found that he was saved, but became Bai Clan's captive. Thinking back, it was all a series of painful events. Tai Daoku kneeled in the tent with tears flowing out uncontrollably. Bai Clan leader was amazed. Tai Daoku did not answer her questions and just kept on giving off a determined aura. This did not look like a fake identity, like a demonic Gu master who wanted to live. Is this person really from Tai Clan? Bai Clan leader started to feel something amiss, the bad feeling in her heart starting to spread. She wanted to find out more details, but Tai Daoku did not reply and even closed his eyes. Bai Clan leader's mind turned as she suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai Clan entertained 2 Guyu clan guests. They are 2 youngsters, one claiming to be Guyu clan's young master." Before she finished, Tai Daoku opened his eyes abruptly. His once dead eyes started shining with radiance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions burst forth. He wanted to get up agitatedly, but was pushed down by the 2 Gu masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them, it's definitely them. To think I met them here. 2 people, and even youngsters, they must be the demonic Gu masters that escaped from Qingmao Mountain." Tai Daoku did not know the situation on Bai Clan, the investigative Gu master only interrogated, there was no way he would tell him such information. Bai Clan leader quickly asked, "If you are a Tai Clan Gu master, where are your companions?" Tai Daoku's attitude changed completely at this point. For the sake of revenge, he answered seriously, "They're dead." "Where did they die? Where are the corpses?" Tai Daoku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead shall rest in peace. Even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig their graves." Bai Clan leader's heart sank after hearing this. These were not words a demonic Gu master would say. "Don't tell me." An intense worry grew in Bai Clan leader's heart. She could not help but wave her sleeves, as a colorful smoke flew out and coiled around in the air, forming an image. "Your clan's young master is in our hands, all of you get out now." In the image, Fang Yuan had already fallen through with Bai Clan. He was gripping Bai Hua and Bai Xing's throats as he threatened. Bai Clan leader was instantly dumbstruck. After a few breaths' time, she flew into a rage, slamming the table in front of her into smithereens. She wanted to scream. Turns out they were demonic scoundrels. Chapter 221, Welcome to Bai Gu Mountain. Bai Clan leader's face looked extremely dark. She had understood everything. At first she was hesitant, but after seeing the image and the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not understand what had happened. Bai Clan leader was no idiot, in fact she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she was the one who led Bai Clan on the resettlement, and set the foundation for the next generation's prosperity. Damn it! How could this happen? Those 2 scoundrels were actually demonic Gu masters. They are too good at acting. Clan leader, the 2 young masters are in their hands, what do we do? In the tent, the other Gu masters were panicking when they looked at this scene. The situation was terrible. Fang Yuan was holding the 2 young masters hostage, and caused everyone to be cautious in their actions. Bai Clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was the birth mother of Bai Hua and Bai Xing, her worry and anxiety far surpassed the others. However, as someone in power, she had to have her strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also the clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Daoku. "We were wrong about you, Tai Clan's warrior, I apologize to you here." She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Daoku snorted. Although he was extremely displeased, he admired Bai Clan leader's resolve. After all, he was only a prisoner now, his life and death could have been decided merely at her thought. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but because his body was extremely weak, even this action was taxing on him. Come, bring the Tai clan guest to his seat. Bai clan leader instructed. Tai Daoku sat down, fixing his gaze at the colorful smoke. His gaze seemed to be on fire when he looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, causing others to look away. These two are the demonic Gu masters who escaped Qingmao Mountain? That explosion trap was set by them? Young Master Tai Aotian's death, the ones I am pursuing, are these two youngsters? Tai Daoku etched Bai and Fang's appearances and their body shapes into his mind. No, it might not be them, this could all be a misunderstanding. Tai Daoku thought of another possibility. He was upright, and never killed an innocent. Regardless, I have to confirm it myself. If they aren't, I will pursue the true criminals. If they are, I shall cripple these two rascals' apertures and tear them to pieces. Thinking so, he spoke, Bai clan leader, the matter at hand is to arrest these two scoundrels, as well as saving your clan's two young masters. Tai clan warrior, what do you have to advise me? Bai clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Daoku. But she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Daoku shook his head, smiling bitterly. In the cave, swords were brandished. All of you, get out, do you want me to repeat myself again? Fang Yuan threatened in a cold snicker. Fang Jing, what are you doing? What is going on? Why are you holding the two young masters hostage? Bai Lian, Bai Xing and the others were tongue-tied, they thought he had found the spirit spring, but everything happened in a flash. Who would have thought that Fang Yuan would suddenly go crazy and kidnap the two young masters? Whoosh! 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 3 figures suddenly appeared. Fang Jing, you dare to hold our clan's young masters hostage? How dare you, your crime is unforgivable. Release them, and we may spare you your life. Fang Jing, release them now, and come back with us, we will let you leave safely. The 3 clan elders spoke, their expression extremely ugly. They were strong, and followed this group the entire time. But the moment they sensed this change, they rushed to the scene. You guys finally decided to show yourselves? Excellent. Fang Yuan snickered, Bai Xing and Bai Hua struggled intensely in his hands. Evil scoundrel, release us. If you kill me, you will die too. The 2 children shouted with all their strength, their faces were turning red from suffocation. These 2 children were future rank 5 Gu masters, lords of Bai clan, the righteous twin stars. But now, unfortunately, they were defenseless and were being strangled by Fang Yuan. After a while, their eyes started rolling back and their breathing slowed. Fang Jing. Don't make a mistake, release the 2 young masters. We've given you the chance. As long as you release the young masters, we will let you leave, we will definitely not pursue you. What do you want? Primeval stones, Gu worms? The 3 clan elders were anxious, and their eyes revealed a ruthless expression as if they couldn't wait to attack. Humph, weren't my earlier words clear enough? All of you get out, if not. Fang Yuan laughed deviously, using his gaze to signal to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing understood, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected primeval essence into it, and the razors started rotating furiously, moving towards Bai Hua's tender arm. Let go of my sister, Lu, let go. Bai Xing stared furiously, his breathing started getting rough as he struggled with all his strength, but Fang Yuan used just a little more strength and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash. Stop, stop. At this point, more and more Gu masters entered, and everyone were screaming in anxiety. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, on the count of 3, if you are not all out of this cave, your young master's limb will be gone. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes burning with fire, they wanted nothing more than to chop Fang Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving? Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose and he moved Bai Hua closer towards the chainsaw. Ah! Everyone screamed. My God! A young female Gu masters covered her eyes. Quickly, get out of the cave! The clan elders shouted, they did not dare to gamble with their young masters' lives. Everyone gradually retreated, staring at Fang and Bai on the way out. If gazes could kill a person, Fang Yuan would have been dead 1,000,000 times. If rage was like water, they would have drowned under the tsunami already. When everyone was out of the cave, Fang Yuan passed Bai Hua and Bai Xing to Bai Ningbing, before surveying the surrounding. Bai Gu mountain was made of bones with no rocks or soil. This cave was the same, white throughout. The cave walls even had sharp bone spikes, although these bone spikes looked the same as in other caves. In fact, if one observed properly, they would find that these bone spikes were spiral at the tip, different from others. This was the Spiral Bone Cave, also the entrance to the Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance. The entire Bai Gu mountain had many caves, but this was the only cave with so many spiral bone spikes. Fang Yuan had never been here. But in his previous life he had heard many stories which were even testified by Bai Xing and Bai Hua personally. We entered the Spiral Bone Cave first, then accidentally found a bone spike that could be twisted. It was the mechanism to open the entrance. Fang Yuan thought for a while, before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were uncountable bone spikes in this cave, but in Fang Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had revealed that back then when she and her brother had been playing in the back mountain, she saw a large bone spike in the cave, with very closely carved spiral markings. She touched it casually, and accidentally twisted it, opening the entrance. Fang Jing, you are surrounded. There is no way to escape, come out. To be honest, we were quite kind to you, to think you returned our kindness with ingratitude. Fang Jing, I'll give you some advice, leave some leeway for yourself. If anything happens to our young masters, we will take revenge on you with all our might. The cave was not deep, the shouts of the Gu masters could be heard echoing inside. Bai Hua started to sob. Bai Xing said, Fang Jing, stop it. Release us and I will let you two leave in peace. I assure you as the young master. He was young, but was calmer than an adult facing this predicament. The brilliance of a future star was already being displayed in him. Fang Yuan paid them no heed, suddenly his eyes shone. He took a step forward before stretching his hand towards a rather conspicuous large bone spike. Next, he twisted it lightly. Creak. There was a loud sound and the bone spikes began to contract. A secret door opened from the side, revealing a squarish cave opening. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone. Bai Hua stopped crying, staring at this change in shock. Ah, there's a cave! Bai Xing shouted. Humph, keep your mouth shut. Bai Ningbing chopped on his neck, knocking him unconscious. Bai Xing had screamed on purpose to leave traces for the people outside. As expected, a commotion occurred outside. Cave? Not good, they're trying to escape. Chase. Fang Yuan growled, if anyone dares to step inside, I will kill Bai Xing first. This shout stopped the Bai Clan Gu masters. Fang Yuan quickly walked into the cave, Bai Ningbing also knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying them on each of her hands and followed. This secret path was well lit, shining with a pure white light. It was just that there were bone spikes everywhere, stabbed into the walls like sharp spears. These bone spears were densely packed, sealing the whole tunnel. There was only a little space between them, allowing Fang Yuan to see a hall beyond them. It seems this is the reason you came to Bai Gu Mountain, I'll open a path for us. Bai Ningbing moved ahead, trying to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but Fang Yuan stopped her. These bone spears are extremely tough, don't be in a hurry. Fang Yuan searched around according to what Bai Hua had said in his previous life. He found the shortest spiral bone spike, and pulled it. Creak. Another sound of some mechanisms being activated, the cave behind the two sealed itself while the bone spears in the tunnel contracted back into the walls. Suddenly, the path ahead was smooth and unobstructed. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, turning and saying to Bai Ningbing, welcome to Bai Gu Mountain. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, as she looked behind subconsciously. The cave entrance behind her had sealed itself. The Bai Clan Gu masters would need to spend quite a bit of time to pursue them at least to open this cave entrance. Bai Ningbing's lips curled, revealing an excited smile. Everything had become interesting, this was the life that she was after. Chapter 222, White Bone Inheritance. 1. The secret tunnel was not long. After walking for a while, Fang and Bai arrived at a huge hall. The pure white hall was made out of bones. In the center was a huge vat. The vat was filled with milk like white liquid that was giving off a fragrant smell. As Fang Yuan got close to it, his memories resurfaced. According to Bai Hua, this vat should be connected to a spring below it. This spring was a milk spring. The spring water tasted like milk, a clean sweet taste. Not only was it a top-tier beverage, it was also extremely nutritious. Children grew better drinking it, and the elderly could maintain a strong healthy body as well. Milk spring was the specialty product of Bai Gu Mountain. In Fang Yuan's previous life after Bai clan relocated here, they unearthed 5 milk springs, causing it to become their specialty production and even used it as a commercial product to attract many traders and merchants to come and make a deal. There is a gu inside this vat, Fang Yuan said, indicating to Bai Ningbing using his gaze. Although according to his memories, there was no danger at this location, Fang Yuan was vigilant. After all, this was not something he had experienced personally and his information was all from a third party. Things that carried risks, he'd rather let others do it. Bai Ningbing snorted, activating her defense and putting her hand into the vat. There are so many gu inside. Her brows raised in shock. When she pulled her hand out, her hand was full of gu worms. These gu were as large as a human finger and were completely white. One end was round while the other was sharp, like a miniature spear. This was the bone spear gu. Although this gu is only rank 1, the whole vat is almost filled to the brim with it. Bai Ningbing was slightly excited. Bone spear gu was similar to Gu clan's moonlight gu in that it was the foundational gu of the white bone inheritance. In his previous life, after Bai clan found this inheritance, many of the clan's gu masters equipped this gu, thus the bone spear gu also became a characteristic of Bai clan's gu masters. Look around again, there should be a rank 2 gu inside. Fang Yuan stood at the side with a plain expression. Bai Ningbing hauled for a few more times, before finally finding a rank 2 gu. This gu was similar to the bone spear gu, but on the surface of the bone spear, there were spiral markings, spiral bone spear gu. This gu was the evolution of the bone spear gu, its attack power and penetrative force was higher than the bone spear gu. In the huge vat, the bone spear gu was in the majority, and only a small number were spiral bone spear gu. This way, I finally have a standard method of attacking. Fang Yuan grabbed a spiral bone spear gu and thought. Charred thunder potato gu was very unstable, it needed to be planted in the ground, and it would have been planted in vain if others do not step on it. Also, if a gu master with poor memory planted it and forgot the location of the potatoes, he might even injure himself by accident. Moreover, the charred thunder potato gu's use had restrictions. It must be used in soil, and the more fertile the soil the better. As for a special location like Bai Gu Mountain, the charred thunder potato could not be used. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would not mind setting 1 or 2 more traps here. A pity there isn't a rank 3 gu. Bai Ningbing was slightly disappointed. She chose a spiral bone spear gu and placed it into her sleeves, planning to refine it later. She only felt curiosity towards these types of rank 2 gu worms. They could not display the true power of a rank 3 gu master in battles. Seeing no danger in the vat, Fang Yuan started to act. He hauled gu worms after gu worms out of the vat, and used the spring autumn cicada's aura to instantly refine them using his primeval essence. This. What? Bai Ningbing was tongue-tied at this scene. In the matter of a few minutes, Fang Yuan had already refined a few dozen gu worms, and he was still continuing. Because of the spring-autumn cicada, he could instantly refine them. And because of his aptitude and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, his primeval essence recovery speed was much greater than the refining expenditure, thus he could continue the refinement non-stop. This was a crazy sight. Fang Yuan refined over 200 bone spear gu in his aperture, and over 20 spiral bone spear gu. Gu refinement was a tough barrier for gu masters, although Bai Ningbing had seen Fang Yuan instantly refine gu a few times before, it had never been so visually impactful. In Fang Yuan's hand, refining goo worms was as easy as eating and drinking. No, it was simply as easy as blinking. Simply way too easy. What secret does he have? Bai Ningbing was very shocked. Fang Yuan's image became even more mysterious in her heart. But on the surface, she just curled her lips and said calmly, "You got so many goo worms at once, can you afford to raise them?" Fang Yuan laughed, "Of course not. Bone spear goo, spiral bone spear goo, they all fed on milk. Thus, they were kept in this vat of milk. Don't see how this milk spring is one full vat, the expenditure was huge, only because there is a spring eye at the bottom of the vat, can it sustain till now. If Fang Yuan wants to raise and feed so many goo worms, he would need to have a milk spring himself. Even though I can't feed them, I would rather bring more with me, than let the Bai clan people gain them." Fang Yuan laughed, pointing to the vat, "Alright, destroy the rest of the goo." The vat had way too many goo worms, although Fang Yuan refined a lot of them, considering the limits of his rank 1 aperture, there was still a large number left behind. A moment later, Bai Ningbing looked at the floor of goo corpses with a complicated expression. She knew clearly what the value of these goo were. Destroying them was tantamount to destroying a small mountain of primeval stones, even Bai Ningbing felt heartache. But, rather than leaving them for enemies, and letting Bai clan take them and grow stronger, they might as well destroy all the goo. The two left the hall, and moved along another secret tunnel, getting to the second white hall. At the center of the hall, there were 3 white bone pillars. At the tip of the pillar, it was carved into a human hand, without skin or flesh, only left with bones. In the white bone hand, they each held 1 goo. 3 pillars, 3 slumbering goo worms. Fang and Bai got closer, and saw what was carved on the pillars, explaining characteristics of the 3 goo. Ribcage shield goo, flying bone shield goo, arm bone wings goo. Bai Ningbing stared at the pillar, muttering. Very quickly, her gaze was focused on a line, 3, choose 1, satisfied at heart. Bai Gu inheritance, left for future descendants. The meaning was obvious, they can only choose 1 goo, and leave the others to future inheritors. Ribcage shield goo, could cause a goo master to grow 2 rows of ribcages, shielding their chest, and had great defense. It was a rank 3 goo, advantages being, other than the initial growth period, which needs a lot of primeval essence, afterwards it can be sustained without primeval essence, something like the heavenly essence treasure lotus. After it is refined, it can be used without injecting primeval essence. Flying bone shield goo, after using, 3 flying bone shields would fly out, being small and floating around the goo master's surroundings. Arm bone wings goo, would grow a pair of bone wings at the forearm area. Waving the wings would increase movement speed slightly, most importantly it increased attack speed. Ribcage shield goo can be used together with the Carapace goo, to form defenses front and back. But the Carapace goo is bound to be replaced, and only the ribcage shield goo alone is not wide enough. I have the jumping grass, and do not fight close combat, the arm bone wings goo is also useless. Fang Yuan thought about it, and chose the flying bone shield goo. He smashed the bone arm, refining the flying bone shield goo and keeping it in his aperture. As for the other 2 goo, he did not touch them. This is a righteous faction inheritance, this area tested the self-control of the inheritor. If they cannot control their greed and desires, taking all 3 goo, then the future tunnels would change drastically, although there would not be devious traps, their rewards would be much lower. Righteous inheritance is unlike demonic inheritance. Normally speaking, they are designed kindly. Goo masters having luck to encounter their opportunities would gain them, the only difference is how much. Bai Ningbing seeing Fang Yuan not moving, also did not dare to move the pillars, afraid of special traps. The 2 moved along the secret tunnel entering a 3rd hall. There was no more tunnels now after the hall, only 1 human skeleton in the cave in a sitting position. Before the human skeleton, there was a huge book. This book was made with bones, as long as an arm, wide as half an arm, and as thick as 8 inches. Fang Yuan indicated to Bai Ningbing to pick it up, and seeing no danger, took the book from her. This book was named Grey Bone Huge Book by the Bai clan twins in his previous life. Inside, there were many refinement recipes as well as the creator of the inheritance, Grey Bone Scholar's life experiences and why he set up this inheritance. Fang Yuan flipped the book, it was truly so. This is a genuine righteous inheritance. At the end of the book it says, this corpse is the Grey Bone Scholar himself. If the future inheritor has the kindness, they might as well pay respects to it, and kowtow 3 times. Afterwards, they can split the skull apart, and obtain 1 gu. That is the Grey Bone Scholar's life-bound gu. If the inheritor obtains it, they should make the world a better place and uphold justice. Fang Yuan laughed upon seeing this, handing the Grey Bone huge book to Bai Bing and kneeling on the ground, kowtowing 3 times respectfully. This was a true kowtow. His forehead hit the rough floor, emitting 3 loud sounds. Bai Bing was surprised, not expecting this sight of Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan finished, he stood up, and there was no commotion in the hall. He did not mind it, smiling lightly. In this hall, there are no more secret tunnels, but it is not the end. This place tests the inheritor's nature. If the person is kind-hearted and knows gratitude, they would kowtow. If they do 3 genuine knocks on the ground, a new tunnel would appear. But this is only one aspect. If they not only kowtow, but do not move the corpse, showing respect for the corpse of the senior, a second path would appear. In the previous life, Bai Xing and Bai Hua both kowtow, but Bai Hua was afraid of pain, not giving off a loud sound. But Bai Xing triggered the first path. Bai Xing wanted to retrieve the gu, but Bai Hua stood him, wanting to leave the senior in peace. Thus, Bai Hua triggered the second path. Fang Yuan thought about it, looking at Bai Hua and Bai Xing. They were carried by Bai Bing, still unconscious. Bai Bing also looked at them, sighing, it seems that from now on, we have to rely on these 2 to protect our lives. But I am very curious, what the life-bound gu of this Grey Bone Scholar is. Let's split the skull. Fang Yuan shook his head, this is the most exquisite part of the inheritance. Curiosity would make a person want to see the gu inside the skull, and the better they imagine it, it would be even greater than seeing the real thing. Don't be rash. Once he finished, a part of the bone wall shrunk, moving away and revealing a new tunnel. I see. Bai Bing seemed to have understood something, about to strike but stopped by Fang Yuan. Although this cave is correct, it is not the most valuable one, wait a bit longer. Waiting makes time feel much slower. Especially when Fang and Bai are still being pursued by Bai clan. After waiting for 5 minutes, Bai Bing started to get impatient, but suddenly a new door slid open, revealing another tunnel. Haha, this is it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, moving forward and raising his leg, smashing Grey Bone Scholar's corpse to bits. When this tunnel appeared, the corpse lost its meaning. Fang Yuan took out a gu from the skull, a rank 3 bone spike gu. Chapter 223, White Bone Inheritance, 2, Rumble. There was an explosion, smoke and dust filled the air before clearing up to reveal a cave. There really was a cave. No wonder they disappeared completely, they must have entered this cave. It's odd, why is there such a mechanism here? Ah, clan leader is here. Bai clan leader had arrived just in time to see the group blasting open the wall and revealing the secret tunnel. This should be an inheritance ground. Accompanying the clan leader was Tai Dao Ku, who deduced it at a glance. So it was like that, those 2 thieves' true destination was here. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth as a chilling light flashed past her eyes. Truly great acting. She had been recalling the scenes of her interaction with these 2 in these few days, on her way here. The more she recalled, the angrier she got. She was actually duped by 2 youths. The majestic Bai clan leader along with a group of clansmen were all playing into 2 juniors' hands. If words of this were to spread, it would be an enormous strike towards Bai clan's reputation. Junior didn't handle it properly and couldn't protect the 2 young masters. Clan leader, I ask for punishment. Bai Lian, Bai Xingjing and others nervously knelt on the ground, asking for forgiveness. Stand up, you only did it according to my instructions. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame those 2 thieves for being too cunning. Bai clan leader's words relieved Bai Lian and the group from a great burden. You have been in contact with these two thieves all the time, did you really not find any flaws? Tai Daoku asked. The three girls stood up with complicated expressions. It was especially so for Bai Lian. She had been thinking she was playing Fang and Bai like toys in her palms, but to think that she was the one that was played. There were no flaws. Those two were too capable at pretending. Thinking back now, they were using our Bai clan. Truly cunning and devious. The three girls shook their heads as a reply to Tai Daoku. Tai Daoku had also learned about the general situation from Bai clan leader on the way. Of course, the matter regarding Bai clan Spirit Spring was naturally not revealed. Yes, as you say, those two thieves' real purpose should have been this place. Their strength is not enough to let them wander around Bai Gu Mountain, so they borrowed your Bai clan strength. Tai Daoku analyzed from a third-person view. Bai clan's Gu masters' faces turned ugly upon hearing him. It was indeed so. In these days, they had sacrificed a lot and paid a huge price to pave a way through Bai Gu Mountain. However, they ended up paving the way for Fang and Bai. Curse these two scoundrels. If those two thieves land in my hand, I will cut them into pieces. Clan leader, let my group take this task, I will kill those bastards and wipe away this disgrace. In an instant, the mountain cave was filled with angry uproars. Bai clan leader looked around her before slightly nodding her head. It was not that she didn't want cruelest deaths for Fang and Bai. As the mother of Bai Xing and Bai Hua, she hated not being able to be with her children at this moment. Morale was at its peak as the entire clan was motivated by anger. Bai clan leader looked towards the elder who had asked her to let him take the task. Then I order your group to pave the way through this secret tunnel. Yes. The elder accepted the command. Hold up, the bone spikes in this passage are uneven and completely sealed off. How did those two thieves enter inside? There must be some mechanism. Let me check it first. Tai Daoku raised an objection. The elder who had just accepted the command glared. It is an emergency now, the two masters are in grave danger, it's going to take forever trying to slowly look for the mechanism. Bone spike goo. Fang Yuan held this goo and observed its details. This goo was about a fist-sized and was like a ball cactus, with thorns like bone spikes all over on its surface. It was also somewhat heavy. It was a rank 3 goo, a typical goo which would damage both the enemy and the user. If the enemy received 1000 damage, then the user would be inflicted with 800 damage. The reason was when a goo master used it, their skeleton would undergo changes before sharp and hard bone spikes poured root out. Before even using these bone spikes to confront the enemy, these bone spikes would first pierce through the goo master's own flesh and skin. The pain was still secondary. If there wasn't a corresponding healing goo to pair up with it, the situation would truly be messed up. The enemy might not die, but it sure would seriously injure the goo master that used it. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing curiously gazed at it. But when she heard Fang Yuan's introduction, she lost all her interest. It was not that she was afraid of pain, but rather she was already using ice muscle goo. All the flesh on her body was already permanently changed to ice muscle by the ability of ice muscle's goo. It not only gave her defense but also stopped perspiration and stopped bleeding. However, if she used this bone spike's goo, it would first remove her ice muscles, which to her was a loss instead of gain. Fang Yuan was also not too interested in this bone spike's goo. But it was after all a rank 3 goo, thus Fang Yuan refined it and stored it in his aperture for the moment. Let's go. Fang Yuan chose the hidden door which appeared in the last. Bai Ningbing was still the one to scout ahead. A downward flight of stairs was spread inside the door. This flight of stairs was long, at least about 1,000 meters. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed when they reached the latter half of the stairs, and the stairs were also getting narrower. By the time Fang and Bai reached the end of the stairs, the light had almost completely disappeared. In front of them was a tightly closed door. There were 4 words carved on the door: Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. These bones are really goddamn hard. Bai clan elder cursed out as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. 15 minutes had already passed, but they had only opened this secret tunnel by half. These uneven densely packed bone spikes didn't look any different from the stones of Bai Gu mountain. But only after attacking them would one realize how shocking hard these bones were. Bai clan leader's expression also didn't look good. The more time passed by, the more danger her children could be in. Right now, this mother felt a century had painfully passed by instead of just 15 minutes. However, as a clan leader, she had to be calm and cool even if it was only on the surface. She had to be a role model to give confidence to her clansmen. Crack. Suddenly, a light sound echoed. The mechanism had turned on, causing the remaining bone spikes to swiftly shrink back to the holes on the cave walls. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the source one after another. Tai Daoku touched his chin and analyzed to himself, this mechanism is somewhat ingenious. To open the entrance, one would need to twist the spiral bone spike. This leaves a deep impression on people, and when people come to this secret tunnel, they would often rely on this impression and try twisting the spiral bone spikes near them. Unfortunately, to shut down this mechanism would require one to pull up the spiral bone spike and not twist them. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. The elder who had accepted the command was now completely red and seemed to be very embarrassed. After the group passed through this secret tunnel, they arrived at the first hall. This is? They were stunned. All around them were dismembered corpses. These corpses were the result of Bai Ningbing killing the goo worms that were in the vat. These should be bone spear goo, and there are also spiral bone spear goo. Some elders quickly recognized these goo. This really is an inheritance ground. In all my life, this is the first time I am experiencing it. Someone said excitedly. Look, there is a big vat in the middle, what could be inside it? Someone curiously pointed at the vat. However, the vat didn't have anything other than the milk spring. The Bai clan group were disappointed and then turned furious. These thieves really don't leave room for compromise. They didn't leave behind anything. Damn it, so heartless, they destroyed so many goo worms. Many cursed out in sorrow and indignation. Even the elders felt grief at this. Let's move quickly, the earlier we catch them, the less the damage we suffer. Tai Daoku said, causing everyone's gazes to brighten. With this stimulation, the morale of the group increased even higher, wishing they could immediately appear in front of Fang and Bai. The group then arrived at the second hall and saw the 3 stone pillars. There are goo worms left. The goo master in front shouted in happiness. Please take a look, clan leader. Soon, arm bone wings and rib shield goo both appeared in the clan leader's sight. Bai clan leader glanced at them and then made her people stow them. She didn't feel any happiness. Compared to goo worms, she was more concerned for her children's safety. Did you see? Those 2 goo were rank 3 goo worms. This inheritance really makes one anticipate what's coming. Luck and misfortune comes in turn, this saying is really true. Some were deeply moved and some were in awe. Don't you find it odd? Why did they leave behind these goo? On the contrary, Tai Daoku could clearly sense something fishy as a spectator. 3. Choose one, satisfied at heart. Bai Gu inheritance, left for future descendants. Someone soon discovered the words carved in the stone pillar. This doesn't look like a demonic path inheritance, I am afraid it is left behind by a righteous path Gu master. TSK, heart is satisfied, but none of us are satisfied. Let's move, quick. We need to save the 2 young masters first, it won't be late to visit it again later. The group urged each other and arrived to the 3rd hall. They saw the skeleton sitting cross-legged and an enormous bone book. Grey bone scholar. So this inheritance belonged to this senior. An elder opened the book and realized that this was indeed a righteous path inheritance. Bai clan leader's furrowed brows relaxed a little. This was the first good news she had heard till now. Righteous path inheritance was usually mild and wasn't treacherous like demonic path inheritance. Tai Daoku, however, was starting to frown. He increasingly felt something was wrong, the words on the stone pillar had given to an indescribable worry in him. The group picked up the smashed skull and saw a bone spike goo inside it. Following that, a part of the stone wall slid open and showed a new secret tunnel. The group entered this passage. Flesh sack secret chamber. Bai Ningbing murmured before trying to push open the door. The door was not locked at all and easily opened. Behind the door was a hidden room which was not that big, but was very grotesque. The walls in the hidden room were all made of flesh. When Fang and Bai walked inside, they felt like they had walked into the stomach of some monster. The flesh walls were warm and slightly throbbed rhythmically as if there was a heart inside them. As if sensing someone's presence, the flesh walls suddenly opened up a small crack and revealed white teeth all over it. Bai Ningbing was astonished. There seemed to be countless opened large mouths in the flesh walls. The mouths opened up with jaws clenched, revealing a set of even teeth. The phrase bearing one's fangs seemed to match this scene perfectly. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha, hee hee hee. These mouths let out all kinds of laughing sounds. The laughs mixed together and echoed in this narrow secret chamber. Anyone that heard it would feel their hearts palpitate. Chapter 224, White Bone Inheritance, End. This flesh sack secret chamber was strange. The surrounding flesh walls were filled with mouths and the mouths were open, revealing tightly clenched white teeth. Not only this, these mouths were even letting out strange laughters, making one shiver all over. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is the effect of flesh laughter goo. It is just like earth treasury flour, and is used to store goo worms. No need to worry too much. He had just finished saying this, when suddenly the teeth completely fell off from an open mouth and a scarlet tongue extended from the mouth. The tongue was very long, about over a meter, and the front part was curled up. When the tongue fully extended, the tip of the tongue started straightening and revealed a book on it. This was a bone book too, except it was many times smaller than the grey bone huge book, pocket-sized, about half of an adult's palm. Fang Yuan took it and then started looking through it. The main idea behind the contents of the book was, since the successor could reach this place, it is a proof of your pure nature and you can now inherit my true inheritance. I have two identities, grey bone scholar and flesh bone master. This flesh sack secret chamber holds many goo. If the successor is fated, you can try knocking the teeth. If your luck is good and you open the teeth, you could take the goo worm hibernating inside. This is purely testing one's luck. Fang Yuan understood when he read this. Bai Hua hadn't told him about this barrier in detail, in his previous life. Fang Yuan could only test it randomly. The first to succeed, however, wasn't him, but Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing bent her forefinger and lightly knocked the teeth. These teeth were like musical instruments and would produce some kind of clear musical tone when they were hit. She had just randomly knocked, and this mouth suddenly stopped its laughter, its teeth completely fell off and scarlet long tongue extended out from it, revealing within it a goo. What goo is this? After looking at this goo, pleasant surprise emerged in Bai Ningbing's face before changing into an odd expression. This goo looked quite peculiar as it looked like a set of dentures, spotless white teeth with an exceptionally neat set of upper and lower teeth, and gave off a pearl-like luster. Fang Yuan looked at it and immediately, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Not bad, this is the famous rank 3 healing goo, flesh bone goo. Raising the dead, flesh white bone. Bai Ningbing mumbled. Rising dead goo was accepted as the number 1 healing goo among rank 4. Even if a goo master died, as long as the time of death didn't cross 14 hours and their whole bodies were intact, one could use this goo to resurrect them. However, this goo could only be obtained by chance and not by seeking it as it was too valuable and rare. It was also a one-time use expendable goo, with high demand but no supply. Fleshbone was a rank 3 goo, but it wasn't an expendable goo and could be used again and again. It was often used together with rising dead goo. If a goo master's corpse wasn't intact, one could first use fleshbone goo to reconstruct their flesh, and then use rising dead goo to resurrect the goo master. Throughout the history, this pairing was quite common and had benefited a lot of big shots, among them were even rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables. This was an ideal healing goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had painfully searched for such a long time, and now his wish was finally being realized. Want it? You can exchange it with yang goo. Bai Ningbing held this gu in his hand and laughed in satisfaction. Fang Yuan sneered, "You think I am stupid?" Bai Ningbing's smile faded and her gaze became cold. "We can come to an agreement as long as you hand over the Yanggu. Fang Yuan, I have followed you for so long, but know that my patience has a limit. I am no longer afraid of death, at worst we will both die together." "You aren't afraid of death, but do you think I am afraid?" Fang Yuan sneered. He had already expected such a situation and thus wasn't surprised. Bai Ningbing took back her gaze and then carefully checked the flesh-bone gu on her hand. The corner of her lips curled up. "Killing you might also be a good option. Look at yourself, you only have rank 1 cultivation but you can actually instantly refine gu, and you also have the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Besides these, if I kill you, I can at least possess this inheritance. Just thinking about it makes my heart beat in excitement." Bai Ningbing's words were full of threat. Possess this inheritance? Haha, did you forget the Bai clan who is chasing us? They might even be walking down the flight of stairs outside right this moment. Without me, do you know where to go to next? This inheritance looks like a one-way path from the surface, but actually has many branches. I can indeed not fight you at the moment, but you are too naive to think you can seize the treasures by killing me. Do you think I will give you the opportunity to take the Yanggu? Just try it, if you don't believe me. Fang Yuan then turned around and started knocking at the teeth again. In fact, he also didn't know where to go from here, as the secret chamber didn't have any other passages. Bai Ningbing looked at the completely defenseless back of Fang Yuan. It looked like she could kill him if she just made a slight move. But against all reason, Bai Ningbing, however, didn't dare make a move recklessly. Fang Yuan's words all struck her mind. Without Fang Yuan, how should she move next? Returning the way she came would be a death road. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes, and for a moment, she even felt as even the Bai clan's attack under Fang Yuan's calculation? Creating an external force to prevent her from killing him for the benefits? Till now, Bai Ningbing was in a puzzled state. She couldn't understand, why would Bai clan cooperate and accompany Fang Yuan all the way here? In fact, her heart concealed deep worry ever since she was controlled by Fang Yuan. Yanggu was with Fang Yuan, she had always been worried Fang Yuan would use this to threaten her. Although Fang Yuan said he would hand over the Yanggu to her once his cultivation reached rank 3, what kind of person was Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing couldn't be more clear about this. Going back on his words was a common thing to him, as natural as eating food and drinking water. She might as well go die rather than to believe in Fang Yuan. Let's take an example of something that happened just recently. That miserable Bai clan leader, wasn't she an able woman? An elite and a very wise person, but after believing in Fang Yuan, what was her current state? Fang Yuan was too good of an actor. Goosebumps covered Bai Ningbing's body when she recalled the scene of Fang Yuan's tears in the banquet. This was a genuine sly fox. He even intentionally glanced at Bai Lian repeatedly, just to lay a trap in which Bai clan was very happy to step in. She could still remember the brilliant expression on Bai Lian when Fang Yuan revolted, shocked and lifeless. What Bai Ningbing was most worried about now was Fang Yuan not handing over the Yanggu even after reaching rank 3. The possibility was too big. Now I am a rank 3 and he is still rank 1, I can still hold some initiative. But in the future when his cultivation reaches rank 3 or higher, wouldn't I just be controlled by him and become his chess piece? Bai Ningbing was holding this kind of worry in her heart, and this worry deepened even more after Fang Yuan used green copper relic gu and instantly broke through to rank 1 upper stage. Bai Ningbing was worried, but right now, there were many who were more worried than her, their worries even reaching an extreme point. What's going on? A group of people stood outside the exit of the inheritance and looked at their surroundings, their faces turning horribly ugly. They had moved quickly through the path and charged through several bone halls. They were able to make some gains, but from the start to end they didn't encounter Fang and Bai. In the end, they walked out of the secret tunnel, to the outside of the mountain. It really is like this. Tai Daoku suddenly exclaimed. His words immediately attracted the attention of many. Brother Tai, what do you mean? Bai clan leader immediately asked. If it was before, she would have already realized the answer with her astute senses. But now, her children were kidnapped, and as time continued to pass by, she became more disconcerted. This Bai Gu mountain inheritance seems to be a one-way path, but it actually has many branches. Like this branch in my hand. He casually broke off a thin branch from a bone tree near him. The path at the start should have been the same for both us and them, thus we could see their traces on our way. But afterwards, we should have walked through a branch path and they should have walked into another branch. Do you still remember the second hall? There were 3 pillars and I suspect that there was a contraption set up in the pillars. When we walked into the third hall, there was the grey bone scholar skeleton, but there were no signs of the skeleton being moved. The crucial point should be the secret tunnel after the second hall. Tai Daoku hadn't finished speaking when Bai clan leader coldly shouted, "Let's go back." Time continued to pass. Fang Yuan really wished time could extend by 50-60 times right now. He knew Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance, it could at most hoodwink someone for a while. When Bai Clan Gu masters realized the truth behind the structures, he and Bai Ningbing would be in danger. But as it so happens, he didn't know how to continue from here. The secret chamber didn't have any other passages. They definitely couldn't return back the way they came. Even if the majority of Bai clan group walked through another passage, they will definitely have some people guarding the exit. Could this secret chamber already be the final area? Did Bai Hua and Bai Xing obtain all their gu worms from these mouths? That can't be. The rumors in my previous life said Bai Hua and Bai Xing arrived at a precipice after going through this inheritance site. This rumor has been publicly approved by Bai clan. Maybe the mechanism to open the passage is hidden in one of these mouths? Fang Yuan's mind moved lightning fast. They didn't have much time left. Bai Ningbing was confused, he didn't know the state they were in and only thought Fang Yuan had made some plans. However, Fang Yuan knew their situation was becoming more perilous. This door didn't have any defensive functions, who knows whether a furious mob of Bai Clan Gu masters might come crashing down the door the next moment. By then, we can only rely on Bai Hua and Bai Xing as our protective amulets. But this is not a very reliable guarantee. This world has many magical gu worms. There are many with control abilities like causing dizziness, hypnosis, paralysis, and so on. Bai clan is a powerful clan and definitely has such methods. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help looking at Bai Hua and Bai Xing. The twin siblings were lying on the ground, still unconscious. Got it. Fang Yuan suddenly got a great idea. He decided to wake up these 2 kids. First of all, time was pressing, he needed more manpower. Second, Bai Hua and Bai Xing were the true fated owners of Bai Gu Mountain inheritance. What's more, they were both mortals, there was no need to worry they could cause any accidents. Executing his ideas immediately, Fang Yuan quickly walked over and kicked the twins. Chapter 225, Jade Bones, Steel Bones Rumble. There was an explosive sound before the bone wall collapsed, a new path appeared in everyone's sights. Destroying was much easier than creating, especially when this inheritance didn't have anyone controlling it. We have news from ahead. The 5th path has been completely investigated but the target hasn't been found. Reporting to clan leader, I entered the 6th path and found a bone hall. There was a skeleton and a huge bone book in it. Reporting, 7th path also has a hall with similar structure, with a skeleton sitting cross-legged and also a bone book. Reporting, discovered the 8th path. Search again. Bai clan leader's face was gloomy, there were over 7 giant bone books piled up in front of her. This design really is in accordance to people's hearts. When a gu master finds the skeleton and the bone book, they would subconsciously have a misunderstanding by thinking they already inherited the whole inheritance, but in truth Grey Bone Scholar has set up many similarly structured halls. The true inheritance should be hidden in one of the paths. Tai Daoku was deeply interested. Bai clan leader's brows furrowed even deeper. The situation had become complicated, she wasn't worried Fang and Bai would head back the way they came, since she had already arranged many people to guard the entrance. What she was worried about was Fang and Bai would escape from some paths in the inheritance. After all, she could only control the entrance and not the countless exits. Right at this moment, a Gu master rushed over with an ecstatic expression. Found it. We found a bone hall in the 8th path, the skeleton in there has been smashed to pieces and the Gu worm in the skull has also been taken. This is definitely the path they took. Tai Daoku's spirits was raised. Lead the way. Bai clan leader immediately moved. After a short period, a group of people hurriedly arrived at a hall. How can there be 2 secret tunnels? An elder was surprised. Which path did those 2 demonic path thieves take? Regardless, we will just go in 2 groups. Once we reach them, we must protect the young masters no matter what. The flight of stairs that led to Flesh Sack's secret chamber stood out and attracted the attention of Bai clan leader, Tai Daoku and most of the elders. Flesh Sack's secret chamber? After a while, the group reached the end of the stairs. Boom! The door was smashed to smithereens, and the group flocked inside. However, there was not a soul in the secret chamber. Hee hee hee, ha ha ha, hee hee hee. The countless mouths on the wall produced all kinds of laughing sounds. What nonsense is this? Laughter meat goo, especially used to store treasures. These mouths are like drawers. This mouth is opened quite wide, they might have gone through here. Bai clan leader glanced around before finally, her chilly gaze stared at the only secret tunnel in this chamber. You and you will remain behind, rest of you will follow me. A while ago, in the same secret chamber, Bai Xing had just regained his consciousness when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. If you don't want to die, stand up. Shortly, he heard a ruthless voice. Towards this voice, Bai Xing had the deepest impression of it. It was precisely the owner of this voice who had cheated a whole clan and kidnapped him. Even the identity of Gu clan's young master might be a scam. Scammer, hoodlum, demon. Despite cursing in his heart, Bai Xing still obediently crawled up. He only then found that he was in an extremely strange place. The flesh walls around him were filled with mouths and were producing cacophony of laughters which was reverberating in his ears. Flesh laughter Gu? He blurted out as he recalled the records in the books. Little guy, you are young but are quite knowledgeable. Fang Yuan smiled. According to the rumors in his previous life, he heard this Bai clan brother and sister were innately intelligent, especially the big brother Bai Xing who had high wisdom even at young age with a memory ability that was close to photographic memory. Right now, he was able to recognize the flesh laughter Gu. It seemed the rumors were not baseless. You too. Bai Xing gritted his teeth and stared at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with deep hatred. Big brother. Bai Hua had also been kicked awake by Fang Yuan. She ran to Bai Xing's side while sobbing. Bai Xing promptly protected his sister behind him. What a great sibling relationship. Bai Ningbing chuckled. You malevolent woman. You grew up so beautiful, but your heart is as poisonous as a scorpion. Bai Xing fearlessly scolded. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face immediately disappeared. Bai Xing's words deeply stabbed her. Woman, beautiful, she didn't want to hear these words even a little bit. Slap, slap, slap. She walked forward and grabbed Bai Xing before slapping him thrice. She possessed the strength of a crocodile, and although she restrained majority of her strength, after she finished with her slaps, Bai Xing's 2 cheeks turned red and swollen. Venomous woman, evil woman, kill me if you have guts. However, Bai Xing still continued to curse. Slap, slap, slap. Bai Ningbing gave him another 3 slaps. Sob sob, let my big brother go, please release my big brother. Bai Hua grasped Bai Ningbing's leg and implored, crying. Sister, don't beg her. Bai Xing spoke with difficulty. Fang Yuan sighed, he then walked forward and grabbed Bai Hua's collar. The little girl cried out in panic when she was lifted by Fang Yuan. Bai Xing could not longer act unyielding as he anxiously shouted, evil thief, let go of my sister. Fang Yuan extended another hand and tightly pinched Bai Hua's cheek, before saying in an unhurried tone, so noisy, if you make any more noise, do you believe that I will cut off both of your tongues? Yes, how about I start by cutting off this little girl's tongue first? A slight smile raised the corners of his lips, cold light flashed in his eyes as he released his killing intent. Bai Hua was so scared she didn't dare to weep anymore, tears floated in her eyes. Bai Xing wanted to open his mouth to talk back, but his heart immediately palpitated with a glance from Fang Yuan, and he shut his mouth. This is good. Obediently cooperate with me and maybe I will let you live. Fang Yuan was still smiling. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched. However, Fang Yuan immediately added on, I am saying the truth. I don't dare to make an enemy of your mother, capturing you is also to ensure our safety. If you obey us, we will let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, haha, I don't mind cutting off your tongues or few of your fingers to play with. Then what do you want us to do? Bai Xing took a deep breath, he wasn't afraid of the cold Bai Ningbing, but was afraid of the smiling Fang Yuan. Do you see these mouths in the walls? Fang Yuan's smile turned even bigger. He explained the details and let these brother and sister go about knocking the teeth. Barely a moment had passed when Bai Hua cried out in fear. In front of her, a mouth opened up, its scarlet tongue extended and revealed a quail egg-sized bone ball. The ball was covered with black and white stripes, making Fang Yuan associate with an animal from Earth, zebra. Fang Yuan quickly walked over and took this goo, his countenance changing in pleasant surprise. If he wasn't wrong, this was a movement-type goo, footless bird. This goo could only be used once, but its body was big and it could fly thousands of miles. This really was like receiving a pillow when one was sleepy. Fang Yuan had just been worried about how to escape, and to think Bai Hua would present him with a footless bird. However, this pleasant surprise was just the beginning. After a while, Bai Xing also achieved success. He knocked and opened a mouth, a bone was revealed on its tongue. The two ends of this bone was smooth and round, the middle part was long and slender, and there was a greenish glow to the bone like a green jade stone. Jade bone goo. Fang Yuan held it, before immediately refining and putting it into his aperture. This time, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to be envious. Jade bone goo could remodel the goo master's skeleton into that of a jade-like quality, making the bones harder and more supple. This effect was permanent like black and white boar goo or the crocodile strength goo. Even more important thing was jade bone goo could be matched with ice muscle goo to produce excellent effect. Bai Ningbing already had ice muscle, if she also possessed jade bones, she would have ice muscles and jade bones, the two effects would mutually complement each other producing a much better result. However, this jade bone goo was a one-time use expendable goo. It also had a shortcoming, the goo master would suffer from extremely intense pain when using it. A lot of goo masters with weak willpower have died from the pain of using the jade bone goo. Do you want it? You can exchange it with meat bone goo. Fang Yuan smiled. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted and turned around without replying, increasing her efforts in knocking the teeth. But this action was purely relying on one's luck. There were 10 pairs of teeth in a mouth, and one needed to at least knock 5 teeth in correct order for the teeth to fall off. Bai Ningbing hadn't succeeded apart from his first try. As for Fang Yuan, he was even more miserable. However, after some time, Bai Hua and Bai Xing again gave pleasant surprises. Bai Hua knocked down another set of teeth, providing Fang Yuan with an iron bone goo. And the mouth Bai Xing knocked, gradually opened wide, changing into a new secret tunnel. Such luck of the brother and sister made Bai Ningbing inwardly gasp in surprise. She didn't know this pair of brother and sister was the true fated owner of this inheritance. Fate was a type of otherworldly, magical, mystical strength, especially in this world. There were some rare goo worms that contained the fragments of the law of fate, giving some lucky goo masters a grasp of some powers of the fate. Since the new secret tunnel had appeared, Fang Yuan didn't think of staying any longer. Bai clan goo masters could arrive at any time, and the remaining goo worms were in the mouths which were locked firmly and were very difficult to destroy. They could only be left behind for them. Fang Yuan again knocked Bai Xing and Bai Hua unconscious, carrying them in each of his hands as he followed behind Bai Ningbing into the giant mouth. The two came upon a hall as they walked through this secret tunnel. This was the widest bone hall they had come across. Just from the area alone, it was over 2 square kilometers. In the center of the hall was a bone pyramid. The peak was flattened into a platform with 2 flights of stairs leading to it. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other. There were nothing else other than this bone pyramid. After checking their surroundings and noticing no dangers, the two walked to the platform on the peak of the pyramid. There was a sculpture of a skull of a giant ferocious beast on the platform. It was taller than half a man and looked like a lion or a tiger, with tightly closed fangs. Chapter 226, Bone Flesh Unity. Looks like the sculpture of either a lion or a tiger skull. Isn't this the rumored mechanism which needs 2 people to cooperate? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. There are words carved in this sculpture's fangs. Bai Ningbing made a new discovery. She then began to read the carvings in a low voice. Gemini with 1 mind, 3 spirits unite. Fated or not, do not be forceful. What does this mean? This is the code to opening the mechanism in this place. Gemini means 2 people should work together to open the mechanism. 3 souls indicate a person's mind, palm and eye. Fang Yuan recalled from his memories. Among the 4 limbs of a human, palm was most nimble. Among the 5 organs, the quickest was the eyes, and human's mind could think as fast as a lightning spark. Hence, they were called 3 spirits. Come, put your palm on the pupils of the sculpture. There was a translucent, pure red gem in the eyes of the skull sculpture. The red stone was as big as large porcelain bowls and it clearly reflected the figures of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. However, there was no change at all even after putting their palms on the red gem pupils for a long time. Haha, your words make sense, but it turned out to be wrong. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any chance to snide at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned dark. Bai Hua had recounted and described about this mechanism according to his previous life's memories. Logically, this should be the correct procedure, but why was there no change? 1-minded Gemini, 3 souls united. Fang Yuan muttered, 3 souls united has been achieved, but 1 mind, 1 mind. A bright light slowly appeared in his eyes as he continued his thoughts. Is it saying the 2 people to open this mechanism must be of 1 mind and 1 heart? If it is so, even if he and Bai Ningbing were working together, they were only forced by the situation and were actually divided in hearts, with each having their own plans. No wonder, they couldn't achieve the 1 mind. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help looking at Bai Xing and Bai Hua again. As a result, this pair of brother and sister was again kicked awake by Fang Yuan. Evil thieves, what do you want? Bai Xing angrily shouted after having woken. Bai Hua, however, didn't cry anymore. Her 2 big eyes were closely gazing at Fang and Bai with deep hatred. Fang Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain to them. He directly grabbed the palms of the 2 and placed them separately on the pair of red gem pupils. They were truly the inheritors decided by the fate. The moment these 2 small hands touched the red gem, it let out a bright light. Crack, crack. The skull slowly opened its mouth and revealed a large pile of coal stones and dry woods. In the center of the black coal stones was a simple-looking pottery container and a scroll light on it. What is this? Fang Yuan casually threw the twins onto the ground, then picked up and read the scroll before coming to an understanding. It turns out the owner of this inheritance, Grey-Bone Scholar, didn't have a high aptitude, thus he was distressed about his cultivation throughout his life. All his life, he put all his efforts into researching a type of goo that could help a goo master to quickly cultivate. There were already plenty of cultivation assisting goo worms, the most typical being the liquor worm. However, these goo worms were mostly very rare and would be very difficult to popularize. Grey-Bone Scholar's aspiration was big. He wanted to research and refine an excellent goo worm that could be widely used. However, even when his lifespan was at its end, even after countless failures, he wasn't able to achieve success. At the final juncture of his life, maybe heaven took pity on him. When he was setting up the White Bone Mountain inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious enlightenment. What was the main method to quickly raise a goo master's cultivation without the help of the specific goo worms? It was to let an elder impart his primeval essence. Previously at Qingmao Mountain, Guyu Qiqing had received such help, receiving the refined primeval essence from his grandfather Guyu Qi Lian. However, this move had a big disadvantage. It was the mixture of different primeval essence. Relying on an elder's higher-ranked primeval essence to wash and refine the aperture walls would leave behind his aura in the aperture, causing a Gu master's future development to be greatly restricted. Unless one used cleansing water Gu to cleanse the mixed aura. However, cleansing water Gu was also a rare Gu and ordinary Gu masters would find it difficult to obtain it. Even elder-level characters would have to rely on luck or pay a tremendous price. Thus, imparting method also couldn't be widespread. Hence, Greybone Scholar thought of a wonderful concept. If there was a Gu which could refine others' primeval essence into the Gu master's primeval essence, wouldn't that mean there would be no mixed aura after imparting? He began making series of attempts and after removing most of the possibilities, he made a plan which had the highest probability of success. The name of this experiment was, Bone Flesh Unity Gu. This was what was written in the scroll: to refine this Gu, 2 Gu masters must work together. And these 2 Gu masters must have blood relation, parents and children or twins. Relying on the connection of the blood lineage could one transform the primeval essence. However, Greybone Scholar didn't have enough time to put this concept into practice. After having made most of the preparations, he could only helplessly stop at the final juncture. Although he had 2 nicknames, he, however, was only one person. What he lacked were 2 Gu masters who fulfilled the criterias. The final content on the scroll clearly revealed Greybone Scholar's endless regret. He did not have enough time to redo the preparations, and could only leave behind this blueprint. If someone fated was to arrive to this point and could open the mechanism and see this scroll, that would mean the Gu masters who met the conditions had appeared. There is no harm in trying it, no matter what the result, please convey it to my gravestone. These words in the scroll contained a lifetime of obsession of Greybone Scholar. It turned out this pyramid Fang Yuan was stepping on was the tomb of Greybone Scholar. There was no need to try though. Fang Yuan already knew the idea of Bone Flesh Unity Gu was a success. Because in his previous life, Bai Xing and Bai Hua, relying on this dual cultivation, had become the twin stars of righteous path, pushing the might of Bai clan towards the peak with their rank 5 cultivation. However, it was quite troublesome for Fang Yuan now. He had originally thought Bone Flesh Unity Gu was a finished product. But in fact, it had still not been refined into existence yet and couldn't even be considered half-finished. Moreover, he and Bai Ningbing didn't fulfill the conditions to refine this Bone Flesh Unity Gu. Unless, Gu Fangjing had been here. Even then, refining this Bone Flesh Unity Gu might not end up good. According to the description on the scroll, Bone Flesh Unity Gu was a series of Gu and didn't refer to just one type of Gu. And the deeper the feelings between the 2 Gu masters refining this Gu, the better the quality of the refined Bone Flesh Unity Gu. Looking at the relation between Fang Yuan and Fangjing, the refined Bone Flesh Unity Gu would absolutely not be perfect. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this Bone Flesh Unity Gu had of course been refined by Bai Xing and Bai Hua. However, the time was now many years in advance, although the 2 had deep feelings, but they were yet to become Gu masters and thus couldn't fulfill the criteria. Bone Flesh Unity Gu was the most important target of Fang Yuan in this inheritance. The materials and the forge were already well prepared by Greybone Scholar, the only thing lacking was the final step, refinement. Give up? Fang Yuan, of course, wasn't willing to. Then again, to refine it, let's not speak of the refinement conditions not being met, there was still a group of powerful experts chasing them. Time was pressing, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. He and Bai Ningbing only met half the criteria, but Bai Xing and Bai Hua, however, met the other half. Maybe there was a hope for success if the 4 worked together. Come, help out. Fang Yuan began to ignite the dry woods in the skull sculpture. The fire instantly soared and burned furiously. You plan to forcibly refine it? Bai Ningbing was shocked, this can't be a sensible option. Although she said so, she still made her move and put her palm on the red gem pupil, pouring her primeval essence into it. The blazing fire suddenly changed color, from orange to eerie blue. The pottery container was roasted by the fire, the several hibernating goo worms woke up from the heat and began to crazily struggle. The pottery container shook constantly, but there was no damage to it. The refining steps wasn't complicated. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing alternatively poured their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the final critical juncture. This step needed fresh flesh from the two goo masters, which would be thrown into the fire to be purified. The scroll clearly stated that the more flesh was thrown into the fire, the better the effects would be. Fortunately, we have fleshbone goo. Cutting off few pieces of flesh wouldn't be any problem. Bai Ningbing was just about to take action when she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Slow down, I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fang Yuan's line of sight to Bai Xing and Bai Hua, the twins. You actually want to tamper with the modify at this juncture? A disturbed gaze flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes as she realized Fang Yuan's intention. What do you want? Bai Xing protected his sister behind him, as all of a sudden, he felt a calamity looming over them, causing him to feel anxious and panicky. Being meat or fish on another's chopping board, when Fang and Bai were refining the goo worms, they knew they couldn't run away, thus they had been obediently staying to the side, waiting for their clansmen to come to rescue. However now, Bai Xing felt tremendous regret. You should feel honored that your sacrifices will bring into existence an entirely new type of goo worm. Even Senior Grey Bone would feel happy if he knew in the netherworld, right? Fang Yuan gave an evil grin as he pressed on towards the pair of brother and sister. Sister, run away! Bai Xing shouted before charging towards Fang Yuan and grasping his leg. Big brother! Tears spilled out from Bai Hua's eyes, and just when she was hesitating, Fang Yuan had already knocked Bai Xing unconscious. Seeing Fang Yuan coming closer to her, an enormous fear was spreading at the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she be faster than Fang Yuan? She was quickly caught by Fang Yuan, her heart sank down and she futilely struggled and wailed, Mother, where are you? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he knocked her unconscious too. It was all done efficiently. He removed all the clothes from this pair of brother and sister, then carrying one on each hand, he threw them into the fire. The moment they were thrown into the fire, they immediately woke up due to the heat. Severe pain attacked them as they tried to madly flee. The two jumped out from the fire with their limbs crazily moving about as they desperately struggled. Fang Yuan coldly snorted, before kicking them back into the fire. The scroll stated that it required fresh flesh, thus Fang Yuan didn't want to kick them to death. As such, after he kicked them, they again ran out before he kicked them back in again. This continued over and over, until Bai Xing and Bai Hua were finally burned to death. Their bodies resembled candles as they slowly melted, the fire turned from eerie blue to scarlet blood color. However, the fire transformation slowed down and didn't change to reddish purple. The scroll had stated, the color of the fire had to change into reddish purple for this step to be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows were furrowed. The goo masters would also receive backlash if the goo refinement failed. Fang Yuan's mind worked at turbo speed. Bai Xing and Bai Hua were the fated inheritors. Why did it fail? It seems because there was a discrepancy because they were not goo masters. If so, we need to try again. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate as he activated Tusset of Flower to spit out a sharp blade. He stretched his forearm and slashed. Blood started flowing rapidly and he threw his own flesh into the fire which was now blazing higher than a man's height. Your turn. After doing this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. You sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a while before she similarly used the blade to slash at her forearm. However, because of her ice muscles, the blade seemed to be cutting into ice. With no other choice, Bai Ningbing called out Chainsaw Golden Centipede and sought a piece of flesh. When her flesh landed into the fire immediately turned reddish purple. Good, success or failure depends on this. We need to pour our primeval essence together. Fang Yuan was overjoyed at this scene. The two poured their primeval essence into the red gem pupils at the same time. The mechanism started slowly closing up, like a bone beast swallowing the blazing flames. 2 rows of fangs came together and the jaws closed securely. The flame continued burning from inside, roasting the skull into a shade of scarlet. Bang! The pottery container seemed to have exploded. The whole skull shook. Only after hearing this sound, Fang and Bai let go of their hands. Fang Yuan closely stared at the movement while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He didn't say anything, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Fang Yuan wanted. She snorted, but thinking about the situation, she had no choice other than to give the flesh bone goo to Fang Yuan. She didn't have the ability to instantly refine goo worms, but Fang Yuan could. Fleshbone goo didn't resist even a bit under the aura of spring-autumn cicada and was instantly refined. However, although Fang Yuan refined it, he couldn't use it due to his low cultivation. Thus, he again handed it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange glow covered the wound on her forearm and almost instantly, skin and flesh grew out and her injury was completely healed. However, Bai Ningbing's rank 3 peak stage primeval essence was also instantly down by 20%. The disadvantage of fleshbone goo was it required instant consumption of a great amount of primeval essence. If it were Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence, he wouldn't be able to activate it even if his primeval sea completely dried up. Following, Bai Ningbing healed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was pale, he didn't have ice muscles to stop his bleeding in a short period, thus he had lost a lot of blood. The injuries on their forearms had healed, but the pain was still as intense as before and their hearts trembled from the pain, even feeling dizzy. But the two had iron willpower. Despite such pain, their expressions didn't change as they forcibly withstood the intense pain. In a flash, the skull slowly opened up, the fire had already disappeared. There were neither any traces of the pottery container nor the corpses of Bai Sheng and Bai Hua left. 2 goo worms appeared in Fang Yuan's sight. One was green and another red, they were tied together like 2 jade bracelets, and quietly let out warm luster as they hovered in the air. This is the bone-flesh unity goo? Without taking the time to carefully investigate, Fang Yuan took it and instantly refined it, storing it into his aperture. Let's go. He flew down the platform and rushed into the new secret tunnel that had appeared at the end of the hall. Only a short moment after, Bai Clan goo masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined a goo here. The remaining aura in the air made the elders' expressions change. Look, there are clothes of the 2 young masters. Soon, they found children's clothing that had been torn by Fang Yuan on the high platform. Seeing this, an intensely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her to black out. She didn't dare to even make the connection. Chase them. They can't have gone far, my children are definitely with them. Bai Clan leader shouted, her 2 eyes had become bloodshot. Chapter 227, Footless Bird, Spread Your Wings and Fly. Sprinting. The secret tunnel seemed to continue on forever. But any long journey eventually came to an end. After the first glimmer of light, Fang and Bai's vision gradually expanded. The exit. Bai Ningbing shouted. According to the info from my previous life, this secret tunnel should lead to a cliff on Bai Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not speak, his thoughts rumbled in his mind. He should thank the 2 dead siblings, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. Their information attracted Fang Yuan here. And because of their sacrifice, Fang Yuan managed to obtain the coveted flesh-bone unity goo. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from behind. We've finally caught up. We found those 2 bastards. Where are you going? Bai Clan goo masters rushed up imposingly, seething with killing intent. Bai Clan leader was ahead of them all, with the elders behind her. The narrow tunnel turned the Bai Clan group into a long queue. Blitz goo. Suddenly, a clan elder accelerated, his body moving like a cannon, catching up to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, swinging her hand behind her. Blood moon goo. With a crisp sound, a blood blade flew out, hitting the elder and slowing his movement. But immediately, all kinds of lights exploded in the tunnel as large numbers of attacks came towards Fang and Bai. Bai Ningbing, take this. Fang Yuan shouted, lending the canopy goo to her again. Bai Ningbing activated the canopy goo, iron spike thorns goo, as well as the defense of the ice muscles, all three together to resist the attacks. By clan, don't you want to know the location of your two young masters? Fang Yuan shouted loudly. As the Bai clan Gu masters remembered Bai Xing and Bai Hua were in Fang and Bai's hands, they stopped their attacks. Speak, what did you do to our clan's young masters? If anything happens to them, you will pay dearly. Return my children. Bai clan leader flew into a rage, she pointed forward with her finger and a cold light shot out. Frost fish Gu. This Gu was only the size of a dart and looked like a fish. It drew an arc in the air as it shot forward, homing down towards Fang and Bai. Fang Yuan snorted, he didn't dodge and just let the frost fish Gu hit him. Suddenly cold air enveloped his body, and his speed drastically fell. Stealth scales Gu. With a thought, there were ripples undulating around his body and making him invisible. Don't think so. A clan elder suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards Fang Yuan. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the stealth scales Gu that was hiding in Fang Yuan's aperture suddenly broke into pieces and perished. Fang Yuan's heart sank, activating the jumping grass immediately. There was a numbing sensation on his feet as green grass that looked like springs grew out of his flesh and skin. Fang Yuan used the elasticity of the green grass, and jumped forward, his speed increasing drastically. I'll take my leave first, remember to jump. He left behind this weird sentence. What? Bai Ningbing was confused, but then heard the wind blowing behind her. Her heart jumped when she turned around to look. It was the Bai clan leader, her eyes dyed red, looking like an agitated lioness. Her furious aura made even Bai Ningbing's heart shudder. After all, she was a rank 4 Gu master. Bang! Bai clan leader punched directly. The huge force shattered the canopy Gu's white armor immediately. Bai Ningbing threw up a mouthful of blood, as she summoned the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede turned into a golden light and coiled around the Bai clan leader. Using this opportunity, Bai Ningbing sprinted and arrived at the exit. It was a cliff. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood what Fang Yuan meant, he wanted her to jump off a cliff. You cannot escape. Bai clan leader shouted from behind. As for the chainsaw golden centipede, it had been torn to pieces using brute strength. Bai Ningbing was struggling. At this height, it was a guaranteed death if she jumped down. But in this circumstance, she had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and jumped. She really jumped. She's dead meat. Some Bai clan Gu masters exclaimed, stopping before the cliff. Bai clan leader looked down and saw Bai Ningbing rapidly falling down. Her veins popped on her forehead as she growled, I want to see them if they are alive, and their corpses if they are dead. I will definitely catch them. Wind roared in Bai Ningbing's ears as she continued to fall. She had never thought there would be a day where she would be forced to jump off a cliff. I'm going to die like this? Although this is exhilarating, I am not satisfied. As death approached, Bai Ningbing's heart was in turmoil. I have not obtained the Yanggu, what a tragedy to die as a female. But once I reach the ground, I will definitely be a pile of smashed meat and no one will be able to tell my gender anyway. Bai Ningbing was not sure why she was having such a strange thought right before death. At this time, the turbulence around her increased, as she heard a voice, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing turned around, how could it be anyone else but Fang Yuan? At this time, Fang Yuan was descending as well, but he was stepping on a white bone bird below his feet. Footless bird. This bird had no flesh or blood, its body made of bones. It had an eagle's head, crane's body, swallow's tail, and 2 pairs of wings, but no legs. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood and filth, it was evident that he had sustained many injuries back in the secret tunnel earlier. Grab my hand. He squatted on the bird's back, reaching out his hand. Clap. With a clap, 2 hands grasped each other tightly. Fang Yuan exerted more strength and pulled Bai Ningbing onto the back of the bird. However, at this time, there was a rock less than 300 meters below them, as the footless bird descended towards the rock like a shooting star. Careful, we're gonna crash. Bai Ningbing shouted, her heart almost jumping out of her body. The mountain rock increased in size rapidly in her vision. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, shouting ferociously, "How can my demonic path falter in this tiny little Bai Gu mountain? Rise for me! Rise, rise, rise!" His shout echoed in the valley. Under his manipulation, the footless bird flapped its wings furiously, using all its strength to slow the descent. Cracks started appearing on its 4 bone wings. Fang Yuan's primeval essence in his aperture reduced rapidly, but with the heavenly essence treasure lotus sending out large amounts of primeval essence, Fang Yuan's primeval sea rose and lowered continuously. A group of bone beasts relaxing near the mountain rocks felt the commotion and raised their heads before immediately sprinting in a run. A grayback ostrich was so scared it dug its sharp head into the white bone mountain rocks, raising its butt high in the sky. Ostriches were like this: when they were scared, they liked to feel false assurance. Moments away from crashing, Bai Ningbing forgot to breathe and Fang Yuan looked on with furious eyes. Under the intense wind pressure, the white bone trees on this mountain rock collapsed. But eventually, the footless bird flew past the ostrich's butt, soaring into the sky at a steep angle. The ostrich's butt wing was shaved till nothing was left, revealing its round empty butt. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing started laughing wildly on the bird's back. Having barely survived and relieving the pressure of death, she felt her heart gradually sinking back into place. Exciting, truly exciting, the excitement of life and death was always the most breathtaking. Wasn't such life what she desired and pursued? Footless bird, fly to the blue sky. She was almost on the verge on singing in excitement. Clan leader. They're alive. At the cliff, Bai Clan's Gu master said with dark expressions. We can't catch up, that is the footless bird, able to fly 10,000 miles in a day. Tai Daoku sighed helplessly. Flying Gu worms were rare, and those who could match the footless bird's speed were little to none. Under rank 5, the footless bird was the #1 flying steed. Alas, the heavens are blind. How can such evildoers be allowed to live? Some elderly shouted in anger, pounding on their chests. Bai clan leader's eyes were bloodshot, she gritted her teeth while clenching her fists so tightly that her bones seemed about to burst out. Hearing Bai Ningbing's laughter, she even had the urge to jump down the cliff to pursue them. It was not that Bai clan did not have a flying Gu, some Gu masters had already displayed their abilities, chasing after Fang and Bai. But looking at their speed, even an idiot would know that it would be impossible for them to catch up to these two. An intense bitterness filled the Bai clan Gu masters' hearts. They could only watch helplessly even when the criminal was fleeing before their very eyes. No. We definitely cannot let them escape. We cannot. A Gu master shouted in fury, his body suddenly started burning with intense flames. Bai Zhanwen. Bai clan leader's expression changed. Lord Clan Elder. Everyone was stunned. Grandpa. Bai Zhanlai was full of tears. Clan leader, everyone. We cannot let these two scoundrels escape, or where will our Bai clan's dignity lie? The revenge for our two young masters is of utmost importance. After I am gone, please take care of my grandson, this lad's temperament is as tough as mine. He started losing his voice at the end. His entire flesh, skin and bones turned into fire, and his voice naturally disappeared along with them. Even his pupils transformed into a dark purple color. He had turned into a human-shaped fire. Fire burned and raised the surrounding temperature, and everyone started retreating back while a sad song seemed to sound in the mountain. Human Torch Gu. A rank 4 Gu, which once used, immolated the entire body, turning it into fire until his life force was depleted. This Bai Zhanwen elder chose to sacrifice his life to gain this immense power. Good, our clan shall stand here and witness elder's contribution. Bai clan leader was moved. But Bai Zhanwen could no longer hear them. As his life burnt, he felt an unprecedented power flowing in his body, completely free and unbound. The purple-black pupil gazed at the surrounding people and looked at his grandson one last time, before flying into the sky. The human torch rapidly approached the footless bird. Good. Everyone shouted in excitement. Bai clan leader's steel-like cold expression showed some agitation too. A strong foe. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. She lacked experience in aerial combat, she might fall and be smashed to bits if she was careless. Hell. The Human Torch growled, intense killing intent flickering in his dark purple pupils. Sparks flashed as the Human Torch's speed increased again, pouncing towards Fang Yuan like lightning. Hold on tight. Fang Yuan was concentrating the entire time in maneuvering the Footless bird. Footless bird raised its speed and pulled away, causing the Human Torch to pounce on empty air. Waves of sighing and pity could be heard from the cliff. But quickly, the Human Torch pounced up again. Footless bird swerved again and narrowly dodged. Bai Ningbing was almost thrown off and quickly grabbed into a bone that was jutting out. Hell! The Human Torch came attacking again. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, the Footless bird suddenly contracted its wings, dropping to the ground. The Human Torch followed closely, its speed surpassed the Footless bird and was getting closer. Footless bird suddenly spread its four wings, stopping its downfall and flying in the reverse direction. Boom! The Human Torch's flying was completely dependent on the propulsion of the flames. He had no wings to help him quickly change his direction, and came crashing down onto the mountain rocks. At once, over 6 kilometer square of land burst into flames, killing all bone beasts and large numbers of bone trees in its range. In the sea of fire, a lump of fire gathered into a human shape again, flying away, and chasing Fang and Bai relentlessly. However, the use of Gu worms also depended on their users. In Gu Master's cultivation aspects of nurture, use and refine, use was one. Not anyone could simply take out a Gu and display its full ability. The methods and techniques involved were very profound. Human Torch Gu was a suicidal technique and naturally it would be Bai Zhanlai's first time using it. But Fang Yuan, although this was his first time riding the Footless bird in this life, he had used an uncountable number of flying Gu worms in his previous life. His experience was many times of Bai Zhanlai, almost to the point of being an instinct ingrained upon his soul. At the cliff, Bai clan members were observing the battle situation. Their expressions slowly changed from hopeful and anticipation, to anger. Anyone could tell now that the Footless bird was playing around with Elder Bai Zhanwen. The Human Torch's growling, which originally sounded so awe-inspiring and full of authority, now sounded like he was helplessly venting in a sorrowful state. Damn it! Someone clenched his fist in frustration. How can this happen? Tai Daoku was also stunned by Fang Yuan's skill, sighing as he knew there was nothing he could do anymore. Fang Jing, I want you to die. Bai Zhanlai shouted, the seed of hatred sowing deep in his heart. Elder Bai Zhanwen's sacrifice was becoming a joke, being toyed around by Fang Yuan. It was an ironic slap across Bai clan's face. Gradually, everyone's anger turned into disappointment and despair. We can't catch them anymore. Can we do nothing other than to look at this? Guyu Fang Jing. Many people spoke this name, gritting their teeth. Footless bird flew casually in the air, dodging the Human Torch yet again and again. Young man, your bird maneuvering techniques are superb, ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, letting her guard down. Fang Yuan's expression froze, careful. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. Bai Zhanwen knew he could not catch up to Fang and Bai, thus he chose to self-detonate. The explosion and flames engulfed the Footless bird. Thankfully, the Footless bird was made of white bones, even its wings were like pieces of thin bone pieces. The fire didn't cause much damage, the true danger was the impact caused by the explosion. Footless bird's body was full of cracks, and it lost its balance, plummeting to the ground. After descending for a distance, under Fang Yuan's manipulation, it regained its balance, and flew far away. Fang Yuan! Bai Ningbing screamed. Earlier, Fang Yuan lent her the canopy Gu, she had the Gu worm to protect her, but Fang Yuan did not. When the explosion occurred, Fang Yuan had no time to activate a defensive Gu. When the Footless bird rushed out of the flame, Fang Yuan's body was burning in the fire. The intense winds caused the fire to burn even more greatly, even the earth-hearing ear grass in his right ear was burnt. But his expression was cold like steel, like he was not suffering any injuries at all. After Footless bird regained its stability, Fang Yuan took out tusset of flour and poured the milk spring over his head. The fire was extinguished, but his skin was mostly burnt and his face disfigured. He looked extremely tragic. Bai Ningbing tried to speak, but could not say anything. Fang Yuan, however, smirked and laughed. I like the Footless bird, do you know why? He smiled, but the sight was horrifying. Why? Because it has no legs, only wings, thus it has no choice but to fly. When it lands, that signifies its destruction. Betting it all in one chance, fly or die. Bai Ningbing's blue pupils dilated, shining with brilliance. The winds blew on her face, causing her silver hair to flutter. Bai Ningbing's lips also curled up. He, then let us fly up into the sky. Footless bird flew into the sky, becoming a dot in the horizon before eventually vanishing. On the cliff, Bai clan members watched until their eyes seemed to penetrate the sky, but none spoke. An eerie silence engulfed everyone. The world was so vast. The eerie blue sky, the snow-like white Bai Gu mountain, the sunlight shining down, Footless bird, Fang and Bai silhouettes, this scene was deeply engraved into everyone's hearts. Fury grew in their hearts, as hatred germinated in their hearts. Puff. Bai clan leader vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, and fell down on her back, fainting. Clan leader! Lord clan leader! Quick, healing Gu masters, save the clan leader! Panic ensued on the cliff. Author's note, what is demonic path? A kind of path that has its own ideology and beliefs. Towards what a demonic path is, everyone has their unique understanding towards it, but to me, the Footless bird embodied a kind of demonic spirit. Demonic path is cruel, not only to others, but more towards oneself. Thus, it is not well liked by the masses. Chapter 228, Dark Leopard dies for love. The setting sun was dyed like blood as the clouds on the west resembled burning flames. Under the setting sun, the Footless bird started slowly dropping down after having flown for the majority of the day. It had made a series of extreme diving and rising actions, while suffering from the explosion of the Human Torch. Its body was filled with cracks and could no longer continue to fly. Bam! Under Fang Yuan's meticulous control, the Footless bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust flew everywhere and groups of beasts escaped in a panic. Where is this? Bai Ningbing jumped off from the bird and surveyed her surroundings. The trees were short and thick, but had a lot of lush leaves, unlike the sparse amount in the bone trees of Bai Gu mountain. The trees in this forest were like a canopy blocking the sunlight, and the leaves were all purple, light purple, dark purple, reddish purple, violet. The evening wind blew over. If one looked into the distance, all they would see was a sea of purple. A purple forest. We have been moving north all along and according to our course, this should be near Ziyu mountain. Fang Yuan guessed. His countenance was covered with worry. Ziyu mountain is safe in daytime, but is extremely dangerous in night. It is getting dark, we need to quickly leave and find a safe place to stay. Okay. Bai Ningbing nodded. After over 2 hours, they found a cave luckily. The cave's original owner had been a pouched bear. This species of bear possessed a natural marsupial pouch on their stomach, just like kangaroo. Dry wood burnt with crackling sounds, the bonfire quietly blazed, the meat stew in the iron pot over the rack was already boiling, giving off a dense aroma. The fat, tender bear paws were already roasted. Besides these, there were also many delicacies, from Bai clan, stored in tusset of flour. The two quickly began devouring the food, and their strained mood began to relax. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, her dark blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Look, this is retribution. You burned that pair of brother and sister to death, and now, you yourself are burned to this state. The light of the fire shone upon Fang Yuan's face, the severe wounds on his face made him look horrifying and ugly. If a timid girl saw his appearance, they would probably scream in fear right then and there. Fang Yuan, however, laughed, not minding the comment. He was even inwardly happy. Fortunately, we have meat bone Gu, it won't be difficult to recover your original appearance. You just need to cut off the burned skin and flesh, then we can use the meat bone goo to grow them anew. But, you are only a rank 1 and can't use the meat bone goo. Come, beg me, maybe my kind and magnanimous heart will feel pity for you, and heal you. Bai Ningbing wouldn't let go of any chance to snide at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan made a motion of raising his eyebrows, despite his eyebrows already being burned off. Why would I want to heal it? Isn't this situation quite good? He laughed. We killed off the 2 young masters of Bai clan and also played the Bai clan leader and the elder. Do you think they will let us go? This injury saves me the effort to change my appearance. Earth-hearing ear grass was destroyed, Fang Yuan's right ear was shattered. The injuries to cartilage in his ear wasn't something the meat bone goo could heal. But even if he could heal it, he would rather have 1 ear less to change his appearance. In past, there was a demonic figure, Bai Shang Ci, who was captured and put into a prison. He feigned becoming mad, smearing his own stool onto his body, even cutting off his 5th limb, and became a eunuch. His enemies finally believed he had gone crazy and thus loosened their vigilance, giving him a chance to flee. Later on, he returned to take revenge and massacred the whole family of his enemies, including the old and the young. There was a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wu Ji. When she was young, her own elder sister had seized her rights to the throne. She could only hide this grievance inside her. Her elder sister was jealous of her beauty and thus, to avoid letting her make things difficult, Empress Wu Ji cut off the bridge of her nose, disfiguring herself, but gained the space to survive and grow. After over 10 years, she overthrew her elder sister's regime and re-established her authority. She then ordered her elder sister's 5 sensory organs to be cut off, making her live in a state where she couldn't choose to live or die. Throughout the history, all the great figures were good at biding their time and not being attached to fleshly appearance. No matter if it were the righteous path or the demonic, regardless of men or women, they were all like this. After Empress Wu Ji took the control, she didn't heal her nose even though she had the healing means, keeping this as a warning to herself. The Wu clan became the top clan of the southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shang clan, Fei clan. Its dominance couldn't be challenged. Those who indulged in fleshly appearance were mostly superficial and it would be difficult for them to succeed. Regardless of whether it was this world or earth, both attested to this point. King Yu of Zhou, just for a smile from his beloved concubine Bao Si, lighted the warning beacons to trick the vassal states. What was the outcome? People lost their trust in him and he was killed by the barbarians. Lu Bu for Diaochan, King Wu for Shishir, Xiang Yu the Conqueror took consort Yu when he went on military campaigns. Ha ha ha, what was the outcome of these people? By contrast, Cao Cao was short, Sun Ben was handicapped, Sima Qian was castrated. Everyone loves beauty. However, achievements were not in the least relevant to fleshly beauty, only a temperament which could firmly let go was the foundation to a great success. Actually, it is you who is too dazzling, with your blue eyes and silver hair, you should change it. Fang Yuan said as he looked all over Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted and didn't reply. Fang Yuan continued, the Footless bird was damaged, but we have only flown over few thousands of miles. Although we are quite far away from Bai clan, they will definitely come to capture us for the things we have done. We are in a dangerous situation. If they spread wanted posters, our days will become even more difficult. Bai Ningbing considered the idea with a frown, before agreeing, alright, I am also tired of this outfit, changing into a new appearance might be a brilliant experience. Next, the two started to calculate their losses and gains. There were losses: earth-hearing ear grass, chainsaw golden centipede, carapace goo, iron thistles, stealth scales goo, footless bird, were all destroyed in the pursuit. However, to Fang Yuan, being alive was the most important. Only by being alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation to everything. To continue living, even if he had to give up spring-autumn cicada, so what? In a word, being able to let go was the character of a great man. As for gains? There were large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo in Fang Yuan's aperture. They had also obtained rank 3 flying bone shield, jade bone goo, iron bone goo. the healing type meet Bone Gu and several bone books recording all kinds of recipes. Besides these, they had also gained clearing heat Gu from the Bai clan. Of course, the most significant was still the bone flesh unity Gu, which they had successfully refined at such a dangerous moment. Compared to the gains, their losses weren't that serious. This was a complete inheritance, after all. The flower wine monk might be a rank 5 expert, a cut above the rank 4 grey bone scholar, but Fang Yuan's gains from the flower wine inheritance loses out to this Bai Gu inheritance. The reason was Bai Gu inheritance had been carefully planned out for a long time by grey bone scholar, whereas flower wine inheritance was completed in haste and hurry. In fact, Fang Yuan only walked through the main path of the Bai Gu inheritance. There were many other side branches, and moreover, there were many steel teeth locks that weren't knocked open in the flesh sack secret chamber. These things would all serve the Bai clan. They controlled this place, and so long as they spent some time and energy, they could definitely devour the whole inheritance. But it doesn't matter, I have taken all the Gu worms in my list. As long as this bone-flesh unity Gu displays its effects, it will far surpass the others. It is just that the earth-hearing ear grass has been destroyed, which is a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan's philosophy was only those things that are practical can be valuable. They had lost the chainsaw golden centipede, but the spiral bone spear Gu could qualify to replace it. Iron thistles and Carapace Gu were gone, but they still had canopy Gu and flying bone shield. However, with the loss of earth-hearing ear grass, they now had a hole in the investigative aspect. They had lacked in the healing and movement aspects before, but now these two aspects were more or less filled, whereas a gap appeared in the investigative aspect. In life, things often do not go your way. The nighttime in the Ziyu mountain was much livelier than daytime. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns to keep watch, both didn't get proper sleep. Occasionally, roars and sounds of battles of the wild beasts came from outside the cave. Especially at the crack of dawn, an intense battle occurred near the cave, waking up the soundly sleeping Fang Yuan. This was a fight between 2,000 beasts kings. Two-winged black feather python had provoked a dark leopard. The two exchanged killing moves back and forth, their movements were very noisy, and their momentum astonishing. Dark leopard was a ferocious beast specific to the Ziyu mountain. They had purple spots on their skin, their bodies were powerful and they were extremely fast. They would often leave behind ethereal afterimages when they moved through the forest. Their movements were quiet and their prey usually ended up in their stomachs without even being able to react. Fang and Bai were on the edge, they could even say they were trapped in the cave, unable to escape. As time passed, the dark leopard gradually became outmatched, getting into a corner. This was a pregnant female leopard. Dark leopard always came in male and female pairs. The female leopard had been pregnant, and the male leopard had gone out to hunt. Who would have thought the black-feathered python would attack during this gap? In the end, the female leopard died by black-feathered python's constriction. However, before the black-feathered python could escape, the returning male leopard saw it. Then after another life-and-death battle, the male leopard killed the killer, but it was welcomed by the female leopard's cold corpse. Dawn came. The first rays of light shone upon the dark leopard's beautiful fur. However, the female leopard was no more. The male leopard paced back and forth around the female leopard's side and let out a mournful whimper. They were so near, yet so far, separated by life and death. Why is it not leaving? Bai Ningbing grumbled. Relax, the male and the female dark leopards are of one heart, if one dies, the other will not continue to live alone. Fang Yuan sighed, I will go back to sleep. He returned to the depths of the cave to sleep again while Bai Ningbing remained behind at the cave entrance to keep watch. The male leopard paced back and forth before lying down, it stuck out its tongue and started licking the female leopard's wounds. The wounds on the female leopard had turned pitch black due to the black feather python's poison. The male leopard lived all its life here, it could distinguish this poison with only a sniff. However, it no longer cared now. In the end, its resplendent eyes started dimming and slowly closed. By the time it was noon, it had passed away. It was quietly lying together with the female leopard, their beautiful fur made them look like delicate artworks. Having personally seen this whole course of events, Bai Ningbing couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. Not long after, Fang Yuan woke up and walked out full of vigor. He saw Bai Ningbing resting against the cave wall, staring blankly at the corpses of the two dark leopards. "How is the harvest?" Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing shrugged and spoke with a waning interest. "The goo worms that could fly have all flown away. I don't have any means to capture goo. Besides, didn't you also see last night's battle? Those goo worms died or are injured, the remaining aren't something we need." "Haha, if it were not for that, why would someone like you go back to sleep?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Although they are 2,000 beasts kings, the goo worms on them aren't anything great. But that doesn't necessarily mean there are no harvests, hee." Saying so, Fang Yuan walked towards the dark leopard's corpses. Chapter 229, Resting and recovering at the hamlet. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but become curious when she saw Fang Yuan walking towards the dark leopard's corpses. She saw him squatting down and feeling around the ears of the dark leopards. After a while, Fang Yuan took out 2 exquisite purple leaves from the male leopard's left ear and the female leopard's right ear. This was breath concealment goo. Rank 3 grass goo. Goo masters could use it to conceal their aura and cultivation level. To some degree, it was a camouflage ability. Almost all the dark leopards had a breath concealment goo in the ears. However, the dark leopards moved in pairs and were at least 1,000 beasts king level. They were experts in sneak attacks, and were extremely agile. Capturing them was a very troublesome and dangerous endeavor. Moreover, the dark leopards were specific to Ziyu Mountain. Thus, the knowledge of there being breath concealment goo in dark leopards' ears wasn't widely known yet. In Fang Yuan's 150th year in his previous life, there emerged a righteous path figure nicknamed Hunting King, Sun Gone. He was the first to wantonly hunt the dark leopards for their breath concealment goo, and made a fortune by selling them to the market. After him, countless goo masters rushed to Ziyu Mountain to make a fortune. Like this, in only few years, the dark leopards were all annihilated. Right now, however, the Ziyu Mountain was still a secluded area. In this place, daytime was safe whereas the night time was extremely dangerous. There were no clans here, but there was an embryonic form of a clan, a hamlet. Fang Yuan didn't have the earth-hearing ear grass to scout, but fortunately they obtained 2 breath concealment goo. Fang and Bai relied on this goo to avoid many dangers. They were not going to go up the Ziyu Mountain. Their current strength was enough to move across the ordinary forests, but not enough to go deep into the famous mountains and great rivers. Even Bai clan would have to pay a great price to explore these areas, let alone the current Fang and Bai. They went around the Ziyu Mountain and moved forward, and after 2 days, they discovered a mountain path. It was a man-made path, and was much safer than the forests. Of course, if one's luck was bad, they might come across dangerous situations. Fang and Bai moved along the mountain path, until one evening, they saw a thin curl of smoke. The two glanced at each other before hastening their steps. They saw a hamlet lying in a mountain basin. The hamlet was surrounded by short stone walls, with guards standing on several points. It was evening now and the farmers were returning in groups, walking to the hamlet with hoes and other farm tools on them. However, these were all mortals and were nothing to worry about. "Let's go." Fang Yuan walked towards the hamlet. "Just like this?" Bai Ningbing was somewhat surprised. Their appearance quickly attracted the curiosity and suspicious glances of the villagers. Most of the villages in this world weren't too welcoming to foreigners. The clan villagers were even more so. They would set up tight defense around the whole village, for fear that spies and robbers would infiltrate the village. "May I ask the 2 distinguished guests if you are respected Lord Gu Masters?" Before Fang and Bai even reached the entrance, 2 guards who looked alike approached them. Bai Ningbing didn't speak. According to their original agreement, Fang Yuan would take charge of all the communications. Fang Yuan shook his head. "Hello brothers, we are both mortals." The 2 guards seemed to heave a sigh of relief when they heard this, their faces clearly loosening up. The younger juvenile guard disdainfully sized up Fang Yuan's body, before speaking with some disgust. "I'll say, how could such a ugly person possibly be one of those Lord Gu Masters who possess divine powers?" Fang Yuan's whole body was burned and he had one ear less. Such an ugly appearance birthed revulsion in people. Bai Ningbing also changed her normal attire. She cut off her long silver hair short and also dyed it black. Her body that was white as snow due to ice muscles, was now blackened. Only the color of her eyes couldn't be covered, thus she wore a straw hat and covered half her face. As the two stood together, they remarkably looked like mortal villagers. "Little brother, watch what you say." The senior guard reprimanded the junior guard, then vigilantly looked at Fang and Bai. "Where are you from and what are you doing here?" "We are from a hamlet across the mountain. We were taking a handcart filled with herbs and salted meat, thinking to sell them, but we bumped into a tiger on our way. Whoa, that really scared me to death. We ran crazily all the way and only then could we save ourselves. We don't dare to go back for the moment, so we came to your hamlet and hope to spend the night here. We will immediately leave tomorrow." Fang Yuan spoke off the top of his head. The vigilance in the guard's gaze lessened. Fang Yuan said, "Brother, no need to scold your little brother. I got this injuries from a fire. That day, our house was on fire, and while trying to salvage the rice, I was burned to this state. Everyone is suffering nowadays." The senior guard heaved a sigh. "You can enter the hamlet, and if you don't find anyone willing to offer you shelter, you need to make do by spending the night in the corner of the walls." After finishing saying the instructions, the guards opened the way. After Fang and Bai entered the hamlet, the senior guard instructed his brother, "Go tell the village head that 2 outsiders are here. He as an elder has rich experience, ask him to keep a lookout." "Brother, you are too cautious. How could these 2 be Gu masters? Besides, why would Gu masters try to deceive us mortals? To have fun? If I tell you to go, then just go. Making me run errands again." The young guard grumbled but still left in the end. The scene inside the hamlet was peaceful. The air was filled with the aroma of food. After a day of hard work, families gathered around the dinner table and talked happily. Bai Ningbing involuntarily felt relaxed in such an environment. The reason for her disguise was because they didn't want to leave behind any traces which could make it convenient for the Bai clan to track them. Another reason was because of Fang Yuan's cautious nature. By hiding themselves in an unfamiliar environment, they could react to any abnormalities. It was easy to find a house to take shelter in. Just give the villagers a primeval stone fragment and they would be more than happy to vacate a house. However, doing this would not be in accordance with their current identities. Fang Yuan had a better method. He walked around the hamlet, before stopping in front of a worn-out house. There was only an elderly woman in this household. She had a grandson but he was killed by a wolf when out playing. The old lady was drawing water from a well in front of her house. The action seemed to take a lot out of her. "Auntie, let me help you." Fang Yuan put on a silly grin and eagerly ran towards the old lady. The old lady was shocked when she saw Fang Yuan's appearance. However, Fang Yuan acted passionately with a silly grin on his face, and after quickly pulling up several buckets of water, the old lady's vigilance disappeared. "Young man, you are an outsider?" The old lady smiled open her mouth which had a few missing teeth. "Yes, we were hoping to stay over for the night in your house." "Auntie, I can do your work, may we?" Fang Yuan foolishly said. "Okay." The old lady happily agreed. Although the villagers would help each other financially in normal times, she still needed labor force like this. Bai Ningbing watched this scene speechlessly. This Fang Yuan could really act. After fetching the water, it was chopping the firewoods. Fang Yuan also cooked the meal. The old lady repeatedly praised him for his swift and skilled movements. "Auntie, let me help you fetch some more water. We will talk after I fill the water vat." After the dinner, Fang Yuan again went to fetch water on his own accord. The old lady kept on saying no need, but Fang Yuan insisted on doing so. After the water vat was filled, the old lady talked with tears in her eyes. "Young man, you are really such a bitter life like this old lady." Evidently, Fang Yuan had fabricated a miserable tale during the dinner, which left a deep impression on the simple old lady. Lanterns were a luxury to ordinary people, thus the house was dark in the night. The only light came through the window from the moon. The house had two simple and crude beds. Bai Ningbing was lying on the floor but was very satisfied. The exhaustion accumulated from days of walking was now slowly dissipating. Fang Yuan laid cross-legged on the bed, his mind was in his aperture, observing the bone-flesh unity gu. He had not used this pair of gu even once since he got it. After all, he had refined it after tempering the recipe. And with Fang Yuan's cautious nature, he naturally needed to properly study it before using it. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, a bright light flashed past them. There isn't any problem, bone-flesh unity gu can be used. After saying so, he summoned the pair of jade bracelet-shaped gu. This two jade bracelets, one was green as grass whereas the other was red as blood. They were both tied together and couldn't be separated. Fang Yuan had already refined them before. However, to bring out their magical effects, he needed to give up one of them and let Bai Ningbing refine it. Bai Ningbing was sitting in a cross-legged position as she received the gu, but he wasn't in a hurry to refine it and instead looked at Fang Yuan. What do you plan on doing next? Fang Yuan chuckled, and here I was thinking you wouldn't ask. Despite it being dark, Bai Ningbing could sense Fang Yuan smiling at this moment. She just snorted and didn't speak. Fang Yuan didn't plan to conceal his plans from her. Our next destination is Shangliang Mountain. Shangliang Mountain, Shang Clan? Bai Ningbing's brows slightly furrowed. Shang Clan was one of the top forces of the southern border, not weaker to Tai Clan and Fei Clan. Only the Wu Clan was above it. Shang Clan was famed for their businesses in southern border, and even the people outside the southern border, as long as they had some experience, knew that the Shang Clan of the southern border was the center for businesses and trading. Shang Clan City was so flourishing that there were opportunities for primeval stones everywhere. When Bai Ningbing still had northern dark ice soul physique, she had looked forward to visiting the Shang Clan City. Now however, she was hesitating. With the crimes we have committed against the Bai clan, we might already be wanted by all the righteous path figures. Wouldn't we just be heading straight into a trap by going to Shang Clan City? Fang Yuan smiled. If there are only two places in the whole southern border that could accept us, that Shang Clan City would definitely be one of them. Shang Clan might be one of the leaders of the righteous paths, but the Shang Clan City is a place with complete freedom, and also a place where most of the demonic path figures dispose of their goods. If not for that, how could Shang Clan be the richest clan in the southern border? Even Wu Clan is far inferior to them in this aspect. Bai Ningbing pondered for a while when she heard this. The rumors said that you could buy anything in Shang Clan City. Is this really true? Fang Yuan shook his head. The things in the rumors are all talking of the low-level goods. There are too many things in this world that has a lot of demand but no supply. For example, a certain Yanggu? Ha ha ha. Chapter 230, Dual Cultivation in the Dark Room. Bai Ningbing let out an annoyed snort. Fang Yuan changed the subject. At this stage, Shang Clan City is the most suitable place for us. There are many stores there from where we can buy the goo worms suitable for us. Although the goo worms we have now are excellent, they don't match with each other. Only with goo worms that can complement each other, can we exhibit stronger fighting prowess and even fight higher ranks. Bai Ningbing was in complete agreement. All excellent goo master would have a set of complementing goo worms. For instance, when Bai Ningbing possessed Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the goo worms she had were Ice Blade Goo, Icicle Goo, Water Shield Goo, Blue Bird Ice Coffin Goo, Ice Muscles Goo, Frost Demon Goo. They all belonged to Ice and Water series, and easily complemented each other when mutually paired and used. Now however, Fang and Bai only possessed an assortment of goo worms. If they were to complete a set of complementing goo worms, their fighting prowess would at least double. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had stored large numbers of Bone Spear Goo and Spiral Bone Spear Goo. All these could be sold in Shang Clan City. Even if there were none of these goo, Fang Yuan had Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and could use it to produce primeval stones. The first objective in going to Shang Clan City was to lay low. The second objective was to purchase and exchange goo worms. Fang Yuan's third objective, however, wasn't convenient to tell to Bai Ningbing. This involved rock gambling. At a dark corner of a certain rock gambling site, there was a rock hiding a legendary rainbow-colored goo. The goo worms in Fang Yuan's possession were as high as rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, which was involved with a rank 9 Immortal Venerable, Blood Skull Goo, which could change one's aptitude, and also Bone Flesh Unity Goo. Leaving aside the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, Blood Skull Goo had already lost its worth because there was almost no blood relative left of Fang Yuan now. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus might have excellent results, but it didn't have any advancement prospects since Fang Yuan didn't have its fusion recipe. The higher his cultivation becomes, the lesser the help it would provide. Let's not even talk about Spring-Autumn Cicada. Right now it is still hibernating. If one said to use it, it would be full of danger, but if one does not use it, once it recovered, it would blow up the aperture. It was a ticking time bomb. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Blood Skull Goo and Bone Flesh Unity Goo were the most valuable goo in Fang Yuan's possession. In addition, these 4 all had a common point: they were all involved in assisting with cultivation. How big of a help they were to Fang Yuan? Big, very big. However, their use in battles weren't that obvious. That goo in the Shang clan city was different in that it was a trump card for battle. With it and some other goo worms to complement it, Fang Yuan could only then be considered to have rebirthed. He would have some confidence in being unrivaled among those at the same rank, recovering some of the bearings of his previous life as one of the big shots of the demonic path. It's a long journey to Shang clan city, no need to think about this now, you should first refine the Bone Flesh Unity Goo. Fang Yuan stopped this topic. Bai Ningbing felt slightly at ease after knowing Fang Yuan's plan. Having been in contact with Fang Yuan for so long, she was becoming more and more aware of how treacherous and crafty Fang Yuan was. Especially his performance today, such simplicity and honesty even nearly fooled her. Not long ago, she had witnessed how Fang Yuan had refined the Bone Flesh Unity Goo, and after connecting all of his behavior, she was beginning to feel a chill in her heart. She reminded herself to be careful and learn from the mistake of that miserable Bai clan leader. If she doesn't have some vigilance against Fang Yuan, who knows, one day she might be sold by Fang Yuan while still counting the money for him? She shook her head to put her mood in check and began to refine the Bone Flesh Unity Goo. This pair of goo had strange shapes, with one green and another red. Bai Ningbing chose the red one and began pouring her primeval essence into it. This Bone Flesh Unity Goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan at the very beginning. Now, Fang Yuan removed his imprint from the goo and cooperated with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing didn't take a lot of time to refine it. The moment she finished refining the goo, there was a change in Bone Flesh Unity Goo. This pair of linked jade bracelets suddenly completely dissipated in the air. And almost instantly, there appeared circular marks on Fang Yuan's and Bai Ningbing's wrists. What was different was, the mark that appeared on Fang Yuan's left wrist was green, whereas it appeared on Bai Ningbing's right wrist and was red. A mysterious connection emerged from both Fang and Bai's hearts. This connection allowed Fang Yuan to sense Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing similarly could sense Fang Yuan, as if their blood and flesh were linked and couldn't be divided. This feeling wasn't good, and it made Bai Ningbing feel nauseous, as if she had swallowed a housefly. Fang Yuan's brows also tightly furrowed. This hadn't been mentioned in the scroll left behind by Grey Bone Scholar. Fang Yuan thought about it before being relieved. The Grey Bone Scholar had researched this only in theory and never put it into practice. Not knowing this is very normal. This feeling was only a minor detail, the important thing was the next stage. The two endured the odd feeling and sat cross-legged facing each other on the bed, starting their dual cultivation. They both stretched out their hands, the 4 palms touching each other. To be on the safe side, the weaker cultivation Fang Yuan experimented it. He took out a portion of his green copper primeval essence and cautiously poured it into Bai Ningbing's aperture. The green and red circular marks suddenly let out bright radiance. The foreign primeval essence, when transferred to Bai Ningbing's aperture, immediately changed to Bai Ningbing's aura. It really worked. Bai Ningbing softly exclaimed in delight. I clearly transferred 10% of my green copper primeval essence, but you only received 3/5 of it. 2/5 of it was lost in conversion. Fang Yuan's observation was even more detailed. Bai Ningbing wasn't surprised though. What's hard to understand? Didn't the scroll say it? This bone-flesh unity goo can be divided into 5 types of quality depending on how deep the relation between the two refiners is. From low to high, it is divided into fratricidal, friendly relation, indissoluble relation, familial relation, blood-kin relation. She analyzed and continued, if that pair of brother and sister became goo masters, and refined the blood-flesh unity goo by themselves, with how deep the relation was between them, I estimate they would obtain the highest quality blood-kin relation. If we had refined it by ourselves, it would definitely be the worst quality fratricidal, considering our relation. These two neutralized each other and we have thus obtained the mid-quality indissoluble relation. The bone-flesh unity goo referred to a series goo. Just like how in the boar goo, there were black boar goo, white boar goo, pink boar goo and so on. According to what the scroll mentioned, bone-flesh unity goo contained 5 types of goo worms. The worst quality was the fratricidal goo, which converted 10% primeval essence into 1/5 of it. Above it was friendly relation goo, which converted 10% of primeval essence into 2/5 of it. Indissoluble relation goo could transfer 3/5. Familial relation goo could transfer 4/5. And the top blood-kin relation goo could transfer 100% of the primeval essence without any loss in conversion. By relying on his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had tampered with the recipe at the last moment, obtaining the rank 3 indissoluble relation goo, which could be considered a pretty good luck. Researching refinement recipe was not easy. It required continuous deductions and experiments along with many goo worms. Fang Yuan was able to succeed with his tampering. One factor was due to the insight from his experience and another factor was luck. However, he had never liked to rely on luck. This didn't mean he was born a jinx or his luck was bad all the time. Fang Yuan's luck was the same as ordinary people, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Why he didn't like it was because it was a factor which he couldn't control. He was a person who strongly desired being in control. He liked to control the situation, control others, and naturally control himself. That's it. Your turn now. Fang Yuan said. On the whole, he was satisfied getting the indissoluble goo. Bai Ningbing transferred 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence into Fang Yuan's aperture. What happened next was shocking. Just before, when Fang Yuan transferred his dark green primeval essence into Bai Ningbing's aperture, it formed into a green water which was swallowed by the snow-silver primeval sea in just a while, her primeval sea increasing by a bit. Now, when she transferred 10% primeval essence into Fang Yuan's aperture, before her primeval essence had yet to land into his primeval sea, his aperture started shaking. Fang Yuan immediately shouted to stop. This was not a problem in bone-flesh unity goo, but rather was the problem of his cultivation. He was only at upper stage of rank 1 goo master and had stored hundreds of bone spear goo, and now that he was receiving the snow-silver primeval essence, the whole burden was too much to handle for his aperture. Bai Ningbing hesitated. If she continued to transfer the primeval essence now, she might be able to break Fang Yuan's aperture. But even if she broke his aperture, Yanggu could still be destroyed with one thought from Fang Yuan. She thought for a moment before finally deciding to withdraw her primeval essence. Originally, 10% of silver snow primeval essence was transferred to Fang Yuan's aperture, which should have been converted into 3/5. Now after Bai Ningbing withdrew her primeval essence, only about 1/5 of the converted primeval essence remained. What made Bai Ningbing inwardly sigh was the ability of this bone-flesh unity goo. Fang Yuan transferred all the bone spear goo to Bai Ningbing's aperture, and then accepted the snow-silver primeval essence. When this portion of snow primeval essence was in Bai Ningbing's body, it had her aura. Now that it had been transferred into Fang Yuan's aperture, it suddenly shrunk and changed to Fang Yuan's aura. The converted snow-silver primeval essence sank towards the bottom of Fang Yuan's aperture and his green-copper primeval essence could only helplessly float above it. The two existed peacefully, as if this portion of snow-silver primeval essence was birthed by Fang Yuan's aperture. If it was foreign primeval essence that came this close in contact, it would immediately explode and cause damage to the aperture. Hence, the normal primeval essence imparting was like walking on a steel rope, very dangerous and exhausting. Fang Yuan tried moving this portion of the white-silver primeval essence to rush at the aperture walls. Gu masters were divided into 9 ranks of great realms. Each great realms were further divided into 4 small realms: initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. Initial stage was light membrane aperture walls, the light was thin and flickering. Middle stage was water membrane aperture walls, the light flowed freely. Upper stage was stone membrane aperture walls, the light was condensed to solid state. Peak stage was crystal membrane aperture walls with ethereal and pure radiance. Fang Yuan was now a rank 1 upper stage, his aperture walls were of stone membrane. However, with one wave of impact from the snow-silver primeval essence, this stone membrane wall actually started shaking violently. Chapter 231, Addicted to Cultivating. Fang Yuan quickly stopped out of fear. Although he used the liquor worm before, it was used to refine the primeval essence and raise its quality by 1 small realm. When had he ever used the snow-silver primeval essence, which was of a much higher quality? With no choice, Fang Yuan could only reduce the amount used each time, and also slow the waves crashing into his aperture walls. To think there would also be problems when the primeval essence's quality is too high. Fang Yuan was slightly aggravated. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing heard this and rolled her eyes. What sort of godsend opportunity was this? If anyone else knew, they would probably slap him to death out of anger. This was really a blissful worry. After 4 hours, this 6% snow-silver primeval essence was finally expended. His rough stone aperture walls were already showing a glimmer just from this 1 round of cultivation. It was like a rough jade that had started to give off a luster worthy of its quality after processing. Quick, transfer another 10%. Fang Yuan urged. Like this, they cultivated the whole night. When the rooster crowed in the morning, light had started to shine through the window, and Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with unconcealable excitement. He looked at his palm and clenched his fists. Rank 1 peak stage. Just a night of cultivation caused him to rise from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What divine speed is this? Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree, even in his previous life. Such a feeling was almost addictive. For example, when he had great aptitude, he cultivated like a snail. Using the liquor worm, he walked. With a great aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus, he sprinted. But what the heck was this? With this bone-flesh unity Gu, it was like he was soaring with 2 wings. Even Bai Ningbing was stunned. She was smart and quickly realized that this Gu had another greater use. This Gu can also help in breaking through a large realm. Liquor worm can only raise the cultivation by a small realm, and the Gu master had to rely on their own primeval essence when breaking through a big realm, thus aptitude was crucial. But with this bone-flesh unity Gu, they could use another person's primeval essence when breaking through to another realm. This was an insane advantage. With this Gu, Bai Gu Mountain was a complete success. Even if I sacrifice the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be worth it. At this time, the morning light entered the farmhouse, and Bai Ningbing sighed loudly. This world holds so many great geniuses. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 Gu master, but he managed to invent the bone-flesh unity Gu. He was a true genius. All Gu masters with titles had their specialties. In comparison, Fang and Bai were living in obscurity. Under the blazing sun, in the fields. Auntie, take a rest, I'll help you. Fang Yuan grabbed the hoe from the old lady's hand. The old lady could not compete in strength against the young and strong Fang Yuan. She felt happy seeing her hoe snatched away, smiling till her teeth was exposed. Ah, where can I find such a wonderful lad? Since the first dual cultivation, 2 days had passed. The original plan was to stay a night and leave, but after using the bone-flesh unity Gu, Fang Yuan was enjoying the rapid cultivation speed and decided to change his plans, to leaving only after he reached rank 2 at least. After all, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock is discovered. He was in no rush. Bai Ningbing had no objections. There was a huge difference between rank 1 and rank 2. Becoming a rank 2 Gu master would be a great help to their journey. Thus, they stayed in the village and didn't leave. The old lady also did not chase them away. The truth was she wanted the two to stay there forever. They worked so diligently, and although one was slightly dumb while the other was ugly, they were honest kids. Fang and Bai worked in the day. One had the strength of 2 boars, while the other had the strength of a crocodile. Among mortals it was like having divine strength. Farm work was a breeze, as easy as pie. Furthermore, it was an old lady's house. What tough work could there be? Every day Fang and Bai only slept a little, but were still full of energy. Such a lifestyle, in comparison to moving in the wilds and living in harsh conditions, while worrying for their safety, was like heaven. Fang Yuan used all his free time to cultivate, like he was addicted. With the bone-flesh unity Gu, his speed could only be described with a proverb, 1,000 miles a day. He reached rank 1 peak stage in the first night. And in the past few days, he was steadily building on his foundation, and his aperture walls had already turned crystal clear. At this rate, he would reach rank 2 in a few days. As the number of times they cultivated increased, the bone-flesh unity Gu's status rose in Fang Yuan's heart, surpassing the blood skull Gu and heavenly essence treasure lotus, only lower than the spring-autumn cicada. There was no need to even mention liquor worm, which could only raise one small realm. It was nothing compared to the bone-flesh unity Gu. As for blood skull Gu, it required too much investment and time. Although the heavenly essence treasure lotus was good, it could only provide help to Gu masters who were alone. As for this bone-flesh unity Gu, according to Bai Ningbing's phrase, it was a Gu that could change even the very structure of society. This was no exaggeration and was deeply acknowledged by Fang Yuan. Bone-flesh unity Gu was a low-rank Gu, even rank 1 or 2 Gu masters could use it. Although it had many refinement requirements, the standards were really not high, and a clan with enough resources could easily refine this Gu. This Gu was useless to a loner, but to clans or sects, this was a divine weapon. Using this shortcut, clan elders could nurture the juniors, reducing the time and funds required to raise a Gu master, by many folds. With this bone-flesh unity Gu, it was no longer nurturing Gu masters, but creating Gu masters in batches. It was a difference between heaven and earth. Because of this Gu, Fang Yuan even had a change of thought the night before, getting the urge to change his plans of fighting alone to establishing a force of his own. On that topic, an organized force was just a tool to be used. Fang Yuan had created the Bloodwing demonic sect in his previous life, and if he wanted to establish an organization in this life, it would be a lot easier because he had already experienced it. But to establish an organization, the most important thing was occupying territory filled with resources. And under layers of control, gather people and use their strength to cultivate together. Gu master cultivation was like swimming upstream. It was a journey of accumulation and naturally required resources. Thus to rank 5 Gu masters and below, having an organization's help would aid in their cultivation. However, once they reached rank 6 and experienced a qualitative change, turning from mortal to immortal, with the might of heaven and earth gathered in them, an organization became useless to them. Knowing this, it was easy to understand Fang Yuan's plans. In his previous life, Fang Yuan established the Bloodwing demonic sect to gather resources. In this life, with his knowledge of many inheritance and secrets, he could simply devour these resources and rise to rank 6 much more quickly. Why would he need to waste time and effort to create a force of his own? But now that he possessed the bone-flesh unity Gu, it would be much quicker than he previously assumed if he created an organization. There would be less investments, but greater rewards, creating Gu masters in batches and quickly form a large strength. But after Fang Yuan thought about it until morning, he dispelled his notion of creating a force. If he really relied on the bone-flesh unity Gu to create an organization, it would be courting death. Such a divine weapon would definitely attract the greed of all the large forces, if revealed. Not to say that he was starting from scratch, even a clan leader with some foundation would not dare to use the bone-flesh unity Gu so openly. It truly attracted the jealousy of others. Even Wu clan, the #1 clan in the southern borders, would not dare to use it alone. Fang Yuan estimated there needed to be an alliance of at least Wu clan, Fei clan, Tai clan and Shang clan to guard against the greed of all the Gu masters over the world, if they were to use bone-flesh unity Gu in large scale. If I want to create a force, even if it starts to look bright, I will get exterminated from all sides. By then, even if I escape, the foundation that I created would be lost. At the end, I would even become a complete loser, pursued by everyone. Fang Yuan had completely calmed down, knowing that this was a dead path, thus he affirmed his will of fighting alone in a large-scale battle. But to be honest, Bai Xing and Bai Hua were quite intelligent. In their previous life, although they used the bone-flesh unity Gu and became the righteous twin stars, they did not use this power to grow their clan's force. With their intentional misleading, although the bone-flesh unity Gu's reputation was established, people greatly underestimated its ability. Fang Yuan recalled, and sensed the wisdom in these two twin stars. Being able to come to Bai Gu Mountain this time and killing the siblings prematurely, could be considered a great accomplishment. But Fang Yuan thought again, this bone-flesh unity Gu can only be used by two people. Bai Hua and Bai Xing must have used the refinement method on the scroll. Without my unique alteration, the difficulty in defining the bone-flesh unity Gu is greatly increased. It is possible that they did not even think of this prospect. After thinking for so much, Fang Yuan's head was starting to hurt. He plowed the fields under the intense sun as he shook his head, collecting his dispersed thoughts. After all, these things were not important and it was useless to think about it. Unfortunately, I do not have Gu worms that aid in thinking like creative thinking Gu, intelligent heart Gu, tactful Gu, and lightning thoughts Gu. Even at the very least, the bookworm would suffice. It seems I can only purchase them when I get to Shangclan City. The old lady's field was small. Fang Yuan quickly plowed half of it, when Bai Ningbing felt interest and started to help on her own accord. She had seen farmers plowing fields on Qingmao Mountain, but back then she was still muddle-headed, and now that she was in this state, she wanted to experience the wonders in it. Only when the night approached, did they start eating in front of the old lady's house. You must be hungry, there are still sweet potatoes in the pot, it will definitely fill you up. The old lady grinned as she scooped 2 bowls of rice. This rice was not the superior rice from the rice bag grass, but rough grains. However, the two were not picky eaters anyway. Eat slowly, I have good news to share with you too. On the table, the old lady smiled mysteriously. Chapter 232, Intense Pain of Changing Bone. Auntie, what good news do you have? Fang Yuan immediately asked with a foolish grin. As he was asking, an old man walked in from outside. Bai Ningbing secretly glanced at the old man. This old man was a Gu master. However, he only possessed rank 1 initial stage cultivation and was very old, there was nothing to worry. Young man, this is our village head. The old lady introduced the man. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing hurriedly stood up. Fang Yuan scratched his head appearing to be uneasy. Honorable village head, I am. He hadn't even introduced himself when the village head waved his hand with a smile. I know, you two are outsiders. Gu masters could sense the aura of other Gu masters. However, Fang and Bai had the breath concealment Gu in their ears, their Gu master aura were concealed, and the village head couldn't detect it. The old village head had obtained the report on these two strangers few days ago. But he didn't take it to heart. These days, besides Fang and Bai, there were many new people who had come to the village and lodged. If you want to come, just come, why is there a need to bring in gifts? The old lady grumbled. The old village head hadn't come empty-handed, he was holding a string of tied fishes. I caught the fish this morning from the pool. Your teeth aren't in a good condition, drink some fish soup to recover your health. The old village head smiled. The old lady gave him a supercilious look before accepting the fish. I will go cook the fish soup. One could sense the happiness in her voice. Bai Ningbing couldn't sense anything from how the two elderly behaved and spoke to each other. Fang Yuan's gaze, however, flashed, realizing this old man and the old lady might probably have fallen in love at this old age. Auntie, let me do it. Fang Yuan immediately said. You guys just sit and chat. There is good news. The old lady quickly waved her hand, indicating Fang and Bai to sit. I have told your story to the villagers. The village head is a Gu master, he can help you guys. Gu master? Fang Yuan's eyes immediately opened as wide as saucers, he appeared stunned and stumped as he stood there. Bai Ningbing almost couldn't help rolling her eyes at Fang Yuan's expression. She also did her best to show a shocked expression, but her performance was clearly far behind Fang Yuan's, and she knew this clearly. The old village head laughed loudly at Fang Yuan's expression. He immediately felt this ugly and silly guy was somewhat adorable. Compared to Bai Ningbing, who only looked somewhat stunned, the old village head liked Fang Yuan more. Come and sit down, you two youngsters, don't be reserved. He waved and sat down first. Fang Yuan acted bashful before he sat down while puffing hard, he appeared nervous. Bai Ningbing also followed his expression from behind, but it looked somewhat unnatural. The old village head, however, didn't suspect anything. I heard you guys had gone to sell herbs and salted meat, but unfortunately came across a wild beast. Your auntie told everything to me, you have helped her a lot these days. I have some purple maple leaves here. In a few days, a caravan will be coming here. You can sell these purple maple leaves and recover your capital. When Bai Ningbing realized this was the good news the old lady was talking about, she immediately lost her interest. This. Fang Yuan stuttered with happiness, tears flowed out from his eyes as he choked with emotion. Honored sir, you are really a good person, a great person. The old village head patted the shoulder of this devil and tried to sympathize. No need to say that. Any person has their ups and downs in life. But I can't just give these purple maple leaves to you, otherwise the villagers will say something about it. How about this, go help plow the fields in the eastern end of the village, you just need to do it for 7 days until the caravan arrives. He was actually really grateful to Fang and Bai. He had been a mortal who was born and raised in this village, he and the old lady had been childhood sweethearts. But the affairs of the world was fickle, the old lady was married off to someone else. During one time when a caravan had come by, a Gu master noticed his intelligence and gave him some help, turning him into a Gu master. Because of this, he became the village head. Although he still had feelings for the old lady, both of them had families and children and it would leave a bad impression if he stayed overly in touch with her. Although he is the village head, he couldn't brazenly assist her. He had actually been secretly observing Fang and Bai, and felt their nature wasn't bad, they were hard-working and were honest kids, just that their luck was a bit bad. Hence, when the old lady told their story to him, he immediately agreed to help. You agreed to the village head during the dinner. Are you really thinking of plowing the fields for 7 days for a cart of that purple whatever leaves? In the house at night, Bai Ningbing puzzledly asked. Purple maple leaves is of course not my true objective. Didn't you hear during the meal? A caravan will be passing through this place. Fang Yuan replied. So what? Didn't you mention that caravans pass through Ziyu Mountain all year round? The caravans pass through once a year sometimes, and sometimes, once per half a year. What I had not expected was that a caravan would be coming in just a few days. I made some indirect inquiries and found that this caravan is traveling from east to west. Even if it doesn't go to Shang Xin Ci, it will at least travel along our destination. Bai Ningbing suddenly understood, you want to join the caravan and borrow their strength to reach Shang Xin Ci? She pondered over it for a while, increasingly feeling this was a great method. First of all, earth-hearing air grass was destroyed, they lacked investigative goo which meant it would be quite troublesome if they were to travel by themselves. Secondly, they had committed crimes, the Bai clan was definitely chasing after them without rest. Joining the caravan was a great way to cover up their tracks. Finally, they had breath concealment goo and were able to disguise as mortals. The caravans would definitely take precautions against foreign Gu masters, but definitely wouldn't have much vigilance against mortals. Even if they were to be discovered, there wouldn't be any problems, when that time comes, with a rank 3 and a rank 2 cultivations, they could still make an escape. The heads of the caravans normally possessed rank 3 cultivation. Those that were rank 4 like Jiafu were quite rare. But even if we disguise as mortals, could we just casually enter the caravan? Bai Ningbing thought about it, but still had this worry. Fang Yuan chuckled, of course, we won't be able to just casually join a caravan, we would need a guarantor even as mortals. But I reckon the old village head can resolve this problem for us. Only then did Bai Ningbing felt relieved and let go of her worry. I was worried for nothing. Indeed, with this guy's craftiness, how could he not have thought of this loophole? She thought. All right. I will be able to break through to rank 2 initial stage after 7 days. And I think it is time to use the iron bone goo and jade bone goo. Bai Ningbing's mouth twitched before saying lightly, I already told you before to use them, but you didn't agree and just nurtured them vainly for so many days, wasting so much spring milk. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh, youngster, you are ignorant and thus fearless of how much pain is involved in this. Tonight, we won't do dual cultivation, I need to properly rest my mind before I use the iron bone goo tomorrow night. Next day, Fang and Bai went to work the fields in the eastern end of the village like their agreement. Fang Yuan intentionally worked from morning till sunset. Hi's body contained enormous strength, this bit of work wasn't even worthy to be mentioned, but he could already hear other farmers taking notice of him and even looking up to him. At night, he sat cross-legged on the bed and concentrated on transferring primeval essence into the iron bone goo within his aperture. This goo was like a bone, with rounded and smooth ends, and slender mid-area. The whole bone was jet black as if it was made from iron. This goo was a rank 3 goo and it required instant consumption of great amounts of primeval essence to be activated. Fang Yuan was just a rank 1 goo master and shouldn't have been able to use it. But after Bai Ningbing transferred a lot of his snow-silver primeval essence, he was barely qualified to activate it. The transferred snow-silver primeval essence was almost completely used up in transferring to the iron bone goo. This goo first let out dark radiance before immediately melting down into iron liquid. It flew out from the aperture and merged with Fang Yuan's skeleton. Pain. An intense and inconceivable pain. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was branded by a scalding hot branding iron, anywhere the iron liquid passed through in the bones felt like it was being roasted in burning coals. This kind of pain penetrated even the soul, Fang Yuan's face distorted under this pain. Immediately following, drops of sweat began to fall from Fang Yuan's forehead, and in the next moment, his whole body was drenched with sweat. After a long while, Fang Yuan couldn't endure the pain any longer and let out a groan. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Because of the darkness, she hadn't been able to clearly see Fang Yuan's earlier expression and situation, but from this oppressed groan, she judged this pain was no small matter. She knew what insane willpower Fang Yuan had, he hadn't let out a word even when his whole body was covered with flames. But after using the iron bone goo, he let out such a sound, from this, one could tell how intense the pain was. Among the goo master's cultivation 3 big aspects of nurture, use and refine. In regards to use, some goo were extremely peculiar. Iron bone goo was one of those, giving extremely intense pain when used. Unfortunately, one needed to endure this pain, and if in case they lost consciousness in the middle, all their efforts would be wasted. Historically, many famous goo masters had died from pain of using goo like the iron bone goo. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and persevered, the unbearable pain continued to flood in, he involuntarily let out several groan-like snorts from his nose. In the end, his whole body was almost paralyzed from the pain, he couldn't even exert any more strength in his jaws. When all of his bones were dyed a layer of black by the molten iron, he finally relaxed, and almost instantly, a burst of dizziness attacked him, his eyes blacked out and he started losing consciousness. However, he forcibly persevered, and after taking few deep breaths, he slowly laid down. Is it over? Bai Ningbing's voice came from the darkness. Naturally. Fang Yuan sucked in cold air, his voice was hoarse but stable, go to sleep, we still need to work tomorrow. Okay. Bai Ningbing felt greatly disappointed when she realized Fang Yuan was still able to be clear-headed. If he had fainted, she might have had a chance to get hold of the Yanggu. No, that isn't right. Yanggu is inside Fang Yuan's aperture, how can I take it out without any special means? Thinking of this, she let go her dark thoughts. The next day, Fang Yuan didn't go to work, instead staying in bed. The intense pain was still lingering around and tormenting him. If he made even a slight movement, the violent pain that emerged felt like a chainsaw was sawing at his nerves. The pain was temporarily dominating him and putting him into an extremely weak state. Let alone farm work, he was not able to even leave the bed and walk. At this instance, Bai Ningbing realized that Fang Yuan had forcibly kept up a facade last night. Resultantly, she went to the farm and did the work alone. By evening, Fang Yuan was able to make some movements. Bai Ningbing refused to believe him and used the Jade Bone Gu. Obviously, she found out the absurd amount of pain Fang Yuan had suffered. As prideful as she was, she couldn't help groaning in pain and even grabbing the bed sheets. However, even though her whole body was trembling and shaking, she was able to persist till the end. An intense dizziness attacked her immediately after her success. She fell down on the bed and instantly lost her consciousness. Chapter 233, A Deep Misunderstanding. On the second day, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to lie on the bed, in so much pain that she could not move at all. Fang Yuan had recovered mostly, going off to plow the fields at the east of the hamlet. The old lady went into the room, asking in concern. Bai Ningbing kept saying she was fine, that she was tired after a day of physical work, and that she only needed to rest for a day. The old lady gave an understanding smile. Indeed, you were tired, your actions these past 2 days were slightly loud, I could hear it all. What? Bai Ningbing could not understand it. Young lady, stop keeping it from me, I could tell a mile away. The old lady laughed. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. Did her identity get exposed? How can that be? At once, a deep killing intent arose in her, but she could not bear to do it. She could cold-heartedly watch the Bai clan siblings burn to death, but that is because the Bai clan was destined to be their enemies. Although she was proud, she was not merciless like Fang Yuan. Towards people who had helped her, she would not be able to act. The old lady in front of her was such a case, and so was the former Bai clan leader, from Bai Ningbing's clan. The old lady held no suspicions towards Bai Ningbing. She grabbed her hand and patted, young lady, I can tell these few days, how can guys have such a butt and waist like yours? No wonder you wear a straw hat, and do not like talking. Although I am old, I am still a woman. We women have a talent compared to guys, that is, we are meticulous. Ah? Bai Ningbing did not know what to say. The old lady was enthusiastic, speaking in an understanding tone. I understand you. As a woman, dressing up like this outside to protect yourself, otherwise accidents might occur. Bai Ningbing was speechless. She hated people using the word woman to trigger her nerves. But towards this enthusiastic and simple old lady, she was very helpless. The old lady smiled until her eyes were a straight line, suddenly suppressing her voice. You two must be a couple, right? You have been too loud these days, I could even hear you from far away. I don't want to say this, but, those actions, you have to restrain yourselves. This was simply a nightmare. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, like she was zapped by lightning. Auntie, it is not what you think. A long while later, she barely squeezed out this sentence, her expression extremely stiff. Sigh, why are you so shy? It's nothing, you can tell me everything. I've lived for so many years, what have I not seen? The granny winked, laughing until her teeth were showing. And then her gaze shifted to the bed, subconsciously or not. Bai Ningbing followed her gaze, and just wanted to kill herself. But honestly, the bedsheets were torn by her. Next, the old lady said a few things to her, but Bai Ningbing's brain was in a mess, not listening to a single word. In the afternoon, when Fang Yuan came back to eat, the old lady blocked him at the door, kindly reminding, lad, your wife has told me already. I know youngsters are in heat, but you have to take care of your own bodies, and even more concern for your wife. Remember my words, okay? Huh? Fang Yuan opened his mouth wide, not able to react to what he has just heard. The old lady clicked her tongue, using a dissatisfied and helpless tone. Everything about you is good, except that you are too simple. Being so honest, you'll lose out eventually. If Guyu clan, Tai Divine Investigator, or Bai Hua and Bai Xing heard these words, they might jump out of their graves. Fang Yuan stood on the spot in daze, suddenly light flashed across his eyes, and he finally got it. Oh. That, hee. He scratched his head sheepishly, nodding, Auntie, you are right, I get it. At the dinner table, he saw Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at him coldly, her body almost emitting cold air. The corners of Fang Yuan's eyes had been twitching non-stop. This matter was a reminder to Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan can easily portray any role, that is because he has a rich experience and broad horizon. But Bai Ningbing was not, because even after disguise, she still has her flaws. Thankfully, this flaw is small, and in this world, whenever a woman traveled, she would definitely dress up as a male, to reduce the potential danger she might encounter. Even though this misunderstanding was very awkward, Fang Yuan had to admit that this can better conceal their true identities. Bai Ningbing's mood became worse. That night, she asked Fang Yuan again, when he can return the Yanggu to her. Fang Yuan could only answer, that once he reached rank 3, he would return it to her. Bai Ningbing snorted, she understood Fang Yuan, she would rather die than trust Fang Yuan's words. But now she could not take the Yanggu by force yet. When I get to Shang Clan City, I have to get at least a poison vow gu, 3-hand gu, or even seize gu would work too. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing was even more anxious about getting to Shang Clan City. Other than dual cultivation, Fang Yuan's cultivation has a new chapter added to it. That is, using the crocodile strength gu to increase his strength. Speaking of which, being able to feed the crocodile strength gu to this date, was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. The ones to thank were the Bai clan. It was due to getting large amount of crocodile meat from them that Fang Yuan was able to raise it to now. Otherwise, it would have starved to death long ago. Crocodile strength gu was like black and white boar gu, they permanently added strength to the gu master's body. But before rank 6, a gu master still has a mortal body. Like a bowl, it cannot contain a lake, a gu master's body has its limits eventually. That is also why Fang Yuan could not use the crocodile strength gu before. But now, he had obtained the iron bones gu and jade bones gu from Bai Gu Mountain. These two gu were expenditure type gu. Each had their merits, and their values were about the same, able to permanently improve the gu master's physique. Choosing which gu decides the progression route of the gu master. When gu masters use gu, there were much to consider. Some gu could not be used together, while some complemented each other and produced greater effect when used together. Bai Ningbing once used the ice muscles gu, thus her body was made of ice muscles. Ice muscles stopped perspiration, thus she cannot use a gu like blood sweat gu in the future. And if she uses the jade bones gu, her original mortal bones would become jade bones. Ice muscles and jade bones, it was a superb combination. Each person has their own needs, ice muscles jade bones might suit Bai Ningbing, but it does not suit Fang Yuan. Considering the legendary gu at Shang Clan City, Fang Yuan plans, he wanted to form the most effective steel tendon, iron bones. Being able to get the iron bones gu on Bai Gu Mountain, it was a perfect scenario for him. After using the iron bones gu, Fang Yuan's bones were tough as iron now. With his body foundation improved, he can now add the strength of 1 crocodile in addition to the strength of 2 boars. His strength continued to rise. 7 days passed in a flash. According to their initial agreement, Fang Yuan got a cart of purple maple leaves from the old village head. These goods were very cheap, the entire cart could not even sell for 2 primeval stones. But this was not Fang Yuan's objective, he only wanted to hide his identity and follow and get closer to the caravan. When the caravan arrived, it was 3 days later than the old village had expected. Only on the 9th day did they appear. The originally peaceful town boomed with life again. The caravan's size was huge. Bus-sized black-skinned fat beetles carried goods and people as they crawled slowly. Beside them, colored ostriches dragged the dray. Mountain large spiders wrapped boxes and containers on their bodies, winged snakes meandered, and toads carried large bundles on them. These stud-type gu formed the main body of the caravan. Other than that, there were large numbers of mortals pulling cows, horses, or carrying bamboo bags. This year's caravan is finally here. Every time I see these snakes, I get a little scared. Lord Gu masters are really amazing, they can make these ruthless snakes so tame. I hope my cured meat can be sold this time. I don't expect a high price, I'll be satisfied with just a few primeval stone fragments. Yeah, our luck is not as good as the outsider. The village head is too biased, that is an entire cart of purple maple leaves, to think he gave them away like that. The villagers made many temporary stalls at the village entrance, as Fang Yuan and Bai Ning dragged a cart of purple maple leaves, mixed among them. Among these people, some were all locals, others were from other villages, carrying goods with them. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Fang and Bai, even though they stay at the village and plowed fields for 7 days, their cart of purple maple leaves attracted many jealous gazes into them. Fang Yuan, of course, did not pay them any attention. He was secretly observing the members of the approaching caravan. This caravan is a mixed one, with many different clan forces among them gathered together. It was not like the Jia clan caravan, with Jia clan as the main force. This caravan, other than the selected leader, there were also a number of vice leaders, like a alliance army. This was good news to Fang Yuan. The more complex the structure of the caravan, the easier it is for him to mix in. Hey, how much are you selling this cart of purple maple leaves? Someone quickly came to ask for prices. 2.5 primeval stones. Fang Yuan said. 2.5? You might as well go rob. The person stared with wide-opened eyes. Buy it or leave. Bai Ning said at the side. Humph. The person waved his sleeves and walked off. If they really sold this cart, what excuse would Fang and Bai use to join the caravan? Thus, they purposely denied 3 potential buyers and deterred them. Until evening, they still did not manage to sell the cart of purple maple leaves. Instead, others managed to sell most of their medicine grass, cured meat, milk, etc. After all, the caravan was huge, they needed to replenish these goods. Many people saw Fang and Bai as a joke, and some even start to mock them. Some kind people reminded them to reduce the price appropriately. But Fang and Bai paid them all no heed. Before night time, Fang Yuan pretended to be dejected, dragging this cart of purple maple leaves back to the old village head's house. The old village head asked, and sighed, "You too, I told you that 2 primeval stones were already a high price. We can sell it even for 1.5. Why didn't you listen to me? Adamantly selling at 2.5. Chapter 234, Arrest Warrant. You have to know, there are lots of purple maple leaves on Ziyu Mountain. Those people buy it because it is more convenient for them, and they can save time from picking them. Sigh, it's pointless to tell you now. Never mind, never mind. The old village head continuously sighed. Fang Yuan bobbed his head, we just wanted to sell it for more primeval stones, one is to recoup the cost, the other is to take care of our parents. Who would have thought that after so much effort, it could not be sold? He sounded anxious, a hint of crying in his speech. Hearing his words, the old village head's heart softened, the grudge in his heart dispersing by more than half. Fang Yuan said again, no worries Lord Village Head, I had decided to follow the caravan tomorrow. By lowering the price, I'm sure we can sell it eventually. Follow the caravan? Who allowed you to follow the caravan? The old village head stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan said as a matter of fact, I saw many mortals in the caravan. If they can follow, why can we? The old village head rested his head on his arm, those are the family servants of the Lord Gu masters. You think simply anyone can just follow them? What if people with ill intentions mix in among them? Ah? Fang Yuan's mouth opened wide, stunned on the spot, then how? The caravan is leaving tomorrow. Sigh. The old man sighed deeply, never mind, I'll help you to the end. Tomorrow I'll beg them to let you into the caravan, it'll all be up to your fate. The sun had just rose, and there were still a few stars visible in the light blue sky. Looking afar, Ziyu Mountain is enveloped in a dark purple color, peaceful and mysterious. After a night of rest, the caravan had started loading up their goods already. Inspect the goods once more. Tie the ropes tightly. If anything drops during the journey, we will punish you with 100 beatings. Quick, 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 feed our black skin beetles till full. Gu masters ordered and sent their family servants into a busy state. Some had bad temper, holding a whip in their hands. Whoever moved slowly would be whipped. Some loved their gu worms, and fed them personally. Lord Chen. The old village head bowed, paying respects to one of the vice leaders in the caravan. Oh, old Zhang, I am busy here, just tell me what you have to say. This Chingu master said. It is like this. I have 2 juniors, doing small business. Before the old village had finished, Chingu master suddenly shouted, Chen Xian, why are you in a daze? Go and feed the winged snakes. You think those servants can feed them properly? That snake of yours had already swallowed 3 servants these few days. Yes, clan elder. Chen Xian was grabbed, raising his head and said. But Chingu master did not let go of him, chiding again, how many times have I told you, call me clan elder in the village, in the caravan, you have to address me as vice leader. Yes, 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 Lord Vice Leader. Chen Xian answered, running away swiftly. This rascal. Chingu master scolded under his breath in anger, before turning to the old village head, what did you say earlier? Oh. You want me to vouch for your 2 juniors to enter the caravan? Lord is truly wise, that is the case. Old village head quickly answered. That. Chingu master purposely hummed. The old village head was turned into a gu master by him, because this route needed for the caravan to pass by, he needed someone who worked for him. For caravans traveling, those villages were crucial, but the mortal hamlets along the way cannot be ignored as well, they were equally important. The caravans had many people and much to do, much living resources would be quickly expended and need to be replenished along the way. There are also servants, when they encounter danger, some servants die and manpower becomes lacking. The caravan will have to select some mortals in those hamlets to recruit. Speaking of which, among Chingu master's family servants, manpower was starting to feel lacking, after all mortals had cheap lives, they were just a type of expendable resources that can talk and move. Henceforth, when I cross by Ziyu Mountain, I will still need to make use of old Zhang, if I don't accede to his request, wouldn't that discourage him? Although I am lacking manpower now, I cannot agree so easily. I have to wait, and sell this favor at a good price. Chingu master was still considering, when a messenger gu master from the caravan came running. There was a stack of paper in his hand, as he ran and shouted, all members take note, there is a new arrest warrant, there is a new arrest warrant. He shouted as he pasted a piece of paper on a black-skinned fat beetle's body. New arrest warrant? From which clan? How much bounty? Retrieve it for me. Chingu master was interested. Yes, vice leader. The messenger gu master quickly handed over a piece of paper. Chingu master looked, oh, an arrest warrant from Bai clan. As long as information is accurate, they will give 1,000 primeval stones? So much. Chingu master's eyes shone, gaining interest in the matter. There were 2 prices on the warrant, one was information price, the other was killing price. Information priced at 1,000 primeval stones, normally it is used for a wanted demonic cultivator that has made a name for himself. But this poster only showed 2 youngsters, with proper features, and one was even very beautiful. One male, one female, these were 2 newbies. One is a rank 1 gu master, the other is rank 3. With information price of 1,000 primeval stones, and killing price of 8,000 primeval stones. Pfft, it seems that Bai clan hates these 2 demonic rascals to the core. Hee hee. Chingu master laughed at their predicament, so long as it is not his Chin family. What he did not know was, these 2 demonic rascals were near him. The old village head took a look at the arrest warrant, and a chill came from within his heart. Gu master's world is really dangerous, such a beautiful youngster, is actually a criminal demonic cultivator. Let's just hope that they are not coming to our village. Alright, seeing how you've worked hard for all these years old Zhang, I will accede to your request. Gu Master said. Ah, thank you Lord. Lord, I will call them here now. The old village head was overjoyed. Gu Master waved his hand, no need, I'm very busy. Just get them to report to Xian. Towards two mortals, he held no interest. At the same time, he did not connect them to the arrest warrant in his hand. After all, this is the Bai clan's request, and they were thousands of li away. Gu Master subconsciously felt that he at a very safe distance away. This was a very common thinking. Even on modern Earth, when murder cases happen in cities, no matter how ruthless and vile it is, other cities do not feel much danger, even if transportation is so advanced. Other than that, they also have a fluke mind mentality. In this vast world, where people lived everywhere, how would these two demonic scoundrels come to my caravan? Then I would be way too unlucky, it's impossible. People always tend to think that unlucky events would not occur on themselves. Moreover, many people in arrest warrants are extremely vicious and cruel characters, attracting people's attention. Two newbies like Fang and Bai, one rank 3 and one rank 1, what could they amount to? Xian saw the two of them but did not think of the warrant at all. Fang and Bai's image had changed completely, not just the disfigured Fang Yuan, but after these days of practicing, she also started to become more natural. Xian lost interest immediately, especially Fang Yuan's appearance made him disgusted. He was only rank 1, while Fang Yuan rose to rank 2 several days ago. Xian observed them carelessly, and did not feel any Gu Master aura, thus calling an old attendant and getting him to arrange Fang and Bai's jobs. What are your names? The old attendant asked. Only at this time did someone ask for their names. My name is Fei Hou, my wife is called Bai Yun. Fang Yuan casually said. Female? The old attendant frowned. He stared at Bai Ningbing and looked, seeing her dark skin appearance and her dazed look, she's called Bai Yun, 1? This Fei Hou is also really ugly. Women are trouble, you have to be more careful. If something happens, don't blame me for not reminding you guys. The old attendant said. I know, this cart beside me is filled with purple maple leaves. My wife is staying on the cart and taking care of the goods, I do not want much interaction with other people. Fang Yuan said. Humph, good that you understand. The old attendant arranged a physical task for the two, to move goods, but for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, it is no issue at all, but Bai Ningbing had to pretend and act like she was out of breath constantly, causing her mental fatigue. Not far away, some family servants were slacking, resting at a corner. Their gazes were directed towards Fang and Bai. Brother Chang, there's two newcomers. Some people saw them bringing in their private goods. That's an entire cart of purple maple leaves. A thin family servant said excitedly. Depriving newcomers, it was the ritual that the caravan old-timers often did. Brother Chang squatted on the ground, squinting, I see it. Skinny monkey, go test them out. His body was strong as an ox, although his muscles were developed, he was not a rash person. In this world where Gu Masters ruled above all, the strength of a mortal is nothing spectacular. Being able to become the most important person in this small circle, he had some wits after all. Skinny monkey sighed, under everyone's supervision, he got near to Fang Yuan. Hey brother, where are you from? Others call me Brother Monkey, from now on we will be working together, I hope we can work together amicably. Skinny Monkey forced out a smile. Fang Yuan gave him a glance, only saying a word, scram. Skinny Monkey's eyes expanded as he showed a look of rage. Fang Yuan did not look at him, but continued moving his goods. He had worked in the caravan in his previous life, extremely clear of such rituals. In plain words, Skinny Monkey was testing water, using words to test out Fang Yuan's identity. If he did not have any backing, they would work together and bully him, depriving him of some benefits. But the truth is, not only are humans like this, Gu Masters were the same, they just did it more elegantly. Moving alone and risking their lives, it included fighting with wild beasts. Moving together in groups, it was competing with their own kind. At places with benefits, there were conflicts. There is only so much space after all, everyone wants to live better, and have more room to themselves. What can they do? They can only invade other people's spaces. Skinny Monkey had not expected Fang Yuan to not give face, thus he was stunned at the spot, staring intently at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not give a thought about such a character. Mortals were cheap as grass, even if one or two were killed, so what? As long as the goods were still delivered, the Gu masters in charge would not care. Even if they did, Fang Yuan had backup methods to resolve this issue. All in all, trying to provoke Fang Yuan, these family servants were courting death. What? Why are you not scramming? You want me to chase you away? Fang Yuan gave Skinny Monkey a cold look again. Skinny Monkey snorted, but did not explode in anger, instead taking his leave. Such a strong attitude, it caused Brother Chong to feel threatened. Did these two have some sort of background? Otherwise, how could they be so arrogant? I had better check up on their backgrounds first. 1. TL. Bai Yun means white cloud in Chinese, ironically. Chapter 235, Shang Xin Ci. The caravan traveled for the whole day, and chose a valley to camp for the night. The day went pretty good for the caravan as they only came across 3 small beast groups. They killed 2 groups and chased one away. Calculating the losses and the profits they made from killing the beast groups, they had made some profits instead. The setting sun dyed the clouds with colors, red, orange, grayish-red, purple, there were all kinds of colors. The clouds also formed into all kinds of shapes, appearing like a roaring lion one moment, or galloping Pegasus the next moment, or a blossoming sea of flowers. The multicolored sunlight shone upon the valley which resembled a jade-green gem. After the caravan finished all the arrangements for the night, there was a certain area in the caravan that was a cacophony of noises. Come, have a look, today's freshly slaughtered beast meat. Buttermilk, fragrant and sweet buttermilk. Only 10 pieces of clothing remaining, stock clearance sale. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also among the crowd. They dragged their handcart and occupied an area. At their left was a stall selling wild herbs and at their right was a stall selling milk. Bai Ningbing was rather interested in all this as she looked all around her. To think there would be a small bazaar like this in the caravan. If there is consumption, there will be transactions, and the consumption will thus stimulate marketplaces. Fang Yuan answered. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed, these words were truly incisive. She looked at Fang Yuan, are you planning on selling these purple maple leaves? Fang Yuan slightly nodded his head, we have already entered the caravan so we can just conveniently dispose of them now. Keeping them with us will only attract the greed of some scoundrels. What's more, it wasn't easy to preserve purple maple leaves. They had it for just over a day, and already the purple maple leaves on Fang Yuan's cart were showing signs of withering. And as time continued to pass, their value will only get lesser and lesser. Of course, Fang Yuan didn't care about measly 2 primeval stones. However, just throwing them off wouldn't be in accord to their current identities, and would only serve to raise suspicions. The small bazaar in the caravan is divided into 2 types. The one we are dealing in is only the transactions between mortals and it will be held every day. Another type is the transactions between Gu masters, which is held once a week. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes, covered by the straw hat, slightly brightened, it would be helpful to us if we could join the small bazaar held for Gu masters. Shangclan City is still a great distance away, if not anything else, we need an investigative Gu to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. I have already planned this out but it's still too early. Fang Yuan confidently smiled as he thought of a certain thing in his tusset of flour. The two were discussing softly when a male servant walked over while staggering. He was wearing shabby and torn clothes, his face filled with bloodstains, a clear resemblance to beggars. As he walked to the stall beside Fang Yuan's, and saw the pots filled with milk, he swallowed his saliva. Brother, could you give me some milk to drink? Go away. Don't hinder my business. The milk seller impatiently waved his hands. This male servant, helplessly, walked away towards Fang and Bai's cart, 2 brothers. He hadn't even finished saying his sentence, when Fang Yuan walked to the front and kicked him. shouting with a vicious tone, "Screw off." The male servant fell down to the ground, his ragged clothes were stained by the black muddy soil. His previous wounds were stimulated by the kick, making him grimace in pain. He climbed up with great difficulty, and looked at Fang Yuan with hatred. "Good, I will remember this, we are all mortals, everyone has a bad day." "Humph." Fang Yuan's expression turned cold as he raised his feet again. Bam! This servant fell to the ground again. "Dare to say one more word?" Fang Yuan stared down at this servant fiercely. The servant gave a vicious glare at Fang Yuan as he crawled up, but he didn't dare to squeak a word. However, just as he stood up, he was again met with Fang Yuan's kick. "I don't like your expression." Fang Yuan indifferently spoke with his arms crossed at his chest. The servant lowered his head and crawled up silently, not daring to look at Fang Yuan again. He didn't continue begging anymore and walked far away. Looking at his departing figure, Bai Bing asked in bewilderment, "Strange, how can there be a beggar in the caravan? This is normal. This servant must have made a mistake or his master is in bad mood today." In short, he was beaten by a Gu master and also had his meal cancelled. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, his gaze, however, coldly glanced towards a corner. In a corner, 3 to 4 sturdily built servants were catching new faces, bullying the newcomers. After noticing this situation at Fang Yuan's, they retrieved their gazes and looked at other targets. Mortals had cheap lives, their status were extremely low, and their survival was as difficult as walking on steel wire. Inside the caravan, the Gu masters could easily beat them to death and take their lives like cutting grass. Anyway, mortals like them could be replenished easily in the hamlets along the way. Every time the caravans came across danger, there would be large numbers of dying mortals. Besides these, there were also secret and almost desperate struggles between the mortals themselves. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the caravan, but 2 groups already wanted to find troubles for him. He, naturally, wasn't afraid of these trouble, and could easily resolve them, but he would rather resolve them earlier. Of course, there were some mortals who lived beautiful lives. Most of them were those with backgrounds or were relatives and friends of Gu masters, using this identity to do as they liked. After the beggar walked away, 2 groups of mortals approached Fang Yuan. The head of one group was an old man with sharp eyes. After asking Fang Yuan for the price, he immediately lowered the price to a quarter. Fang Yuan reckoned this old geezer's identity should be the chief supervisor in charge of arranging the tasks for the servants. The head of another group was a woman. She was actually wearing silk clothing and her eyes gave off seductive glances. Fang Yuan immediately understood she must be a sex tool of a certain or some male Gu masters. The 2 heads were both accompanied by a large number of people, and although they were mortals, their status were extremely evident. They lowered the price to a very low amount, with the intention of buying low and selling high. They had some wealth and were not like most of the servants who could not even be sure if they could get a meal that day. While Fang Yuan had no need for this cart of purple maple leaves, in order to match with his current identity and not let the cat out of the bag, he refused the lowered prices of these 2 people. The old man left with pleasant countenance, but there was threat hidden in his tone. The woman just walked away while cursing and swearing. "I will sell this cart of rotten leaves to the next person that comes to bid." Just when Fang Yuan was pondering over his next action, the small bazaar suddenly went in an uproar. Some people excitedly cheered and shouted, "The kind-hearted lady of Zhang clan has arrived. Lady Zhang is compassionate and kind, she is a fairy incarnate. She is a really good person, I won't go hungry today." "What's happening?" Bai Bing surveyed the situation and saw a green image appearing through the entrance of the bazaar. Fang Yuan was also bewildered. "What's up with this? Lady Zhang? Fairy Zhang?" A group of servants flocked over to the woman, and instantly, the bazaar entrance was crowded. These people were mostly the ones who were punished by Gu masters and didn't have anything to eat now. The man who Fang Yuan kicked earlier was also among them, extending his neck and arms. "Don't be in a hurry everyone, there is plenty of it, slow down," the green-clothed girl said. Her voice was gentle and soft, and was immediately submerged in the shouts of the crowd. Keep your mouth shut. Line up and come one by one. Anyone that dares to rush over or shout, will immediately be slashed by me. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded within the little bazaar. An old but tough Gu master appeared in everyone's sights. And as he gazed at everyone with his ferocious gaze, the noisy little bazaar immediately went silent. This was the authority of a Gu master. There was no one who didn't believe he wouldn't do what he just said. As a Gu master, so long as their mood was bad, what was killing off 2 or 3 mortals considered? The crowd pushed and shoved each other, and soon lined up in a neat long row. In front of the queue, the green-clothed girl held a basket of steamed buns and distributed them. The whole little bazaar was absolutely silent. Countless gazes looked at the green-clothed girl with respect, worship and even love. Bai Ningbing was curious and asked the stall owner to the side, "Who is she?" "What, you don't even know of Lady Xuan Xin Ci? You should be newcomers, right?" "Xuan Xin Ci?" Fang Yuan asked, his brows tightly locked. "Speak up everything you know." The stall owner recalled how ruthlessly Fang Yuan had kicked the servant earlier. He didn't dare to conceal anything. "Lady Zhang is also one of the deputy leaders of our caravan. She doesn't have aptitude towards cultivation and is a mortal like us. However, she has a strong background in her clan. The Gu master beside her is her bodyguard. I have lived for so long, but truthfully, I have never seen such a kind-hearted person. Lady Zhang brings some food almost every evening for the starved servants. She comes even if the weather is bad. Sigh, heaven is unfair, they prevented such a person from cultivating." Bai Ningbing nodded her head and smiled, saying towards Fang Yuan, "Truly, all sorts of people exist in this world." Fang Yuan didn't respond. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan in confusion, and saw something wrong with Fang Yuan's expression. The latter was gazing fixedly at the green-clothed girl, his brows almost furrowed into a knot. The green-clothed girl had silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders, accentuating her beauty. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow-white, and her lips were pink and tender. She had no makeup on her face, looking soft and gentle. The slight smile she gave from time to time when distributing the steamed buns, was pure and innocent. She was wearing green clothing and had a fresh and plain aura. She was elegant like an orchid, graceful like a lotus and gentle like water. In terms of looks, she was on the same level as Bai Ningbing, but she could be said to be once in 1,000 years beauty. If a woman has fine appearance, they can only be considered to be good-looking, just like common beverages. Only with disposition, can they be called beautiful, like well-aged liquor. No doubt, this green-clothed girl was an absolute beauty. However, no matter how beautiful you were, how moving your disposition was, they were all pointless in Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was not looking at her appearance. No matter how beautiful and what disposition one had, if you cut open their skin and flesh, they were all skeletons. However, he was baffled as he thought of a certain figure. Isn't this girl Shang Xin Ci? Shang Xin Ci was one of the young masters of the Shang clan. Within a clan, the clan leader's sons and daughters were all called young masters. Only the heirs who are able to obtain the elder's approval could be called young clan leader. With her identity as the young master of the Shang clan, Shang Xin Ci was a girl with good fortune. Everyone knew the Shang clan members were greedy and treacherous, but this Shang Xin Ci was the only exception. She was soft and weak, didn't like fighting, and was very lenient. She was the worst businessman of the Shang clan. When she did business, she not only made frequent losses, but was also frequently cheated by others. She easily trusted others, and the crucial point was she didn't learn after being cheated and would continue to be cheated by others. As the young master of the Shang clan, she was once taken as a disgrace of the Shang clan and was someone no one thought highly of. However, considering that she possessed the bloodline of the Shang clan leader, she was not expelled from the clan. She didn't discriminate mortals but instead felt strongly sympathetic towards them, giving care and assistance. Several times, she had even bought off all the slaves in auction, and was severely reprimanded by the Shang clan leader. However, fate was truly wonderful. in the end, she became the head of the Shang clan. Chapter 236, Kindness will be rewarded? But why is she here? And, why is she called Shang Xin Ci? In my memories, she was clearly a Gu master. Why are they saying she doesn't have cultivation aptitude and is immortal? Fang Yuan was bewildered. Is she not Shang Xin Ci and is only similar in appearance? But this is too similar. No, wait a second. Fang Yuan's rummaged through his mind, and suddenly, he extracted a very old information from the depths of his memories. Shang Xin Ci had a rough life. She was an illegitimate child born of Shang clan leader when he had gone out to travel. She didn't have a father since young and had to endure being bullied. After her mother died, her life became more difficult. She was forced by her clansmen to follow the caravan and become a merchant. In the end, when she arrived at Shang clan city, the Shang clan leader sensed her bloodline. Shang clan leader felt both surprised and happy, admitting her as his daughter in front of the public. But he still felt he owed her a lot, thus he would bear with and cover up a lot of her mistakes. Upon thinking this, Fang Yuan's gaze brightened. So that's it, I understand now. Combining the situation before him with the broken clues in his memories, Fang Yuan arrived at the truth. Many years ago, when Shang clan leader was only a young master of the Shang clan, he left his seat in Zhang clan. It was Shang Xin Ci. Shang clan and Zhang clan were at odds with each other since ancient times. When Shang Xin Ci was born, her mother didn't dare to reveal about the Shang clan leader due to this. Thus, Shang Xin Ci was born as a disgraceful illegitimate child and took on her mother's surname. This was the reason why she was still being called as Shang Xin Ci. After her mother died, she was forced by the clansmen to be a merchant. And after she ended up arriving at Shang clan city, her bloodline was discovered. Her father had also become the Shang clan leader, and with such a high status, he acknowledged her in front of everybody, completely changing her fate. So to say, this caravan is her first journey as a merchant. Fang Yuan's heart began to thump loudly when he realized this. One should know, this Shang Xin Ci was a stock that was absolutely guaranteed to increase. She was the future Shang clan leader. No one would believe it if it was said now. Of course, the future was prone to changes. Even in the original track in his memories, there were drastic changes in the world, and even the powerful Shang clan was already ruined by the time she became the clan leader. To Fang Yuan, waiting till she became Shang clan leader was a very long investment without any returns. Her value didn't lie in the time she became the clan leader, but rather when she was acknowledged by the Shang clan leader and became one of the Shang clan's young masters. As a young master, she would definitely be given responsibility over a part of the business. This was the tradition of the Shang clan to nurture the clan's successors. It was exactly this point which Fang Yuan desired. He needed a way to dispose of the goods, a stable, favorable, and safe channel. In his important plans after his rebirth, this was absolutely necessary. In the future, he would definitely open up many secret inheritances. There would be many things which he does not need, and by selling them he would be revealing their enormous worth. For instance, those bone spear gu and spiral bone spear gu in Bai Bing's aperture currently. Fang Yuan and Bai Bing just needed one of them, at most another one for backup. If they didn't sell them, these gu would just die in their hands and they would even waste a lot of milk in feeding them. Previously, Fang Yuan had intended to temporarily use Jia Jinxing as a channel to dispose goods, then it would be best if he could connect to Jia Fu to nurture this channel. The result, Destiny liked to play with people. Because of being subjected to the secret of flower wine monk's inheritance, he had no choice but to kill Jia Jinxing. This is a gift heaven has sent to me. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh as his gaze towards the distant Shang Xin Ci turned bright as fire. Shang clan had deep foundations, at least before that violent storm which engulfed the southern border. It was one of the overlords of the southern border. When stolen goods were sold to them, the victims wouldn't dare to come find trouble. However, because their influence was too strong, Fang Yuan is also worried about possible backstabbing. They belonged to righteous path on the surface, but the core of the Shang clan members were all black. This was actually quite normal. However, Shang Xin Ci was the exception. She had been tested by many changes and upheaval in the history of her 100 years. Her kindness, gentleness, benevolence and honesty were praised far and wide in Fang Yuan's previous life, her reputation resounding all over the southern border. The most important thing was that she didn't have any foundation. Different from other young masters, she would walk a solitary path after she arrived at Shang Xin Ci. In future, she would make many mistakes, but it wasn't because she was not intelligent, but rather because of the other young masters' secret plotting to suppress their competitor. Fang Yuan needed her as a channel, and she also similarly needed the external help Fang Yuan if she wanted to live a better life in the future. Most importantly, she was easy to manipulate and influence. Her youth and kind nature were both weaknesses Fang Yuan could exploit. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed from the side. You took a fancy to her, right? What? Fang Yuan's thoughts paused. Don't pretend, we are both men, I can understand just from looking at your gaze. Anyway, this little girl is quite pleasing to the eyes, but it will be very difficult for you to obtain her. Unless I help you and find an opportunity to secretly kidnap her. As an exchange, give the Yanggu to me first. Bai Ningbing tried to entice Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan's next sentence made her seethe in anger. You are a man? You. Things were a bit troublesome now. First of all, Fang Yuan needed to approach Shang Xin Ci, then obtain her trust. However, he didn't have a lot of time, he must settle everything before she reaches Shang Xin Ci. Bai Ningbing's idea of capturing her was too dumb and risky, it would just cause the situation to be even more messed up. Fang Yuan was very clear the reason why Shang Xin Ci could be repeatedly cheated, it was not that she was stupid, but rather she was too kind. In his previous life, there was a demonic path figure called Night Gentleman, he was an expert thief and was as cunning as a fox. He had swindled Shang Xin Ci many times using the same excuse. One day, he couldn't endure it anymore and asked, I always tell you this, aren't you worried I am swindling you? At that time, Shang Xin Ci had replied, you say you are unable to make ends meet, and if you aren't able to immediately borrow some primeval stones, your family will starve to death. I know that you are most likely deceiving me, but every time you say this, I can't bear to think that what if you were saying the truth this time? And if I didn't lend you the money, then several lives might be lost. Although, that is not likely to happen, I don't want to bet on it. When the Night Lord heard Shang Xin Ci's reply, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing. He was so moved by her that he fell on his knees on the spot. After this event, he changed from demonic to righteous, and followed Shang Xin Ci with unwavering loyalty, achieving many war exploits. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountain ranges in the west and the night gradually descended. The long queue of people also decreased, till all the servants received food and dispersed. Alright, that's it for today. I will come again tomorrow. She hadn't even finished speaking when a figure suddenly jumped in front of her. What kind of face was this? Eyebrows all burned off, only a bit of hair remained and one ear less. Who was it if not Fang Yuan? Shang Xin Ci was startled, the maids behind her even screamed in fright. What the hell are you doing? That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted. Lady Zhang, please buy my goods. Fang Yuan didn't care about this old Gu master, and screamed towards Shang Xin Ci. Bai Ningbing silently stood far away, enjoying Fang Yuan's performance. I have one steamed bun remaining, take it, okay? Shang Xin Ci revealed a gentle smile, she didn't feel any revulsion towards Fang Yuan, only sympathy. She tried to think of how much pain he must have experienced for such severe wounds. Sigh, such a pitiful person. Fang Yuan but threw the steamed bun on the ground, I don't need this, I want to sell my goods. I sold my old house and bought this cart of purple maple leaves. But I haven't been able to sell it, the leaves will soon wither up, what meaning will my life have then? Sob sob, I don't want to live if I can't sell it. I should just smash my head and die. He started to weep while speaking. He stamped his feet and howled, his expression carried a hint of madness and was extremely moving. Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck. This acting skill, I really have no hope of catching up. If she didn't know about Fang Yuan, even she might have been deceived by Fang Yuan. She then observed the expressions and gazes of the crowd, stunned, disdainful, sympathy, indifference, but there were no suspicions. Who is this man? Charging over so suddenly, scared me to death. Such greed, he actually wants Lady Zhang to buy his goods. Serves him right. Does he think trading is so easy? Sigh, the buyers must have demanded a lower price. When I think of those times I encountered, there were all kinds of discussions going on in the crowd. TSK, you lunatic, you actually dared to frighten our young lady, screw off this instant. That old Gu master's tongue seemed to give off lightning sparks as he took a step forward and protected Shang Xin Ci behind him. Lady Zhang, I don't want to live if you don't buy my goods. Lady Zhang, you are a good person, please buy this cart of purple maple leaves and save me. Fang Yuan wailed without ceasing. Shang Xin Ci's heart softened. Sigh, don't cry. I will buy them, but life is the most valuable thing in our life, live properly from now and don't give up on life so easily. Uncle Zhangzhu, give him 3 primeval stones. Miss. The old Gu master's brows furrowed. Huh, it worked? Maybe I should do this too? A commotion erupted among the stall owners. Thank you, lady, thank you. Lady Zhang, you are my, Heitu's, savior. Fang Yuan was greatly ecstatic and there were signs of tears on his face as he repeatedly bowed. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched, he looked at the cart behind Fang Yuan. This cart of purple maple leaves is worth 2 primeval stones at most. 3 is too much. Uncle Zhangzhu. Shang Xin Ci said with a soft voice. The old Gu master heaved a deep sigh. Miss, it isn't that I am unwilling to part with 3 primeval stones. But this amount is too big for a mere servant like him. It is bound to attract those who will eye the money and scheme against him. Miss, for his own safety, we should just give him 2 primeval stones. Moreover, all the peddlers might come over tomorrow if you give it to him like this. Uncle Zhangzhu is correct, then please give him 2 primeval stones. Shang Xin Ci pondered for a while and readily agreed. Fang Yuan accepted the 2 primeval stones with trembling hands. He looked deeply at Shang Xin Ci. Miss Zhang, you are a great person, you will definitely be rewarded. Chapter 237, Thrashing. Many stall owners looked at Fang Yuan in envy. Fang Yuan put the 2 primeval stones he received into his pocket, and abandoning the handcart, he directly left the small bazaar with Bai Ningbing. The way I see it, we should just directly capture her. Don't forget our current identities if you want to approach her. Bai Ningbing murmured quietly. Fang and Bai were currently laborers under Chen clan. They had relied on this identity to mix in with the caravan, but now this was undoubtedly the obstacle for Fang Yuan in approaching Shang Xin Ci. However, Fang Yuan had already planned for it. He looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. You are right. So I will go thrash people now. Bai Ningbing was stumped. Thrash? The clear night sky was studded with the bright stars. In a wide tent, several servants were sitting in a circle around a coal stove which had a pot on it. The upper part of the tent was opened, allowing the smoke from the burning coals to fly out. There was meat in the pot and the servants were all staring fixedly at it. Faint aroma of cooked meat began to float in the air and one could hear the occasional gulps of saliva. Brother Chang, I have made some inquiries on the details of the 2 newcomers. Skinny Monkey said. Oh, speak. The muscular servant called Brother Chang raised his eyebrows. These 2 were introduced by the village head of the hamlet near the Ziyu mountain. Skinny Monkey answered. That solves it. I remember that village head was originally immortal. The vice leader wanted a strategic point and casually awakened him. So they had this background. The group seemed to have come upon a realization. Although they have a Gu master behind them, so what? Brother Chang's sister is our Lord Chen Xian's concubine. Someone shouted. These 2 newcomers are too bold. If they aren't taught a lesson, wouldn't they just climb over our head in the future? Keep quiet, we will listen to Brother Chang. Someone else shouted. The tent quieted down as everyone looked towards Brother Chang. Brother Chang appeared to be hesitating. Fang and Bai had a Gu master behind them. Even if this Gu master was not a Chen clan member, even if this Gu master was an old geezer with half a foot in the coffin, he was in the end still a Gu master. Have you found out the relation these two has with that old village head? Skinny Monkey immediately revealed an awkward expression. This, Brother Chang, you also know that with our identities, being able to investigate even this is already not an easy thing. Brother Chang hesitated. Boss, these two newcomers are too unreasonable. Look at their attitudes towards the Skinny Monkey today. They are clearly looking down at us. They must be taught a lesson. Right. That old village head was originally a mortal like us, and with some bullshit luck became a Gu master. What can we even take him as? Wasn't he able to become a Gu master only because our Veed leader wanted to use him? He is no more than a high-ranked servant. Moreover, the caravan merchants always face dangers. Even if these two died, that village head wouldn't dare to settle it with our Chen clan. The noisy discussions made Brother Chang's frowns even deeper. The Skinny Monkey observed the situation for a long while. He had wanted to find trouble for Fang and Bai, but was instead oppressed by Fang Yuan this morning, causing him to feel full of hatred towards the latter. However, he knew that he had no background and he could only rely on Brother Chang for revenge. When he felt the time was right, he spoke. For the life of me, I can't believe what I heard earlier. A cart of purple maple leaves was actually sold for 2 primeval stones in the little bazaar. Brother Chang's eyes immediately brightened. What? 2 primeval stones? How can it be possible? The prices weren't lowered. Such luck. Which fool bought it? Skinny Monkey sneered as he spoke with disdain and envy. Who else is there? It is that young lady from Zhang clan, a mortal, but look at her luck, living a good life. Damn, I recall how I had smuggled in some goods and how cheap I had to sell them. Why didn't I have these 2 guys' luck? Brother Chang's eyes became bloodshot. He indignantly said, we will put them in order tomorrow. Newcomers must show respect to their seniors. If they don't understand the rules, then we will just have to properly teach them. Yes, Brother Chang. We will do whatever Brother Chang says. Brother Chang is wise. Skinny Monkey flattered, then took out the stew with a soup ladle. The meat stew is done. Brother Chang, please taste it. The aroma of the meat assailed the nostrils. The Adam apples of many servants moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chang licked his lips and took the soup ladle. He blew at it before bringing it closer to his mouth. Suddenly, the entrance curtain of the tent was lifted open. Fang Yuan walked inside. It's you. The crowd of servants were stunned. The target of their long schemings had unexpectedly appeared directly in front of them. This made them feel at a loss and dismayed. Skinny Monkey jumped to his feet and said with a sinister smile, newbie, now you know fear? It is already too late for Apollo. He hadn't finished saying his sentence when Fang Yuan indifferently raised his foot. Bam! Skinny Monkey was directly kicked flying, his back smashing against the coal stove. The cooked meat stew splashed all over his body and burned him, causing him to scream tragically. The meat stew. All spilled. The meat we bought with our money pooled together. It is so hard to even taste it once, this bastard. Bastard, courting death. Instantly, all the servants stood up with resentment and roared as they charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan threw the 2 primeval stones he was holding in his hand at them. Ouch! 2 persons were hit by the primeval stones, one covered his eyes and another covered his stomach, both screaming in pain. Despicable, actually using concealed weapons. Wait a second, this is primeval stones? The crowd that was charging over immediately slowed down when they heard this. 2 primeval stones lying on the ground drew the servants' gazes. Skinny Monkey's tragic scream also came to an abrupt stop as he stared fixedly at the primeval stones. Birds die for food, humans die for wealth. Has this guy gone mad? Actually throwing primeval stones at people? Humph, he must have already been scared. These are primeval stones, I might not even earn one after 2 months of working. The group of servants' thoughts rumbled like the raging tide. Some started looking at Fang Yuan with a bit of hope, as if asking, "Do you have more primeval stones? Come smash them at me. You dare to smash my eye, you are looking to die." The servant covering the eyes shouted as he let go of his hand. His right eye was already swollen and purplish, he couldn't even open it. However, that didn't hinder him from grabbing the primeval stone. The rest of the servants quivered and they immediately looked at the other primeval stone on the ground. Bam! Every one of them pounced at that primeval stone, throwing everything about Fang Yuan to the back of their heads. Skinny Monkey gritted his teeth in pain as he grabbed towards the primeval stone, quicker than others. "Mine, this is mine," he smashed it at me. The other servant who had been hit roared furiously. "Screw off, monkey, weren't you injured? Why are you so fast?" Someone shouted with his saliva flying all over. "Shut your trap. Who tripped me just now? Stand up." Brother Chang's face was covered with dirt, he was furious. Suddenly, a hand appeared and pulled him. Who had such guts? Surprised and angry, he turned his head to look, coming face to face with none other than Fang Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, "How dare you grab me? Let go of your dog paw." Bam! Fang Yuan waved his fist and punched his face. Brother Chang's nose bone instantly broke and blood started flowing madly. He felt intense dizziness and all he saw were stars spinning around. Fang Yuan let go of his hand and Brother Chang fell softly to the ground. My God! He punched Brother Chang. Brother Chang is injured, let's attack this bastard together. The servants were stumped for a while before coming back to their senses, immediately brandishing their fists as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan indifferently swept his fist horizontally, sending the nearest servant flying to the side. The servant's teeth were smashed. Immediately following, another servant closed at him. Fang Yuan aimed at his crotch and lightly kicked. "Oh you. This servant covered his crotch, his two eyes rolled over and immediately fainted. All the servants were down on the ground with few punches and kicks from Fang Yuan, the only one remaining was Skinny Monkey who was hiding in the corner. As Fang Yuan gazed at him, Skinny Monkey shivered and immediately fell onto the ground. I surrender, I surrender. Great hero, please be magnanimous." He begged loudly, kowtowing continuously. His head smashed on the ground and continued to produce muffled sounds. However, there was no sound of Fang Yuan's movement. Skinny Monkey raised his head with fear, but Fang Yuan had already left. The servants inside the tent were collapsed on the ground, some had fainted and some were moaning in pain. Fang Yuan walked in between the tents. The noise from earlier would have attracted many people. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Bai Ningbing walked over from within a dark corner. "It is just the first day and we have already beaten up working servants. This won't be good." She grinned, taking joy in this disaster. However, she was even more curious of why Fang Yuan did this. Fang Yuan didn't reply, walking towards the depths of this temporary camp. Soon, he arrived at his destination, a horse carriage. He had already inquired and knew this was where the old steward of the Chen clan slept. He didn't immediately go and knock on the carriage, but went into a dark area with no one in the vicinity. He took out the dagger he carried with him and began to slash himself. In the quiet surroundings, a soft sound of dagger cutting open a flesh could be heard. Bai Ningbing's brows raised when she heard it. She, once again, realized how ruthless and cruel Fang Yuan was. He didn't make even a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, and from the sound of it, he seemed to be quite skilled at it. It was as if he was not cutting himself, but some wood. Thud thud thud. The carriage door was knocked continuously. The narrow carriage was filled with goods, along with a small bed. Fortunately, the old steward was short and when he curled up on the small bed, it didn't appear to be congested. Thud thud thud. The door was knocked again. The old steward who had been sleeping soundly, frowned as he got up from the bed. Bang, bang, bang. The knocks were getting stronger. The old steward opened his bloodshot eyes. Who is it? It is me, old steward. A sound came in from outside the door. This voice was unfamiliar, but it also seemed to be a little familiar. The old steward's brows furrowed tighter, and after a long while, he recalled this voice belonged to the newcomer that joined just this morning. A newcomer actually doesn't understand the rules. What the hell are you doing disturbing someone's sleep in the middle of the night? Chapter 238, Lady, save me. The old steward's anger surged to the skies. He decided to give Fang Yuan an unforgettable lesson. Bang, he opened the door. However, the scene that appeared in front of him was Fang Yuan's injuries and blood stains. The old steward got quite a shock. Forgetting his rage, he asked, what happened? Has a beast pack raided us? No, old steward. It was those thieves that injured me, and snatched my primeval stones. Old steward, you need to seek justice for me. Fang Yuan wiped away his tears and shouted. Ow, it hurts. Has that lunatic gone away? Damn it, that lunatic is too strong. The scene inside the tent was of a complete mess. The aroma of the meat stew was still there, but it could no longer be salvaged and the pot was completely smashed. The group of servants were slowly recovering their senses. They either had bloody noses and swollen faces, or they were drawing in gasps of cold air. Son of a mere newbie dares to beat us, this has gone too far. We have not even gone to find trouble with him yet he dared to find trouble with us first? I cannot contain this anger. We cannot let this be, we must get back at him. How? Can you even beat him? Why would we beat him? We will just tell on him and let the old steward handle him. This newbie is too tyrannical, how can we still work together later? That's right. Pass those 2 primeval stones he threw to me. This will be the evidence. Brother Chang suddenly said. The tent immediately quietened down. Everyone knew this was just an excuse used by Brother Chang. The servants who hadn't been able to snatch the primeval stones looked at this with joy, looking at the skinny monkey and another servant. The 2 of them seemed to be mumbling, but didn't speak. Clearly, they didn't want to hand it over. Brother Chang was not stupid at all, as he said tactfully, we are all injured, these 2 primeval stones are not only evidence, they are also our medical fees. These words resounded with the servants who wanted to have a share, as they spoke one after another. Brother Chang is right. Monkey, hand the primeval stone to Brother Chang. Or are you thinking of becoming the boss? Brother Chang has a deep background, only he can avenge us. Brother Chang, we believe you. Under everyone's pressure, Skinny Monkey and the other servant could only purse their lips, and unwillingly hand over their primeval stone to Brother Chang. As Brother Chang received and felt the smooth, glossy primeval stones, he felt his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. However, right at this moment, the entrance curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking Fang Yuan had come again. But the one that was staring at the scene was the old steward. Old steward, what are you doing here? Old steward, we were just going to look for you. The servants were both surprised and joyous. The old steward's expression, however, was not good, especially when he saw those 2 primeval stones on Brother Chang's hand. His looks turned even more gloomy. He reached in front of Brother Chang in few steps, then snatched the primeval stones and gave several tight slaps to Brother Chang. Brother Chang was stupefied. The rest of the servants were also stupefied. After several moments, the group finally reacted. Old steward, why are you so angry? Old steward, what are you doing? The old man simply walked away and lifted open the curtains. Chang, Skinny Monkey, you group of bastards, come out. Then he directly walked out of the tent. Brother Chang covered his face, but he didn't dare to oppose the old steward. He restrained his anger and walked out of the tent in bewilderment. The rest of the servants also followed him out of the tent. When they saw Fang Yuan standing to the side, his whole body was injured and his cloth was stained with blood. Old steward, they are the ones who stole my primeval stones. Fang Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. What the? The servants only then reacted. Brat, you dare slander us. Asshole, I will peel off your skin. The group of servants were furious and shouted one after another. Slap. A clear slap instantly suppressed the scene. The servant who was shouting the most was covering his face, and involuntarily took a step back from the slap. The old steward looked at him darkly. Why wouldn't he complain? Hee hee, you guys are getting more and more out of control, you even dare to snatch the primeval stones of your workmate. The old steward was well aware of the bullying on newcomers, but he was glad to see that happen. This was a necessary process. On the one hand, it would suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making his supervision work easier. On the other hand, it could also promote the harmony between the oldcomers and the newcomers. However, the bullying this time went too far. They directly snatched the primeval stones. What difference was there between them and the bandits? Old steward, it isn't what you are thinking. Someone complained. Slap. Another clear slap. The old steward's tone turned cold. Did I tell you to speak? Old steward, we must speak up. Yes, we are being accused. Many servants shouted, feeling wronged. We are the victims here. The old steward seethed in anger as he shouted fiercely, you guys took his primeval stones and you actually dare to say you are being accused. These 2 primeval stones, are they his or not? Speak. Speak honestly. Yes, yes. It is, but. Slap slap. 2 slaps, the 2 servants shut their mouths. The old steward pointed at them and angrily rebuked, okay, let's forget about snatching the primeval stones, you actually dared to use knives. You sure have guts. Speak up, who used the knife? When the servants were crippled and couldn't work anymore, their recuperation and treatment would be expenses. If such matters were delayed, the target of the Gu master's blame would be the old steward. Using knife? We didn't. Old steward, we are all experienced, who doesn't know about this? A load of bullshit. Do you think I am blind? If you didn't use knives, then where did his injuries come from? Are you telling me he cut himself? The old steward continued to angrily shout. Bai Ningbing thought inwardly, while looking at this scene from a dark corner not far away, old steward, you are quite smart, you actually guessed it. Slap. 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 The old steward's anger had reached an extreme as he slapped the servants one after another. Every servant received few slaps, none dared to speak up in fear of the old steward's authority. They could only clench their fists in anger. The veins in their forehead out and cracking noises were emitted from their teeth grinding. They were all filled with stuffed feeling with nowhere to vent it on. Get back to the tent, I will settle the accounts with you tomorrow. The old steward's hands were already numb from the slapping. As he was old, he was having trouble breathing, but his anger had also mostly dissipated. The servants didn't dare to go against this order, but before leaving all of them angrily looked at Fang Yuan, engraving his image in the depths of their hearts. The old steward walked towards Fang Yuan and gave him the primeval stones, saying with an annoyed tone, you got your primeval stones back, don't lose them again. I won't give a damn if you lose them again. Fang Yuan was sniffing and weeping, he seemed to be both moved and afraid. Old steward, please safeguard these 2 primeval stones for me. I am afraid they will be snatched. Old steward was speechless for a while, before feeling a rush of excitement. Merchants will always be in danger, maybe one day Fang Yuan would be swallowed by the wild beasts, wouldn't these 2 primeval stones be his then? Alright, I will take it upon myself to safeguard them for you. The old steward said. Thank you, old steward, you truly are a good person. Fang Yuan repeatedly bowed and kept on expressing his thanks. Alright, I am tired, you should go rest too. The old steward waved his hand and impatiently walked away. As for where Fang Yuan slept, it wasn't his concern. This Fei Hou is truly stupid. The old steward sneered inwardly. After everyone left, Fang Yuan's expression turned back to normal. The wounds on your body are still bleeding, aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ningbing came over. I still have use for them, let's go. Fang Yuan smiled. Inside a tent, oil lamps were lit. Shang Xin Ci was holding a book, when suddenly her brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seemed like someone is crying for help. The servant girl called Xiao Dai was dozing off with her head slowly moving up and down. It wouldn't be okay if she slept before the young lady. Right now, she was startled awake. She leaned her ears to listen and immediately said, "Wah, someone is crying for help. Who is crying so late in the night? Why is it you again?" Shang Xin Ci's bodyguard Gu Master Zhang Zhu walked out and saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slumped on the ground, snot and tears falling down. "Get lost. I will kill you if you don't get lost right this moment." Zhang Zhu shouted. He didn't have good impression of Fang Yuan. "Uncle Zhang Zhu." At this time, Shang Xin Ci and a servant girl walked out. "How come it is you again? Are you haunting us?" The servant girl's eyes were wide open when she saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored them and only looked at Shang Xin Ci. "Zhang clan lady, my life has been harmed by you and only you can save me." "Tsk, you lunatic, what nonsense are you saying?" Zhang Zhu angrily shouted. "Our young lady is very kind-hearted, how could she harm you?" "Lady, let's go, don't pay attention to this lunatic." The servant girl chided Fang Yuan. Shang Xin Ci's nature was such that she could never see others suffering and helplessness. Fang Yuan's blood-soaked and wounded body had already won her sympathy. Now, with his words, if Shang Xin Ci didn't get involved, she would definitely not be able to have a good sleep. "You say you were harmed by me? What do you mean?" "Uncle Zhang Zhu, I have to trouble you to heal him first," Shang Xin Ci said. Although Zhang Zhu was not willing, he could only do as she said. He pushed his hands, a white ball of light entered Fang Yuan's body, the bleeding immediately stopped and the wounds were gradually closing up. Fang Yuan said, "It was those 2 primeval stones, the others were envious of it and snatched my primeval stones. I can't fight them and could only ask the old steward to uphold justice. They have returned the primeval stones, but threatened that they will teach me a lesson and make my life worse than death." "So, it was like that." Shang Xin Ci sighed when she heard this. "You reap what you sow, lady, we shouldn't get involved with him. He clearly brought this upon himself, selling at such a high price, did he think everything would be fine?" Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, showing her displeasure at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, "I have discussed it with my companion, we can only rely on Lady Zhang. Otherwise, we will be killed by them, 2 lives will be lost. It won't go as far as killing." Shang Xin Ci comforted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan interrupted her, "Lady, you don't know how dark it is here. They will plot against me during the beasts' attacks. Maybe one day, I will be eaten by the wild beasts, but actually it was manipulated by them behind the scenes. Lady, I beg you to take us in your shelter, please save us." Shang Xin Ci hesitated, but she finally couldn't bring herself to reject him. "Alright, I will temporarily take you guys in." Chapter 239, Fei Hou Mountain. "Miss, you can't." Zhang Zhu immediately said. "Miss, our Zhang clan's group here has the least power in the whole caravan. If we take him in, no doubt we will offend another force. It's not worth doing it for just 2 insignificant servants. Miss, even if not for yourself, think about our Zhang clan's group here, or just think of those with you." Zhang Zhu persuaded. This. Shang Xin Ci was placed in a dilemma and couldn't make a decision. "What difficulty is there?" "Lady Zhang, I am only a hired hand of Qin family and am not their servant." "Lady, if you are still feeling troubled, I have a way to solve it. You can tell the Qin clansmen that I and my companion offended you, and you want to punish us so you are imprisoning us. Qin clan definitely won't offend you for us 2 mortals." Fang Yuan said. "That is a good idea." Shang Xin Ci's gaze brightened. "Miss." Zhang Zhu gave a helpless sigh, knowing he couldn't persuade her anymore. Fang Yuan immediately crawled up with a stick and bowed at Shang Xin Ci. "Miss Zhang, you are a good person. I will definitely repay you in the future." Shang Xin Ci shook her head, "I don't need you to repay me. I will definitely help those who need my help to the best of my ability. Sleep in my camp tonight." Xiao Dai, arrange a tent for them. Yes, missy. Xiao Dai answered, unwillingly. Follow me. Don't blame me if you get lost. Xiao Dai didn't show Fang Yuan any hospitality, but led the way anyway. Zhang Zhu's brows furrowed deeper as he looked at Fang and Bai's leaving figures. He didn't like these two from the depths of his heart, and at the same time he had to think of Shang Xin Ci's safety as her bodyguard. He decided to personally handle this matter. This was a small tent with not much space inside. However, Fang and Bai didn't care. They had treated even the beast-trapping trees as tents, much less this environment, which was much better. The two laid down in the dark tent. Fang Yuan clasped his hands with Bai Ningbing's. Everything will be okay, Bai Yun. Bai Ningbing rolled her eyes, she knew Fang Yuan's true intention. In the darkness, she transferred a portion of her snow-silver primeval essence to Fang Yuan through her palm. Sleep early, luckily we met such a good person like Lady Zhang. Fang Yuan closed his eyes the moment he finished saying this, and began cultivating secretly. He was already rank 2 now, his primeval sea filled with red steel primeval essence. Although he could already use 4 flavors liquor worm, Bai Ningbing's snow-silver primeval essence was no doubt much better. To Fang Yuan, for flavors liquor worm had already lost its use with Bai Ningbing here. Snow-silver primeval essence cleaned and refined the aperture, rapidly increasing Fang Yuan's accumulation. He didn't need to worry about his aura leaking out with the breath-concealing goo. His disguise wasn't likely to be broken unless he used the goo worms outside of his body. At present, breath-concealing goo had yet to truly walk onto the world stage. In his previous life, only after 150 years, it was made popular by the hunting king Sun Gon. Within 50 years after that, in that great war that affected the whole southern border, breath-concealing goo was widely used and took the limelight. In other words, according to Fang Yuan's previous life, mankind would be conscious of guarding against the breath-concealing goo only after 150 years. And after 200 years, they would have methods and experience to respond against the breath-concealing goo. Breath-concealing goo was a rank 3 goo. This caravan didn't have a rank 4 goo master, and although there were many goo masters, why would they especially pay attention to Fei Hou and Bai Yun, 2 ordinary people? Fang Yuan immediately activated Crocodile Strength goo after the portion of snow-silver primeval essence was used up. Bits of new strength was permanently added to his body. His skeleton was no longer white, but was like firm black iron. It was like a firm cornerstone, stably supporting the continuous increase in strength. The night passed quietly. The next day, at the crack of dawn when the sun had just risen, the whole camp was awake. After a period of hustling and bustling, the caravan resumed its journey. Zhang Zhu didn't go directly to Chen clan, but rather made secret inquiries through his subordinates first. There was indeed a fight yesterday night, and many had witnessed it. As for Brother Cheng and his group, they had covered up the fact that Fang Yuan had beat them up. If it were to be known that so many of them couldn't beat one Fang Yuan, they would lose all their face. How would they be able to go around then? In fact, they had gone through everything yesterday and strung up false statements which they all agreed to, saying they bullied the newcomer and Fang Yuan offered them primeval stones, but later he was indignant and looked for the old steward. After confirming the fight really happened, Zhang Zhu set out and found Chen clan's head in the caravan. This vice leader couldn't help but ponder when he heard his 2 mortal subordinates offended Shang Xin Ci and were detained. Although he wouldn't offend Zhang clan because of 2 mortals, if he just readily compromised, Chen clan's prestige could fall. Moreover, he had some close people among the servants. Thereupon, he inquired which 2 servants they were. Chen clan's vice leader was slightly surprised when he heard Zhang Zhu's answer. He had some impressions of these 2, he had let them enter because of the old village head's request. But to think, they had screwed up on their first day. According to him, Fang and Bai should be the old village head's relatives, but so what? The old village head was someone he enlightened and was someone under his control. Giving up these 2 would not mean anything to him. Moreover, they were the ones who had committed crimes, bringing troubles upon Chen clan. Even death would not be sufficient punishment. As he thought of this, the vice leader had already decided to give up these two to resolve the conflict with Zhang clan. However, he put on a difficult expression, "Brother Zhang, I won't conceal from you, our Qin clan might not have enough manpower if you take those two. We can't make our Gu masters work and move the goods, right? How about this, I will call my steward over. He understands the situation. If there really is a scarcity in manpower, we might not be able to hand those two to you at the moment. We will temporarily keep them here and hand them to your Zhang clan to deal with after we get new workers in the next village." "That works." Zhang Zhu nodded his head. Vice leader couldn't help but reveal a smile. Like this, there wouldn't be any gossips and rumors saying Qin clan was afraid of Zhang clan. The old steward was somewhat nervous when he was called over. Did I make some mistake? However, when he was clear of the situation, he suddenly felt alive. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. These two are really out of luck, falling into Zhang clan's hands. Die, both of you die, then those two primeval stones would be mine. Thinking of this, the old steward immediately slapped his chest and guaranteed that there were no issues with the manpower. Even if there were to be some issues, he was determined to stake out his weary aged body to personally move goods, for those two primeval stones. Now, the dust had already settled regarding this matter. Zhang Zhu bade his farewell. His heart, however, felt stuffed. In the coming dozen or so days, Fang and Bai worked during the day and cultivated during night. The caravan had already left Ziyu Mountain far behind and was now in Fei Hou Mountain region. Fang Yuan knew the farther they were from Ziyu Mountain, more concealed his identity would be and thus, more safety. Through these few days of cultivating, he had gained half a crocodile's strength. Unfortunately, a lot of bone spear Gu had starved to death. The amount of milk sprung on him was less than sufficient. He could only give up some to feed the remaining Gu worms. Fang Yuan felt heartache due to this. Although he wouldn't use these Gu, they could have been sold. He planned to purchase a set of Gu worms in the Shang clan city. This required a great amount of primeval stones. He could use the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus to produce dozens of primeval stones daily, but he couldn't use it in the caravan so as to prevent his identity from being revealed. Hence, he needed to get Shang Xin Ci in his grasp even more. She would become one of the young masters once they reached Shang clan. This would make Fang Yuan's trip in Shang clan city extremely convenient. Of course, the premise was that he not only needed to get close to Shang Xin Ci, but also gain her trust. The forest in the mountain was dark and mysterious with fog lingering around the air. The caravan slowly moved through the narrow mountain passage, and as they traveled further, the fog became denser, the range of their sights shrunk till they could only see within 10 steps. Fei Hou Mountain was covered with fog. Fang and Bai would need to go through great troubles if they had traveled by themselves. However, they were in a caravan now, and there naturally were investigative Gu masters. Suddenly, there was some sort of clamor in front of them. The caravan stopped. "What's happening?" "There is trouble. Monkey groups are blocking our path." In moments, most of the people in the caravan began discussing, but none of them were surprised. Fei Hou Mountain was ruled by monkeys. There were too many monkeys to count. Caravans passing through this place would be blocked by the monkey groups and robbed. Anyone who had some experience and knowledge would not feel surprised at this. Monkeys of the Fei Hou Mountain? Hee, I have read about them in the books. To think I could personally see them today. Bai Ningbing softly said with a hint of excitement. Initially, when the caravans had first passed through Fei Hou Mountain, they had a huge fight with the monkey groups. They killed waves after waves of monkeys, but the monkey groups appeared again and again. Finally, the caravans were either annihilated or had to retreat in defeat. Fei Hou Mountain was once known as a forbidden and unpassable land for merchants. If it were other mountain ranges, the different wild beasts kept each other in check, and there would be a gap to pass through. However, there were only bandit monkeys in Fei Hou Mountain. They lived together, and although there were fights between monkey groups, all the bandit monkeys would unite if they came across an external enemy. Such strength was not something a caravan could rival. Even a large-scale clan might not be able to purge all these monkey groups. This was until the Skycrown Marquis appeared. This was a rank 5 Gu master of the righteous path. He traveled deep into Fei Hou mountain until he reached the peak, and using a monkey language Gu, he came to an agreement with the monkey emperor. Everything changed thereafter. A trade route opened through Fei Hou mountain for the first time. Now, this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes of southern border, connecting east and west. Its importance was self-evident. These damn monkeys appeared again. They are blocking up our path, you all know the rules. I will tell you bluntly, anyone who breaks the rules and implicates us, my Jia clan will not let them off. The caravan leader shouted, coldly. Of course. Brother Jiao Long is right, everything should be done according to the rules. Anyone that wants to take advantage will be driven out of the caravan. Other vice leaders went along with Jiao Long. Chapter 240, Arm Wrestling. Bandit monkeys were very strong and were as big as an elephant. Mature bandit monkey could reach 10 meters of height and had bulging muscles all over their body. Their arms were over 2 times thicker than their legs and their tails were like iron rods, capable of pulverizing rocks. The fur of bandit monkeys were golden with black tiger stripes covering their body. What was peculiar was the fur from their waist grew out naturally to cover the crotch and the butt area, just like a leather skirt. Hell! The monkey king of this bandit monkey group suddenly opened its large mouth and gave a loud howl. Its howl were as forceful as lions and tigers. Hoo-oo-oo! The monkey king's howl was answered by the other monkeys. The howls created sound waves which engulfed the surroundings, scattering the winds and clouds along with the dense white fog. Within seconds, everyone's sights broadened and only then did they realize both sides of the passageway were filled with bandit monkeys. Over 1,000 bandit monkeys had surrounded the caravan. They were enormous, the same size as the trees. Some young trees could only reach up to their waists. In front of the caravan was the monkey king who had an even larger physique, and was boldly sitting on a stone bench. A gray stone wine jar that was as big as a water tank was lying on its side, giving off a dense fragrance of alcohol. The monkey king stopped after howling once, but the other bandit monkeys were still howling without stop. This instead enhanced the monkey king's majesty. Its eyes were sharp and bright, its gaze tranquil as it sat there without moving. In contrast, those ordinary bandit monkeys were getting restless as they stared at the caravan's goods, itching to have a go. Wild beasts like monkey, fox, and wolves possessed intelligence. This bandit monkey king's intelligence might only be equal to 3-year-old child and wasn't at the level of cunning lightning wolf, but it was enough for it communicate. The leader of the caravan, Jiao Long, narrowed his eyes at the monkey king and suddenly said, Jia Yong, go. Yes, chief. Jia Yong stood up. He was tall and fat, especially with his bulging stomach, but he was actually rather robust. He was defensive Gu master and his lifebound Gu was water armor Gu. He was a rank 2 Gu master and was specialized in fighting in water. Once, when he was swimming in a river, he luckily encountered a boat-sized tortoise and killed it, obtaining a tortoise strength Gu from its body. After he used it, he was able to permanently gain the strength of a tortoise. The monkey groups howled even more fiercely when they saw Jia Yong coming closer, their voices shaking the whole forest. Jia Yong had a solemn expression as he lifted his sleeves and stood in front of the monkey king. The monkey king was enormous and even while sitting, it was still taller than Jia Yong by a head. It looked at Jia Yong and howled. Several bandit monkeys immediately brought a stone table while panting hard. The stone table was as large as a bed and was extremely heavy, producing a muffled sound as it landed on the ground. Another 2 bandit monkeys came over and moved a stone stool, placing it in front of the monkey king. The monkey king slammed at the stone table. The sounds produced was as if he had beaten a large drum. Jia Yong gulped a mouthful of saliva and sat down. He placed his right elbow on the table and extended his forearm. The monkey king similarly extended his left hand, 2 palms tightly grasped each other. Beside the table was an elderly female bandit monkey who suddenly shouted. Jia Yong and the monkey king heard the signal and immediately put strength in their arms, starting this uncommon style of strength contest. Bandit monkeys respected strength and arm wrestling was their main social activity. Young monkeys could arm wrestle immediately after being born. Arm wrestling was not only a game for bandit monkeys, it was also a commonly used method to resolve disputes. In the past, the righteous Gu Master Skycrown Marquis was only a rank 5 Gu Master. He naturally wasn't able to slaughter the mountain with this strength. It was this arm wrestling custom of the bandit monkeys he used to reach the peak of the bandit monkey mountain and win against the monkey emperor. He was then able to obtain the monkey group's approval and came to an agreement, opening the trade route. From then on, any caravans that were passing through Fei Hou mountain would follow this agreement and arm wrestle with the bandit monkeys. If they won, they would obtain the bandit monkeys' approval and be able to pass without paying the toll. If they lost, they would have to let the monkey group take a portion of their goods. With this, the caravans could carry out their business and the bandit monkeys were also happy to be able to get benefits. As the years went by and the caravans abided by the agreement, the trade route began to gradually flourish, and the agreement also gradually stabilized. Jia Yong, sitting opposite the Monkey King, was flushed red, his expression was twisted as he was already using all his strength. However, he still couldn't resist the Monkey King's strength, and his arm began to gradually incline to the side until finally the Monkey King's arm slammed Jia Yong's arm to the table. Victory! Monkey King stood up and excitedly beat his chest with his fists. The rest of the monkeys were howling and screeching, the noise was frightening. Jia Yong walked back to the caravan with his head lowered. The bandit monkeys teased and taunted him while he was walking back, some lifted their leather skirt, showing their butts at Jia Yong, some made faces, and some shook their fingers at him. To think there would be a day where I am ridiculed by a bunch of beasts. Jia Yong gave a helpless sigh with a bitter smile on his face. Jia Long showed no expression, and just raised his hand. Jia Clan's troops began to move forward, the monkeys flocked towards them and began to wantonly take goods from the wagons. Jia Clan had already made careful considerations. They covered the high-quality coal stones with a layer of colorful and gorgeous silk and thin fabric. The monkeys were all attracted by these colorful cloth, and let go of the more valuable ash-gray high-quality coal stones. The monkeys were very happy with their choices, playing around with the cloths. Many wrapped the cloth around their arms, waists, and even draped the cloth over their shoulders. The whole scene was noisy and chaotic. "Where is Jia Ping?" Jia Long shouted with a heavy voice. Jia Ping slowly walked out, his body was starkly in contrast to Jia Yong, he was thin as stick and looked extremely fragile. "I will avenge you." He patted Jia Yong's shoulder as he walked past him. "This will naturally be easily over with brother Jia Ping making a move." Jia Yong cupped his hands and gave a forced smile. Jia clansmen let out a breath of relief upon seeing Jia Ping moving out, their expressions clearly easing up. The bandit monkeys let out odd yells when they saw Jia Ping's physique, their gazes filled with contempt and disdain. Monkey King was already sitting down, he indifferently lifted the wine jar and drank a mouthful of monkey wine. "They are indeed animals, judging people by appearances." Jiao Long sneered. Jia Ping looked weak, but actually possessed strength of 2 bears. It was just that he used tendon coiling goo which intertwined his whole muscles and tendons just like tree roots, and thus compressing his muscles. Jia Ping sat down and stretched his arm. His arm wasn't even a quarter of the Monkey King's arm. However, after they started, the deadlock only lasted a moment before the Monkey King was defeated. Instantly, the howls and screeches of the monkeys stopped. The Monkey King's eyes were opened as wide as saucers, revealing an incredulous expression. Jiao Long chuckled and waved his hand, signaling the troop to continue moving. The monkeys that were blocking the path automatically made away and didn't make any moves. When a portion of Jia Clan's troops moved forward, the monkeys howled and again blocked the path. The Monkey King wasn't convinced in its loss as it slammed the stone table and challenged Jia Ping. Jia Ping had a smile on his face as he gained another victory. "Everyone, I am going to move first." Jiao Long cupped his hands and after calling out to the others, the Jia Clan's troops and wagons passed through the checkpoint. "Alright, next it is my Lin Clan's turn." "Lin Dong." Lin Clan's vice leader shouted. The others didn't argue, they had already discussed the order of the caravan. Time continued to pass and parts of the caravan had also moved forward. To pass through the Fei Hou mountain and decrease the losses to the minimum, all the great clans nurtured a lot of specific Gu masters. Ox strength, tiger strength, elephant strength, python strength, horse strength, the Gu masters possessing these went to compete, each showing their talents, some lost and some won. Most of the people had passed through the checkpoint. Finally, it was Zhang clan's turn. Zhang Zhu didn't look good, he was a healing Gu master and wasn't good at strength aspect. Moreover, when arm wrestling with the Monkey King, one could only use their strength and not the Gu worms. If they were discovered to have cheated by using Gu worms, they would be attacked and killed by the monkey groups. The troops Zhang clan brought in this caravan didn't have any other Gu masters except him, a rank 3 Gu master. Thus, they were the weakest in strength in the whole caravan. Shang Xin Ci did not have an easy life in Zhang clan, and was shunted aside for being an illegitimate child. The situation had become worse after her mother died of illness. In light of her mother's will, Shang Xin Ci sold the family assets and organized this caravan. Most of Zhang clan's people looked forward to this disgrace of the clan dying outside. Thus, they didn't send any Gu masters to reinforce her. Uncle Zhangzhu doesn't need to worry too much, they are nothing more than goods, it is okay as long as people are safe. Shang Xin Ci had a delicate heart, she softly consoled Zhangzhu when she noticed his expression. The only one remaining is Zhang clan. Tisk, no need to watch, they are sure to lose. I am quite familiar with that Zhangzhu. It is said that Zhang clan's girl organized this merchant group by herself. Hence, there is only Zhangzhu to put up a front. Many Gu masters stood behind the checkpoint, waiting to see a good show. They had all, more or less, lost some goods, their mood were naturally not too good. Comparison produces happiness, the unlucky people often felt relieved by seeing a more unlucky person. Many were looking at Zhang clan, trying to find comfort in their hearts. Goods can be lost, only lives are truly important. Uncle Zhangzhu, you don't need to go, we will just let these monkey groups take the goods. Shang Xin Ci said. Sigh, miss, you don't know. We can't pass through without competing, these monkeys are very obstinate, we must arm wrestle. Miss, we can lose but we can't let others belittle us. I will go. Zhangzhu cupped his hands and forced himself to walk out. Wait. Right at this time, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd. Miss Zhang, you are my benefactor. Let me be the one to go. He cupped his hands and said to Shang Xin Ci. You? The servant girl Xiao Dai rolled her eyes, you are not a Gu master, don't add trouble at this time of crisis. Shang Xin Ci smiled, hey too, I have received your intention. This isn't a joke, the Monkey King has great strength, didn't you see some of those Gu masters' arms fractured? Miss, even if my arms fracture, I will repay you. Fang Yuan persevered. You, how can you be like this, not knowing your limitations? If your arm gets fractured, wouldn't it be my missy who has to waste time healing you? Xiao Dai waved her hand in disgust, don't stir trouble. Lady Zhang, you don't know, I have always had extraordinary strength since young, even adults didn't have as much strength as me when I was a kid. I must go this time. Fang Yuan then turned and walked towards the Monkey King. Hey too. Shang Xin Ci wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Zhangzhu. Miss, he is not a moron, he definitely has some confidence. Sometimes, we need to believe in others. Zhangzhu persuaded. In fact, he had no faith in Fang Yuan. He only thought this would teach a good lesson to these mortals who had brought him trouble. Look, Zhang clan actually sent out a servant. Haha, Zhang clan has no people left, they are sending out a servant to lose face? Fang Yuan's figure soon attracted the attention of the others. Chapter 241, Huang Jin Mountain. It is him, heaven has opened its eyes. Brother Chang and his group's gazes turned bright with excitement upon Fang Yuan's figure. I can't wait to see his arm break. Lady Zhang is kind, he wasn't put to execution even after offending the Zhang clan. It turns out they were waiting to send him here. Fang Yuan walked slowly towards the stone table and directly sat down. The Monkey King gazed at him, then stretched its arm. The two sides clasped their palms together and began the contest under countless gazes. The Monkey King exerted its strength, but Fang Yuan's arm was like it was made from steel and didn't budge even a little. The Monkey King's pupils shrunk, revealing a hint of astonishment. This was the strongest human it had met in its life. Fang Yuan inwardly laughed. I could defeat this Monkey King even when I only possessed strength of 2 boars, let alone now when my strength has increased by half of a crocodile's strength. The Monkey King had already gone through many rounds before and it was already lacking in strength now. One could say, this situation was of an absolute victory to Fang Yuan. This Monkey King doesn't have enormous strength. Before, those Gu masters who possessed strength of a bear or strength of a horse had ended up losing to it. It wasn't because their strength was inferior to the Monkey King's, but rather because they couldn't bring out all their strength in arm wrestling. In fact, all strength-type Gu like bear strength, horse strength, rabbit strength, fish strength, tortoise strength, crocodile strength, were different. This difference wasn't only in the amount of their strength, but was more on their fields of expertise. Bear strength for smacking, horse strength for galloping, rabbit strength for jumping, tortoise strength for endurance, crocodile strength for biting. They each had their own fields of expertise. In other words, in certain situations, some types of powers could be utilized to their maximum effects. As for arm wrestling, it focused on the strength of arms. The bandit monkeys were experts regarding this. One could tell just from looking at their physique, with their upper limbs being over 2 times thicker than their lower limbs. They could arm wrestle from their birth, possessing the foundation of strength training. If the arm wrestling was changed to another form of contest, many of the defeated Gu masters might be able to win against the bandit Monkey King. From this, one could derive that every power possessed their own unique points, and they couldn't simply be differentiated by looking at the amount of their strength. Take humans for example, a punch would definitely be weaker than a kick. Under normal condition, a person cannot use all their strength. I have strength of 2 boars, half of a crocodile's strength and my own strength, but it is impossible for my arm wrestling strength to match theirs. Of course, concentrating all of one's strength in one movement is not impossible. One would need that legendary Gu worm. Fang Yuan couldn't display his true strength in arm wrestling, but he was someone with very deep foundations, and could guarantee his victory. However, he couldn't make it blatantly obvious. Hence, he intentionally revealed a strained expression, his arms shaking as he maintained the deadlock with the Monkey King. Slowly, his arm pushed down on Monkey King's. When the contest ended, almost everyone was stumped. He actually won. This guy has innate divine strength. The human groups were in an uproar, their surprised gasps spreading to others. Inquire about this guy. We need to immediately recruit him if possible. The heads of main clans felt a rush of excitement. Compared to the Gu masters who they could only nurture after investing large amounts of funds, Fang Yuan's quality-to-price ratio was much higher. They could use him without any investment, and bring in profits for their caravan. Zhang clan's luck is good, picking up such a treasure. Instantly, many Gu masters' gazes towards the Zhang clan contained some envy. No wonder we couldn't beat him. Brother Chang and his group were speechless. This is a monster. Now that I think of it, I am really lucky to not have been beaten to death by him. As this group of servants thought back, they were immediately filled with after fear. They had previously still been looking to take revenge against Fang Yuan, but now looking at this sight, all their hopes of revenge were gone. On the contrary, they became worried that Fang Yuan would look for trouble for them in future. Chen clan's old steward's expression looked ugly. To think this idiot actually had such brute strength. What bad luck, now if only the vice leader doesn't blame me. He cautiously glanced at the clan's vice leader. Chen clan's vice leader was frowning, he was thinking of much more. He started to doubt Zhang clan's intention. Was demanding for those two a trap? Did they see this servant's worth and intentionally kept him, then came to demand for them? The more he thought, the more reasonable he felt his thoughts were. He couldn't help snorting coldly. Anyone who felt he was played with and cheated wouldn't have a good mood. But the mistake was already done. He could only pinch his nose and endure this bad luck. Am I seeing things? The servant girl Xiao Dai covered her mouth. She was speechless at this result. Worry disappeared from Shang Xin Ci's face, and was replaced by a smile. Let's go. Zhang Zhu waved at the troops to move ahead with a complex look on his eyes. Fang Yuan won, allowing Zhang clan's caravan to pass through this checkpoint. Fang Yuan won 2 rounds straight. The Zhang clan's caravan were able to pass through most of the path. At the 3rd round, Fang Yuan intentionally lost to keep up his disguise, resulting in many goods being taken out of Zhang clan's wagons. Even so, Fang Yuan's performance was enough to make others see him in a whole new light. He received a warm welcome back at the caravan. Lady Zhang, I have finished my mission. He cupped his hands to Shang Xin Ci. Shang Xin Ci's beautiful eyes shone as she sized up Fang Yuan again, and said with a gentle voice, my mother said to never judge people by their appearances, and hey too, you have given me a live example. I am really thankful to you. This is 150 primeval stones as my thanks to you. 150 primeval stones? The servant girl Xiao Dai was startled. Miss, what are you doing giving him so much? Fang Yuan backed a step and righteously declined. Lady, I did it to repay your kindness and not for these primeval stones. Please take them back, I can't take this reward. Xiao Dai immediately agreed. Miss, look, he doesn't want it, it is better if you put it away. Shang Xin Ci, however, insisted, this isn't a reward, but a gift of thanks, my thanks to you. Fang Yuan showed a righteous expression and said with a solemn tone, let alone this 150 primeval stones, even if it was 1,000 primeval stones, I don't want them. Lady Zhang, I may only be a mortal, but please don't humiliate me. This? Shang Xin Ci was helpless against such remark and could only put the primeval stones back. Humph, you know how to be tactful. Xiao Dai quirked her mouth. Zhang Zhu remained silent, his gaze turning more complicated. The favor of repaying life is hard to repay. Please let me use my strength for you. Fang Yuan cupped his hands. There were numerous monkey groups in Bandit Monkey Mountain, and every so often along the trade route, there would be some monkey groups who would occupy the area and set a checkpoint. Fang Yuan repeatedly went to compete with them, and under his deliberate performance, he lost some and won some. Caravans moved and stopped continuously, spending over 20 days in Bandit Monkey Mountain before they got out of this tall mountain. The goods in the caravans had decreased by almost half by now. The mood couldn't help being low. Zhang clan was the only one that was happy. Because of Fang Yuan's strength, their losses were far less than their previous estimations. Fang Yuan became famous and many clans sent their servants to visit him. They all wanted to recruit Fang Yuan and gave attractive terms, but Fang Yuan refused all of them and stayed with Zhang clan. You have some conscience, kid. You didn't waste Missy's kindness. Xiao Dai's attitude towards Fang Yuan had changed. This servant girl said whatever she thought and wasn't shrewd, but whatever her attitude is, it was never in Fang Yuan's considerations. Fang Yuan only cared about Shang Xin Ci and her guard Zhang Zhu. Shang Xin Ci was gentle and kind, but also very smart. The Gu master Zhang Zhu was very experienced and prudent. Fang Yuan even felt that Zhang Zhu was already beginning to suspect him. In private, Bai Ningbing also reminded Fang Yuan, refusing that 150 primeval stones was a mistake. With your current identity, how could your heart not be moved by such a huge sum? For cautiousness, we should stop cultivation for some time to guard against Zhang Zhu's secret investigation. However, Fang Yuan refused this suggestion and still cultivated non-stop every night. Bai Ningbing also cooperated. She held an indifferent attitude towards her identity being exposed. In fact, she was more willing to see Fang Yuan's defeat. Snow Silver Primeval Essence gave an enormous help to Fang Yuan. His cultivation speed was rising as if it had grown wings. On the night they had officially left Fei Hou Mountains region, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 2 initial stage to middle stage. By the time the travel-worn caravan arrived at the base of Huang Jin Mountain, Fang Yuan was finished with the crocodile strength Gu, his strength permanently increasing by the strength of a crocodile. Huang Jin Mountain possessed a lot of gold mines. Its soil contained abundant gold, and one could even obtain dozens of granules of gold if they scooped the water from the mountain streams and filtered the sediments. In day, when the sun shone upon the Huang Jin Mountain, the mountain would often reflect a layer of hazy golden light. The scene of the mountain surrounded by the light was a glorious beauty. If this Huang Jin Mountain was to be on Earth, there would definitely be bloody fights and wars for it. However, in this world, the currency used was the primeval stone, and gold was reduced to just a type of metal mineral. Its greatest use was as a material for refining Gu. There were 2 clans located in Huang Jin Mountain. In the southern side of the mountain was Huang Village, and in the northern side was Jin Village. A mountain can't hold 2 tigers. One could infer from Qingmao Mountain that the relation between Huang and Jin clan was not harmonious. The caravan's arrival would naturally be welcomed by both the clans. However, the notice from the 2 clans arrived, the caravan could only choose one clan. If they chose Huang clan, they couldn't go to Jin clan, and the same went for opposite. There were many people in caravan with many things to do, thus there was always a large flow of traffic. There were notorious records of the 2 clans attacking each other with the help of caravans, thus they laid down strict orders. The heads of the caravans had different opinions about choosing which clans to go. They had their own needs and considerations, and so after discussing with each other, this co-agglomeration of caravans divided into 2, the 2 groups would go separately to the 2 clans. Of course, they couldn't enter the village, most of the troops could only station around the village. After this was settled, Zhang Zhu privately looked for Shang Xin Ci. I have secretly investigated for many days. Fei Hou and Bai Yun are very suspicious. I suggest we evict them from our group. Chapter 242, Common Understanding Between Smart People Suspicious? Shang Xin Ci's gaze flickered under her thick eyelashes. Zhang Zhu nodded and said solemnly, in fact, I had my doubts about them ever since we entered Fei Hou Mountain. Miss, you gave them 150 primeval stones, but they weren't moved at all by such a huge sum. This really makes one ponder. He paused for a moment and continued, I have been secretly investigating them these days, and found even more suspicious points. First of all, they have little to no communication with the servants around them, as if they were wishing to be invisible. Second, they refused the recruitment offers of many clans, even though the terms were excellent. Miss, do you still remember his appearance when he came to ask help from us that night? Hey too, that guy has such powerful strength, how could he be wounded by others into such state? And finally, from my observation, his companion is wearing male clothing, but is actually a woman. The camp was filled with silence. After a long while, Shang Xin Ci smiled, powerful strength doesn't mean he can definitely win against others, right? 2 fists can't rival 4 palms, Fei Hou getting wounded was normal. Actually, I know about all these suspicious points you spoke of. Zhang Zhu wasn't surprised at all, he understood Shang Xin Ci and knew of her intelligence. Miss. Shang Xin Ci blinked, her face containing a gentle and charming smile. Uncle Zhang Zhu, you have felt stifled for so many days, right? Seeing that I didn't take actions to deal with this, you came to remind me today. Zhang Zhu smiled, I can't conceal anything from you. But why are you still keeping them by your side? Because I felt no ill intent from them. Shang Xin Ci's eyes shone with a wise light, we became suspicious of them at the Fei Hou Mountain, and if they hadn't stood up at that time, we wouldn't have been able to feel any suspicion. But, why did they still take a risk? Wasn't it to help me? This? If they had harbored treacherous schemes, they would definitely stay hidden and watch the show from the side, right? Or maybe receive that 150 primeval stones. But they didn't. When Fei Hou said he was repaying my kindness, his expression was sincere and I could tell that he was speaking the truth. He really wanted to repay this favor. Shang Xin Ci said. Zhang Zhu was tongue-tied for a long while, but they aren't simple, they definitely have secrets. A smile blossomed in Shang Xinci's face like a flower, everyone has secrets, I also have them. Does having secrets make one a bad person? This world is bright. As someone who knows how to repay kindness, there has to be a limit to how bad he can be, right? That might be so, but I can't help but wonder what their motives are. Maybe they are plotting something. Wait, I know, they must be accomplices of some bandits. They joined the caravan and are planning to rob it by cooperating with demonic path figures. That doesn't make sense. Shang Xin Ci shook her head. If they were accomplices, they should have even more reason to stay hidden. Why would they expose themselves in Fei Hou Mountain? So many people tried to recruit them, they could just join other groups and it wouldn't be any less easier to hide themselves. Why did they decide to stick with us? I feel they have definitely been through some suffering. We helped them and they are repaying us. Now, they want to hide their identities. I think we should help them. Zhang Zhu sighed while shaking his head. Miss, why are you always thinking about others? One must know to guard against others. Uncle Zhang Zhu. Shang Xin Ci said, if we are really robbed, please don't go fight to protect the goods. If the goods are gone, then they are gone, it is not a big problem. My mother's final wish was for me to bring a token to someone in Shangclan City. However, she also said if that person didn't accept us, we should continue living through these goods. My mother passed away swiftly, she didn't manage to convey who is the person I am supposed to look for. But I think wealth are just worldly possessions. Mother has already left me, you and Xiao Dai are my only remaining relatives. I don't want to see you guys meeting any mishaps. Miss, never say that. Zhang Zhu's eyes were red with emotions. Come, take a look, honest and real Xinjia silk. All kinds of fine liquors, I welcome everyone to taste them. Golden Qi Gu, selling for just 50 primeval stones. The temporary market was a hubbub of conversations and hawkers selling out their wares as people moved to and fro. Whenever a caravan by, it would be like a festive moment for the clans. In the temporary market, not only the caravan was selling their wares, some Jin clansmen were also selling their goods. The goods they were selling were mainly golden statues or tools. There were pots, cups, ladles and basins. Their profound sculpting skills were shown in the lifelike statues of animals and people. And with red, green, yellow and blue gems or pearls as complements, the statues looked even more exquisite. Huang Jin Mountain was a place blessed by heavens with gold found everywhere in it. The people living here, even the poor slaves, were wearing some accessories like golden rings and golden necklaces. Hairpins, earrings, and bracelets worn by many girls were shining with golden luster, looking very beautiful. They were chatting with each other in groups in beautiful voices, which was fresh and innocent. As for the Gu masters of the Jin clan, their uniforms were similar to Qingmao Mountains, short sleeves, long pants, belts, leg wrappings, and green bamboo shoes. It was just that some were using golden rope as leg wrappings. Belts, cloth cuffs or pants, were all rimmed in gold. This was Huang Jin Mountain's characteristic. The clans of the southern border had basically the same attires. The demonic Gu masters, however, wore all sorts of bizarre dresses. Fang Yuan and Bai Bing were moving through the crowd. They had already bought some cow and goat milk from 3 to 4 Jin clansmen. Fang Yuan had tried his best to feed all the Bone Spear Gu. But even so, 2/3 of the Bone Spear Gu were already dead from starvation. Aren't you afraid your such big reckless purchasing will expose our identities? Bai Bing expressed his doubt. As long as one uses disguise, they will definitely be exposed one day. I don't have a thing to worry about, but you have too big of a flaw. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Bing and said. Bai Bing snorted coldly, she knew what her flaw was, her gender. Even the old lady at the hamlet could see it. Women and men have physiological differences, this could be disguised, but that required a special Gu worm which Bai Bing didn't have. Thus, even if she was wearing loose clothes, covering her face with a straw hat, smearing her body with ash and binding her chest, her gender would no doubt be revealed as time passed by. Fang Yuan continued, so, rather than cover the truth, it would be better to reveal some things on our own initiative and let the others set their minds at rest, thinking they have seen through us and have the situation in their control. Exposing oneself was not always a bad thing. One could only receive trust when they revealed their identities. Fang Yuan couldn't reveal his cards by himself, doing so would be too unnatural and not be in harmony with their previous behavior. Only when the other side discovered and probed, could Fang Yuan take the opportunity to conveniently reveal some stuff. Bai Ning being understood, so you are intentionally waiting for them to discover before responding? You have finally become smart. Humph. However, 3 days passed by and the response and probing Fang Yuan expected had still not arrived. Bai Ningbing finally got the opportunity to take a dig at Fang Yuan, so you also have times when you are wrong. Fang Yuan snorted while pondering inwardly. I could see from Zhang Zhu's expression and manners that he was already suspicious of us. He didn't go into it deeply and restrained himself, most likely because there could be danger at any time on the road. But now that the caravan has arrived at Jin clan, the situation is very safe and he should have already begun his probing. Unless Shang Xin Ci's figure appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Truly smart and also bold. She's mostly likely the one that stopped Zhang Zhu. It's a little problematic, seems like being too smart can also be a problem. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. Shang Xin Ci's gentleness and kindness had made a deep impact on him, making him slightly underestimate this girl's intelligence. Shang Xin Ci wanted to reach an understanding between smart people with Fang Yuan, she was clearly trying to play dumb. However, Fang Yuan had a different motive and this layer of understanding had instead turned into an obstacle. Since it is so, I will just take the initiative. Fang Yuan sighed and went to find Shang Xin Ci. You want to form a partnership with me? Inside a tent, Shang Xin Ci and Zhang Zhu were wearing surprised expressions when Fang Yuan revealed his intentions. They hadn't gone to look for these two, but these two instead came knocking on their door. This was slightly beyond the young girl's expectations. Zhang Zhu's mind shook. You finally showed your true colors? Partnership, humph. Lady Zhang, I am a bit ashamed to say it, but we need primeval stones and I regard myself to be somewhat knowledgeable about merchants. I want to borrow a batch of goods, and we will divide the profits we earn in half, how about it? Fang Yuan slightly bowed his body, appearing neither servile nor overbearing. You don't have any primeval stones and are as poor as a mouse, yet you want to borrow the chicken that lays egg? You are overconfident. Zhang Zhu's gaze carried a cold light. Why do you think you will definitely earn profits? And on what basis do you think our Zhang clan will lend the goods to you? There will naturally be profits and losses in business. I also can't guarantee the profits. As to your second question, I think Lady Zhang is a good person and should lend the goods to me, right? You wanted to ask of my reason, I can only answer you that it is this feeling. If this feeling is wrong, then please consider this matter never happened. Fang Yuan answered with a smile. He was one ear less and his whole body was covered with burns, making him appear terrifying when he smiled. However, Shang Xin Ci looked at him and saw in him a kind of confidence, decisiveness, and a radiance of careful planning. This radiance emitted a different type of charisma, penetrating through the ugly appearance. Interesting, it seems he also sensed our suspicions, so he wanted to reach a tacit understanding with me? Shang Xin Ci's gaze continued to flash. After a short while, she laughed. This kind of frank communication style made her feel an indescribable safety and also a feeling of freshness. If you hadn't been there, there wouldn't even be a quarter of goods remaining, they would have already been snatched by those monkeys in Fei Hou mountain. Since you have this notion, I will hand over these goods to you. She said. If the servant girl Xiao Dai were here, she might have started making a big fuss. Fang Yuan showed an expression of being in a daze for a while, before he bowed to show his thanks. Miss, this. When Fang Yuan left the tent, Zhang Zhu couldn't endure it anymore. Shang Xin Ci blinked mischievously like a child. Isn't this interesting? Did you hear what he said just now? He hadn't even started on the business, but was already talking of sharing the profits in half. His tone was as if the profits were certain. Humph, he is but a boor, how much talent could he have? Zhang Zhu disdainfully scoffed, if we talk about business talent, who could compare to Miss? I still remember how you have managed the properties all these years and expanded them. If it were not for the envy of those petty people in Zhang clan. Alright, what is the use of talking about the past? Since Uncle Zhangzhu believes in my talent, then you should trust me. Even if Fei Hou squanders these goods, I could still rebuild the business from scratch, isn't that right? Shang Xin Ci said. Of course. Zhangzhu said without hesitation. Chapter 243, Benefits sent towards oneself. There are so much goods, it won't be cheap. It'll require at least 50,000 primeval stones. Jin Clan's Gu master looked at Fang Yuan in suspicion. After getting approval from Shang Xin Ci, Fang Yuan immediately found a few Jin Clan Gu masters. This was already the 6th. I do not have primeval stones. Fang Yuan shook his head, but I can use my goods to exchange for yours. Exchange? The Gu master's eyebrows rose. He was not surprised as it was common to barter, especially in the caravan. To him, there was no loss in bartering as long as the value was about the same. What will you use to exchange? Fang Yuan brought him to the goods immediately. Jin Clan's Gu master frowned, your goods are cheaper than mine. But you can get a good price for it on this Huang Jin mountain, am I wrong? Fang Yuan laughed. Jin Clan Gu master frowned even deeper, if the price is set too high, we won't be able to sell it. Then sell it slowly, it'll be sold eventually. Goods are more expensive when they are rare, by then you will be sitting at home collecting your earnings. Fang Yuan smiled. The Gu master laughed, the reason he talked so much was only to lower the price, his heart was moved long ago. You are not bad at all. As a mortal, you are neither haughty nor humble. I have 3 stores, are you interested in working for me? I can give you the position of shopkeeper. Your wages can also be further discussed. The Gu master patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan rejected politely, the Gu master felt a little pity. Fei Hou, what have you done? After the transaction was over, Xiao Dai ran over with a frosty expression. You exchanged all the goods? What are you trying to do? You are too bold. Xiao Dai stomped her foot in anger. Do you know these goods were all chosen by Missy after much consideration? After we transport them to Shangclan City, we can sell them for twice the amount. Quick, exchange them back now. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Your Missy has already lent all the goods to me, which is to say, these belong to me. Humph, I am dealing with my own goods, is there a problem? Fang Yuan's gaze swept through Xiao Dai, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Dai instantly felt a chill that made her heart palpitate. Fang Yuan had decided to expose a little more and thus putting on such a strong attitude against Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was witty and eloquent all along, but now, a cold feeling crept up her heart. You. I will tell Missy, watch out. She tried her best to hide her inner emotions, but still laughed frantically. Her report naturally caused no disturbance to Fang Yuan. But the servants that Shang Xin Ci brought along, had much opinions about Fang Yuan's actions. Many discussed secretly, thinking this Fei Hou had gone crazy. Fang Yuan knew the value of these goods and could sense Shang Xin Ci's business talent. But this was her first time doing business, her experience was very lacking even though she had talent. Business was not just transporting goods to the destination, and earning profits from the price difference. A true expert merchant earned along the way as well. Using their keen foresight to explore new opportunities, learning about the specialty of each mountains, and tailoring to the needs of each clan, they built networks as they profited from all those around them. Of course, these requirements were too high for the current Shang Xin Ci. She had just turned 16, although she had talent, she was still a fresh young girl. Fang Yuan spent about 100 years in his past life doing trade. He joined caravans and even became a leader. He also opened his own shops, including rock gambling and even auctions. When it came to experience and foresight, those leaders and vice leaders in the caravan could not hold a candle to Fang Yuan, let alone the inexperienced Shang Xin Ci. There is still a distance to Shangliang Mountain. If I manipulate this wholeheartedly, I can at least increase the value of these goods by 7 or 8 times. This profit margin was terrifying. Any higher and even Fang Yuan could do it. Due to actual circumstances, 7 to 8 times was the limit of this world. Of course, if I use unorthodox methods, not just 7 or 8, I can easily jack it up by 70 or 80 times. Thinking so, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a poem on earth. Obeying the law and living in constant worry, bandits live in pleasure every night, those who harm others to benefit themselves ride horses, while those who are righteous and fair starve in hunger. Those who build bridges and repair roads go blind, while those who murder and cause arson have many offsprings. When I died, I asked Buddha. Buddha said, there was nothing I could do. Haha, the so-called system and law was to deprive the masses and limit the weak. Whichever world it was, the law of the jungle prevailed. Thus, even during an era ruled by law, countless rich and influential people found loopholes and avoided the judgment of the law. Not to mention this Gu world, where strength was everything one needed to exert influence. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he once did business with all his heart, having millions of assets and countless properties. But later, some experts casually usurped them, causing him to go bankrupt and living in the streets. For the next 400 years of his life, whenever he thought back to it, he was extremely glad he had such an experience. Only through pain can one learn about the truth. Precisely because of this experience, he woke up from his delusions and broke free of the restraints that bound him while living in the lawful society of earth. Humans were often blinded not by the sight before them, but by the chains in their hearts. To Fang Yuan, if he abided by morals of business and be a proper businessman, he could only earn 7 to 8 times the profit. But if he used some illegal methods, becoming an unscrupulous merchant, he could make over tenfold worth of profits. If he abandoned his position, and lied and scammed, becoming a dishonest trader, he could make tens of times of profits. If he directly murdered and robbed, he would not even need a capital. Business without investing capital was always the most profitable. But Fang Yuan had other objectives doing business now. Thus, methods that broke the rules could not be used, and this caused him to have some feeling of restraint. However, the night before the caravan set off, a Jin clan Gu master secretly approached him. There is a secret deal we want to make, are you interested? This Gu master was one of those who traded with Fang Yuan earlier. Fang Yuan did not mind it, but after a few minutes, he changed his ideas. You are saying, someone wants to sell jeans on grass? He was extremely surprised, almost suspecting that he had heard wrongly. To Jin clan, jeans on grass could not be replaced with other materials, it was an important war resource. It was exactly because it could be used as a refinement material that Jin clan could produce large numbers of golden silkworm Gu. But now someone wanted to sell it? In Fang Yuan's memories, it was because Jin clan had large numbers of the rank 3 golden silkworm Gu that their battle strength rose rapidly, thus eliminating Huang clan and becoming the controller of the area. Wait a minute, Huang clan still exists now. This means Jin clan has not fully manufactured the recipe for the golden silkworm Gu? That shouldn't be it, by this time they should have some ideas already, otherwise why would they mass plant jeans on grass? Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He probed, I'm about done with trading goods. The jeans on grass is an unpopular material, although it is rare, little people need it. Seeing Fang Yuan reject, the Gu master panicked, the price can be further discussed, why don't we have a good talk about it? Fang Yuan's gaze shone, seeing the other party was very anxious, he started to lower the price. After an intense bargaining, the jeans on grass price had been lowered to a horrifying degree. The Gu master's face paled, his expression turned ugly and his tone became irritated. You win, we'll go with this price, can we complete the deal now? This price was very low, even lower than the cost of nurturing the jeans on grass. If they sold it, it truly was making a loss. The Jin clan Gu master knew this, and so his heart bled. Fang Yuan also knew this was the limit, but he still shook his head, this price is too low, to speak the truth your attitude makes me feel uncertain. The Jin clan Gu master instantly exploded, you were the one who lowered the price, now you're finding it too low? Fang Yuan shrugged, you said it earlier, this is a private transaction, there is no hard evidence. What if you sell me fake goods, who would I find then? You see, the caravan is leaving tomorrow, by then even if I made a loss, I have no choice but to leave. Your suspicions are valid. Jin Clan Gu Master's anger subsided. Don't worry about the goods, they are definitely real. To tell you the truth, this is secretly sold by our young master. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly, he had finally received some useful information. He pretended to be shocked. Your young master stole it? These Jinzan grass is a vegetation loved by the clan leader, purposely growing 3 acres of it. But we can't do anything about it since our clan leader has a unique interest. So do not worry, the Jinzan grass is nothing important, the son taking his father's things to sell, even if it is discovered, he will only be scolded. The Gu Master said. Fang Yuan immediately understood everything. So it was like this. Jin Clan had already been trying to fix the recipe for the golden silkworm Gu. At this point, they had a rough idea already and were thus growing 3 acres of Jinzan grass. But to prevent unwanted attention from Huang clan, this information was kept among the higher-ups of the clan, even the young master did not know, only thinking that this grass was planted out of interest. The Jinzan grass growth period was very long, needing 4 years to mature. In his memory, Jin Clan launched their attack a year later. They used the rank 3 golden silkworm Gu which had sharp offensive strength to eliminate Huang Clan and dominate Huang Jin Mountain. If this 3 acres of Jinzan grass was gone, they won't be able to find that much on the market either. Then to eliminate Huang Clan, Jin Clan would need to waste a few more years. Evidently, this Jinzan grass was a dangerous item. If he really bought it, it would be provoking this large Jin Clan. An ordinary person would avoid it like the plague, but Fang Yuan saw a huge opportunity from it. This profit, although dangerous, since it was delivered to him with both hands, how could he reject it? To speak the truth, although Fang Yuan possessed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he still had a need for primeval stones, and it wasn't a small amount he needed. When they reached the Shang clan city, he needed to purchase Gu worms, and that required a lot of primeval stones. Relying on the heavenly essence treasure lotus's daily production was troublesome and insufficient. That young master is definitely a wastrel, he is probably doted by the clan leader, but is in need of money recently, thus he set his eyes on the Jinzan grass. He. Thinking so, Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. If he took this profit, not only would it help in purchasing Gu worms, it would also leave a deep impression on Shang Xin Ci. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jin Clan Gu Master saw Fang Yuan smile and laughed. So, you agree? Of course. Fang Yuan looked at him. Once this deal went through, this guy would definitely be in trouble. But what does his trouble have to do with me? What Fang Yuan was considering now was how to swallow this profit without choking himself. Chapter 244, Almost blackmail. Dawn was breaking in the east, revealing the first rays of light. The cold air of the night had condensed into dewdrops on the grass and leaves. The temporary market in the Jin clan was currently being dismantled, the tents were packed up, the carpets on the street stalls were rolled up and the goods were packed in bags. After having stayed in the Jin village for many days, the caravan was preparing to set off. As for the merchants, no matter how many goods they sold or bought, they would be making profits eventually. Thus, though they were exhausted, they were wearing cheerful smiles on their faces. Xiao Dai's expression, however, was horrible. Missy, I just checked, that Fei Hou has exchanged almost all the goods. And in the goods he exchanged for, I saw 3 carts filled with Jinzan grass. Jinzan grass? Shang Xin Ci's long brows slightly furrowed. Xiao Dai was extremely angry, as she pulled Shang Xin Ci by her hand. Even a layman like me knows how worthless Jinzan grass is, but he has exchanged for so many of them. Missy, this Fei Hou is simply making a trouble. Xiao Dai, calm down first. Shang Xin Ci patted Xiao Dai's hand. He should have exchanged for this Jinzan grass yesterday night. I don't know why he did that, but he must have a reason for exchanging other goods. Just think, it is already pretty good that he could accomplish this as a mortal. Missy, why are you standing up for him? I am only thinking for you. These goods were originally ours, why would you let others squander it for nothing? Most importantly, he can't compensate us at all. Lord Zhangzhu, please persuade Missy. Xiao Dai pouted. Zhangzhu, who was looking on from the side, sighed, Miss, Xiao Dai is right. We lent the goods to him to test him, but now that we can already see the results, why are we still letting him squander them? We believe in your ability, miss, but if we can decrease our losses, why are we not doing so? It will also decrease our struggles when we reach Shang Clan City. This? Shang Xin Ci mumbled. She was young, her eyes started showing signs of hesitation. Previously, she had felt the goods exchanged by Fang Yuan was alright. However, this jeans on grass. It was a great loss to exchange for so much jeans on grass. Jeans on grass was easy to preserve, but it simply couldn't be sold as the demand for it was almost non-existent. Such a large stockpile would rot sooner or later, and finally, they would have no choice but to cut down the price and sell the stock. It was destined to make a loss. Excuse me, are you Lady Zhang Xin Ci? Just then, a middle-aged Gu master who was sweating profusely, anxiously ran towards Shang Xin Ci. The iron plate on his belt was carved with number 2 showing the rank of this Gu master. Shang Xin Ci gave a slight smile, yes I am, may I inquire who you are? The middle-aged man cupped his fists, I am the personal guard of Lord Clan Leader, here on his command to ask for a favor. Oh? Please speak. Lady Zhang should have bought a large batch of jeans on grass yesterday night. The whole story is like this, our clan leader is very passionate for jeans on grass and so he personally raised some for pleasure. But the young master secretly dug them out and sold them behind the clan leader's back. Now, clan leader has placed the young master in confinement, and also wishes to buy back the jeans on grass. I sincerely request you to sell them back to us. This Gu master was polite, but that politeness carried his firm attitude. Miss. Zhangzhu's expression turned solemn as he reminded Shang Xin Ci. This personal guard represented the clan leader of the Jin clan. This matter could be both big or small, and it could turn serious if it was handled improperly. Shang Xin Ci glanced at Zhangzhu and nodded her head to indicate she understood. Actually, I am also someone who loves flowers and I can understand honorable clan leader's passion. We will hand over the jeans on grass to your honorable clan with not even a stem missing. It makes one happy to see such a reasonable lady. The personal guard Gu master's expression relaxed and revealed a slight smile. Shang Xin Ci continued, a subordinate of mine was in charge of this transaction. I will call him over. Fang Yuan had already been paying attention to the activity here. Hey Tu, you are in trouble. Missy has called you. Xiao Dai had come to summon him. Fang Yuan soon appeared in front of the personal guard, and cupped his fists, I am the one who was responsible for the transaction of jeans on grass. I heard the honorable clan leader wants to buy them back. The personal guard was surprised to see the newcomer was actually a mortal, his face immediately revealed a slight disdain and arrogance. He snorted, that's right. Mortal, you can relax. Lord Clan Leader is benevolent and is willing to use 3,000 primeval stones to buy back the 3 carts of jeans on grass on you. So much? Xiao Dai was speechless and her gaze revealed her joy. Zhangzhu frowned before gradually relaxing. 3,000 primeval stones should be the maximum market price for the jeans on grass, and this showed Jin Clan Leader's sincerity. However, Fang Yuan shook his head, jeans on grass is very precious, only 3,000 primeval stones to buy them back, this doesn't seem to be sincere, right? The personal guard immediately frowned, what? The price I am giving is much higher than the maximum market price of the jeans on grass. Mortal, what price did you buy it for? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, let's not discuss about the purchase price, we are all businessmen, naturally we will buy low and sell high. 3,000 primeval stones are too less, I am not selling. You. The personal guard clenched his teeth, before eventually showing 5 fingers, alright, then I will rise it by 2,000, 5,000 primeval stones. Xiao Dai's eyes widened in shock, her face started to flush with excitement as she looked at the 5 stretched fingers of the personal guard. 5,000 primeval stones? This is what you said, you can't go back on it. She was almost jumping in excitement. She hadn't thought the situation would develop like this. Fang Yuan had profited huge. However, Fang Yuan still shook his head. The personal guard's expression turned cold as he threatened, "Mortal, don't you think you are being greedy? These jeans on grass were originally our clan's goods. You privately exchanged for them, which is already not permitted. You don't even have any evidence of transaction. I can even say you secretly stole them." Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the personal guard's anger. He looked at Fang Yuan. "Just sell it." Fang Yuan laughed. "You sold them, I bought, this was mutual consent. What more, it was your young master who sold them to me. I can't do anything if you are determined to say I stole them. Jin clan is so rich and powerful that it can bully the weak and rob our goods." "Humph, the goods are just there, why don't you go take them?" "It is just that as far as I know, it is not just me who bought the jeans on grass. Many others have a share of it. Is Jin clan going to snatch all of theirs too?" Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, thus he only bought a large majority yesterday night. The remaining Jinjiang grass were sold to others by that Gu master. "You." The personal guard was furious, but he could only clench his teeth at Fang Yuan's blatant extortion. He pointed at Fang Yuan. "Your clan bought the most, you little brat, you want to make it hard for me?" "Of course not, I am only trying to make a transaction." Fang Yuan cupped his hands. "Humph, forget it. I will put 2,000 more, 7,000 primeval stones. Mortal, bring all the jeans on grass you bought." The personal guard shouted. "Hey too, just sell it. We need to pay attention to amiability while doing business." Shang Xin Ci couldn't endure this pressure. "Since Miss has spoken." Fang Yuan nodded his head before immediately changing the subject. "Then I will take back a step. 8,000 primeval stones and all the jeans on grass I have is yours." The moment these words came out, Shang Xin Ci and the rest all became dazed. The personal guard came back to his senses, unable to contain his anger. "What? You bastard!" Fang Yuan, however, had a smile on his face. "Business is business, please don't get angry, Lord Gu Master. Actually, I was thinking of selling them for 10,000 primeval stones. If Lord Gu Master can't decide it, how about letting me discuss with your honorable clan's clan leader?" "No need." The personal guard swung his arm as he looked at Fang Yuan with extreme disgust. "You, a mortal, what qualifications do you have to meet Lord Clan Leader? Bring the goods quickly, taking advantage of others when they are down, I will remember you." "Humph." His words, no doubt, meant he acceded to Fang Yuan's raised price. The two finished the transaction in moments. Fang Yuan hadn't even used 500 primeval stones to buy them, but in just one night, the jeans on grass changed hands for 8,000 primeval stones. "Miss, there are 2 trunks filled to the brim with primeval stones." Xiao Dai was beaming with joy. She had witnessed the whole transaction process in fear, but now that she looked at these primeval stones, she felt that it was all worth it. Even her gaze towards Fang Yuan changed. "Did you already know? That can't be it, this should just be the case of a blind cat coming across a dead mouse." She looked at Fang Yuan from top to bottom and remarked. "Offending the Jin clan for just 8,000 primeval stones is not worth it." Zhang Zhu had been frowning from the start. He looked at Fang Yuan with some discontent and warned, "Never take such a risk again." Fang Yuan only smiled and turned towards Shang Xin Ci. "According to our previous contract, Miss will get half of this 8,000 primeval stones, and I request Miss to safeguard my half of the share too." "Has it been settled?" Jin clan leader stood on a hill, watching the leaving caravan. An elder was standing to his side and reported, "Yes, clan leader. We have bought back all the jeans on grass. It is just that Zhang clan is truly hateful for taking advantage of the situation to extort us." Jin clan's clan leader's brows furrowed. "Oh? Speak." The elder elaborated on the details. Jin clan's clan leader smiled. "It is just 8,000 primeval stones, no need to care. That Zhang clan's lady, however, is intelligent. She pushed out a mortal servant to sound out the situation and earned herself this money. Lord Clan Leader, what if this Zhang clan already knows our clan's secret and thus took advantage to extort us? Ha ha ha, don't be overly suspicious. If they knew the importance of the genes on grass to my clan, why would they only extort mere 8,000 primeval stones? They would buy them all or even not agree to sell them. But just in case, send some Gu masters to watch them till they completely leave Huang Jin Mountains region. Make sure to watch if there are anyone who tries to secretly go to Huang clan. If there are, kill them on the spot. The clan leader's killing intent overflowed all around him as he said this. The elder's mind trembled. As you command, Lord Clan Leader. Fang Yuan glanced back at the Huang Jin mountain, his lips curled up in a smile. Not far away in a carriage, Shang Xin Ci lifted open the curtains and gazed at Fang Yuan's back. Her beautiful eyes flashed with light, having fallen into deep thought. Chapter 245, Rank 2 Upper Stage. The caravan crossed mountains and valleys as they traveled west. Half a month later, the caravan arrived at Hunmu Mountain, which had a lot of weird-looking trees. Fang Yuan sold half of his goods to buy a lot of these special wood. 20 days later, they arrived at Jiyu Mountain. The mountain was full of bumps and craters. These bumps were all made by the falling raindrops. At this place, once it rained, raindrops as large as wine vats fell and formed huge craters in the ground. Thus, the Tong clan of Jiyu Mountain was built in the empty caves inside the mountain. If it was an open construct, it would be easily devastated by the rain. In Tong Clan Village, the golden lamp oil that Fang Yuan bought on Huang Jin Mountain was very popular. During their stay, it rained 3 times. Fang Yuan thus acquired many blue oil raindrops. These raindrops were a type of material for many different purposes. These giant raindrops were the Tong Clan Village's misfortune that forced them to live inside the mountain caves. But, it was also their source of income. After leaving Jiyu Mountain, the caravan arrived at Fang Yuan Mountain. The rocks on this mountain were peculiar. Each were cube-shaped, varying in size and thickness. The Fang clan was a large-scale clan that had been living on Fang Yuan Mountain for over 1,000 years. Their residences were made of tiles, much better than the condition at Tong Clan Village. Tall large walls were constructed around the village, and within the walls were defense towers, while outside the walls were pillboxes. Fang Yuan remembered that at the Fang clan, there was an eccentric elder that liked wood carvings. After contacting him, all the weird and creepy soul wood he collected on Hunmu Mountain were sold to this clan elder. Just like this, on this journey, with Fang Yuan's manipulation, his goods increased and decreased at times, but each time there was a change, he earned a ton of profit. Once he did this many times, it naturally attracted people's attention. Fang Yuan pushed everything to Shang Xin Ci, and rumors of her business talent started to circulate. Time flew by quickly. After another 4 villages, the caravan gradually got close to Xiaoyu Mountain. This night, the caravan made a temporary camp near a cliff. We have entered Xiaoyu Mountain's territory. The remaining journey is all uninhabited mountains and valleys. Gu worms and beasts roam free, and not even a hamlet exists. From tonight onwards, everyone has to place their full attention on the surroundings. Jia clan's leader instructed. In the tent, many vice leaders nodded in agreement. Shang Xin Ci's eyes shone with bright light. This was the most dangerous segment of the caravan's route. Once they passed this, they would reach Shuelei Mountain, and after that, they would have to travel past a few more clan villages, before reaching Shangliang Mountain's Shang clan city. Alright, next we will establish our defensive measures. Jia clan's leader continued. An hour later, the discussion ended and everyone left the tent. Zhang Zhu came up immediately. Miss, dinner has been prepared. Do we invite Fei Hou and Bai Yun to dine together again? Of course. Shang Xin Ci nodded. I have to ask him about his experiences in trading during the banquet. These few days, Fang Yuan's revenue greatly exceeded his losses, earning 5 to 6 times the profits after few trades. This caused Shang Xin Ci, Zhang Zhu, and Xiao Dai, who knew the truth, to look at him in a different light. According to the agreement, Fang Yuan gave half the earnings to Shang Xin Ci, but to her, these primeval stones could not compare to his business experience and understanding. She did not have any cultivation talent, and as a mortal, engaging in business was her proudest ability. But, in this aspect where she could be proud of herself, Fang Yuan displayed a strength which she could not help but admit was far superior to her. Many seemingly absurd decisions gave surprising results after the deal was completed. Shang Xin Ci was not someone who would give up on herself, and after knowing this difference in ability, she invited him to the dinner banquet daily. A few words of advice from Fang Yuan could benefit her greatly. Her talent in business was outstanding and she absorbed the knowledge like a sponge, growing rapidly. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more she admired him. "Sigh, miss, you have to be careful. These two obviously have their own stories, they are not ordinary people." Zhang Zhu sighed with worry, he was afraid Shang Xin Ci was sinking deeper into this. "Don't worry, Uncle Zhang Zhu, I know what I am doing." Shang Xin Ci was indeed intelligent and smart, she never spoke to Fang Yuan about matters outside of business. She knew what could be said and what could not, never trying to probe further than she was supposed to. She felt that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing might be mysterious, but they were not dangerous. Fang Yuan used proper techniques in his business trading, and he didn't go back on his words, splitting half the profits with Shang Xin Ci. Unknowingly, such behavior gave Shang Xin Ci much feeling of assurance. However, Fang Yuan did not accept the invitation to banquet this time. "I am feeling a little tired today, I will not be going." He waved his hand at Xiao Dai who came to invite him. Fang Yuan did not accept every single invitation from Shang Xin Ci, normally only accepting 1 out of 3 invitations. Xiao Dai pouted as she looked at Fang Yuan begrudgingly, muttering under her breath and leaving. Previously when Fang Yuan rejected the invitation, Xiao Dai made a scene several times, feeling indignant for her Mississippi. But the more Fang Yuan earned, the more Xiao Dai's attitude changed, from indignant to accommodating and helplessness. No matter which world it was, at whatever level of society, strength was what gained respect. Fang Yuan shut the tent, Bai Ningbing had already sat on one of the beds. In the darkness, her blue eyes shone slightly. When Fang Yuan first rejected Xiao Dai, she was still a little surprised, but after a few times, Bai Ningbing found out the brilliance of this action. As the saying went, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. 1. Fang Yuan rejecting this invitation and not accommodating to Shang Xin Ci gave the young girl the feeling that he had nothing to gain from her. "Let's start." Fang Yuan sat down on the bed as well with his back facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing spread out both palms and placed them on Fang Yuan's back. 10% of her snow-silver primeval essence flowed through her palms into Fang Yuan's body. Bone-flesh unity Gu shone with green and red light respectively, converting the primeval essence. 6% of snow-silver primeval essence entered Fang Yuan's aperture. Splash splash splash. Fang Yuan's thoughts entered his aperture and used these primeval essence to nurture his aperture walls. When he was rank 1, his aperture could not take the impact of the snow-silver primeval essence, but now that he was rank 2 middle stage, his aperture walls had a stronger foundation now and could endure it. Only that this could not last for a long time, and he needed to rest every once in a while. The light waves on the aperture walls flowed constantly. The white light grew stronger as some areas started to condense. Evidently, Fang Yuan was a step away from rank 2 upper stage. With his rich cultivating experience, Fang Yuan had something like a gauge in his mind. He planned to break through to rank 2 upper stage in one go. Time passed and it was already late at night. Hell! Suddenly, howling of the Grey Wolf King could be heard. The howl broke the silence of the camp, and soon after, numerous wolf howled in response to their king. Wolf assault, wolf assault. Damn it, get up, the wolf pack is attacking camp. So many grey wolves, I can't even count how many there are. Many people screamed in shock, waking up everyone else in the camp, everyone was riled up. Hey, hearing this volume, it seems the wolf pack is quite large. Bai Ningbing listened and laughed. In the caravan's journey, they met many beast groups attack, and now she wasn't shocked anymore. This is Xiaoyu Mountain, some people say the entire southern border wolves live here. During a full moon, the wolf packs will gaze at the round moon, and the wolf howls can cause the entire mountain to tremble and shake. This is only our first night, and we already encountered a gray wolf pack. Our luck is terrible. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly, but multitasked and did not stop the cultivating in his aperture. Damn it, there are too many wolves. Healing Gu Master, where are the Healing Gu Masters? My father is injured, he is bleeding a lot. The southeast direction's defense has been broken through, go reinforce them quickly. The situation was more severe than Bai Ningbing had predicted. After discovering the wolf pack, in just a few minutes, the first line of defense in the camp was broken through, and the wolves broke into the camp. Ah! Take up your weapons and fight these beasts. Servants screamed as sounds of battle and shouting continued. Do we go out? Bai Ningbing asked. For what? What can you do? Don't forget your identity. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. But the wolves are already charging here, the goods you just purchased might be damaged. Bai Ningbing laughed, showing glee in her tone. Then let them be damaged. Fang Yuan closed his eyes again. After a while, Xiao Dai's voice came from outside the tent. Hey two, hey two. Are you two in there? What's the matter? Bai Ningbing asked. Oh my god, you are still here? Such a loud commotion and you didn't even wake up. Many gray wolves entered the camp. Although the situation is under control, there might be some wolves left out. Miss is asking you to go over, with Lord Zhongzhu to protect us, it will be safer. Xiao Dai shouted. No need, since the situation is under control, we shall not impose on your Mississippi. I can handle a gray wolf or two with my physical strength. Fang Yuan replied. Xiao Dai urged some more, but was still rejected. Finally she stomped her feet outside the tent. Ungrateful bunch, don't blame me for not reminding you if you die. Humph. Saying so, she hurriedly left. The gray wolves continued to attack for 15 minutes before retreating. This beast group assault brought the greatest loss the caravan had suffered since their establishment. 3 Gu masters died in battle, over a dozen injured, countless servants died, and most of the goods were damaged. Especially Zhang clan's goods, they received the most damage. These goods were all borrowed by Fang Yuan, and at first estimation, Fang Yuan lost over 1,000 primeval stones in this one night. When it was daylight, and they calculated the losses, he showed a bitter smile but did not mind it at all. Because last night, he had advanced to rank 2 upper stage. Only spending just a few months, this cultivation speed was shocking even to Bai Ningbing who knew the method. 1. If one shows excessive concern for no reason, then he is either scheming or planning to steal. The literal Chinese meaning. Chapter 246, exposed. The bloody night passed and the morning sun shone upon the ruined camp. The atmosphere was solemn as everyone cleaned up the battlefield and packed their goods, setting off with a heavy heart. However, the wolf pack attack this time was only the beginning. Few days later, they were attacked again by gray wolf packs. The scale of the attack this time was even larger than the previous time. But the caravan had taken sufficient precautions and were able to limit their losses to less than the previous time. They chased away this pack of gray wolves. However, they had yet to regain their breaths, when 3 days later they were attacked by lightning wolf packs. The pack contained 3 frenzy lightning wolves and 9 bold lightning wolves. 15 Gu masters were killed while fighting them. The battle ended with wolf corpses all around the ground, and a wounded frenzy lightning wolf escaped with the remaining injured wolves. There were many Gu masters who chased them for revenge, but couldn't catch up to them and they didn't dare to enter deep into Shaoyu Mountain. They could only stare fixedly at the retreating wolf packs. The attack this time made the caravan's leader and vice leaders realize the danger they were in. On that very evening, they decided to speed up and leave Shaoyu Mountain as quickly as possible. Even so, for the next 15 days, they were met with frequent attacks by the wolf packs. Gray wolves, lightning wolves, snow wolves, 2-headed wolves, and even blood fang wolves. Everyone in the caravan let out a breath of relief after they got out of Shaoyu Mountain. The caravan's next few days passed peacefully and smoothly, until they entered Bai Gu Mountain and were attacked by beast groups again. This time, it was old turtle carapace apes. These white apes were enormous with a carapace armor on their back. The carapace armor was covered with turtle shell patterns. There weren't many casualties from the attacks of these ape groups, but the huge damage to the goods caused many to feel heartache. Fang Yuan's goods also met with hardship. The dozen carts of goods he had was decreased to less than half. The morale in caravan fell greatly. These people were merchants trying their best to earn money. However, these losses made this trip worthless to them. We have made a fruitless trip. I checked my accounts yesterday. My earnings amounted to less than 2,000 primeval stones. My situation is even worse. I have already lost 30% of the goods. Even if it is worse, can it be as worse as the Zhang clans? They have already lost most of their goods. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have just curled up in the clan. Why would I bother to take risk and only earn this much? The caravan moved in such an atmosphere. 5 days later, they were attacked by a group of white tigers. There were losses again. 7 days later, a group of flame tigers ambushed them. Fire spread over the camp and a large amount of goods were burned down. The morale had reached an all-time low. Many of the merchants had lost all their investment. 10 days later, when they were about to cheer as they left the border of the Bai Gu mountain region, a biao, one, appeared. 5 tigers and 1 biao. A biao was a tiger that had grown wings, and was at least 1,000 beast king. And because it had the ability to fly, it was even more troublesome. Some vice leaders of the caravan lost their lives while resisting this biao. The biao tailed the caravan for almost 100 miles, constantly harassing them. Finally, the caravan higher-ups decided to make minor sacrifices, quickly deciding to give up close to 100 servants. Most of these servants were injured or crippled. They rained curses and cried for their lives, but could do nothing to change their fate. Finally, the biao had its fill and left, satisfied. The caravan was only able to rest properly after leaving the Bai Gu mountain far behind. The leaders of each clans didn't stint on rewards, gradually raising the morale. The scale of the caravan was now already thinned by half of their original size. But after going through this cruel elimination and sharpening, the caravan now showed signs of an elite group. I have been a traveling merchant for so many years, and this was the most challenging of them all. Who knows what possessed these wild beasts, attacking so frequently? After this trip ends, I will retire and enjoy my life. No matter what, the risk of this trade route needs to be re-evaluated. The main reason is still because these great mountains don't have any human inhabitations. With no clans and garrisons to purge these beasts, they have grown without check. Some sighed, some were downhearted, whereas some still retained some hope. However, the caravan seemed to be jinxed. On the road ahead, they were not only attacked by all kinds of beast groups, but also by many swarms of insects and wild goo worms. The size of the caravan was decreasing continuously. The merchants no longer cared about profits and loss. They were starting to sense their lives were on the line. They even abandoned a lot of goods willingly to speed up their traveling speed. The setting sun dyed the clouds in blood red. The caravan was crossing a mountain woods in silence. Everyone was exhausted and numb, their morale very low. Many had bandages on their body, covering light and heavy injuries. They moved step by step in the bumpy mountain passageway. It had rained yesterday, causing the mountain passage to be muddy and slippery. A handcart filled with goods got stuck in the mud. The ostrich that was dragging the cart raised its neck and made shrill crackling noises before using all its strength to pull the cart, but to no avail. Right at this time, 2 hands came from behind the cart and lifted it, pulling the stuck wheel out of the mud pit. It was Fang Yuan. He casually clapped his hands. The thousands of kilos worth of goods didn't seem to be that heavy in his hands. However, although the cart broke away from the mud pit, its wheels were somehow jammed and didn't move. Bai Ning, who was at the side, bent down to take a look at the wheel. After being in caravan for so long, she had learned many things with her disguised identity, and had already completely blended in. What is this? She rubbed the axle of the wheel, her eyes filled with doubt. There was some kind of stuff hidden in the axle of the wheel, and it was continuously grinded down into fine gray powder as the wheels moved. The fine powder was unnoticeable when they fell down to the ground. Bai Ningbing picked some of this powder and rubbed them with her fingers. The powder turned into grease. Ah, I put these oil powder in the wheels to lubricate them and make the handcart move more smoothly. Fang Yuan walked over while taking out a cotton handkerchief from his pocket. He grabbed Bai Ningbing's hands and cleaned the grease off. After that, he crouched down and felt around the wheels regained their mobility. Let's go. He wiped off the oil powder from his hands and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. The two continued to walk. Bai Ningbing's pace continued to become slower as the doubts in her heart intensified and formed into a dense fog that couldn't be dispelled. She sensed something was amiss. When did Fang Yuan get this oil powder? How come I had no idea? Was it since the beginning, or at Huang Jin Mountain or at Xiaoyu Mountain? Strange, he doesn't seem to give a damn about the caravan. He hasn't even frowned seeing such large losses to the caravan. But why would he care about oiling the handcart? Strange, strange. Wait a second. Suddenly, a quick light seemed to flash past Bai Ningbing's mind. At that instant, her whole body shivered and her pupils suddenly shrunk down to pin-sized. A possibility echoed out from deep within her mind. She stopped at the spot, her mind filled with shock. After a long while, the ostrich which had been walking beside her suddenly screeched and woke her up. Fang Yuan's figure was already far away now, gradually merging into the crowd in front. This guy. Bai Ningbing lowered her head, covering the cold light flashing past her blue eyes under the cover of the straw hat. Sun was slowly setting down in the west and the many stars began to appear in the sky. The caravan stopped near a beach. They had decided to camp here for the night. However, just when they were half finished with setting up the camp, a group of cold jade owlcats appeared in the vicinity. Beast group, it is the owlcat. Stop your work, make defensive formations. These damn animals, I just had my dinner. People cursed and ran, but with the previous bitter suffering and tempering, they soon formed 3 tight defensive lines. Cold jade owlcat's body was like that of a leopard's and was extremely quick. Its face, though, was similar to an owl. Its enormous eyes covered almost half of its face and shone with eerie green light in the dark. The owlcat king gave a loud cry. The owlcat groups charged towards the camp like a tide. Kill! The Gu masters who were in the front lines shouted. Momentarily, all kinds of colors flashed, fire blazed, rocks and soils flew, lightning rumbled. Countless owlcats collapsed, but more waves of owlcats rushed forth. Heavens, this is a large-scale cold jade owlcat groups. Someone shouted. Ah, save! A part of the defensive lines couldn't resist the attacks anymore, and a Gu master was pounced upon by 3 owlcats. His tragic scream stopped midway, flesh and blood splattered in the air. Quick, cover up that gap. 2 Gu masters were sent as reinforcements. However, it was of no use. The gap continued to increase, slowly destroying the whole defensive line. Retreat, retreat. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat to second defensive line. Link the handcarts and carriages, and pile up the goods into high walls. After the second defensive line, the third defensive line hurriedly set up a barricade. Many servants were busy moving the goods, their bodies soaked with sweat. No one could goof off at this time. Fang Yuan was moving a large trunk, when Bai Ningbing suddenly walked over and lifted a side of the trunk. On the surface, she seemed to be helping Fang Yuan, but actually she moved closer to Fang Yuan and whispered to his ears while gritting her teeth, "You bastard, you attracted these cold jade owlcats, right?" Fang Yuan looked surprised. "Why do you say such a thing? Stop pretending. There was definitely something wrong with those powder. I don't believe a guy like you will kindly consider these minor details." Bai Ningbing whispered. "Ha ha ha, you finally discovered it." Fang Yuan didn't deny. Bai Ningbing couldn't help gritting her teeth. All the frequent attacks the caravan suffered on the way was all due to Fang Yuan's contribution. The two lifted the wooden trunk and moved slowly. The people around them were all busy shouting and moving, their concentration all on the battlefield. Who could have the time to listen to Fang and Bai's whisperings? Why are you doing this? After a moment of silence, Bai Ningbing asked. Haha. Fang Yuan laughed, guess. Immediately, Bai Ningbing felt a violent impulse to beat Fang Yuan up. 1. In ancient Chinese folklore, rumored to resemble tiger and leopard. Back. Chapter 247, White Feather Flying Elephant. Bai Ningbing controlled her urge as her eyes squinted. She was after all an icy genius, easily able to understand things. What does Shang Xin Ci have that makes Fang Yuan put in so much effort? Firstly, she had assumed that Fang Yuan was after Shang Xin Ci's beauty, but now she had overruled that assumption. She understood Fang Yuan, only a huge amount of benefit could make him exert himself like this. But after so many days, Bai Ningbing had already understood Shang Xin Ci's background. She was ostracized by Zhang clan, and was only a mortal with no cultivating talent. Shang Xin Ci was indeed beautiful as a flower, but this appearance was not a strength of hers, but a weakness. This appearance would invite the demonic claws of lust and crime. Most importantly, she did not have the power to protect herself. If not for the loyal rank 3 Gu master serving her, she would have been caught and turned into a plaything long ago. Such a person, what value does she hold? Her business talent? It was nothing compared to Fang Yuan's. Bai Ningbing could not comprehend it at all. Fang Yuan did not speak, and did not reply. Bai Ningbing. Those two over there, move faster, stop wasting time. Not far away, a Gu master pointed at Fang and Bai, shouting. Fang and Bai moved more quickly, as Bai Ningbing suppressed her voice. You're messing around like this, aren't you afraid of getting exposed? If anyone finds out, these people will fight you to the death. Then did they find out? Fang Yuan rebuked. TSK. The two put down their wooden boxes and walked back. To eliminate his own suspicion, Fang Yuan sacrificed most of his goods during the first beast group attack. After a few assaults, Zhang clan's losses were the most severe. Many people felt pity for Shang Xin Ci, and even Shang Xin Ci herself approached Fang Yuan and consoled him. But now that Bai Ningbing thought about it, she realized, although Fang Yuan seemed to have lost a lot of goods, his truly valuable goods were still kept till today. These goods were more than half the value of his entire fortune, thus his real losses were not as much as it seems. His concealment methods were truly divine. If she did not discover it by accident, she would still be in the dark. Thinking so, Bai Ningbing felt indignant. This guy, he even hid the truth from me. The two carried another box. Fang Yuan seemed to know Bai Ningbing's inner thoughts, laughing lightly. To deceive the enemy, we have to deceive ourselves first. After all, I was not intentionally keeping it from you. You have your purpose to serve. Oh, what purpose? Bai Ningbing naturally asked. To alert myself. You are the person closest to me. If you find anything amiss, the others will do so soon. But, it was coincidence today that I. Fang Yuan shook his head. Chance is represented by a certain trend. Regardless, it is about time already. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone. What are you going to do? Cold Jade Owlcat did not manage to break the third line of defense, as the second line of defense still held on, eliminating these attackers. After the battle, the survivors tallied the results, and cleaned up the battlefield. How many times have we been attacked already? I want to go home. Damn it, our luck is too terrible this time. Should we continue forward? Maybe if we stay here and wait for the other caravan's help, it might be a good idea. Everyone's morale was low. Some people grumbled, while most felt that the future was uncertain, and did not want to proceed further. Fear towards death, frustration and dread of the unknown emanated throughout the camp. Jia caravan leader, why do you assign our Qin clan to guard the first line of defense every time? What motive do you have? Qin vice leader, I have been fair and impartial the entire time. Your Qin clan has the greatest strength. Now that we are in this together, we have to help each other. Those who are stronger put in more effort. Of course you have more responsibilities as well. As the argument was sudden, many people's attention was attracted. Jiao Long and Qin vice leader Qin Huang Jin stared at each other in a tense atmosphere. My Chen clan is the strongest? Haha, Jia caravan leader, you are truly speaking the asteriskal shit, everyone knows how much fighting force you have left. Chen Xuan laughed coldly. Ridiculous. For my clan, such a good person like Jia Ping had been sacrificed. What about your Chen clan? Jiao Long chided. Both of you, now is not the time for arguments. Lin clan vice leader walked over and advised. Eventually, Jia and Chen left without coming to an agreement. Even Lord Jiao Long and Lord Chen Xuangjin have argued. I thought Jia and Chen clan were very close? Sigh, at this crucial moment, it is everyone for themselves. Thinking of how to preserve their own strength, the relationship no longer matters. According to the newest information, Jia clan's two young masters have a huge disagreement, and Chen clan seem to have gone to rely on Jia Gue. So that's it. Lord Jiao Long is Jia Fu's subordinate, no wonder Chen clan did not give them face. The few Gu masters discussed softly, as Fang Yuan's heart stirred. Few days later, the caravan whose morale is rock bottom reached Xiangye Mountain. Xiangye Mountain reached into the clouds as large groups of elephants lived in it. The climate on the mountain was unique, from the mountain foot to mountain belt, it was moist and tropical, with lots of rainforests. From the mountain belt to mountain peak, it was snowy, dry, and cold as cedar trees grew there. Everyone was cautious, but good news was that after entering Xiangye Mountain for a few days, they did not encounter any beast group attacks. Are we finally lucky for once? Naturally, after our luck hit rock bottom, it can only go up after that. What a pity, our goods were almost all destroyed. We will have lost a lot of profits this time. Humph, be content, you can keep your life, that's good enough already. After Xiangye Mountain, we have to get by Mubei Mountain, Shuangjiang Mountain, then we will reach Zhao Clan Village. At that place I must sleep at least 3 days straight. Everyone were in a conversation as they commented on the future, as morale rose slightly. Snowing? Someone looked up, seeing spots of white particles floating down from the air. Rubbish, this is the foot of Xiangye Mountain, how can there be snow? Someone did not believe it, but once he raised his head, his expression froze. It really is snowing. Damn it, this isn't snow, it's feathers. Someone shouted. Many Gu masters in the caravan heard this and shuddered. White feathers, could it be white feather flying elephant? At this moment, intense winds flew as white feathers floated everywhere, like the advent of a snowstorm. 1. Hundreds of elephants cried out at once, stepping in the air as they charged towards the caravan on the ground. Damn it, it really is the white feather flying elephants. How did we attract them? They should be living above the mountain belt. Get into formation, faster, get into formation. But it was too late, under the rampage of the elephant group, anywhere they went, people were flipped off their horses. These white feather flying elephants, their bodies were covered in white feathers. With 2-3 meter long curved tusks, thick and sharp. With the huge impact of their charging, they were near unstoppable. The moving caravan were caught off guard. Under just one attack, hundreds of lives were taken away. Many servants were stomped into meat paste, and the carriages were pierced by the tusks. 3 black-skinned fat beetles were killed, and winged snakes and ostriches ran about in panic, causing stomping incidents. At once, the scene was in utter chaos. Gu masters, all of the Gu masters, gather here. Jiao Long shouted from among the people. But once he gathered over 10 men, the elephant groups rushed down again, scattering the Gu masters. The elephant group flew in the sky, preparing their third attack. Sigh. Jiao Long sighed, knowing there was little hope of counter-attacking. He could only shout, everyone, quickly escape, run into the surrounding rainforests. Even without him mentioning it, many people had already rushed into the rainforests. But the white feather flying elephants' charge were insanely powerful. After they got into the rainforests, trees were instantly fell as numerous people were stomped by the elephants. These flying elephants looked sacred and elegant, but their nature were bloodthirsty. A flying elephant aimed at Shang Xin Ci and descended like a comet. Miss, run. I'll divert their attention. At the crucial moment, Zhang Zhu stood out and shot a flash of red light at the flying elephant. The flying elephant was enraged, changing direction and aimed at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was a healing Gu master, his attack and defense was not outstanding, thus escaping pitifully in the rainforest. The flying elephant came flying, bringing with it a ferocious roar of the wind. Zhang Zhu sprinted and managed to leap in front of him, as the flying elephant landed right behind him, breaking several trees and feathers dropped to the ground. So close! Zhang Zhu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just as he got up, his vision went dark. Bam! A thick tree branch was swung over by the white feather flying elephant, hitting Zhang Zhu's body directly. At the moment of life and death, Zhang Zhu activated his defensive Gu, covering his body in a golden light. Splat! The golden light dispersed and he vomited out a mouthful of blood, as he was sent flying far away. His eyes were spinning with stars, as he felt extremely dizzy, lying on the ground unable to move. Somehow, he could hear the sound of elephant feet stomping, and it was getting louder. A cold chill went down his spine. His rich battle experience was telling him his life was in danger. He could not think further, quickly rolling on the ground. At almost the same time, the white feather flying elephant slammed down right beside him. Bam! Another thunderous impact, as the white feather flying elephant crashed on the mountain walls, its two tusks stabbing deep into the mountain rocks. The flying elephant cried loudly, trying to move its head and trying to move backwards with its four legs. Zhang Zhu's vision finally started to clear up, and he stood up weakly. Seeing this scene, he could not help but sweat. If he was slightly slower earlier, he would have been torn to pieces. He checked his aperture, and there was still 50% of his primeval essence left. His defensive Gu was in a bad shape, close to dying. I have to get back to Miss. He was anxious in his heart. As a Gu master, he already faced such dangers. Shang Xin Ci and Xiao Dai were mortals, their lives were in much greater danger and peril. That white feather flying elephant was still pulling out its tusks, as Zhang Zhu ran away rapidly, running in the direction his memories told him. At the area where they split, Shang Xin Ci was already missing. Zhang Zhu was hesitant on where to go, when a Gu master ran over with 3 white feather flying elephants chasing him. Save me! He shouted. Damn it! Zhang Zhu cursed. He could tell this was Chen Clan's young Gu master, called Chen Xian. Zhang Zhu was worried about his lady's safety. How could he care about Chen Xian, thus rapidly escaping? Chen Xian saw Zhang Zhu, and like a drowning person seeing a floating log, he chased after him immediately. 1. Just pretend this is how elephants sound like. Back. Chapter 248, A peace of mind as long as one does what he can. Zhang Zhu cursed but was eventually dragged into the mess. It was a dangerous game of cat and mouse. While barely surviving, the two managed to shrug off the flying elephant but eventually got into a dead end at the cliff, their paths blocked by 2 flying elephants. The earth rumbled as a flying elephant came crashing. Lad, split up! Zhang Zhu shouted, sprinting towards the left. God damn it! Chen Xian shouted. Before he could react, a flying elephant came crashing, and made a huge hole in the cliff behind him, as the tusk stabbed deeply into the mountain rocks. Both flying elephants were restricted in a way for now. The heavens blessed me, my life is not fated to end yet. Zhang Zhu breathed roughly, as he sprawled on the ground. The mountain wall was vibrating, as the 2 flying elephants growled loudly. They continued to shrug their heads, and caused shrapnels to fly all over the place as the holes that their tusks stabbed into enlarged. Zhang Zhu was shocked when he saw this. Knowing the 2 elephants would quickly get loose, he propped himself and tried desperately to get up. He had just stood up, when he heard the wind blow towards him, and he shuddered. Pew! A white bone spear, with a spiral design, stabbed him from his back, penetrating his chest and stabbing firmly on the ground. Blood flowed along the bone spear, dripping on the ground. Zhang Zhu's movements halted, opening his mouth slightly as blood oozed out of the corner of his lips. He gradually lowered his head, looking at this fatal spiral bone spear. Initially he had thought it was the white feather flying elephant's tusks, but soon, he realized this was the attack of a Gu master. Who is it? He wanted to turn his head, to see who had backstabbed him. But the next second, pew, another bone spear was fired. This spear flew directly into his brain, and came out of his mouth, as the tip stabbed on the ground. Zhang Zhu was firmly kept in place, his eyes widening and futile, while his pupils shrunk. He was dead. Dying with grievance. At a hidden corner, Fang Yuan observed from afar. These few days, he had obtained Zhang Zhu's information. This person was an obstacle that had to be removed. The two white bone spears gradually dissipated into white light, dispersing into the air. Zhang Zhu lost his support, and crashed onto the ground. A white feather flying elephant pulled out its tusks, and charged towards Zhang Zhu's corpse, stomping on it, easily turning it into meat paste, and crushing all his bones. The white feather scattered and the flying elephant took off, flying into mid-air again. Seeing this, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. Zhang Zhu was confirmed to be dead. After the flying elephant stomped on the corpse, Fang Yuan did not even need to clear up the crime scene. He left stealthily. After he left, the other flying elephant took off as well. Its tusks penetrated the mountain walls, and left 2 bowl-sized holes. The wall caved in as it was surrounded by debris. Suddenly under the pile of rocks, a head emerged. My God, I was scared to death. Thankfully I had the Bai Gu and avoided this crisis. Chen Xian dug his way out, breathing raggedly as cold sweat poured down his spine, experiencing after fear. This Bai Gu allowed Gu masters to dig into the ground and hide. The weakness was, once used, the Gu master can only be buried at one spot, and cannot move. After activating, the Gu master also has to consume a lot of primeval essence to sustain it. Chen Xian was chased as he ran, only at the final moment did he have the opportunity to use it. The situation is getting more chaotic. There is actually a Gu master assassinating Zhang Zhu. Seeing Zhang Zhu corpse, turned into meat paste, completely unrecognizable, Chen Xian gulped and escaped frantically. The elephant group continued rampaging for 2 hours before leaving. Shang Xin Ci and Xiao Dai supported each other as they walked out of the rainforest. Their bodies were full of mud and soil, looking battered and exhausted, and Xiao Dai's face was even blue-black. Evidently, when escaping, she had knocked into something and gotten a bruise. Missy. She was scared out of her wits. Death was so close to her, even trembling as she walked. Shang Xin Ci patted her hand, trying to give her assurance. However, she herself was pale. Along the way, corpses lined the road as blood flowed into the wilderness. Broken carriage wheels, dead ostriches, and the corpses of black-skinned fat beetles and winged snakes laid on the pavements. As the survivors gathered together, anguished cries, sniffing and painful growls mixed into one. As the leader of the caravan, Jiao Long's face was as black as charcoal. The fatalities were too severe this time. The entire caravan lost majority of its members, less than a tenth remained, most were crippled. After gathering the people, only 100 were left. Majority were Gu masters, and few were mortals. The strongest Jia clan and Chen clan were deep in losses, not to mention the others. Lin clan had only 3 Gu masters left, and some unfortunate clans groups were completely wiped out. The rainforest also had its danger. Many people did not die from the white feather flying elephant's rampage, but were attacked by the wild beasts and poisonous worms in the rainforest. Bai Yun, it is great to see you. Earlier in the rainforest, thanks for drawing a white feather flying elephant away from us. Among the people, Shang Xin Ci found Bai Ningbing and thanked her. Fang Yuan did not trust Bai Ningbing, afraid she would collude with Zhang Zhu, thus he went to kill Zhang Zhu personally. As a result, Bai Ningbing followed Shang Xin Ci in secret to protect her life. This is nothing, I always return kindness. Zhang clan lady, what saved you is not me, but your kind actions in the past. Bai Ningbing said. She was always quiet and solemn, almost never speaking. Even if she spoke, she suppressed and changed her voice intentionally. But now she no longer concealed it. using her normal voice to speak. Her tone was cold and indifferent, but clear and evidently female, causing Shang Xin Ci and Xiao Dai's face to turn slightly shocked. That's right, Bai Yun, did you see Uncle Zhangzhu? Shang Xin Ci asked anxiously. I've looked around but did not manage to find him. Bai Ningbing sighed. Since Fang Yuan returned, she knew Zhangzhu was definitely dead. No worries, lady, Zhangzhu is a Gu master, having the ability to protect himself. He might be on the way back. She consoled. Hopefully so. Shang Xin Ci's eyebrows were tightly knit, as the uneasiness in her heart intensified. At the other side, Leader Jiao Long stood at a high ground, shouting, Everyone, listen up. The smell here will soon attract other beast groups. We have to leave quickly. Everyone move quickly, bring along all the goods that you can salvage. Those that are too heavy, we will have to discard them. In 30 minutes, we must leave this area. The danger was not over yet, everyone could only force themselves to work under the intense grief. Save me, someone please save me. I am still bleeding. Bring me along, I am only crippled in one leg, I can still walk. I'm begging you, I'll pay with primeval stones. 2, 3? Even 4 will do. Those family servants who were severely injured and could not move all begged earnestly. Very few people received help, those who were injured or crippled could not help out in manual labor and were a burden. Many were heartlessly left behind. Seeing everyone leave, many went into a frenzy and started to curse. Many crawled on the ground and tried to catch up to the caravan. Save me, Lady Zhang, you are the kindest person. Lady Zhang, please show mercy. Shang Xin Ci's footsteps halted, her lips trembling, her face was pale without any blood circulation as her eyes darted around frantically. The mountain winds blew on her green blouse, and her messy hair made her appear like a small grass in the middle of a storm. Lady Zhang, quickly leave. Now is not the time to be kind. Fang Yuan got to her side, and held her arm, forcing her to move ahead. Xiao Dai, who could not stop talking normally, kept her mouth shut, moving along silently, her legs trembling. Trust me, everything will get better. Fang Yuan said in a gentle tone. Shang Xin Ci grabbed her chest, breathing in deeply. It was as if oxygen was thin and she could not breathe properly. At the start, she used her nose to breathe, but soon she opened her mouth and swallowed mouthfuls of air. Her footsteps became more unsteady, as her limbs grew weak. If not for Fang Yuan supporting her, she might have collapsed on the ground already. The smell of blood assaulted her nose as her entire body was drenched from sweat. When the mountain winds blew, she shuddered from the cold. But after this shiver, her breathing gradually calmed down. After a few more steps, she no longer needed to breathe heavily. After 30 steps, she closed her mouth and her nasal breathing slowed. After 50 steps, her footsteps gradually gained strength, and she no longer needed Fang Yuan's support. The mountain path extended up the cliff, she walked to the top of a slope and the mountain winds blew her hair all over the place. She stretched out her arm, and began to comb them. When she had finally finished arranging her hair, the confusion, fear, and worry in her expression vanished, only a sturdy determined gaze remained. Thank you, she said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, letting go of her arm. On the slope, she gradually stopped her steps, looking back. Do you know? This is the most difficult road I've walked on since my birth. She sighed in agony, her face still pale but her voice was extremely gentle and soft. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. So this is Shang Xin Ci? As expected of the person that impacted the southern borders. Even Bai Ningbing looked twice, seeing Shang Xin Ci in a different light. To a mortal young girl, after encountering such a disaster, being able to reorganize herself so quickly was an amazing feat on this road. Voices of crying and pleas were constantly heard. This was nothing to Fang and Bai, but to Shang Xin Ci, it was a great torture and interrogation. Especially after Zhangzhu's disappearance, after losing her greatest reliance, Shang Xin Ci could still bravely face this situation head-on. It was truly outstanding. On this road, although it was an ordinary mountain path, it was a difficult trial of the heart. Shang Xin Ci gritted her teeth, and did not collapse, walking past with determination. At this instant, she matured. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed lightly, staring at Shang Xin Ci deeply. Lady Zhang, since you were so kind, why did you not save those who were abandoned? This attracted Xiao Dai's furious stare. Shang Xin Ci laughed bitterly. If I could save them, I would definitely do it, but unfortunately, no matter what I try, I cannot save these people. He he he. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. This is the part where I admire you the most. Irrational kindness is a crime. Although you are immortal, you have my respect. Lady Zhang, in life, there are many obstacles, sometimes the road might be very dirty and difficult, but as long as you do all that you can, you will have a peace of mind. Shang Xin Ci looked at Fang Yuan, light shining in her beautiful eyes. She had guessed long ago, that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were not mortals. From his tone earlier, she finally confirmed this. In her perspective, she had unknowingly given Fang and Bai some help. These were small acts of kindness, but it won their recognition and admiration. Afterwards, Fang and Bai helped her many times, first during Fei Hou Mountain, and later earning money for her. And a moment ago, they saved her life. She was a weak girl, chased from her clan, and even lost half of her goods. What did she have that they could exploit? Nothing. Under such circumstances, they still stood by her side. Just this action, she could tell that although they were mysterious, their nature were pure and righteous, as true beauty and kindness hid in their hearts. Meeting them was her fortune. Thinking so, Shang Xin Ci's heart was palpitating with gratitude, as she stared at Fang Yuan deeply, saying sincerely, "Thank you." Just 2 words, expressed the immense gratitude in her heart. Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes. If Shang Xin Ci found out that the entire misfortune was caused by Fang Yuan single-handedly, who knows how she would react to that. Chapter 249, A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. The report on casualties have come out. Right now, we are left with 137 people, among which 78 are Gu masters and 59 are mortals. A vice leader reported to everyone. At this time, in this tattered tent, the surviving leaders of the caravan were all gathered together, discussing their options. The mood was heavy and oppressive. The caravan leader Jiao Long was frowning and his brows almost tightened into a knot when he heard the report. Their caravan had originally been a large-sized caravan with over 1,000 people, but now it was down to this pathetic number. One might think 78 Gu masters were quite a high number, but only 12 were rank 3 Gu masters, 28 were rank 2 and remaining 38 were all rank 1 Gu masters. This number included all the injured and disabled Gu masters. In truth, the amount of Gu masters who still retained their strength did not amount to even half. Mortal lives were cheap, they could abandon these servants, but Gu masters were different. Every Gu master was a precious resource to their clans, they couldn't be abandoned. Jiao Long knew these disabled Gu masters were a huge burden to the caravan, and were just adding more problems to the already crumbling logistics department of the caravan to preserve their lives and treat their injuries. However, Jiao Long didn't dare to abandon them. If he abandoned the Gu masters, the morale would completely break down and all the remaining Gu masters would feel insecure, the whole caravan would collapse. Their end result would be food for the beast groups. At this time, the vice leader who had reported the statistics changed the subject. The only fortunate thing is there are still a lot of goods remaining in the caravan. If we distribute these ownerless goods, then the primeval stones we distribute will be enough to make up for most of our losses. In the calamity just before, there were many deaths but the loss to goods was instead few. If the goods were equally distributed, the survivors could instead profit from this. Almost everyone present in the tent had shining eyes now. Merchants chased after profits, even if they were in danger, this innate nature did not change. The group of people began looking at each other before Vice Leader Chen Shuangjin coughed. I feel that equal distribution isn't quite proper. In the battle just before, my Chen clan has sacrificed the most and has also killed the most white feather flying elephants. I want at least 30% of these ownerless goods. 30%? Impossible. How much did your Qin clan sacrifice? What about my Wei Qi clan that had to sacrifice a young rank 2 peak stage genius? No matter what, our Ji clan demands 20%. The commotion in the tent began to turn into disputes. Everyone felt greed in front of benefits. Only Shang Xin Ci was sitting silently in the group. The stronger groups demanded more, the weaker groups demanded equal distribution. The dispute was turning fiercer and even attracted many inquiring gazes from outside the tent. Shang Xin Ci suddenly stood up. The tent suddenly quietened down. Everyone, Shang Xin Ci's beautiful eyes swept over everyone. The urgent matter is not the distribution of these goods but how we should continue forward. Maybe there will be more beast groups at the next moment. We are in the same boat and are tied together by fate. However, our individual strength is limited, so we need to collaborate together to have a chance at survival. She paused for a moment and continued, I suggest that we will all contribute our goods and take out the things which can be helpful to us. As I proposed it, my Zhang clan shall act as the example. I am willing to contribute all of the goods in my possession without seeking compensation. What? Free contribution? Momentarily, many became tongue-tied. Qin Huang Jin, Jiao Long and others all showed different expressions. I am tired. I hope everyone can agree on an effective method soon. I will take my leave. Saying this, Shang Xin Ci nodded her head and opened the tent flap. She hadn't even walked 5 steps out of the tent, when a huge commotion broke out in the tent. Now that Zhang clan's goods were also added on the list, the benefits had become even higher, making everyone frantic. Shang Xin Ci steps slowed, but she just clenched her fists and heaved a deep sigh. She was also a merchant and naturally wanted to chase after profits. Her so-called voluntary contribution just before was of course not heartfelt. It was just that the current situation had forced her. She was like a child who was carrying a large sum of money and had no choice but to protect herself as she walked among the adults. When she walked back to her tent, she saw Xiao Dai curling up and weeping at the corner, her eyes bloodshot. She had grown up and lived together with Shang Xin Ci almost all her life. The horror from white feather flying elephants was bursting out right now. Xiao Dai. Shang Xin Ci sighed and sat beside her, consoling. Missy, I am scared. Weep weep. Lord Zhangzhu hasn't returned yet, it can't be, it can't be. Xiao Dai buried her head in Shang Xin Ci's chest as she wept bitter tears. Shang Xin Ci patted her back and spoke words of comfort, but Xiao Dai still continued to cry. Xiao Dai, Uncle Zhangzhu might not return ever again. Shang Xin Ci said in a heavy tone. The moment these words were said, she clearly felt Xiao Dai's body shiver. Missy, that's not true, that can't be. Xiao Dai raised her head, her eyes were bloodshot and she was repeatedly shaking her head. Accept the truth, Xiao Dai. Shang Xin Ci suddenly said in a strict voice, from now on, we can only rely on ourselves. Don't cry, crying won't solve any problems. Rely on ourselves? But we are both mortals, if not for Lord Zhangzhu, we couldn't have even embarked on this expedition. Xiao Dai said with eyes filled with tears, her morale low. You are right. If it was not for Uncle Zhangzhu's identity, how could these people let me become one of the vice leaders? Xiao Dai, you are right, we are mortals, but mortals also have their strengths. Shang Xin Ci's gaze flashed with a resolute light. She looked at Xiao Dai with her bright gaze and shook Xiao Dai's arm. Xiao Dai, do you believe in me? As Xiao Dai looked at the current Shang Xin Ci, she felt an unknown strength filling her. This strength came from Shang Xin Ci and then pervaded her body, influencing her heart and making her feel like she was being illuminated by light. Missy. Xiao Dai's gaze flashed, she had never seen this form of her lady. At this instant, she felt that her lady looked more beautiful than ever before. I believe you. She answered softly but resolutely. Good. Listen properly, we are in a dangerous situation now, sometimes people can be more dreadful than wild beasts. Bring all our savings and let's go find Fei Hou and Bai Yuan. Okay. I will do as you say, Missy. After about 5 minutes. In the tent, Fang Yuan and Shang Xin Ci was sitting cross-legged opposite each other. Fang Yuan stared ruminatingly at the beautiful girl in front of him. You are telling me, you've already contributed all of our goods for free? To those insatiable hyenas? Yes, that is so. Shang Xin Ci calmly admitted. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, his gaze towards Shang Xin Ci was filled with admiration. She was truly smart, having the resolution to let go. Zhang Zhu was dead, Shang Xin Ci was only a mortal, and even if she represented Zhang clan, her position was not equal to the other vice leaders. It would be easy for these Gu masters to swallow Shang Xin Ci's properties. They would kill Shang Xin Ci and put the blame on the beast groups. No one could say anything at that time. Zhang clan also wouldn't investigate thoroughly for a mere Shang Xin Ci. To Shang Xin Ci, these goods on her hands had become incomparably hot and could court disaster towards her. Hence, she wisely chose to give up these cause of disaster to others, and guarantee her safety. However, she was very aware that this type of safety wasn't reliable at all and thus came here. I came here to apologize to you, I am really sorry. Shang Xin Ci bowed towards Fang Yuan. You borrowed these goods, so these goods should have been yours, but I rudely took the matters into my own hands. As an apology, I ask you to please accept these. Shang Xin Ci brought forward the 2 wooden trunks. Without even opening them, Fang Yuan knew these trunks were filled with primeval stones. Most of it was what he earned himself and the 50-50 percentage shares of Shang Xin Ci as well. Fang Yuan couldn't help but observe Shang Xin Ci. Their gazes met each other in the air, gradually coming to a tacit understanding. They were both smart and understood many things without them having been said. In Shang Xin Ci's perception, Fang Yuan was deliberately hiding his identity and could very possibly be a Gu master. From all his behaviors till now, Shang Xin Ci felt he was a reliable person. If there was someone who could still help her, Fang Yuan was no doubt the best choice because she felt at ease towards him. However, she also had some misgivings. First, she didn't know what strength Fang Yuan truly possessed. There was a huge difference between rank 1, rank 2, or rank 3. Secondly, there was definitely some painful backstory for Fang Yuan to hide his identity, so he might not necessarily reveal his identity to help her. Shang Xin Ci had offered up all the goods without getting Fang Yuan's consent, and after getting the most basic guarantee for safety, she brought out all her savings to find Fang Yuan. She was saying it was her apology, but this action was actually inviting Fang Yuan to her side, hoping to obtain his help. She knew Fang Yuan and her were the same type of people, and could come to a tacit understanding of smart people. The two gazed at each other for a long while before Fang Yuan smiled and broke the silence. These primeval stones, it is better for Lady Zhang to take them back. Shang Xin Ci's expression slightly paled as her heart sank. From her understanding, Fang Yuan refusing these primeval stones meant he was refusing to help her. However, what could she do about this? Even if she talked of it, Fang Yuan had already repaid her many times over. There were very few people in the world who would do this. Shang Xin Ci couldn't demand anything. However, if Fei Hou didn't help her, who else was there? Bai Yun? That wasn't like to work. They seemed to have very intimate relationship, advancing or retreating together. Shang Xin Ci couldn't think of any other person. A bitter smile appeared in her beautiful appearance. I understand. But these primeval stones are my gift to you. Ordinary people holding treasures will court calamity. If you don't accept them, I might have to contribute them too. Fang Yuan laughed. Lady Zhang, you misunderstood me. When I and Bai Yun had just entered the caravan, we were severely wounded and were barely hanging by a thread. Our strength had fallen to an all-time low and our goods were even coveted by some strong servants. Truly, when you are low and down, even scums come to bully you. It was you who sheltered us and gave us enough time to recuperate. It won't be wrong to see this favor as saving our lives. And I am someone who repays kindness and takes revenge for enmity. Although you are immortal, I acknowledge you and even admire you. It is fate we met each other among such a vast population. A droplet of water received in need will be repaid with a whole spring, let alone the favor of saving life. Take back the primeval stones, I will definitely protect you with all my strength. Ah! Shang Xin Ci couldn't help giving a soft cry. Her eyelashes shook and her eyes reddened, turning tearful. Because of her tears, Fang Yuan appeared blurry in her vision. However, in her heart, Fang Yuan's image became incomparably clear. Chapter 250, Truly Demonic Gu Masters. As the saying goes, adding icing on the cake cannot compare to offering help in times of need. Troubled times and turbulence revealed people's true colors. Fang Yuan, however, wasn't concerned with Shang Xinci's expression. Next was the truly important thing. He continued, there is something I must tell you. Please speak. Shang Xin wiped the corners of her eyes with her jade-like fingers, and adjusted her mood. Bai Yuan and I are demonic path Gu masters. Fang Yuan said. Shang Xin wasn't surprised and instead nodded her head. She had already anticipated this. Previously, Zhang Zhu had also guessed this and had reminded her to be on guard against Fang and Bai. She was thus mentally prepared and could calmly accept this shocking statement. She didn't have the aptitude to cultivate and was, moreover, an illegitimate child. Her different life experience made her mature fast and have a deep understanding of the world's nature. What's more, right now, she didn't have any other better options. Fang Yuan's voice turned cold, those from the demonic path are vicious and merciless. Bai Yuan and I are no exception, we have taken lives. Shang Xin subconsciously puckered her lips. You have to trust me, for me to be able to help you. But rest assured, after I feel that I have repaid your favor in full, I will quietly leave. Others will not associate you with demonic Gu masters. But before that, Bai Yuan and I will show up as Zhang clan's Gu masters. I hope that you can clarify our identities. Fang Yuan indifferently said. Shang Xin revealed a resolute gaze, Lord He too, just address me as Xin. You are of demonic path, but you are frank and someone of principles. Xin is not pedantic, those righteous Gu masters are mostly just hypocrites. Being able to receive your protection is my fortune. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and looked deeply at Shang Xin, as long as you don't regret it later. Shang Xin was just about to speak when there came a sound from outside the tent. Shang Xin is in this tent? It was an arrogant and youthful male voice. Lord Gu Master, please stay where you are. Missy is having an important discussion inside. Xiao Dai blocked the man. Important discussion? Haha, all of your Zhang clan's goods have been donated, what important matters could there be to discuss? The man sneered. Lord Gu Master, ah. Xiao Dai suddenly screamed, and then there was the sound of her falling to the ground. Get lost, you lowly slave dare to block my, Fei's, path? Shang Xinci's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with panic and worry. She was about to stand up, but was blocked by Fang Yuan. The tent flap was suddenly lifted and a devious-looking young Gu master appeared in front of the two. Shang Xinci. The young Gu master's gaze immediately landed on Shang Xinci's body, without bothering to conceal the lustful desire within. Haha, you were here, I have been looking all over for you. He curled up his lips and raised his head, looking at Shang Xinci as if everything was under his control. Shang Xinci was wearing green clothings, and looked like a delicate lotus. There seemed to be nothing more beautiful than her. This beautiful figure was already ingrained into many hearts in the caravan. Fei was one of them. He had always yearned for her and wooed after her several times, but was always rejected by Shang Xinci. He had thought of using force, but had to control himself because of Zhang Zhu's presence. Now, the only Gu master from Zhang clan in the caravan, Zhang Zhu, was dead. Shang Xinci was just a mere mortal but was so beautiful. Fei had been coveting her in his heart and now he had this chance. Fei's lustful and invading gaze made Shang Xinci's heart twinge, her mood turning dismal. She had given up the goods of her own accord but was still not able to obtain safety. Her appearance had become a curse. These righteous Gu masters who normally appeared dignified had now torn their masks. Shang Xin Ci was clear that this Fei was only the most impatient one and there were still many other wolves like him. I am not sure for what matters has Lord Fei come for. Shang Xin Ci stood up and asked in greeting. Ha ha ha. Fei threw his head back and laughed, I came to help you, Xin Ci. Darling, the Gu master protecting you has still not returned, he is definitely dead. You are only a weak woman, and as long as you rely on me, you can live safely. Pitiful girl, you don't need to thank me, this is how kind I am, just follow me. Saying so, he walked forward to grab Shang Xin Ci. Shang Xin Ci's face was pale, she was a young girl after all and couldn't help taking a step back. This delicate and pitiful look instead ignited the lust in Fei. Missy, you can't go with him. Xiao Dai ran into the tent and opened her arms to block in front of Fei. Fei became furious, and immediately slapped Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai tumbled onto the ground, her cheek was already swollen up. She felt dizzy and her ears were ringing from the slap. Xiao Dai. Shang Xin Ci quickly crouched down and supported her. Missy, leave quickly. Even if I die, I won't let you take Missy. Xiao Dai slowly stood up and stared fiercely at Fei, her gaze carried fear, anger, and also decisiveness. You lowly servant, you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fei was going crazy with anger, he raised his hand and slapped down. However, the next moment, a sturdy hand stretched out from seemingly nothingness, and fiercely grabbed his arm. Who is it? Fei was startled, but when he looked at the person that was grabbing his arm, he only saw an ugly servant. Such audacity! Fei's expression twisted into one full of anger. He tried taking back his arm, but Fang Yuan's arm was like iron pincers and didn't even move a bit. Dog slave, you are still not releasing your hand? Fei's anger had reached the peak, turning into huge killing intent. He was going to activate his primeval essence when Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. His whole face was full of burn injuries and he was also one ear short. Right now as he smiled, he appeared extremely terrifying. Fei's heart immediately palpitated, Fang Yuan had already released his hand. Then he raised his leg and gave a strong kick at Fei's stomach. Bang! Fei only felt an enormous strength that he had no way to resist attack him. With the intense pain that followed, his whole body flew out of the tent like tattered rags, stopping only after 20 to 30 feet. For a person to shoot out from a tent was a rather big commotion. The surrounding people stopped to watch the show. The tent flap was torn when Fei flew out. From the torn hole, Shang Xin Ci and Xiao Dai saw Fei lying motionless on the ground. The two were dumbfounded. Merchants always paid particular attention to amiability with others, even putting on smiles when they were wronged. Shang Xin Ci's came from a poor background, she had already learned to endure and was used to lowering her head. Although she had rank 3 Zhongzhu before, he was after all a healing Gu master and couldn't do much by himself, most of the conflicting views had to be resolved warmly. Peacefully like the flow of water or the thawing of snow. However, Fang Yuan's sudden kick was like a crash of thunder, a steep cliff, with no hints of moderation and restraint, it carried a dominating tyranny. This intense violence far surpassed the two girls' imagination. Fei laid on the ground, stupefied for several seconds. Then the intense pain in his stomach aroused strong hatred and anger in him. Someone had kicked him and that someone was even a servant. Bastard, you actually dared to kick me. How dare you kick me? You lowly mortal, you are asking for death. I will cut your corpse into 1,000 pieces. Fei growled in fury and stood up from the ground. The anger made his whole face red, he was gritting his teeth and his eyes clearly showed his anger, he looked just like a wild beast that was about to devour a human. Go and die. He crazily charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a steady step forward, and blocked in front of the two girls with his head high and chest out. Fei suddenly jumped when he reached close, he reached the heights of 20 feet before diving down at Fang Yuan. I will swat you into meat paste. He shouted and stretched out his 2 palms. Under the influence of his gu, his palms increased in size by over 3 times, and as it ruthlessly came down on Fang Yuan, even the wind seemed to scream, indicating at its violent strength. If Fang Yuan was truly immortal, he would definitely be swatted into meat paste by Fei's palms, dying a terrible death. However, he was no mortal. Not only that, he was a rank 2 upper stage gu master. And not only was he a rank 2 upper stage gu master, he even had a portion of rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence in his aperture. Since his advancement to rank 2, Fang Yuan's aperture had been able to contain some snow silver primeval essence. Especially during the frequent attacks by the beast groups, Fang Yuan had stored a portion of snow silver primeval essence to avoid any mishaps. Hence, Fang Yuan might be at rank 2 upper stage, but his fighting prowess wasn't limited to that. And this Fei was no more than a rank 2 initial stage trash. Whoosh! The strong wind brought forth by Fei's attack was blowing at the 2 girls' bund hair. Xiao Dai's face was deathly pale upon seeing Fei descending like a deity, his 2 hands swatting down with an extreme power. Shang Xin Ci's heart was also palpitating, and couldn't help but shout, "Careful!" Fang Yuan only scoffed, before lightly flicking his forefinger. Spiral bone spear gu. A spiral bone spear suddenly shot out towards the sky. What? Fei was shocked, his mind was in chaos as he tried to immediately dodge. The bone spear pierced through his defense and skewered his shoulder, before stopping at the scapula. Fresh blood spewed out of the wound. The pain immediately stopped the momentum of Fei's dive and he fell down on the ground in a sorry state. "You are actually a gu master?" he cried out in panic and surprise. Fang Yuan didn't reply, he just rushed forward and smashed his right fist at Fei. Fei was dazed as he looked at the fist rapidly expanding towards him. Damn it! He cursed and promptly activated his gu worm as well as subconsciously raising his fan-sized palm to block the attack. Bang! The strength of 2 boars and a crocodile burst forth. The enormous strength tore through Fei's palms, breaking his defense and then struck his face. His nose bone fractured and his whole face caved in by the attack. The attack sent him flying, blood spurting out wildly all along the way. And as he fell on the ground like tattered rags, he was already as dead as a corpse could be. Oh my God, he killed him. A gu master was killed. The spectators were horrified, some cried in fear and some screamed. Fang Yuan's body was covered by a layer of white light. This was the effect of the canopy gu. He couldn't have used his strength as much as he liked without this layer of defense. Gu, he is a gu master. Xiao Dai's eyes widened into the size of saucers. Shang Xin Ci was also dumbfounded with shock, she suddenly recalled Fang Yuan's words as she looked at his back. Those from the demonic path are vicious and merciless. Bai Yuan and I are no exception, we have taken lives. They were truly demonic gu masters.